My wife is gone, my child is gone, and now I have nothing left. Because of you, you took everything from me. If the law demands I respect you to be considered human, then I'd rather be a beast and never forgive you. Kim, for all the pain I, my wife, and my child have suffered, I will repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. So this desperate man's name is Kim Do-shu Seo. As a detective, his life was once fulfilling. But today, a twisted killer took away the two people he loved most. Even surrounded by police, he remained calm and unafraid. Seeing the bodies of his only loved ones lying cold on the floor, along with the blood-stained family photo, Do-seok's heart felt as if it had been torn apart. Overcome with pain and rage, he unconsciously clenched his fist as his colleagues tried to console him. But all emotions inside Do-ok seemed dead, replaced only by despair, rage, and hatred for Kim Shin. Do-ok clenched his teeth, and tears streamed down his face. An eye for an eye. Ignoring his colleagues' pleas, Do-ok now seeks only to kill the wretched Kim Shin. His colleagues tried to stop him from going down a path to prison, but Do-ok was a veteran officer with extraordinary talent and strength. Therefore, he alone is strong enough to take on the entire police force, weapons and all. The brawl continues until the chief's gunshot rings out. The police chief was a close friend of Do-oh's family, which is why he didn't want Do-ok to make a mistake out of anger. The police chief pointed his gun at Do-ok, begging him to stop, but for Do-ok, the family he loved was already gone. Having lost everything, Do-ok has nothing left to fear. If accepting that man's crimes is what makes me human, then I don't want to be. Do-ok continued toward Kim Shin, leaving the police chief no choice but to fire a warning shot. He wept and desperately begged Do-seok to stop, but rage and hatred had clouded Do-seok's mind. As he lunged to grab the monster, the police chief reluctantly shot Do-ok in the leg to stop him from committing a crime. Do-ok collapsed, but continued to crawl towards the killer in desperation. After Kim Shin's arrest, his identity was immediately broadcast nationwide. Why didn't anyone act? His targets were families with children, and he's known to have killed over 28 people. At Central Police Station, reporters and citizens swarmed the area, but faced with their questions, Kim Shin simply gave an incomprehensible reply. "Families should be together," he said, leaving everyone stunned and confused by the words of this madman. The families and loved ones of Kim Shin's victims were outraged by his flippant attitude, weeping and wailing in despair, but Kim Shin seemed pleased by the sight. Kim Shin then cooperated with the police to reenact the crime scene, revealing that the mother and son were asleep in each other's arms before he broke in. Awakened by the noise, the mother groggily thought her husband was home, but turning, she saw not him, but the infamous killer, Kim Shin. Kim Shin silenced the mother, threatening to kill her son if she screamed. To protect her child, she had no choice but to obey. Then he locked the child in the bathroom and began his depraved acts, asking the mother for her son's favorite song and forcing her to sing it. He promised to spare the boy if she finished the song. Back at the reenactment, Kim Shin sang the song the mother sang as he recounted his crimes. He pinned the mother down, tied her hands, and slit her wrists. All the while, she tried to finish the song he demanded. But in the end, she couldn't resist and passed away before the song was over. And so, the son's fate followed that of his mother. As for Do-ok, after being treated and leaving the hospital, the pain and despair of losing his family still haunted him. Do-ok swore that even if he had to sell his soul to the devil, he would make that sick murderer pay 1,000 times over for this pain and loss. Everyone knows that the law in Korea is the most incomprehensible thing in the world. A pervert who harmed a 6-year-old only gets 12 years in prison, so Kim Shin here is no different. Although sentenced to death, South Korea hasn't carried out a death sentence in 15 years, so Kim Shin only received a life sentence. This enraged the public and the victims' families, including a boy named Joe, a special child whose once happy family was destroyed by that very same monster, Shin, plunging his life into darkness. The police chief, feeling sorry for him, kindly adopted him, but after Kim Shin's sentence was officially announced, Jeo-ho's personality changed completely. He became colder and more reserved, yet stubborn, and pulled pranks that forced the police chief to apologize at his school. But Jeo-ho's antics were reserved only for those who were rude or bullied others. The teacher said Jeo-ho has been in 4 fights with classmates so far, and even if those kids are wrong, he needs to report it to the teacher. But when the police chief asked why, Joe simply said that reporting them to the teacher would only result in a scolding. Those who do bad things need to be punished properly so they don't do it again. The chief was speechless at Joe's words and frighteningly serious expression. He took his hand, trying to persuade him about humanity, justice, and forgiveness. The police chief embraced Joe, hoping he wouldn't become a ruthless killer. Joe agrees to appease the chief, but some people are just inherently evil and beyond redemption. because in his eyes the world was full of trash that no one would clean up. So he had to take matters into his own hands. As for the fat guy who bullies old people and records it for fun, Joe secretly puts a rock in his chicken, causing him to bite down and bleed. Or those thugs extorting money from others, Joe punishes them by dropping bricks on their heads from above. In Joe's eyes, trash is everywhere he looks. No matter how much he acts as heaven's agent, the world still lets them exist. This time, his targets are perverts who drug women for their own pleasure. Joe secretly cuts the gas line in their house and quickly leaves. When the scum returned and lit their cigarettes, an explosion engulfed the house in flames. The blaze drew a crowd, and though some seemed concerned for the two young men inside, they could only stand by and whisper. But this mustached man seemed to react differently than everyone else, watching the fire and laughing gleefully, even encouraging it to grow bigger. The crowd was outraged by the strange man's behavior and began to criticize him, but he ignored them and turned to Jiho, remarking on how funny it was to play with fire. Duducio taunts, "What's with the surprised look?" With that, he turned his gaze to Jiho's left breast, where his name tag was clearly visible. Duducio emphasized each word, Chapter 3, Sanjay, as he shrugged with a cold, disdainful look. Just some random jerk, I guess. Meanwhile, the crowd starts to panic. "The fire truck is here, over here." Screams echoed through the air. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There are still people inside." Flashback to a few years prior, Daiho's father repeatedly muttered, "Just one more step and your mother's smile." He continued to whisper into the void. 2 more steps and father's smile. A moment later, Daiho's father burst into tears, always filled with laughter when he saw the child, while gently stroking Joe's hair. He suddenly bursts into tears, his voice gradually fading. "So jealous," Shin mutters, twirling the knife. "Your father really—" He looks up at him with malice, saying, "Makes me think your dad really loved you." Despite Jiho's fear, Shin continues to caress him. How enviable. Just then, Joe awoke from his nightmare, sobbing in his familiar bed. Hearing the commotion, Tu quickly leaned down. "You were talking in your sleep a lot. Another nightmare?" Jiho nodded, his eyes still brimming with tears. "That's right." He took the small roll of paper she offered with a teasing remark and wiped his face. "Your face is covered in sweat and tears." Jiho quickly takes it. "Thank you." His laughter seemed to ease the tension in the air. "I'm so hungry after crying." Hearing this, Teo urged them to go eat. Joe had lived in the orphanage for 10 years after losing his father, as a newscaster's voice echoed over the music. The forecast calls for a hot, sunny day with a high of 27 degrees Celsius. In the dining hall, a warm, chaotic scene unfolds, filled with the sounds of children. Tu arrives and playfully scolds. "Greedy much. Can you even finish all that?" Trangdong confidently replies, "Of course I can finish it all." The director immediately chides him. "Trangdong, there's more, don't be selfish." Meanwhile, Daiho gently coaxes Room. "Come on, Dun, sit on my lap and eat." The little one cries out, reaching for the meat with tiny hands, but Tu stops them with a stern warning, "No eating with your hands." Seeing this, Trangdong made a disgusted face, pointing out Yao's perpetually wet hands touching the cold cuts, as the boy next to him whined, "So dirty." Just then, Tu casually teased, "How can someone older than Diyun still be pooping their pants?" Diho quickly chimed in. "You two still in elementary school?" Trangdong retorted, standing up. "I cleaned it up, didn't I?" He feigns anger, but it's clear he's also boasting. "I cleaned it up, okay?" "Huh. How many times have I had to wash your blankets for you?" The director chimes in, "I used to wash your blankets too, you know?" He turned to his father, disgruntled. "Why would you embarrass me in front of the kids like that?" The director emphasized each word, as if taking credit for a lifetime of work, saying he'd washed enough of Tu's clothes to cover all of South Korea. Later, he turned his gentle gaze to the children. "How is school these days? Anything interesting happening?" Tu quickly replied, "It's my last year of high school, so I'm just burying my head in my studies." Diho glanced sideways, a teasing smirk on his face. "You burying your face in your studies?" He smirked, but didn't forget to scoff. "Shut up," Tu suddenly blurted out. "That's right." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Remember when some of our classmates' houses burned down?" "Du Yang from class 6, he replied absently, not looking back. "Really? I didn't know that." I reminded him helplessly to be a little more considerate. "I heard he and his friend were hospitalized with severe burns all over their bodies." The director looked somber. "Full body burns, and he's only 19 years old? How tragic. God must have a great trial in store for them." He turned his gaze to the crucifix. "Let us pray for them." Everyone in the room bowed their heads, hands clasped tightly together, praying to the Lord above. "Have mercy on the children's unfortunate friends at school. May they recover quickly." The soft sounds that echoed would forever be filled with happiness and peace. Joe also bowed his head in prayer. He mumbled under his breath, "Amen." The morning prayer passes uneventfully, and the director smiles warmly, telling them to enjoy their meal. Joe and Theo nod their thanks for the meal when suddenly the background music shifts, and a female reporter urgently delivers the news. Next up, a name we can't forget, Kim Shin. Hearing this, his pupils began to twitch as the voice continued, steady as a knife to his mind. 10 years ago, Kim Shin terrorized the nation by targeting families with young children, killing 28 people. Joe's eyes were glued to the TV. The reporter continued, adding that prison life had made him repentant. An interview with an informant who shared a cell with Kim Shin and was released. Just then, the TV screen suddenly went blank. Theo gripped the remote tightly, annoyed. Did these TV guys have nothing better to talk about? Losing my appetite. Noticing the unusual expression on his face, the director asks with concern, "Are you all right, Jiho?" He looks up, his expression perfectly calm. "Yes, I'm fine." Jiho smiles as if nothing happened. "I forgive everything." Cut to a neighborhood where neon signs glitter as Mr. Igzy abruptly reaches out his hand and speaks aggressively. "Give it to me." A smaller student tremblingly hands over the pack of cigarettes. "Is this it?" He takes the drugs and smiles with satisfaction. "Do kids like you even smoke?" "Probably not, huh?" The student hangs his head, silent, and the man pats his shoulder in satisfaction. "Right, maybe I should just quit?" Then he suddenly put his arm around the student's shoulder, saying he'd record a video, send it to his parents, and tell them he was using drugs, just like he suggested. He hesitated for a moment. "That's a bit much." Seeing that, Zong glared at him. "What's wrong? You don't like it?" Under his malicious gaze, the frightened boy lowered his head, stammering, No. He smirks again, saying, "That's right. Why don't you tell your parents you love them while you're at it?" Immediately after, Seong excitedly gives direction. "Look into the camera and let's begin." Meanwhile, Joe quietly recorded everything as the student mumbled, "Mom, I'm sorry for smoking. I promise I won't do it again." With a blush, Ho continued, I love you, Mom." Hearing this, Mr. X raised his voice, reminding him to say he loved his dad too. At first, everyone thought Zio was a school bully, but the more you watch, the more you see how warm and kind he is, a true tsundere that everyone loves. A moment later, Zio smiles with satisfaction. And with today's mission complete, I, Paran, will continue to strive for the future of the next generation. He strikes his signature pose and winks at the camera. And don't forget to subscribe to Paran's channel. The kids chime in. Yes, turn on notifications to see the videos first. The group shouts in unison, "See you next time." After the broadcast, X angrily smacked the student's head, saying, "You idiot, our views are down lately, you need to pay more attention." He repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "I'm sorry." Immediately after, he slapped the boy hard across the face, saying, "Why don't you slap yourself in front of the camera? My plan was perfect and you cut it out." Still, he kept bowing. "I'm sorry, but your car kept hitting the stupid kid." "What did I say when I chose you to work with me?" He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. "If the views drop any further, you're done for. You think I'm soft so you can mess around?" Back then, 23-year-old Zhang was a bully, and he showed no mercy as he delivered a devastating slap to the man's face. Ziyong approached him, yelling, "What's it to you if we drink and smoke, you crazy bastard?" His friend chimed in. "That old man's got guts." Faced with Ziyong's aggression, he fearfully covers his face. "No, you shouldn't drink in front of the convenience store like that. I just wanted to give you a friendly reminder." The wife shouted worriedly from behind. "Honey!" she roared furiously, tears welling up in her eyes. "Stop it. I've already called the police. How dare you act like this?" The child incessantly calls for his father, and upon hearing this, the CEO wears a provocative expression. "You bitch, you think I'm scared?" The child cried out. "Dad!" And the wife threatened, "The police will be here soon." The chairman almost laughs at her words. "The police?" He clenched his fist and swung. "What about the police?" "Well, I'm not afraid." Immediately after, Zio Eon throws a punch at the man. Before his might, the man fell backward, his head striking the ground with a sickening thud. Seeing this, the man's wife screamed in anguish while the onlookers were ecstatic, shouting, "Great punch! One hit and he's down!" On the ground, the man's body convulsed. Seeing this, Ziyong sneered, "This bastard's foaming at the mouth. This guy's weak." A Parang student assaults a 30-year-old man, turning him into a vegetable. But he doesn't stop there, squatting down on the man. Ziyong sneered, "Hey, old man, wise up a little." He raised his fist again, taunting, "Go on, bark back if you can." Moments later, the student continued to pummel the man's face as his wife desperately knelt down. Please, have mercy on us. Stop, I beg you. The child in the back cried out, Dad, as one of them suddenly warned, Hey, the cops are here, you better stop. But the violence didn't stop Seong. He smirked, saying, Don't mess with me. Come on, I'll take you all on. Because he was a minor, the only punishment Pon received was 2 years in prison. Even in prison, Seon didn't lose his sharp tongue, angrily cursing, You son of a bitch. Faced with taking a life, Seon only sighed in boredom, remarking on the darkness of the victim's mouth. And after his release, he started a YouTube channel about his life in prison. During the broadcast, he put on an excited face, saying, Brothers, today I'll start telling you about life in prison. You probably don't know about prison life, but wherever there are people, there is love. Seong began to make strange gestures, laced with sarcasm. I quite like those gays stumbling around with their holes. Seong couldn't help but feel a little smug, looking at the comments below. Why so serious, everyone? See, love is a beautiful thing, isn't it? He then turned around to introduce himself. As for me, tell me everything you want to talk about. I'm Paran. I'm here to listen to everything. Paran TV, with 426,000 subscribers and 728 videos, saw its subscriber count skyrocket thanks to his crude language. Back in reality, Seong continues his thuggish behavior, patting the student's cheek and saying, Try to do better. The student nods frantically. Yes, I'll try my best. He turned to leave, not forgetting to hurl one last insult, a bunch of morons. Even so, the student bowed respectfully. Safe travels, sir. Greetings, boss. Meanwhile, Gio, having observed the whole situation, quietly muttered, Trash. Later, Gio quietly strolled down an empty street while Seo-eon stared at his phone screen, disgruntled, thinking about those privacy-invading vultures who turn ordinary people into vegetables. On the screen, a video of a brazen and reprehensible YouTuber plays. He can't help but curse. You don't dare say it to my face, so you stab me in the back like this? Later, Seon smiled proudly. North Seon is much calmer now, or you guys would be dead. It was then that he noticed a scratch on his car. What's this? He shines a flashlight on the car, cursing under his breath. You son of a bitch, who did this? Seon gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, you dogs. Damn it, if I ever catch you, you're dead. A moment later, he was trembling all over. What do you think you're doing? Gio raises the hammer, aiming for Zong's head. Taking advantage of his distraction, Zeoang lunged forward, immediately restraining Gio in a tight embrace. Gio's hammer falls as Gio tightens his grip around his neck. Another dog with a death wish, he said, tightening his grip. Trying to hit me with a hammer? Diho frowned below. Not strong enough. Xiong smiles at his small hand. Is that all you've got? Sion then slowly raised his fist. He followed up with a powerful punch to Jiho's face, teaching him a lesson. This is how it's done. He continues to throw punches, shouting, You dare sucker punch me, you dog! No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Sion continued to beat Jiho's face, cursing him like a madman. He seemed to shrink before Zong's massive form, whose hands continued to strike Zhou, his fingers stained with Zhou's blood. At this point, Jiho was nearly unconscious, struggling to keep his eyes open. But just as Zhou's consciousness began to return, Zong suddenly screamed. What's this? Zhou barely hears his enraged voice, screaming to let him go. Meanwhile, Zio was grabbed by the neck and lifted high into the air, struggling wildly as he shouted, You dog, let me go! Just then, Do Hyuk suddenly appeared, his opponent outweighing him by over 100 pounds. He recalled the lesson. No matter how strong the blow, it's useless if it doesn't hit a weak point. Meanwhile, Zion begs him to take it easy, but Duduk uses his weakness against him to escape the crisis. The pain shot to Zong's brain, and he screamed in agony, You son of a bitch! Despite Zong's cries of pain, he focuses on the instructions, then counters by targeting his opponent's weakness. A flawless technique. Duok tightens his grip on his neck, enthusiastically reminding him to strangle him. No matter how big the opponent, if the carotid artery is blocked, he will lose all strength in 3 seconds and become unconscious. Just as Du Seo had said, Zong completely lost consciousness after only 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Zhou listened intently to his every instruction. Duo's voice continues to narrate, but it's not over yet. His hands return to Seo's neck, ready to tighten the grip, exhausting and stiffening his opponent's body. At this moment, Seo's body trembled violently, then went still as Duo maintained his icy grip around his neck. If this continues, the opponent will suffocate and die, 100%. Zhou can't take his eyes off Duke's movements. Even as he hesitated, the old man continued his lesson. Young or old, man or woman. Zhou's eyes widened with each of Duke's words. Even the elderly must die, There are no exceptions. It was then that he remembered his murdered father, and Duo's words echoed in his mind from when he was a child, even if it's a monster. Meanwhile, Shin smiles at Jae-ho, who returns to reality, gritting his teeth and declaring that Shin will surely die. Joe's eyes widened in disbelief as Song lost all ability to resist. Seeing him fade, Ji-ho desperately shoves him off, sending Zion crashing to the ground. Ji-ho desperately performed CPR on him, leaving the old man dumbfounded by his strange actions. "What are you doing?" Ji-ho frantically began chest compressions. A sound escapes his lips. He must not be killed. Moments later, thanks to Ji-ho's aid, Zong miraculously awakens. Seeing him awake, Ji-ho muttered, "Killing him wouldn't mean anything." Joe hissed through his teeth, saying that this scum had to slowly feel the pain of all his victims. His grip tightened on the hammer until his knuckles cracked. Jae-ho stares coldly at Sion, lamenting the permanent loss of his limbs, his voice heavy with hatred, yet his eyes remain chillingly controlled. He will die in utter torment for the sins he has committed. With those words, he raised the hammer high. With each strike of the hammer, Duzuk smiled with pride as the sky turned a deep black. Thanthoy pulled out a cigarette, and in the silence, Du-Du-Shuk offered him the pack. "Care for a smoke?" Jae-ho refused, looking at him warily. "Who are you?" Doc glances at him and slowly replies, "Someone in the same boat who wants to help you." As if the words were a joke, he coldly retorted, "I can handle things myself, so I don't need your help." At this, he sighed, his eyes mocking. "It's a miracle someone as weak as you has made it this far." Suddenly, Duok's hoarse voice echoed in Jae-ho's ear. "At this rate, you'll be joining your father soon enough." Those words were like a knife to Ji-ho's heart, and he angrily grabbed the man's neck. "Who are you?" Joe spat out each word. "What do you know about me?" Unlike Ji-ho, Duok remained calm. "Me?" He looked Ji-ho in the eye, his voice stern. "I was once a detective tracking down Kim Shin, and a man who lost his wife and son to him." Hearing this, Ji-ho was stunned. Before he could recover, Duke grabbed his hand, promising to help him become stronger. Immediately, he slams Ji-ho to the ground. Duke frowns, wondering how someone so weak could be a hero. "There will be many days like today, so you need to become stronger." Ji-ho gritted his teeth at the insult and broke free from Duke's grasp. Joe looks up at him. "I never wanted to be a hero." At this point, he couldn't help but speak harshly. "If you're so all-powerful, then go act alone. I have my own way." Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, Duke Dusok played his last card. "If you join us, you can kill Kim Shin." Joe is stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise and doubt. In that moment, he declared that those who turn themselves into arrows live for one purpose, to make Kim Shin writhe in agony. Hearing this, he repeated Duke's words in confusion. He silently extended his hand toward Ji. Yes, the arrow that would pierce Kim Shin. At that moment, Dudok made a serious offer. "Become our arrow." He looked him in the eye, each word a weight, creating undeniable pressure. "Go to prison and kill Kim Shin while you're there." But just then, Sarah's voice pulled Ji-ho back to reality. "Who was it? Who did this to you?" His voice lowered as if to hide something. "No, I was just careless and fell down the stairs." Her eyes scanned Joe's injuries. "Just how did you fall down the stairs to end up like this?" Seeing that Zia didn't believe him, he continued to explain. "Really? I fell and my face just slammed into the stairs." Tu looked suspicious as well, saying even a deliberate fall couldn't cause such injuries. Despite Joe's denials, Z concluded, "Someone hit you, didn't they?" He quickly shook his head. "No way." She pressed, "Tell me who did it, and I'll give them a piece of my mind. Got it?" He chuckled, teasing her. "Zia's so fierce," and Tu chimed in. "Who could you possibly beat up with those paper-thin hands? You're just pretending to be angry, Zhu. Do you want to try me?" After a moment, she regains her composure. "You guys should pick up a hobby or something. You can't just bury yourselves in your studies." Tu simply smiles it off. "Is that so?" Hearing that, he immediately retorted, "I practice hard too, so why are my grades so bad?" Suddenly, she punches him in the gut. "You're pretty brave today, too." Joe couldn't help but laugh. He got punched again. Her tone suddenly softened. "What are you guys doing tonight?" He was lost in thought, while Teo clutched his stomach below, groaning, "I can't breathe." After a moment's thought, Joe tersely replies, "I don't know either." He suddenly looks down at his phone, while Tu continues to whine, "My teeth, they ache all over." On the screen, a message appears. "If you're interested in becoming an arrow, come to the place I mentioned. I'll be waiting." As Joe ponders this, A suddenly speaks up. Mom wants me to watch the store for her. Want to join me? Without hesitation, Teo replies, "That's a sweet part-time gig. Take me with you, I'm starving." She scoffs at him, wondering what he could possibly do. As they were talking, Joe suddenly mumbled, scratching his head sheepishly, "I just remembered I have to meet Trang Su today, so sorry." "You two go together." Zae tilted her head. "Isn't Jiang Shu your friend from elementary school?" T retorted, "What do you take us for?" Hearing this, he teased, "Are you jealous?" He immediately laughed in response. "No way, you're so obvious, I know you too well." Z's parents run a convenience store near their orphanage. Inside, she constantly reminds him to check IDs when people buy alcohol and cigarettes, to which Tess replies with dissatisfaction. "I know, you don't need to tell me twice." Sia retorted, "I've lost faith in your judgment. That's why I have to remind you." And so, Gio, Tez, and Zia have been as close as siblings since they were young. Suddenly, she points towards the glass door. "Gio's here. Quick, take a look. He's been hanging around Trangshu a lot lately, hasn't he?" Inside, Zae's mouth moved, and the corners of her eyes curved down in an unusual way. Za and T simultaneously flipped him off with ugly looks on their faces. Gio just smiled back. "What did you say? How did you two get so in sync?" He laughed alone, then slowly faded away. Joe silently turned around, his lips pressed tightly together, and began walking alone through the deserted streets, eventually arriving at a desolate mountain region. He carries a flashlight as he walks, and soon Joe is panting with exhaustion. Suddenly, his father's familiar voice echoed once more. "One more step and you'll find Mother's smile. 2 more and you'll find Father's." Jay looks at him, bewildered. "Father, is this what you wanted?" On the other side, his father stood hidden behind a tree, muttering to himself, his face lighting up with laughter at the mere sight of his child. Yet Jay chose to pass him by. He suddenly steps on a sign that reads, "Military Zone. No trespassing or unauthorized photography allowed." 508th Division. Joe shines his flashlight forward. "Is this the place?" He approached cautiously. "Even though I'm here to discuss Kim Shin's murder, I can't let my guard down. He knows everything I've done." As Jiho hesitated, a light suddenly shone on him. Dwight stares intently at Jiho. "So you managed to find your way here?" The corners of his mouth unconsciously curved upward. "Thank you for coming." "Jiho, come on in." Doc carefully presses the switch next to the door. Inside, it resembled a basement, yet it was well lit. He spoke, his voice even. "This is where you'll become stronger." Jiho then noticed a newspaper on the wall reporting that 3 police officers chasing Kim Shin were killed by him, and the killer is on the run. He curiously looked around, wondering what this place used to be. Dushik casually replied, "A training camp." After a moment of silence, he continued, "I knew of this place when I was in the military. They overlooked it during the relocation, so feel free to use it." Joe frowned in disbelief. First a detective and now a soldier? Dusick mumbled in response, as a younger Joe stood before a map. "I used to be a special agent." Hearing this, he gets straight to the point. "So, what do I need to do to kill that Kim Shin who's sitting pretty in prison?" Before he could question further, he gave a short, powerful answer. Dwight stared into Jihyo's eyes and survived the evil. At this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Before Jae-ho could finish, he was met with a swift punch to the neck. Despite Jihyo's pained moans, Du-seok coldly continued. "Kim Shin isn't just a murderer, but a monster who killed 3 skilled investigators with his bare hands." He moved closer, tightening his grip, his voice low but sharp as a knife. "A weak arrow only reveals the bow's position, so I need to make you, the arrow, stronger than ever." He was practically breathless, but Du-seok mercilessly tightened his grip. He emphasized each word, making it clear that death was the only fate awaiting him. A cold glint flashed in Duke's eyes. "Remember this, our relationship is nothing more than a tool for revenge." Below, Joe foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolling back to show only the whites. While still conscious, he frantically searched his pockets as Joe pulled out a knife and slashed at him. Seeing his resistance, Dweck was amused. "I commend your vigilance." His tone suddenly shifts. "But relying on knives like this?" Dweck glares at Jiho, saying he could never kill Kim Shin. Meanwhile, screams echo through the prison. The prisoners trembled, clutching their makeshift paper knives as the terrified crowd dared not approach, one of them muttering fearfully, "Boss, stop! Please stop, you bastard!" Just then, Shin suddenly swung the sharp needle, and a man clutched his face as blood poured from his eyes. His eyes. Seeing this, the subordinates grew anxious. "Boss, he's signaling." "Oh, quiet down," he screamed in terror. "Listen to this kid and back off now." He suddenly smirked, a knowing glint in his eyes. Breaking into someone's room in the middle of the night to kill them. Shouldn't we stop this? The group stammered, begging for mercy. Kim-shin, we were wrong. We'll never bother you again. He opened his mouth wide and lunged at the man, tearing at his ear. The man clutched his ear, wailing in agony as the others rushed forward. This madman, he smirks wickedly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I won't kill you. His eyes narrowed like a predator, his voice turning cruel. I'll just break everything in half. Legs, arms, eyes, you have 2 of each, so losing half shouldn't be a problem, right? As the man groaned, he quickly grabbed his hand, Shin angrily threatening him. How annoying. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll kill you. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from across the room. Kim-shin, get your filthy hands off him and come play with me. His men, seeing him, immediately knelt. Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't know Kim-shin was here. The speaker enters, his voice a low growl of anger. I've done all the dirty deeds and lived like a beast. The big man cracked his knuckles, but seeing what you're doing to him, he glared at Shin. I can't just stand by. The large man raised his voice. I find it laughable that I'm now compelled to uphold justice. He just scoffed. Oh, really? Spare me the sarcasm. I hear that kind of talk all the time. Before he could speak, the large man suddenly punched him in the face, following up with a relentless barrage of blows. He's dead because of Kim-shin. Meanwhile, Duke uses his bare hand to approach the knife's edge. Suddenly, he seizes Jiho's hand, and Duke slams him against the opposite wall. Not forgetting, he twists Jiho's arm to the side while Duke clenches his fist below. It was then that Sarayun delivered a crushing blow to his stomach. Jiho clutched his body, collapsing to his knees in agony. Duok coldly watches Jiho, warning him not to rely too much on weapons as they're like a kindergartner with a knife to those much stronger. At the same time, he can't help but gag. Despite that, the elder remained stern, saying, This hero act is over. You're not strong enough. Be reborn. Jiho looked up, his voice hoarse as Kim exhaled heavily. Just how strong is that bastard? Is he even stronger than you? Faced with the unexpected question, Du Seok fell silent before suddenly mentioning an incident. I once saw CCTV footage of Kim-shin killing 3 investigators with his bare hands. Du Seok easily recalled every moment. Breaking bones was as easy as snapping chopsticks for him. At the same time, Shin crushed the large man's neck with his bare hands, breaking his arm. The man screamed in agony, and Shin immediately used both hands to force his mouth open. Meanwhile, Doc continued his onslaught, tearing through muscle like bread. Shin smiled knowingly. Thought you wanted to be a messenger of justice, huh? With that, he widened the man's mouth even further, adding a little more pleasure. The subordinates then shouted angrily, Boss! Immediately after, the knife-wielding thugs charged, You dog! We'll fight you to the death! That bastard doesn't have a knife. Charge. Duke-soo spoke in a low voice. That strength and speed were inhuman, a truly primal battle. As the fat man charged, Shin nimbly dodged. He paused, his eyes coldly scanning them before a faint laugh escaped his lips. I don't have a knife, you say? No sooner were the words out than Jin punched the fat man in the face. He casually stomped on his opponent's shoulder, and then Shin gleefully charged towards the remaining foe, delivering a brutal blow to the man's head. Shin's laughter was like a death knell. I don't need a knife to kill you. Then he looked around with crazed eyes. Because I only use it to cut things and make them more beautiful. Shin approaches slowly. Like a predator savoring its game, a piercing scream echoes. No, don't come here, get away, monster. But it was too late. He excitedly swung his hand, only to see Shin strike the prisoner in the stomach. He smirked, his voice laced with nostalgia and madness. Back when I was a kid, some brats used to call me that. Shin looks up at the prisoner and whispers, Now I have 6 fingers and 6 belly buttons. Meanwhile, Duke's voice seemed to choke as he realized he didn't need a knife, because his hand could pierce a person's stomach. In the blink of an eye, the prisoners were sprawled out on the ground. Meanwhile, Dongman laughed in admiration, finding the performance truly spectacular. He smiled with delight, as if witnessing the most beautiful massacre, and burst into laughter, a wild, untamed sound. He was truly enjoying himself. Meanwhile, Di-jiang entered from outside, followed by a string of subordinates. Di-jiang muttered in dissatisfaction, Damn it, we're here to clean up bodies again. He continued to curse. The boss is addicted to that psycho. A killer like him doesn't give a damn about gangsters, and just then, the bodies were dragged out one by one. The prisoners diligently scrub away the bloodstains as Di-jiang anxiously turns to Dongman. Call me if a fight breaks out, okay? It's dangerous to be around that sicko Kim. He gently placed his hand on Dongman's shoulder. In a place this small, it's better to get along than to fight. Don't get too jealous, just do your job. Hearing this, Dijiang's face twisted in annoyance. Jealousy? No, she was just worried about him. Meanwhile, Shin chuckled, the sound reaching his ears. Dijiang immediately snapped, his dissatisfaction clear in every word. What's your problem? What are you laughing at? He smirked. Worrying won't help anyway. Hearing this, he couldn't help but grab Shin by the collar. You bastard, what did you say? Say it again, do you want to die? You think you can kill me? Oh, I'm so scared. Immediately after, Shin grips Diran's wrist tightly. The pain made him tremble uncontrollably, and sensing the conflict, Dongman stepped in to mediate. Now, he smiled gently. Family members should get along. Dongman suddenly paused. He'd forgotten about the photos that were sent last weekend. He simply produced a thin envelope. As Duok stated emotionlessly, as far as I know, no one can defeat him in a one-on-one fight. He looked at Gio sternly. That's why people like us gathered and made a plan. A plan to kill that demon, codenamed Ballot. Duke declares, You're not alone, kid. We all share the desire to deliver death to that bastard. His eyes flickered with doubt. So I need to become stronger? All right, then help me get stronger as soon as possible. Instantly, his foot shot out, delivering a powerful kick aimed straight at Gio Duok. He warned that the fastest way to grow stronger was to put his life in danger. In a real fight, even the slightest mistake can mean death. Seeing Jiho unconscious on the ground, he sighs, ending today's training. The next morning, his leg trembled slightly as sunlight streamed onto Gio's face, causing him to squint. He groaned as he forced his eyes open. Gio's eyes suddenly land on a corner of the ceiling. Glow-in-the-dark stars? He looks around, confused as to where he is. In the corner, an old toy box sits beneath a family photo of 3 smiling faces. A family portrait. Looking at the expressions in the photo, he couldn't help but think, so, he used to have expressions like that? A moment later, Joe cautiously opened the door. He hesitantly stepped outside, surrounded by plastic waste and a foul odor that made Ji-ho grimace. It stinks. He looked at the garbage in disgust, only that room was neat and tidy, while the outside was like a pigsty. In that moment, Joe could only lament how long it had been since this place was cleaned. As he walked, he accidentally stepped on something. Joe picked up the postcard, addressed from Kim Shin to Kim Do-seok. He held the letter, his fingers tracing the slanted handwriting as he sank into thought. The messy handwriting inside seemed to whisper a message to a beloved father. Dad, how have you been? I've been here for 10 years now. You must have changed a lot during that time, Dad. Even so, I'm sure I'd recognize you right away. I'm doing well and I've been exercising. At this, Yi-ho paused, his face almost frozen. Father? It was then that Do-seok suddenly appeared, asking if he was awake. Driven by curiosity, he cried out, What is your relationship with Shin Kim? Why did he call him father? He immediately snatched the letter from Jae-ho's hand. Do-sik loses control and tears the postcard apart, calling it nonsense and dismissing it. He's losing his cool as well, as the letter clearly says, Father. Explain to me why he would call him that. The small pieces of paper slowly fall. Seeing this, Joe became even more enraged, asking what their relationship was. What was their relationship? He screamed, completely losing control. I don't know anything. Dexion stumbles back, clutching his head with trembling hands. I don't know. A sudden rage flared within him. Why did that bastard call me father? Why me? Over here. Ye grinds his wrist, disgusted by the pervert's depravity. He muttered in disbelief, why did he request photos of the baby's father every week after he killed him? The subordinate replied with dissatisfaction. Who knows what goes on in the minds of madmen? For now, he cherishes the photos of Duok. He chuckled to himself. So father is still alone? Your father must be so sad. Back to Do-seok, he spoke as if he couldn't control his words. 15 years ago, I met Kim Shin and his mother, Do-seok's voice laced with regret and pain. I think about it every day. If I hadn't met them in the park that day, none of this would have happened. Back to 15 years ago, the scene focuses on a cluster of trees as D sighs, lamenting how boring it is to hide like this. He bit down on his cigarette, annoyed. When would that dark-haired bastard show up? Maybe he's already run off. It's Tuesday already. I wonder how long we have to wait like this. A voice suddenly called out. Honey, are we meeting here? Do-seok seemed stunned by the voice. Jin-suk smiles brightly, saying, We're destined for each other, aren't we? His brow furrows, confusion washing over his face. Who is this woman? The man behind him suddenly teased, Are you her lover? Hearing that, Do-seok snapped, Hey, do you want to die? Ignoring his words, she continued to play her part. But Jinseo, I'm your love. Oh, Jinseok, we're deeply in love. Duseok frowned, trying to keep his cool. Ma'am, we're the police, so watch what you say or you'll be arrested. She suddenly whispered, Come here. His teammate teased, Are you sure he's not yours, Jinseok? Meanwhile, Jinseok desperately tried to hold someone back. Say hello to your father, she says with a happy smile. Honey, this is our son, Kim. Shock washes over his face, quickly turning to rage. What kind of trick are you trying to pull with this kid? Are you crazy? Jinseok was frightened by Dudu Seok's expression. Calm down. Don't raise your voice like that. At this point, he was nearly out of control, grinding out, How could that be my son? Sunbae, his teammate, quickly interjected. You're getting too worked up, she whispered. I have my reasons. Duseok froze, his eyes filled with suspicion. What? What proof is there? Jinseok lowered his head, his mouth moving incessantly. An and Yunhao and Sin are the result of our love. Immediately, she produced a crumpled paper bag, which Jin hesitantly presented to him. See for yourself. Duke stares at her, his face frozen. She simply laughed and shook the bag. Our love tokens. It's all here, Giant taunts Doduck with the bag. It's all in here. She smiles with a hint of madness. Our love's mementos, Jinseok urged as she saw Director Tran. Why don't you open it and see? Duseok frowned, looking displeased. What is this? Are you crazy? After hesitating, he snatched it from her hands, ignoring Duseok's words, his eyes shining like a child's. I've kept it safe, waiting for the day I could meet you. Don't you remember me? And our memories, too. Trying to remain calm, he glanced into the box. It was Dushik's finger that touched the first thing in the box. Just a piece of junk mail. A nearby colleague sighed and shook his head. This woman is crazy. While the other threatened, Lady, we're really police officers. Keep this up and you'll be in big trouble. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it was nothing. Suddenly Jin rushes in, asking, What's wrong, darling? You're calling them memories? What memories? She desperately clung to Do Soo-hyuk, lamenting, Those are all our precious memories. A colleague rushed over, but despite everyone's efforts, Jinseo wouldn't let go. It's you I love, the love of my life. Oh, Jinseo, it's me. She then cried out in desperation, Why do you pretend you don't know me? You're everything to us, Dushik, growing uncomfortable, angrily shouts. Seriously, what is wrong with this crazy woman? You're taking this way too far. At that moment, Shin suddenly grabs Join's hair, his voice cold and detached. Stop it. Shin looked up at her with cold eyes. Let's go home. Jinseok turned to him, bursting into tears. Jin, I've met your father. Seeing this, he approached her with a cold glare, telling her to stop and leave, saying she was an eyesore. She paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. I suppose it's time we went home. A nearby colleague muttered under his breath, his eyes a mix of annoyance and bewilderment. What is that kid doing with his mother? That kid is really something. They didn't forget to reassure him. Thank you for your hard work, sir. What a chaotic mother and son. Director stood there silently, observing the two from afar before calling out to them. Wait a moment. Dudok sighed softly. It's not right to send you and your mother away like this. He approached, pulled out some money and said, Buy something to eat with your mother. Before that, Dudok reminded him to treat his mother well, looking Kim in the eye. Don't you dare curse at your mother. He quickly took the money from Duke and Kim grinned. Yes, I understand, father. Hearing that, Dudok looked annoyed again. Why does he keep calling me that? What's wrong with your mother and son? A nearby colleague chuckled, unable to hide his excitement. You're too kind, sir. Wouldn't it be better to use that money to buy your junior's coffee? Back in reality, his voice echoed in the old room. That was the first time I met Kim X. He recounted somberly. At the time, I simply thought they were a crazy mother and daughter. As he said this, Dudu Seok's expression gradually changed, like 5 years later when Kim Shin was 20 years old. At this point, Joe interrupts him, saying that he had already started killing, and his first victim was my father. Duok continues, his voice rising, revealing his deep obsession with his own family. He turned to the family photo, consumed by rage. Everyone embraced him, called him Dad, and seeing other families only fueled his murderous intent. He emphasized the gnawing pain. The happier the families, the more he... As a child, Joe eagerly looked up at the sky, spotting an airplane. He excitedly bragged to his father about how close it was. You're the best, Dad. He smiles warmly as he looks at Jaiho. Good thing our little pilot liked it, huh? Meanwhile, he clenches his fist in anger. Just let me kill that Kim Shin. Joe raised his head, determination blazing in his eyes. Just let me kill him and you can do whatever you want. Make me stronger. Seeing his courage, Duseok nodded in agreement. Good. Always keep that in mind. He He sternly reminds him that he is no longer human, but an arrow. A few days later, Gio attends school as usual. Someone suddenly taps him on the shoulder from behind. "What's wrong, Jiho? Where are you sneaking off to all alone?" He suddenly clutches his shoulder and groans, and she looks bewildered. "What's wrong with him?" Sensing the worried looks, Jiho quickly explains. "I was so shocked. I just did some push-ups, so my muscles are sore." Sarah suspiciously frowned. "What kind of sore muscles make you look like that?" He quickly replied, forcing a weak smile. "I just fell." Hearing this, she became even more suspicious. Again. Tu stares at Joe, wondering how he could fall on his face twice. Z also chimed in, asking, "What have you been up to lately?" "No, he keeps denying it. I really did just fall." With that, Joe stared at his phone, eyes sparkling. "I have a date with Zhuangshu, so I'll head out." Hearing this, Tu frowned. "It's that Zhuangshu again? Have you ever even seen him?" She shook her head in response. "No, I haven't." His figure disappears into the distance, leaving her standing there, still suspicious, wondering what Siju has been up to these past few days. Meanwhile, Jae-ho was being mercilessly beaten by the thugs. One of them angrily lunges forward. "What?" The mutt suddenly charged in, barking like a dog, kicking him relentlessly while spewing insults. "Are you high?" The leader flinched at the sound of sirens. "Damn it, someone called the cops, let's go." The group then left him all alone. At that moment, Joe slowly regained consciousness, while Du-jun stepped out with a loudspeaker. Looking at his watch, he notes that Gio fell in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Disappointed, Duke assesses that Gio lost due to a lack of strength and stamina. Duok muses to himself that each 80-kilogram sandbag will help train Gio's strength and stamina. Gio trembled under the weight as he emphasized the importance of a strong stance for balance and proper landing, while Duok sternly ordered him to eat, saying that eating was also a form of training. Without hesitation, he gulped down the entire bowl of porridge. Seeing Ji-ho vomit, he reminded him again, "Force yourself to eat. You need to gain weight to have the strength to face that Kim Shin." Fighting back the nausea, Joe forces himself to swallow it all down. Just then, Duyok suddenly wrapped his arm around his neck and said sternly, "Even when you're eating or taking a dump, never let your guard down." The chief continued, his eyes piercing Joe's very soul. "Always be ready." These training sessions were hell, an endless cycle of exhausting street fights until he passed out, but it was clearly effective. Sometime later, Joe was able to knock out his opponents, but another one charged in. "You son of a bitch, how dare you!" He immediately retaliated with a kick. From that moment on, Jiho realized his body was incredibly light, and he unleashed a furious punch. He pondered, able to feel movement, but just then, a stick struck Jiho's head. The man gritted his teeth, cursing the boy as he raised his club once more. "Who do you think you're hitting? What can you even do on your own?" The stick came down again, aimed at his head, as the man roared, "Where do you think you are?" From behind, a hand grabbed him. Doc smirked coldly. "You guys have worked hard, resorting to weapons because you can't beat a kid." Seeing him, he went even more ballistic. Who are you? You want to die, you bastard?" His scream echoed throughout the hall. Dudu Siok hurled the man's corpse at him, then slowly said, "How long are you planning to lie there?" Duok turned to Jiho, the training not yet over, as his small hand relentlessly punched the tree before him, his mentor's voice echoing, "You knocked down the staff wielder, but he got back up. Make your hands as hard and sharp as weapons." Dusok's words echoed in Jiho's ears. "Defeat your opponent with a single blow." At that moment, his hand continued to strike forward. 4 months later, Gio's fist flew straight into his opponent's face, and he took down each one with his bare hands. At that moment, the man suddenly grabbed Jiho's neck, saying, "Got you." This time, he effortlessly lifted the man and slammed him to the ground, his body sliding across the cold earth. His face contorted in pain as Joe's foot slammed into his face, and the scene shifts to Joe, his face beaded with sweat. Joe carries a heavy sack of rice on his back as he kicks his opponent, but another enemy rushes in with a knife. "You dog, die!" Just as the knife lunged forward, Joe swiftly dodged it. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly punched him in the face. Meanwhile, the tree trunk was showing signs of wear. However, not just one, but a series of trees were being destroyed, and at that moment, a madman grabbed Jiho. The bastard. He throws Jiho over his shoulder. "You're not strong enough to defeat me," the man shouted smugly. "Stop dreaming, you dog." Suddenly, Jiho disappeared, and he frantically turned his head back. The man curses in anger, but before he can finish, Joe unleashes a flurry of blows. At the last moment, Joe's hand shot out, landing a solid punch to the man's face. Duok nods in approval, saying, "That's much better." He smiled faintly, pleased. An arrow had become sharper, enough to pierce through the enemy. In that moment, Gio appeared, tall and muscular, his eyes changed by time. Dwook quickly gave the order, "Let's go." The scene shifts to a bustling neighborhood as Dubil continues to rant, "You bastards, how dare your company ignore me?" He quickly unbuckled his pants as Dubil continued to curse, handling his business. "Damn it, is it just because I have a criminal record? You wretched animals, you think I have nowhere else to work but here?" The voice of 47-year-old target, Ozu Pill, echoes in the earpiece. He brutally murdered a bar employee while drunk, but was released after only 6 years due to mental and physical health issues. A moment later, he wearily returned to his room. "You animals, I'll kill you all." Seeing Jiho, Du Pill shouted in surprise, "You scared me half to death, you mutt." He recoils in fear, asking, Who are you? How did you get in here?" Suddenly he stands and approaches. Dubil couldn't hide his fear. "What? What's going on?" On the other side, Duke continued to give instructions. "Your training in how to fight is over. Now it's time to learn how to kill." Joe stared at him and introduced himself. "I am Hwasat." Duke said coldly, "Remember, this man is a killer, just like Kim Shin." His eyes turned cold, for he too had brutally murdered innocent people. Duke's words echoed in Jiho's ears. He's no longer human. He paused, his voice deepening. "An arrow that hesitates to strike the enemy is a flawed arrow." Duke stared intently at him. "And that arrow will harm its own allies." Meanwhile, Dubil frantically shouts, "Who are you?" His face contorted with rage. "Why are you barging into people's homes like this?" Dubil grabbed Joe by the collar, furious. "You little thief trying to rob me?" He clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. "You thief?" Rubil growled furiously. It was almost over, but suddenly he twisted Rubil's arm backward, the pain causing him to scream in agony. My hand, my hand!" Before he could recover, Joe struck him hard in the neck. Ruby clutched his neck, coughing violently. Looking down, Joe's eyes were colder than ever. "Hurts, doesn't it? But it's nothing compared to the pain of those you murdered." He silently approached the kitchen, as Dubil swiftly grabbed a knife. He roared in anger, "So that's what this is about?" Arbil turns and points the knife at Jiho, asking what more he wants. "I already paid the price when I was thrown in jail. That's why my life is in the toilet now." "You deserve to die." He furiously grabbed the man's wrist. "You truly are no longer human." Without a word, Joe pushed Dubil back. The knife in his hand plunged into the man's left breast, and Dubil squealed like a stuck pig. The pain nearly drove him mad, and he begged for mercy. "Save me. I was wrong, please." But Joe didn't care. He punched Dubu in the face without hesitation, his eyes fixed on him as his hand swung. "Could you ever truly pay for what you've done? Has your life really been turned upside down?" And with that, Joe unleashed a furious barrage of punches on Dubu's right cheek, his eyes burning with resentment, his voice low but heavy as a sharpened blade. How could someone with blood on their hands ever pay enough for what they've done? He paused, then raised his fist again. "Men like you should just die." With those words, Joe unleashed his fury on Dupio. He growled, "You have to die." Joe's hands relentlessly struck, each blow accompanied by the chilling curse, "Die." At this point, Joe had nearly lost control, intent on taking the man's life. Even so, he wasn't satisfied, his mouth relentlessly cursing, "Die, die." Moments later, blood splattered across the room, but Joe showed no signs of stopping, grinding out each word, "Die." At the last moment, Joe smirked and said, "Die." But just then, he froze, his eyes fixed on something. Gio stared intently into the darkness under the bed, and the room fell silent as his face contorted. Joe clenched his fists as if enduring something, silently looking down at Dupil, whose life hung in the balance. Then Jiho quietly left the room. Meanwhile, Director Du furiously slaps him across the face, glaring at Jiho with resentment. Dudok's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Is that not a failure? You can't even kill a man anymore." At this, the director repeatedly slapped him across the right cheek, finally shoving him away in anger, asking how an arrow could lack such resolve. Dudok shook his head, his eyes cold with disappointment. "I misjudged you." His eyes bore down on him, crushing him with contempt. "You're nothing but a defective product." At that moment, Joe's lips barely moved as he blankly stated, "There's a child under the bed." Rewinding a few hours, while Gio was strangling Dubil, he caught sight of a child trembling under the bed. And in that moment, Gio began to regain his senses. At that moment, the child, who looked just like him, stared at Gio the way he looked at Shin. Back in reality, Duke gritted his teeth. "What do you mean?" Immediately, he angrily shouted, "If Kim Shin took a child hostage, would you let him go too?" Jae-ho was silent for a moment, then said with a dry throat, I said I would kill Kim Shin, not that I would become a monster. He muttered under his breath, I can't become like him. Dusok clenched his fist, replying with a trembling voice. No, Dusok says, stepping closer, eyes burning with rage. If you don't force yourself to be like him, you won't be able to do anything. Hearing this, Joe struggled to his feet, realizing he had misjudged him. Immediately after, he turned and walked away. Replace a defective product like me with another arrow. Seeing Jiho's nonchalant surrender, Dusok raged. Is that all you've got? But Moran coldly departs, prompting the old man to curse. Is that all the revenge you desire? You just want to play the righteous hero. In that moment, Jiho muttered to the void, to the child hiding under the bed, emphasizing that he was the same age as the man's son. Meanwhile, a cake sits forlornly on the floor as Shin stares at it in silence. The man across from him looked bewildered. Hey, Kim Shin, wasn't it your birthday last month? Seeing this, his fellow inmate grew anxious. Sorry, he hasn't been here long. After a moment of silence, Shin bowed his head and blew out the candles. He gently cuts the cake, saying it's not for a birthday, but for remembrance. Then Shin coldly confesses it's to remember the children he killed. He continued expressionlessly, like the boy who died in the accident today would have been 15 years old if he were still alive. The man tremblingly accepts the cake, and Shin smiles, wishing him bon appetit. At that moment, Dejiang suddenly cursed the royal son, staring him down without flinching. You always have to do crazy things, don't you? Shin immediately presents a plate of cakes. Dirang, would you like some cake? Dirang immediately refused, disgusted. He simply holds out a paper bag, saying the boss sent this for him. He happily accepts it, saying, thanks. He stares intently, his eyes filled with contempt. You bastard, your face is truly disgusting. At this moment, Shin gives a smile of pure happiness as the scene cuts to a public bathhouse, where everyone stares as if they've seen a strange creature. At the same moment, Dweok forcefully dumps a bucket of water over his head, while Dweok and Jiho sit neatly nearby. He glanced at him, saying that after using a knife to kill someone, take a bath to avoid the smell of blood lingering on you. Listening to Dusu, Jiho scrubbed his body with a bath sponge. Suddenly he fell silent, his lips trembling visibly. Dweok paused, then spoke. Actually, today, his eyes droop, his tone slows. It's the day Dongshu died. Inside the bath, the water flowed steadily as he gently washed his back like a father would. Jiho wears a tormented expression, saying, I once let go of this hatred. His voice was heavy, for it was truly difficult for a man to kill a monster. Dusok suddenly growled, his eyes flashing with anger. But even now, that hatred lingers in my mind, driving me to do anything to kill that bastard Kim. Me too. But, he suddenly asked, if you became a monster like him, would Shu really want that? Jiho's question silenced him. In the end, Dudu made the honest choice. Shu would not want that. He continued, my son, Dongshu, is a good boy. He nods slightly, his eyes reflecting a newfound understanding. My father would probably think the same. Dudu's hand remained on Jiho's back, but something had changed, and tears fell like a cleansing rain. The scene shifts to Duzok as a young man and Thono's brother, while Shin intently examines the photos. With resentful eyes, Dai Rong spat. Why do you keep taking pictures of that old man dressed as a woman, you freak? He cursed uncomfortably. Damn it, here, take it. Suddenly, he shoves his hand into Duirang's mouth, then Shin forcefully presses down, causing him to groan in pain as he writhes on the ground, while Shin remains calm. Shin grits his teeth, roaring, he's not alone anymore. Who is standing beside my father? In that moment, Shin's face contorted with rage as he spat out, Father should be alone and always thinking of me. Meanwhile, outside the warden's office, two menacing prisoners stood guard. Inside the office, a hesitant voice spoke. D-Director, please understand Warden Park, he stammered, fearfully avoiding the gaze of the man across from him. Am I supposed to turn a blind eye when dealing with Director Kang Jangu? It's difficult, and there haven't been any accidental death reports lately. Dongman calmly brought the teacup to his lips. I know this is difficult for you. He leaned back, looking completely at ease. His son was captured by Jangu, and his daughter was also taken. Of course it hurts. How could it not? We really are the bad guys. Warden Bake leaned in close, whispering. So please spare my daughter's life, Dongman replied with a nonchalant smile. You know, Warden Park, you can't have it both ways. Besides, Jangu will die by my hand anyway, so shouldn't you choose a side? Dongman laughed even harder, saying that daughters are more filial than sons. 2 years prior, a portrait of a wealthy-looking man was displayed amidst wreaths of flowers. This man was Ojinu, chairman of Utopia, a company dealing in world-class casinos and hotels, as well as the head of a notorious crime syndicate, now deceased. A man standing before the portrait turns and smiles at the other. "Director Jang, you've arrived?" As the story goes, a bloody internal war erupted to claim the top spot. Dongman, covered in wounds and blood, said he came to see the chairman one last time. His hands were cuffed, with 2 guards watching him closely from behind. Dongman cursed angrily as he was thrown into prison amidst the civil war. Jangu looked him straight in the eye, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Take care of yourself, Director Jiang. I hear things are dangerous even in prison these days." Dongman scoffs, saying it's probably worse out there. Director Kang should worry about himself first. Even so, he continues to tear at his rivals while still behind bars. Back in the prison cell, he holds a cup of tea, stirring it endlessly. "The small fries Kang Jiang-gu sent in here to kill me." He then issued an order. "Find out and provide that information." These threatening words made the warden tremble, lest he never see his daughter's corpse. A sudden, violent scream from outside drew the attention of the 2 men in the office. "What are you doing? You can't come in here." Outside the door, a fierce struggle erupted. "Stop! Stop it!" Dongman frowned in silence, staring at the door as Shin burst in, enraged, dragging one of Dongman's men by the hair. Dongma frowned, asking, "Shin, what are you doing?" Shin's hands were covered in blood as he slowly said, "You promised to protect that old man for me, to make him live a lonely life." Dongman nodded, confirming, then asked with a puzzled expression, "Yes, I've always done that. What's wrong?" Shin threw the photos he had onto the table and questioned, "Then who is this, walking beside my father?" Dongma quickly picked up the photos, examining them closely. It must just be a coincidence that someone else was caught in the shot. Shin immediately denied it. "No, that's not true." He growls, convinced someone is by his father's side. He glared and ordered Dongman to make sure his father was alone immediately, while at Jae-ho's school, his teacher smiled at him with affection. "Hey, I told you, just fill it out and you'll be fine. Don't waste your talent and future because of some crazy thoughts, okay?" Then, the teacher congratulated him on passing the university entrance exam and being accepted into Aviation University. But Joe seemed indifferent as his teacher excitedly discussed his future. "If you become a pilot, remember to give me a free ride," the teacher said, but Joe remained silent. His face betrayed no joy as he hurried home after class. Joe opens the door and announces, "I'm home." Suddenly, fireworks erupt, showering him with sparks as everyone celebrates his acceptance into university. The director sets out the food, smiling at Jiho. "Welcome home, Jiho." The other kids cheer him on. "The main character has arrived." Jiho sets down his bag, looking embarrassed. "What is all this?" Sue smiles. "I told you so. It'll be a piece of cake for you." Even the tea shop owner chimed in with praise. "Congratulations on getting into Aviation University." They were all happy for Joe. "You're just in time. We're all ready," a kid piped up. "What's Truanghang?" Tasop quickly replies that it's a place that trains pilots. The child immediately praised him with admiration, saying Joe was amazing. The director turns and pats Jiho on the shoulder. "At least you could have told me you got into university." He hesitated. I just heard from my teacher." The director smiled kindly. "Oh, really? Your teacher is truly our benefactor. I must thank your teacher. This table is full of delicacies, all kinds of luxurious dishes." Zhu took a bite of the ribs and praised, "Director, these braised ribs are absolutely top-notch." Top casually replies, as if it were obvious, "My dad's famous for his braised ribs." Pleased with the praise, the dean smiled, saying it made his efforts worthwhile to see them eat so heartily, when suddenly she asked about Joe. "When did Daiho decide he wanted to be a pilot?" "I didn't even know you liked that profession." With his head down, Yiho vaguely answered, "I only applied because my teacher kept recommending it." Upon hearing this, Seha burst out laughing even harder. "You got in just by guessing?" Tessop, who was eating, turned and asked with a laugh. "So, Zeya, which school did you choose?" His replies, "I'm going to the social welfare school. I want to work at a children's welfare facility like the director's." Hearing this, the director praised him. "I'm so proud of you, Z. It's going to be a little tough, especially kids like Tess Shop." At this, Tiop playfully pokes his cheek, saying it would be heavenly to meet kids as cute as him. "You're so adorable." Za, on the other hand, seemed disgusted. "In that case, I might have to change my plans." The director suddenly interjects. "Tess Shop is still studying hard to pass the police academy entrance exam, right?" He squeezed his cheek into a big smile and replied, "Yes, I'm studying hard and training hard too." Hearing this, the children eating nearby looked surprised. You're going to become a police officer? Excellent. Admired by the children, he hesitated before answering. But first I have to pass their test. The director was so happy he shed a tear. He took off his glasses and wiped away the tears in his eyes, remarking how quickly they'd all grown up. Time really does fly by. Tasub spoke up, lamenting. You're crying again, Dad, he added, trying to comfort the director. I'll still come back to visit often, Dad, and Sia will be here all the time too. The headmaster didn't notice that Joe had been sitting silently, lost in thought. Suddenly he spoke up. That's right. Joe awkwardly scratches his head, saying he forgot about an appointment and asks to be excused. Seeing him leave, Tezop angrily tries to stop him, saying, We've gone to great lengths to prepare for you, so where do you think you're going? The director, looking concerned, asks him if something urgent has come up. Without another word, he silently gets up, opens the door, and leaves. Yes, it's quite important, so I'll be taking my leave. Tezop called out to him. Hey, what's wrong? Joe's gone outside. Joe softly closes the door and whispers, I'm sorry. The door slammed shut without a hint of remorse from Joe, and Z asked with concern, What's been up with him lately? Tezop seems annoyed. Enough is enough, let's just eat his share. He's still angry, constantly blaming Joe. Don't contradict anything, you're a terrible friend. That night, Gio ventured alone into the Black Forest. He used a flashlight to light his way, then suddenly broke into a strange smile. Gio muttered to himself that Seiya had a wonderful dream, to become someone like the director. Step by step through the dark forest, Daiho rambles on, noting that Tep would also be a good fit for the police force. He's truly kind. After walking for a while, he stopped before a strange door deep in the forest. They were both sure to become good people. He gently opens the iron door with his hand. Joe had promised Suk that he would enter the cabinet when he turned 20. Inside, Duok was already waiting. So you've arrived? He will commit the crime himself and go inside with Kim Shin. Joe takes off his glasses, his face full of determination. Yes, let's begin the training. On the other side, Tiop clutches his full stomach after the feast. He's stuffed himself. Shiz chimes in with a mocking laugh. How else would you explain eating like a pig? Tez quickly retorted. It's just that I didn't want to leave any for Joe. He's still sulking about Joe leaving the party early. Your father put so much effort into preparing it. That little brat. I haven't liked his attitude these past few days at all, Tiop scolded. He never answers when you ask him anything, Zhu teases. And now you're wearing Joe's clothes? Tiop replied with a smile. What's his is mine. We even used to share underwear when we were kids, she said, laughing. How filthy. It's so late the moon is high in the sky, Zhu said with a gloomy expression as they drove. Lately, I feel like Gioho will suddenly disappear. Tiop tries to reassure her. You think he'll run away from home? Don't worry, I'll personally drag him back. Zia quickly replied, No, it's not like that. Zio's eyes suddenly filled with sorrow, as if one day he would turn to dust and leave this world. Upon hearing this, Tessop frowned in thought, avoiding her gaze. Was he worried about Jaiho disappearing like Thanos snapped his fingers? How could he just disappear? He's still so young, don't worry so much. And just like that, they've arrived at Zia's place. We're here. Zia expresses her gratitude, saying, You really didn't have to bring me all the way home. You're really something. Tiop laughs heartily. That's right. Are you waving goodbye to your ride? See you tomorrow. She nodded gently. Yeah, get home safe. After saying goodbye to Jia, Tiop quickly walked away, pondering her words on the way home. Tep's face was pensive as he wondered, how could Joe just disappear like that? He instinctively checked his phone. Everyone was accounted for. His friends, his family, even the kids. There's no way I can believe that idiot just disappeared. Suddenly, someone ambushes him from behind and he collapses to the ground. The thug still held the baseball bat. Was this the guy? The follower quickly confirmed, Yeah! Auhu leaves the orphanage, while Tiop lies groaning on the street. The thug grabbed him by the collar with one hand and raised his fist with the other. Damn it, I have to report back after this. A series of Duok's photos lay scattered on the table. Shin tore them into small pieces and put them in his mouth. He chewed the pieces of the photo, then tore another one, stuffing it into his mouth to chew again. And so he chewed and stared at the photo, whispering to himself, You won't give him to anyone. On the torn photo was a young man in a hoodie. Shin stared intently at the image in his hands. Dad is only mine. Meanwhile, the other prisoners are talking. Boss, are you really going to let that beggar Kim get away with that? Diang spoke up again. That crazy bastard. His attitude shifts on a dime, as other prisoners in the room are beaten to a pulp. Dongman cradles his beloved dog, stroking it gently. This is the last time I'll keep my promise. With that, he hugs the dog again, looking angry. A dog shouldn't bark at its master like that. Either chain it up or butcher it. Meanwhile, Geo continues his intense training, drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Geo trained with Duok, learning to instinctively evade his attacks. What's more, he's learned how to counterattack, and Geo is now strong enough to easily lift Duseok. He aimed for the shin, hoping to bring him down, but the old master dodged and countered with an elbow to the head. Joe leaps back, returning to his stance as Duseok praises him after the blow. You've improved, but you still need to be faster. His face was swollen, and his cheeks were covered in injuries. Yes. With that, Duseok turned and walked away, saying it was time for a break and a meal. Jiho asks in surprise, "Eat what? You mean that mushy porridge?" Doc can't help but laugh at Jiho's naive question. How can you live on that stuff? You like black bean noodles, right? Doc then took Jiho to a restaurant. His favorite noodles are laid out on the table as Doc holds a glass of soju. I heard you got into university. Do you want to go? That university, I mean. He quickly replies, that's impossible. Then he asks with a surprised tone, but why do you ask? He replied gently, I told you I've been watching you all along. Same as now, Diok said casually, raising the wine to his lips. Do you feel bad being watched all the time? He asked without a hint of reproach. No, I understand, because I am the arrow. When did you start watching me? Duok was honest with Jiho, revealing that he had been watching him since the beginning, the sole survivor of Kim Shin's cases. He continued, recalling the day Jiho arrived at the orphanage, his first day at a new elementary school. Jiho was taken aback. He even saw Jiho win first place in the track and field competition, and how he ate sweet and sour pork with the other orphans after graduating elementary school. I witnessed it all, middle school, graduation, and even high school. He smiled at Jiho. How time flies. It feels like just yesterday you were so small. He listened to Director Du's words, silently watching him without a word. Jiho suddenly realizes something, and seeing his pensive expression, Duke speaks again. Your noodles will get soggy, eat up, he replied softly. Yes. After spending time with Dudok, he still couldn't see his father in him. Joe had just picked up a bite of noodles when his phone suddenly rang. He answered it. Hello, is this the car? A trembling voice came from the other end, with tears streaming down her face. Joe, please come quickly, she stammered, saying Tessop was severely injured. Hearing this news, his face darkened, and he rushed to the hospital. In the emergency room, the health monitor flashed erratically as Tessop lay unconscious and on a ventilator. Seeing this, Yiho was stunned into silence. The director knelt beside the bed, weeping miserably. Tessop, what's happening? Why? Tearfully, Z replied that the doctor said Tessop's finger had been cut off. Tessop's pinky finger was severed in half, and to make matters worse, his Achilles tendons were also cut. At this, both she and the director could only stand by the hospital bed and cry, while Jiho stood there silently looking at Teza. Zaya sobbed as she looked at Jiho and asked, who could have done this? Why would they do this to Tessop? Do you know who did this? Jiho grits his teeth, trembling with rage. Tiop remains unconscious, and Jiho is shaking all over. He tensed up. I'm going to kill you. But suddenly, he turned and walked away. Z looks at him with a surprised and confused expression as he coldly walks out of the hospital room. She asks, where are you going? Outside, a storm rages as Joe calls someone to report about Tessop's left hand and foot. He walked in the rain, talking as he went, drenched to the bone. It was just like that time. Do you know who it was? Meanwhile, Du Seo received a call from Jiho and frowned. I suspect it's Jongki, Jiang Dongman's subordinate. Duke had his own theory. They meant to warn me, but they mistakenly targeted you instead. Joe coldly asks, where are those bastards hiding? I'm going to find them and kill them all. Hearing this, Duok tried to stop him, saying, no, if you reveal yourself, I feel sorry for Top's situation, but it's thanks to that your existence is hidden. Joe shouts in anger, I don't care, he hurt my friend. Duke is silent. This is my responsibility, so let this old body finish it. With renewed resolve, he says, go and kill Kim Shin as planned, even without me by your side. Upon hearing those words, Joe was stunned, asking, what do you mean? You won't be by my side anymore? Duo coldly hung up, ending the conversation. He stopped in front of a tall building, his eyes gazing up at the sky. Stripped and beaten, Director Kim begged, I'm sorry, I'll sign the contract, please, have mercy. The thugs laughed at his suffering. It seems Director Kim finally understands, doesn't he? If you'd done as I asked from the start, none of this would have happened. The man lit a cigarette and leaned in close to Director Kim. Damn it. Do you know that because of you, Director Kim, I couldn't get any closer to Jonki? Director Kim lay on the floor, groaning. I'm sorry. Please, just let me go home. he groaned, but the other man insisted he take the deposit first. The thug smirks. I'll try to pay you back a lot. One of his men spoke up, saying, Hey boss, we haven't gotten anything yet. He smirks, replying, You guys will have to take a loss this time. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Delivery! The thug turned to look at his underling. What's this? Did you order something? The underling quickly denies it. No, someone upstairs must have ordered something. Meanwhile, Director Kim lay on the floor, tears streaming down his face, barely able to groan. The thug, no longer concerned with Director Kim, went to open the door to see who it was. Who are you? Before he could react, the thug was knocked to the ground, scrambling for his baseball bat and screaming. Duok calmly approaches, grabs the thug by the collar, and delivers a powerful punch to the face. What's this all about? He glared at them, his face filled with resentment. You all deserve to die, especially that brat Jangu. Dizok, enraged, yelled out, daring them to come out and fight as the other gangsters rushed down from upstairs upon hearing the commotion. What is it? What's going on? One of the men who had just come downstairs spoke up. Did the director's gang break in? The fat one quickly responded, No, that's not it. They were utterly surprised. What's this? The thug scoffs, seeing he's alone. Just one person? The new guy speaks up, asking if he came here alone. And an old man at that? The man nods in confirmation. Yes. The thug scoffs. Old man, are you out of your mind? Ignoring his words, Duok throws a punch, sending the thug flying back in disbelief of his underlings. Undaunted, Duok delivers another punch straight to his face, then winds up for a devastating kick. Seeing their leader in danger, the underlings tried to intervene, but he kicked them away, one even pulling a dull knife and stabbing him. That son of a bitch. Duok is furious after being ambushed. He turned to the man. You think your body can withstand a stab? Then he squeezed the man's face with both hands. Where do you think you are? Duok effortlessly snaps the man's neck. The others witnessing this were terrified and quickly drew their knives, pointing them at him. He snapped the man's neck with his bare hands as Duok spoke somberly. I'll give you one last chance. Get out of here and start a new life. As Duok spoke, he approached the gangsters, intimidating them. If so, I will spare your lives. But one man, unafraid, brandished his knife, ready to strike at any moment. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his blade. Stop barking nonsense. The scene cuts back to Joe training with Duok as he asks, If I keep training like this, can I take on 10 guys at once? He quickly responds with a serious expression. That only happens in comics. No matter how much you train, the body has its limits. The mob swarms him, one thug screaming, Attack him from all sides! Duok delivers a swift, brutal punch straight to his face, distorting his features. Having punched one, he kicked another. A gangster tried to sneak up from behind with a club. Die, you dog! Duok casually turned and finished him off. He turned his head, glaring at them, his eyes filled with rage. He relentlessly pummeled one man's face, then lunged to strike another, his fists a furious storm. The men were beaten so badly they spat blood and lost teeth. After a while, many lay scattered on the floor, but the rest wouldn't give up. They still held their knives, waiting for the chance to strike. Go on! Attack him! Don't just push! Duok stood by, arms crossed, smiling with satisfaction. There's no way you can win. We return to when Duok advised Jiho, saying there's still a way. If he can make most of the enemies falter, he'll have a chance to win. Jiho is surprised to hear this from him. Most of the enemies? Duok raises his fist, thinking, enemies will always believe that they can easily crush us with numbers, believing they'll be safe in a group. Meanwhile, he continued to take them down one by one, recalling his advice to Jiho. Shatter their beliefs with overwhelming power. The thugs still brandished their knives, but their faces betrayed their fear. Duok always kept these words in his heart. Instill fear in them. Duok boldly stepped over the bodies of the gangsters, glaring and smirking at them provocatively. What are you doing? Why haven't you attacked yet? The men were terrified, drenched in sweat. They huddled together as Duok approached, step by step. If they didn't attack, he seemed like a monster in their eyes. Then, let me do it this time. His master's teachings echoed in Jiho's mind. And just like that, their numerical advantage vanished as they fearfully retreated before him. Duok effortlessly takes them down, stepping over their bodies as he advances toward the trembling enemies. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. What do you think you're doing? Jangu suddenly appeared from behind the wall, faltering in fear of the old man. The others turned to look at him. Boss? He quickly approached and smacked his subordinate on the head, saying, I'm a little late, but look at you idiots. Oh, you dogs are really something. Duok glares and asks, Is that Jangu? Youngie approaches and embraces one of his men, laughing mockingly. Look at this one, scared out of his pants. No, it can't be. So that's how big your little pecker is? With that, his eyes suddenly locked onto Dusik. Why are you all so scared that you're pissing yourselves? You won't grow stronger if you're that scared. Dusiok thought, realizing the fear he'd instilled in the boy had vanished completely. Jangu boldly approaches Duseok. I didn't expect you to take care of my cute underlings so quickly. He faces him without a hint of fear, impressed by the old man's strength. Instead, he looks down on him. But can he even move anymore? Seeing his attitude, Duok suddenly froze, and Yonki could guess why from Duok's trembling body. He tried his best to hide it, but it seems he's reached his limit. He then glared at him arrogantly. If you fight me now, you'll die. Duke didn't respond, instead throwing a punch straight at his face. Outside, the storm raged as a thug answered his phone, seething with anger. Is this a joke? I gave you more time, and you're still dragging your feet, borrowing money? He stood in the street, berating the person on the other end of the line. Damn it, then sell a kidney or an eye or something to pay me back. Did you forget you signed papers to sell that broken body of yours? I'm coming, so get the money ready. Suddenly, Jiho calls out to him, Hey, trash. He turned his head in surprise to see Joe, who was now wearing a mask. He glared at him. You recognize me, trash. The thug recognizes him as the man who stormed the room, and Joe suddenly makes his move, grabbing him by the collar. He glared, face inches away. Tell me where Yongki is. In the prison cell, Dong Man was training his dog to sit. He continued with the hand signals, and the dog, being incredibly smart, watched and followed along. Spin, Dong Man commanded, then down. The dog just stared at him, and in a fit of anger, he repeated the command, Lie down. The dog looked confused, and Dong Man repeated the command to lie down. This time, he was so angry he raised his hand to strike the dog, his teeth gritted as he glared and commanded it to lie down. The dog, frightened by this attitude, trembled all over. Suddenly, Dia burst into the cell, frantic. Director, I heard that Duseok guy stormed Jongki's place. Dongman asked, puzzled. Is Kim Dusik the one Kim Shin calls father? Dian quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, I heard he's stronger than we thought. Should we send more men? Dongman indifferently picked up the dog in his arms. No, there's no need. With that, he flashed a sinister smile. He was personally trained by me for Yongki. The thug on the ground trembled as Bo beat him senseless. I really don't know anything. How could someone as lowly as me know such a terrifying person? A scary guy? The other man stammered back in fear. Lai Zhongqi, the head of Jiang Dongman's action team, is known by everyone as Jiang Dongman's dog. Over here, Zhongqi tilts his head, picking something from between his teeth. Holding a tooth in his hand, he marveled, That's surprising. Then he sat on the floor, smiling at the tooth. Is this even human? You're a monster, old man. He looked at Dosuk with excitement. It's the first time I've met someone so strong, but why did you want to meet me? He sat against the wall as Du Siok lay collapsed on the floor. If you hadn't met me, you'd probably still be alive. He looked at Dusuk and said goodbye. See you later. Death then ferociously grabbed the prisoner's hand and bit down hard as the prisoner screamed in agony, trying to pull away. Stop him now. A nearby prisoner tries to intervene. Kim, stop! But his words fell on deaf ears. He lands a punch right on the guy's cheek, who cries out as he's hit. Calm down, Kim. Put your guard up. He glared at the prisoners. Who gave you permission to touch my father? I told you all to just get rid of anyone near my father. He was even more ruthless as he squeezed the man's privates, lifting him high into the air. The man cried out for help. His eyes glazed over as he stared at the prisoners cowering below. The only one who can hurt my father is me. Another prisoner, his face covered in blood, cried out in fear. Kim, please calm down. We're on the same side. Without a word, Shin throws the prisoner he's holding high into the air, sending him crashing to the floor. Shin slowly rose, repeating the man's words. We're on the same side, but in this relationship... He slicked back his hair and grinned wickedly. I'm the crocodile, and you're just birds picking scraps from my teeth. I can snap my jaws shut and devour you whenever I please. Suddenly, a voice boomed out, and a rough hand struck Shin across the face. After his men were wiped out, he finally made his move. Stop. Clutching his swollen cheek, Shin smiles faintly, as if nothing happened. You came at the right time. There are a few things I need to ask. He forces a smile, but there's a hint of threat in it. But I must admit, this greeting of yours has caught me off guard. Could you answer a question for me? Dongman narrowed his eyes, looking at Shin with disdain. For a wild dog like you, a beating is the best form of training. Shin smirks, brushing past him, and taunts, Are you really this stupid? Or are you just pretending? Shin's hand tenses, ready to strike Dongman at any moment. So when you see a rabid dog, shouldn't you run? Or you'll be bitten to death. Suddenly, a piece of paper is held up, stopping Shin in his tracks. Dongman arrogantly presents a photo of Duok in his hospital bed. So, who do you think holds the old man's life in their hands? He threatened. One phone call from me, and the old man goes straight into the sea. Shin stared at the photo, gritting his teeth in anger. His eyes widened with rage. Touch a single hair on my father's head if you dare. He's mine. Now in the driver's seat, Dongman laughs, promising that if he behaves, the old man will be his before revealing another photo. Duok is lying on his deathbed, needing a respirator to threaten Shin, but with all that snarling, he might as well say goodbye. Meanwhile, at Duok's holding location, Jongkeen inquires about his condition. How is he? Dr. Kim quickly replied, he's completely paralyzed. Then, with a smile, his sight and hearing are still good, but he's become an idiot. Hearing this, Jongkee's subordinate asked with a complaining tone, Boss, do we still have to clean up this bastard's crap and piss? Jongkee laughed mockingly. What else can we do? Looking at Duzuk lying paralyzed in bed, eyes wide and foaming at the mouth, he teased his subordinate again. You're the best at this. Jai then left, but not before placing a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, telling him to wash his hands thoroughly, lest the stench of excrement linger. Annoyed, Jongkee continues to tease his subordinate with a mocking attitude. I'm being serious here, you little brat. I might not even invite you to company parties anymore. Just as John Kai was about to leave, Dusyok suddenly groaned and uttered a few words. Jug. Dr. Kim stared in disbelief. He can still speak? Dosek struggles to speak. Yo. Jongkee turns back with a smile. No, this old man is Kim Shin's leash, so we need him to live. Dusek lies helplessly on the bed, a breathing tube forced through his throat, but he still struggles to make a sound. Yuki Jongkee pinched his nose and leaned in close. What are you even trying to say? Just live on as if nothing happened. He looked back at him and gave a sinister smile. May you sleep well forever. Time continues to slip away. 4 months later, everyone shouted out sweet wishes. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday to our dear Gio. Amidst the cheers, Gio happily blows out the candles on his cake. Happy birthday, Gio. Happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday, Gio. He scratches his head, embarrassed. Thank you, everyone. The director, seeking to ease the awkwardness, asked, Do you have any plans for tomorrow morning? With the college entrance exam over, it's time to have some fun, right? Joe confirms. Yes, I'm planning to go to the amusement park with Zay and T-Shop. They quickly made their way there together. Riding the roller coaster, Gio couldn't stop enjoying the exhilarating feeling, screaming, as if to release all his pent-up emotions. The three of them enjoyed snacks together at the park, and Gio and T-Sop rode the carousel. Using a camera, they record the moment, then head to another place, donning cute costumes and striking poses to capture the memories. After a fun time at the park, they decide to grab some pizza together. Joe takes a big bite, cheese stretching everywhere. A large pizza shared warmly between the three of them. Then Tess Shop took them to karaoke. Joe and Zia enthusiastically swayed to T-Sop's singing, but after a day of fun, Tessop was so tired on the way home that he fell asleep in the car. Tess Shop is completely nodding off. Zia replies that he must have been too energetic at the karaoke place, and now he's passed out. Looking at Tess's awkward sleeping posture, Joe couldn't help but laugh. He's even drooling. The more Joe looked at Teopo, the wider his smile grew. He even wanted to draw all over his face. Suddenly, she looks at him with glistening eyes. Joe, I'm so glad you're back. Joe is taken aback, not understanding what Z means. What? Seer suddenly hesitated, avoiding his gaze. Actually, I've felt you've been acting strange lately, like you're about to disappear, she said with a bright smile. But maybe it's just my imagination. You're still the Gio we know. Hearing those heartfelt words from Zira, Gio fell into a pensive silence. Zia suddenly pulls something out of her bag, saying she almost forgot. She hands him a simply wrapped gift. Here's your birthday present. Joe takes the gift and asks, What's this? Z asks, looking embarrassed. It's a hoodie, she whispers. But after buying it, I don't want to give it to Taesup anymore. I'm afraid it'll remind him of unhappy things. Joe smiles softly, thanking her as Z expresses her thoughts. I thought we'd go to college and grow old together, and even if we become old men and women, I still hope we'll always be friends like we are now. Suddenly, Joe interrupts her, calling out, Z.A. He bows, unable to meet her gaze, and apologizes. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? The doors have closed, and Joe, who was just beside Seiya, has vanished without a trace. Z calls out softly, still in shock, as Dio steps outside. G walks pensively along the subway platform, clutching the gift he just received. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm truly sorry. In an old building, the lights are all off, illuminated only by the headlights of a car. A thug sat by Deok's bed, complaining about having to do such disgusting work for a dying old man instead of joining the organization. Damn it. The others joined in, looking at Dusik with disgust. Forget it, I don't want to clean up crap. This smell is awful. The thug quickly turned around and questioned, "Do you know the consequences of deserting?" He runs his hand through his hair, clutching his head in fear. That guy is seriously scary. Damn it, my head is killing me. DX remained motionless, unresponsive. Holding a cigarette, he would occasionally say something, wouldn't he? Say something. D still remained silent. Enraged, the man roared, "Say something. Let me hear your voice." With that, he turned and sneered at his underlings, calling him a dead old man. He took a long drag, put out his cigarette, and then pressed it directly into Duok's eye. "He's glaring at you guys." Duke's mouth suddenly moved, uttering a few words. He leaned in to hear what the man was saying. What was that? "What are you saying?" He struggled to ask. "Congrats," the man sneered loudly. Unbeknownst to him, Ji-yo had already taken care of his accomplice. Seeing Ji-yo, Dusuk forced out, "Happy birthday." Hearing the greeting, he scoffed, not understanding why he would say that. "Happy birthday, Iker. You're really crazy." He continued, "That's right, you're just a broken old man. Your mind's probably gone too." Before he could finish, Joe kicked him straight in the face. Duke lies motionless in his hospital bed, as Jay, having dealt with their attacker, approaches. "Uncle, just as you planned, I endured until this very day." Seeing Duok's condition now, he couldn't hold back his tears. But what the hell is going on? What is happening? Duok stutters a few words. "Turn aside." He still tried to speak. "A raid." Seeing Duok's condition, Joe was instantly enraged, clenching his fist tightly. "Damn the bastard who did this." Tears streamed down Joe's face. "I'm going to kill him." A black car has also arrived on the scene. Joei gets out of the car and scolds his subordinate. "Do you have a death wish? Who told you to pawn this off on those kids? I only let them watch him for a little while." He pinched his subordinate's ear, questioning him. "That's your problem. Now kick those guys out of here immediately." "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He suddenly stopped at the entrance, his face showing surprise at the scene before him, stunned to see the others collapsed on the floor. What happened here? Before he could process it, Gio suddenly appeared. He kicks him hard. Joe rushes forward, ready to use his fists, but Gio's punch is blocked. Youngie then appears, a surprise visit while he's recovering. Gio glares, furious, and asks to confirm, "You're Jong Kai?" Hearing his name, Jong-ki smiles and asks, "You know my name?" Then he glares, a sinister smile spreading as he leans in close. "So you know who I am, yet you still came looking for me? You really are an idiot." Prison bathroom. A convict brandishes a knife and charges. The monster Shin stared fearlessly at the man, not flinching even as the knife neared his eye. Sensing an opening, Shin casually struck the man's face, stopping the attack. The man's head cracked against the wall, leaving a bloody smear. Shin pressed harder, his face still expressionless as the man's head sank into the wall. With hollow eyes, he stared at the man before him, who then collapsed onto the bathhouse floor. Dongman observed the scene, unimpressed by Kang Jianggu's men, and remarked that Kim Shin was indeed skilled at killing. Nearby, Di Yang replied warily, "Even so, we must be careful. Who knows what that crazy Kim Shin is thinking?" Dongman chuckled, acting like he knew everything. Whether they're killers or ordinary people, it's all the same. He watches Shin standing blankly in front of the bathroom. "If I control their ambitions and weaknesses, they're just dogs I can order around. As long as I have that old man under control, nothing can go wrong." Dongman is completely confident in his scheme. "As long as I hold on to him, that mad dog will devour that bastard gang Jangu for me, and then I'll return to the top where I belong." Around him lay the corpses of other prisoners scattered across the floor, while Dongman lay dying in his bed, watching the battle between Gio and Jongi. Gio and Jongi wrestled and fought relentlessly, blow after blow. Gio uses his other fist, leveraging a kick to break the deadlock. Gio retaliates with a swift kick to Jongkai's head, glaring at him with fury. "You're the one who did this to him?" Jongkai smiles, telling him to guess. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches to Joe's face. Joe swiftly raises his arms to defend himself. Let's see how you like a taste of this. Unable to attack, Joe could only defend and wait for an opening. And when he saw it, he spun around and kicked Jongki in the gut. Caught off guard, Jongki couldn't defend himself. He groaned, and Jiho pressed his advantage, throwing another punch. This punch is so strong, it contorts Jongki's face, and Jiho follows up with another to the other cheek, but Jongki sees an opening to strike back. Jiho taunts, "You're quick, but still too weak. How does it feel to get punched?" Jong sweeps Jiho's leg, saying, "Eat this." then unleashes a flurry of punches, adding, "And this!" This time, Jangu finds an opportunity to counterattack, and they're about to get to know each other better as Jong quickly gains momentum and throws a powerful punch. Before the fist could land, he countered with an uppercut. I don't think so. Taking that blow head on, Jangu collapses to the floor. Jae-ho stares down at him, his voice laced with anger. There's no way I can lose to you. He glared and asked, What have you done? Jangu lay defeated on the floor, giving a thumbs up in admiration. I have to admit, you're strong. He lifts his head to look. I concede you've won. D-ho was stunned. Jangu rises again, saying, I lost. How could I ever defeat you? He raises his hands in surrender. You can stop now, please. Just let me go. Joe stares intently at Yongki. Does he not understand what this guy is doing? What's with him? What the hell are you babbling about? You think we can just stop here? Jangu gets up, wiping the blood from his nose. What do you want? I'll accept any request you have. Should I go turn myself in to the police right now? Hearing those words, Joe flew into a rage, launching another attack. Stop playing games, you dog. After the surprise punch, Jangu staggered back a few steps. Looks like we still can't talk. He turns and runs. Running away is the best option. Enraged, Joe quickly gives chase. Stop right there, he yelled. What the hell are you doing? Suddenly, Jiho looked back to see his fingers completely deformed. What is this? Jiho's body begins to undergo strange changes, his fingers twisting unnaturally. Jangu no longer runs but calmly watches his body change. Perhaps because you're young, it's taking a while for the drug to take effect? He sneered. You understand now, don't you? In Jiho's eyes, Jangu's face began to distort, and he started to stagger. He foamed at the mouth. What have you done to me? Jangu calmly watches Jiho collapse to the floor. A spring dream. The poison was hidden in the ring on his hand, a product of my organization. Jangu explains that as the drug takes hold, his body will relax, and he'll have a happy dream. How's that? Feeling better already, aren't you? Jiho collapses to the floor, desperately trying to scream. You did the same to my uncle? Jangu smirks. Now he's chugging down the drugs, too. He glances up at the IV bag. Guess what I put in the IV bag? A fly lands on Duok's eye, but he doesn't even react. Duke is completely unresponsive, lost in his own world, unaware of what's happening around him. Seeing Duke's condition, Jiho grits his teeth in anger. He mustered his strength and roared, You bastard, I'm going to kill you. But the drug's effects left Jiho helpless as Yang Qian stomped on his head. He stomped on Jiho's head and laughed, You can't beat me. Jangu complained that this old man was costing them too much money. Suddenly he realizes something. That's right, let's do that. His face twisted into an unrecognizable mess. I know how you can earn money for that old man's drug habit. You're young and have a great body, so you'll probably get a lot of customers, Jangu explained. Spring Dream is different from other drugs, he said, stomping Joe's head into the ground. Once inside the body, it stimulates the brain's hippocampus, causing the user's fondest memories to replay as Joe succumbs to the drug's side effects. He held the phone, staring blankly at him with a wicked grin, finding it amusing to watch others lost in their beautiful dreams, even though it was just the drug's effect. And yet, some people are willing to pay to relive their memories. Joe sinks deeper into his hallucination. His eyes now lifeless, Jangu raises the phone to his ear. Hello, it's me. Even in his delirium, Joe struggles to make out the words from the conversation. There are some things that need to be sent to Dr. Kim. After a moment, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. In his delirium, he dreams of the past, a small hand reaching for an iron fence. It really is an airplane. He happily turned to show his father. It's so close to us. Dad, you're the best. Diho's father smiled back with loving eyes. If my little pilot likes it, that's all that matters. You really love airplanes, don't you, Jiho? To his father's question, the young Jiho replied innocently, Yes, of course. When I grow up, I'm definitely going to be a pilot. He smiled, sharing his dream. That way, I can travel abroad with you every day. His father nodded in encouragement, saying Joe made him proud. His father then picked him up, soaring him through the air like an airplane. Let's see how well you can fly. He whined, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm in the first grade now. His father smiled lovingly, because to him he was still just a child, one who wouldn't cry even if dust got in his eyes. Jiho smiled, his face full of happiness. That's right, then I'll always be Dad's baby. And so his father continued to lift him higher and higher. It could be said that this time was a very happy one for Jiho. Outside, Jiho's face is filled with bliss as Jangu sits beside him, smoking and smirking. Honestly, shouldn't you be thanking me? Joe was stripped naked and injected with some strange liquid. Thanks to me, you can stay in a happy dream forever. Dr. Kim then approached, sitting down with a satisfied look, ready to begin. This guy's physique is really something. Jong Kim ordered, "Don't leave anything. Take it all." Dr. Kim quickly grabbed the scalpel, a sinister look on his face. "All right, let's get to work, and don't forget to join Xuanmong after we're done." Deok lies in bed muttering to himself, "It can't be." With his eyes still glazed over, Joe completely lost consciousness, falling back into a childhood dream. He shoves a large piece of kimbap into his mouth, savoring his father's rice rolls. "This is so good. Dad's kimbap is still the best." His father chuckled, asking why he always picked out the carrots then. He chuckled, "Except for the carrots, it's the best." In the midst of the cheerful atmosphere, his father suddenly bowed his head, remorseful. "Joe, I'm sorry I can't play with you more often." Little Deho innocently replied, "Isn't Dad working hard to earn money for me? I'm not a child anymore. You don't need to apologize for that." His father reached out and ruffled his son's hair. "That's right, my son is not a child anymore. When did you get so big?" Joe hopes he'll grow up quickly to help his father and become a pilot so his father won't have to work so hard. Suddenly, a voice cuts through their conversation. Shin Chao is suddenly standing behind them out of nowhere. "What a happy family you two make." Deho's father turned around, looking puzzled. "Yes, but is something the matter? Please smile. How wonderful. I want to play with everyone too. The outside world is calling out to me." Seeing this, Dr. Kim immediately knew. A nightmare? His tone was both soothing and sarcastic as he held the scalpel to Daiho's chest. It's okay. It was just a dream. Life is but a dream after all." Deho's father asked suspiciously, "Play with us? What are you talking about? This is a family outing." Without another word, Shin delivers a powerful shove to the man, glaring at him. "Let's all play together. Don't keep all the happiness to yourself." Seeing this, Jae-ho turned pale and cried out, "Dad, Dad," before turning to place his hand on Jae-ho's shoulder. "Kid, what song do you like?" Joe's father lay slumped to the side, trembling as he reached out to him. "No, don't." He strained to shout a few words, and "Joe, no!" Outside, Du Seok desperately reached for Dr. Kim's sandal with trembling hands, pleading, "No." Du Duok leans forward, trying to rasp out, "Joe, no." Dr. Kim turns in disbelief, shocked by what he sees. "What is this? How did you get out here?" Du Seok cries out. No, this can't be happening." Suddenly, a foot slams his head into the ground. Jong-ki gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Du Seok, thinking he'd kill him right then and there. He stomped on him a few more times, cursing him to act like the dog he was. "You just need to lie down and sleep." Suddenly, a shout caught Jong-ki's attention. Suddenly awakening, Joe bolted upright, even uttering strange sounds. Jong-ki's eyes widened at the sight, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What? How are you awake?" "I injected him with enough drugs to knock out 10 men, yet Jae-ho rises and throws a powerful punch." Luckily, Yong-ki managed to block in time, but Joe's mouth was now moving, forming words. "Hurry, please," he kept crying out. "I am sorry, Dad." It seems Joe is still trapped in the nightmare. In his dream, he was bound and pinned to the grass, tears streaming down his face. In his dream, he relived the image of his father hanging on the iron fence for protecting him. Outside, though his eyes were lifeless, tears streamed down his face. He couldn't protect his father. Du Seok collapses to the floor, groaning in pain. Deho, too, was the same. "Father, I'm sorry." Without hesitation, he lunges forward, delivering a brutal blow to Jong-ki, who cries out in agony. Wait a minute. Even in his daze, Joe is strong enough to pin Yong-kai down. His cheek was swollen and distorted from the beating, and with tears in his eyes, he delivered a final, powerful uppercut. "I'm sorry, Dad." Another blow lands on Jong-ki's nose. I'm sorry." He straddles Jong-ki and relentlessly punches him in the face. Jae-ho sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm sorry," as an image of young Joe flashed before him. "Father, I'm sorry." He finally breaks free from the drug's control. He sits by Duke's bed, holding a piece of paper. "Gio, happy birthday. Even though we're grown, let's be friends forever." Joe lowered his head, carefully reading each line written on the paper. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. "I didn't think I'd be contacting you directly." Surprised, Joe looks up at a middle-aged man who suddenly appears in the doorway. "Thanks to Dudu Shu, I've heard a lot about you." With sorrowful eyes, Yong bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. Joe asked, "Are you with the police? Are you the captain?" He continued, "There's nothing to apologize for, it's all my fault. You're just a victim." Seeing Yong-ki's body on the floor, he doesn't deny his crime. "I will confess to murder." Even now, he's thinking of Dudok in the bed behind him. Please take care of him. The man quickly accepted his request. "I'll take good care of Duok. You take care of yourself." Very soon, Jiho was sent to the correctional facility, and just like that, he was wearing the same uniform as the other prisoners. If convicted, he'd be sharing a cell with Kim Shin. Seeing Jiho, some of the older inmates began to tease him. "How cute, a newbie, huh? The man promised you, and I assured you no one would know who you killed," as hardened inmates stared at Jiho through the bars. They taunted him. "Welcome, you deadbeat. What are you playing at? You smell too good for this place. Come to our room." Beyond the iron bars, Shin sat gazing pensively at a photograph, and a surge of hatred caused Joe to glare at him. "I came here as planned to kill Kim Shin." That man dragged Jong-ki's body into a dark tunnel. "On your birthday, you got drunk and wandered off alone." He instructed Joe to match the testimony later. "Then you ran into and fought with Lee Jong-ki, accidentally killing him." He gave him instructions and a new name, Kim Dong-ho, not S.J., a false identity to use while in hiding. Hearing this new name, Jae-ho repeats with a hint of surprise. "Kim Dong-ho?" The man quickly responded, "It's a name that Dudok personally chose." Hearing the name, Joe pieced things together. "Dong-shu and his grandson. He must have combined his son's name with yours." The man lowered his head, his words laced with sorrow. "I have lived with regret." He regrets that 10 years ago he should have shot Kim Shin instead of Dudok. As he said this, he handcuffed Joe, confessing that the event still haunts him. He repeated phrases of regret, lamenting that if he had killed Kim Shin, then a young man like Joe wouldn't have to do this. As he said this, his eyes narrowed and his face fell, as if all his sins were etched upon it. "Regarding your senior, I apologize on his behalf for taking advantage of you. I am truly sorry." Soon, the day of the verdict arrives. The judge, considering the crime unintentional and a first offense, sentences the defendant to 3 years in prison. Jae-ho silently bowed his head, accepting the verdict without a word, while Sia wept uncontrollably at the court's pronouncement. "No, it can't be." Zia cried harder, insisting it wasn't true. Jiho would never do such a thing. She continued to wail and cry, while Jiho remained silent, head bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Surely there was some mistake. The director, who had remained calm until now, finally broke down in tears. "Jiho, I'm sorry. Your father is truly sorry." He stood, looked at him, and tearfully apologized, saying it was his fault for not raising him properly. The director doesn't blame him at all. Instead, he hopes Jiho will return after serving his time. "Pay for what you've done, then come back to me. I'll always be here to welcome you home." Hearing these words, Jiho teared up. "We'll always be here waiting for you." The director looks at him with sincerity. "We'll start all over again when you return." Seeing everyone sad and crying for him, Jiho couldn't hold back his emotions. "I'm sorry, everyone," he choked out. Immediately, he was taken to cell 2525, Kim Dong-ho's cell. The other inmates saw him and started to tease him. "Damn, he looks pretty good." Dongmin smiled at him, asking, "What brings you here? Introduce yourself." Joe remained silent. Seeing the stubborn newbie, Chundu angrily shouted, "Are you deaf, you moron?" Dai-ho quietly found a corner of the room and sat down, but another prisoner started making trouble. "Didn't you hear him?" Seeing that he still didn't answer, he stood up, ready to make trouble. "Are you looking for trouble?" Another inmate quickly interjected. "Calm down, or you'll end up in solitary confinement." Jiang Shu sneered. "He's probably too young to know the rules. I'll have to teach him a lesson." Joe remained silent in his corner, lost in thought, ignoring everyone around him. The other prisoners, seeing he wasn't talking, left him alone. But inside, he was consumed with thoughts, his eyes burning with the desire to incinerate all the trash in this place. In Joe's mind, the prison cell is engulfed in flames, everything burning to ash. But he must endure until he can kill Kim Shin. For now, Joe can only endure. Dong-min suddenly sits up, looks at Jiho, and smiles. "It's been a while since we've had such a fool, huh? You think the law protects you in prison?" He grinned, eyes narrowed. "Don't be naive. In places like this, you make a move. You're done for." He continues to taunt him, saying there's no law here, Kang. He then turned to look at the terrified inmate, who quickly responded in a panic. Yes. Dongmin ordered him to teach the guy a lesson, right then and there. Terrified, he stammered, "But what am I supposed to do?" Before he could finish, he was struck across the face. Dongman grabs Jungman by the collar from behind, saying, "That's why you're treated like dirt. Take care of the smallest one and do it now." He intentionally spoke loudly so Joe could hear. "I'll give you 10 minutes, Dongmin says, setting another condition to force Strongman to work for him. "If you don't hurt him in the time I've given you, you're dead to me." "Let's begin." Dongman's face is covered in blood. He stops in fear before Jae-ho. "Over here." Dongman walks with Yi-young down the hall, turning to ask his subordinate, "Does Kim Shin know about Dusok's disappearance?" Yi-yang confirms it. "Don't worry, I give him those photos we took every week." Dongman instructed, just make sure he never finds out. If he knew the chain binding his neck had disappeared, who knows what would happen. Dongman begins to have other ideas. They need to replace Kim Shin with another pawn. Suddenly, something unusual in the next cell caught his attention. A fight was breaking out. In Man relentlessly stomps on his head, cursing, "You bastard, do you know where you are? You new piece of trash." Diho doesn't fight back, curling up and bracing himself as Strongman continues to berate him. "Beg us for forgiveness." Though he shouts insults, tears begin to well in Strongman's eyes. "Beg the boss for forgiveness, you mutt. Hurry up." Dongmin watched this scene, bursting into laughter. "This fight is hilarious," Chundu chimed in. "Look at this crybaby hitting people while bawling." Suddenly, something outside startles Dongmin. He quickly raised his voice, ordering them to stop at once. Dongman glared into the cell through the window. "What are you doing up at this hour?" Dongmi trembled at the sight of Dongman, explaining that the new guy didn't understand the rules, so they were teaching him a lesson. Hearing this, Dongman curiously eyes the newcomer, but seeing Jio Ho curled up on the floor, he seems indifferent. All right, a few beatings should get him to see the light. Jae-ho, however, remains stoic and unresisting. Dongman implicitly agrees to the beating, but tells them to keep it down, to which Dongbi quickly replies, "Yes, I understand. We'll be done here shortly." "Good night, Mr. Jiang Dongman." Hearing Dongman's name, he suddenly glares. "Jiang Dongman," Dongman continued on his way. As he walked, he grumbled, "There's not a single useful man in this entire prison. A bunch of idiots." Inside the prison cell, extreme screams erupt. Dongman cursed at the inmates before quickly returning to his cell. "Didn't you hear what I just said? It's too loud. Now go to sleep." Through the window, you can see a guard trembling in fear. Jae-ho stood motionless amidst the fallen bodies, a sight that widened Dongman's eyes in shock. Taking down 3 guys in just a few minutes? Looking back, Jae-ho used only his fist to clear the cell block, leaving Dongman even more surprised, especially since he didn't use any weapons. Jae-ho glances at Dongman, recalling the man's words as he was being handcuffed. This prison is now completely under Jiang Dongman's control. The man had urged him to work under Jiang Dongman to get close to Kim Shin. So he became Doo-seok's hope, and his first task was to become Jiang Dongman's eyes and ears. Dongman, pleased with what he saw, grinned and asked, "Excellent. New recruit, what's your name?" Joe coldly replied, "Kim Dong-ho." Dongman entered with a sinister grin. "So, Dong-ho, what do you think about working under me?" He continued, "In exchange for my offer to make you my eyes and ears, tell me what conditions you have." Joe is silent for a moment, then hesitates. "I want—" He glared, his face contorted with rage, and replied to the old man, "Ah, that's right. Everything. All I want is for trash like you to be wiped clean." And with that, he throws a powerful punch straight into the man's face. Jiho's face twisted with rage. "All I want is for the likes of you, awakened to be wiped clean off the face of the earth." He clenched his trembling fist in anger, Jiho remaining silent and lost in thought. So those scenes were all just in his imagination. Dongman smiles. "He's still waiting for your answer. Well, just name any condition you want. It's all for you, Jiang Dongman." He remembers Do-seok lying motionless on that old man's bed. He recalled T-op's surgery and T-op himself. But to kill Kim Shin, he clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions, knowing he had to be patient to keep enduring. Then he suddenly spoke up again, saying, "Okay." Joe turns and accepts his offer. "I will work for you." He points to Dongman, saying to heal him instead. Dongman laughs at the request. He asked in surprise, "But isn't he the one who just beat you up? That's pretty funny." But in the end, he agreed to his terms, saying, "If that's what you want, then so be it. Anything else?" "Money or drugs, either one is fine," Joe coldly replies. "That's all." Dongman burst into hearty laughter. "Good. I like weirdos like you the best. Do your job well." The inmates gather freely outside their cells, exercising and basking in the sun. Joe showed absolutely no interest in the activity, sitting quietly in a corner. Shyly, Jungmin approaches him, thanking him for getting him treatment and apologizing for hitting him before. Joe brushes it off, forgiving Strongman, saying it's not a problem since he was forced into it. It was obvious they were bullying you. Inman finally spoke his mind. "Actually, when Dong-ho knocked them out, I felt so relieved. This past year has been like hell." Joe's eyes widened as he questioned him. "So, you never mentioned this to the guards in the past year? What did you just say, you mutt? Empty your pockets right now. What's so funny? What does my losing my fairy's thread have to do with you?" Without a word, these guys just started throwing punches. What's going on? "You dog, you dare hit your own father?" Ma then sees this and explains. "This place is nothing like other prisons. The brawls outside never cease. Come on in then, you little punk. The other prisoners rush over to watch. There's a fight. I told you I didn't want it, but you guys are so persistent. I'm betting a pack of smokes on Kim. And Man explains that the guards turn a blind eye to everything. Fights, injuries, gambling, smoking. Even death is covered up as an accident. He was bashful, Director Jang Dongman, while the sounds of the other prisoners echoed outside. Beat him. Kill him. That is the law. Upon hearing this, Joe was shocked and quickly asked how that could be. Aren't there guards who use force to suppress them? Jungman shook his head. I don't know, but rumor has it that Director Jang has bribed all the guards. He continued. Rumor has it he bribed the guards with money and drugs. Joe asked softly. So all the guards are his men? The inmate replied that he even took the guards' families hostage to subdue them, when suddenly another prisoner interrupted their conversation. Hey, new fish, Di Young called out. Come with me, the warden wants to see you. Joe quickly followed Dai Wai. Along the way, Jong turned to look at Joe and asked, You look so young. You probably haven't done your military service yet, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Dai Yong then asked, What landed you here? Joe, with a blank expression, replied, I was drunk, got into a fight, and accidentally killed someone. Hearing that, Yong laughed. Probably charged with manslaughter, huh? Impressive, you don't look like a killer. He turned back with a smile, saying that I'd already caught the director's eye upon arrival. I was lucky. As Joe walks, he thinks to himself that he's finally infiltrated Jang Dongman's organization, just as planned, and now the arrows here will tell him his next move. But who could it be? What exactly is the plan? In a room adorned with awards, Duke is being cared for in his sickbed. Duke, I truly regret helping you with your plan. Jiho's been thrown in jail. He whispers to Duo that Jiho will be crucial to their insane plan. Duo lies motionless in bed as the man continues. Even knowing this, I couldn't stop it, but don't you forget. Saying this, he slumped forward in his chair, adding that they were committing a heinous crime. And even in death, he wouldn't be reunited with Dungshu and H. Yang. His eyes suddenly flashed with resentment. Because we made a deal with the devil, we're destined to suffer in hell. Meanwhile, Joe is brought before Dongman. Director, I've brought the new recruit. Dongman threw a grand feast in the room, pulled up a chair beside him, and said with a smile, Come sit next to me so I can introduce you to everyone. Dongman announced, We have a new member joining our family. This is Dong Ho. Don't let his young looks fool you. Treat him well. The other prisoners tensed up and shouted in unison. Yes, sir, he said, his expression suddenly turning serious. As I always say, we're a family here, all part of the same household. Dongmang turned to pat Jiho on the shoulder. So just think of your seniors here as your brothers and uncles. He patted his shoulder with a smile. And think of me as your father. Yes, Jiho replied coldly. Yes, Dongman is overjoyed. He quickly raises his glass to start the celebration. All right. Fill your glasses to the brim and let's toast. Dongman is in high spirits. Everyone's worked hard this week, so let's celebrate and recharge for next week. Cheers. Suddenly, an interruption. Wait a minute. He carries a large box into the room and closes the door. I brought a cake for us to share. Seeing him, Jiho suddenly felt a jolt, like a shock of electricity. Kim Shin grins, looking at the feast before him. So many delicious dishes. He quickly took out the cake, put candles on it, and placed it on the table as Di Yang spoke with a contemptuous attitude. You brought your unlucky cake again? Get lost, you lunatic. Dongman was in a good mood, so he let it slide. Besides, it looked great. Who's this cake for? Light the candles for So-hyun. He stares at the cake and smiles, seeing a cute girl with pigtails. Da-young complained that he lost his appetite, as Shin told the story of that little girl. The girl was taking a walk in the park with her father, and hearing Shin's story, Jiho was momentarily enraged, but could only restrain himself and wave to the people around him while riding on his father's back. She greeted not only people, but also dogs, cats, trees, and flowers. Shin squinted his eyes as he told the story, looking so adorable and happy that I couldn't let the image rot. Jiho clenched his fist, reminding himself to be patient and not act rashly. Suddenly, Shin approached him with a cake, a face he'd never seen before. A newcomer? Joe grits his teeth, barely holding back. He responded with coldness as I, Kim Dong-ho, offered him a bright smile. Nice to meet you, Dong-ho, and to celebrate your arrival, how about blowing out the candles? Shin's expression was sinister as he prayed for So-hyun in heaven. Suddenly, Chin's face is violently shoved into the cake by a hand. Joe couldn't stand it anymore and stopped him this way. Dongman was horrified by the scene. What are you doing? Shin looks up. Ah, yes, I remember now. Joe stares intently, ready to fight at any moment as Jin stands up, licks the cake from his lips, and points directly at Jiho, remembering where he's seen him before. Shin's face was covered in cake as he licked his lips, smirked, and pointed forward. Ah, I remember now. I've seen you before. Joe was frozen, panic rising within him as sweat poured down his face. He thought, I'm too angry. I've lost my mind. What do I do? There are too many people here. The other prisoners who witnessed this turned pale. A new guy? What's going on? Chundu asked. What did you just do? Diho remained silent, offering no response. He clenched his fist, thinking, before these guys attack, I have to find a way to kill Kim Shin first. I have to act immediately. Suddenly, Shin stood up and pointed directly at him, to the astonishment of the other prisoners. Diho stared, wide-eyed and tense, unsure of what was happening. Then Shin suddenly smiled brightly, as if nothing was wrong. I've seen this kind of thing since I was a kid, kids playing around. Saying that, Jin laughs and smears some cream on Dong Man's face, saying he's always wanted to try it and everyone seems to be having fun. Shin quickly grabbed some more cream, turned to Ki-young and laughed. Come on, Kai, join in. Ki-young quickly recoils, dodging the cream, shouting for him to stay away. Dong Man, standing nearby, bursts into laughter. He placed his hand on Joe's shoulder, laughing, knowing he was strange, but that he also had a funny side. Seeing the tense atmosphere ease, the other prisoners quickly joined in. Yeah, kids these days are so different from when we were young. Gio was still trembling, unable to shake off the shock of the situation. Shin continues to laugh, smearing cake on everyone in a playful manner. After the moment of joy, the prison cell falls silent once more. Dongmin and Chundu sit in opposite corners, avoiding eye contact, while Gio leans against a cabinet, lost in thought about recent events. Gio felt uneasy, realizing he hadn't sensed the man's movements at all. He recalled the moment the man touched his nose and how he hadn't been able to react. What if it had been an attack? Thinking this, Gio's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in fear, realizing he was done for. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Jungmin approaching. Hey, Dong-ho, do you follow any religion? Diho was confused by Jungman's question. He asked, Religion? What do you mean? Jungmin scratched his head, explaining sheepishly. Today is the day for religious activities. If you're bored, come along. Time seems to pass faster there, and maybe it'll make you feel a little better. There are a few religious prisoners gathered at the church. Entering the hall, Joe asked, Were you Christian before? Strongman smiled and replied, No, I only started attending church more often after coming to prison. With a downcast gaze, he explained in a subdued tone, It's the only place I can find peace without being bullied. Hearing this from Strongman, Joe was a little surprised. Why did he have to come here? You don't seem like a bad person. Tell me the truth. I had a classmate who bullied me since I was little. I couldn't take it anymore, so I stabbed him. Joe interrupts, recalling how he couldn't finish the job because he was too cowardly. Joe is speechless, silently observing. He puts on a pitiful act, but it seems he's no better off now than he was then. I'll just get bullied in there too. Suddenly, a voice cut through the conversation. Are you going there, mister? Hello there. The demon's attitude suddenly brightened upon seeing this person. Father, when did you get here? With a warm smile, Shungjin asked, How have you been? Peter. Man nodded in response. Yes, he said, turning his gaze to Joe. I don't believe I've seen you before, Joe politely replied. Hello, I'm Dong-ho Sungjin. Despite just meeting Joe, he acts sycophantic, quickly embracing him, welcoming him, saying Dong-ho the Lord will be very happy that he has come to him. He pours out good wishes, hoping he will find peace of mind here and also prepare for a new beginning. Joe's face is expressionless, and he simply replies, Yes. Sungjin then warmly asks, Would you like to come with me to the confessional? He hesitated, looking at the confessional. Seeing his hesitation, Sungjin quickly explained, Yes, most people come here to unburden themselves of their sins. Though your sins may not be completely washed away, give it a try. Seeing Joe's innocent face, he added, Confession will ease the burden on your heart. After some haggling, the two of them finally arrive at the confessional, each sitting in a separate booth. With an air of righteousness, Sungjin asked, What sins did you commit before coming to prison? Joe hesitated. I killed a man, and that's why I'm here. From the other side, do you regret killing that person? Hearing this, Joe paused for a long moment. He answered resolutely, No, I have no regrets. The priest on the other end remained silent after hearing this. From the other room, a voice echoed as Joe's eyes remained filled with hatred. That's right, you must not regret it. Sungjin continued. That animal Jongki should have died a long time ago. Jiho was visibly startled by these words. Sungjin smiled, admitting, I've heard a lot about you, Dong-ho. I'm in the same boat. Meanwhile, back at the prison, the inmates are having their own discussion, and Zhang is summoned. You called for me, sir? He asks. Dongman ordered, Investigate this Dung Ho. Dai Wai seemed perplexed by the order. Is Dung Ho the new recruit? Dongman, noticing Di Yang's hesitation, reasoned that even if Kim Shin was careless, he shouldn't have been caught off guard so easily. This order proves Dongman has many suspicions about Jiho. Investigate his background and the reason he came here thoroughly. Meanwhile, Joe receives information and asks about the next step in the plan. What's next? What do you need me to do now? Sung Jin replied helplessly. Actually, I ran into a bit of trouble with the preparations. Besides me, the other archers have already started acting on their own. Joe asked in surprise. Acting alone? Seung Jin nodded, confirming the information. That's right, there are 3 others here. Seung Jin continued. But since losing contact with Duok, we were confused and they tried to kill Kim Sin in his cell. I tried to stop them, but it was no use. In the dead of night, a prisoner with a knife enters a cell and stands before another's bed. Seeing that he appears to be fast asleep, the 3 decide to strike. With a face full of resentment and tears streaming down, the prisoner raised his knife high, shouting, "Go to hell, Kim Shin!" before plunging it into the mattress. The other 2 join in the attack, but suddenly Shin appears. What are you doing at this hour? That's fine. The man turned back in a panic, so how could Shin smile at them like that? Gu told me we'd have some visitors today. He quickly throws a punch, but with a single strike, Shin swiftly takes down the prisoner. With a few more kicks and punches, the remaining 2 were quickly dealt with, their faces mangled beyond recognition. Meanwhile, Seung Jin recounts the story to Jiho of how everyone was brutally murdered. Seung Jin discusses another grand plan, but Mr. Du-seok has devised one that can be executed alone. As he finishes speaking, he opens the compartment and hands over a strange vial. This poison is called aconite. Ingesting just 0.001 grams will cause immediate paralysis. Seung Jin explained the effects of the drug in detail, saying that every cell in the body would feel like it was burning to the extreme, an unprecedented pain. Joe holds the vial of shimmering blue liquid, a slow and agonizing death, perfect for the poison needle. He clutches the vial, suspicion filling his heart. Was this truly Dudok's plan? Seung Jin admits it, nodding. Dudok told him about it. And now, Joe is filled with questions. He wondered, if that's the case, why did he train me and make me into that arrow? Seung Jin coldly replied, Training you was just a precaution. He didn't hesitate to suppress Joe's power, because perhaps he would never be able to defeat Kim Sin. Then, Seung Jin added, You can't play with fire like that. To kill Kim Jin, we must do whatever it takes. Joe simply nodded in response. Yes, I understand. He clenched the vial in his hand, a look of determination on his face. But I'm not just here to defeat Kim Shin, I'm here to kill him, Seung Jin continued. Kim Shin doesn't eat the food served in the cafeteria. Even the cake he uses to commemorate his victims he only shares with others. He continued, saying the only way was to put this in the communal food supply. Hearing this order, Di-ho was stunned. The communal food dispenser? Seung Jin coldly admitted, That's right. He emphasized, We're not just killing Kim Shin, we're killing all the criminals. Gio imagines all the criminals slumped over the dining table as Seung Jin slides open the window between their cells, a sinister smile on his face. We will wipe out all the scum here. Back in his cell, Joe held the vial of poison, lost in thought. He gazes intently, his mind racing with thoughts. These vile criminals, burdened by their sins, deserve fitting punishment. But to kill Kim Shin, must everyone else pay with their lives? Is that truly what you want? Just then, Trong-man interrupts Dung Ho's thoughts, asking how he finds the confession room, recalling how he cried all day after his first visit. Seeing Trong-man, Jiho hid the vial in his pocket. You said you intentionally stabbed someone, which is why you're here, right? Trong-man hesitated. Yes. Jiho pressed. Why did you do it? After a long silence, Jungman stammered, I'm just a country bumpkin. He continued, a rural area with a complete school system from elementary to high school. Trong-man's face paled, his eyes filled with sorrow. That's why I was always bullied, from childhood on. A place someone like Dung Hoi could never imagine. In Man recounts his hometown, a village surrounded by dense forests. His peers bullied him, kicking his head like a soccer ball, and in his fear he covered his face, crying and begging for mercy. I'm sorry, please stop. But his peers showed no mercy. They laughed and continued their cruel actions, asking each other if this kid annoyed them. Let's keep going until he stops crying. Seeing him cry only eggs them on. What a crybaby. He then recalls an event from elementary school. His friends forced him to swallow strange things, saying, "Open wide, crybaby, or we'll shove it down your throat." His friends forced him to swallow fried cockroaches, a truly nauseating experience. Is this supposed to be good for you, crybaby? At that moment, Dongsk was powerless to resist and could only let those kids bully him. Gotta get your protein, bro. Where else are you gonna find friends as caring as me? The bullying didn't stop when Jungman entered middle school. His clothes were stripped off and he was mocked. Hey, look everyone, it's Crybaby's birthday, so he wants to do a striptease. A thug approaches, slinging his arm around Jungman's shoulder mockingly, saying he's even been practicing dancing. And so the story continued, endlessly. From high school to adulthood, the bully smiled with carefree abandon. Time flies, it's been 15 years, hasn't it? We must be super close friends by now. Man reluctantly agreed, but while it was a nightmare for him, the bully brushed it off like it was nothing. We had fun playing together as kids, didn't we? I was just messing around like friends do. I didn't mean anything by it. You understand, right? Man nods slightly. Yeah. After a while, the other guy started looking for trouble again. It's a little boring with just the two of us drinking here. Why don't you call your brother over? Incredulous, Trongman asks, My brother? Trongman chuckled awkwardly, saying, He's still a student, so he's not allowed to drink. The man wouldn't let it go, insisting, That's why I'm telling you to call him over. He smirked, shamelessly saying that Trongman looked pretty tasty last time. Tell him to come and buy some good stuff too. Man wanted to refuse, but he stammered in fear. But she's still asleep, so why don't we just drink together? Before he could finish, he was met with a sharp slap across the face, sending his glasses flying. He glares menacingly, threatening him. Why are you talking so much? Get him out here now, he sneered, then insulted the crybaby. Hearing this, Trongman froze, tears streaming down his cheeks. He spoke with indignation, explaining that being bullied in the countryside meant enduring it forever. Facing the thug, Jungman manages to choke out a few words. He cries because he's in pain too. The bully, now also in tears, cursed back, Damn it, you crazy bastard! Unable to bear it any longer, Jungman, in a fit of rage, attacked the bully with a bottle, leaving him on the ground. Everyone cries when they're hurt. In that moment, all the humiliation and endurance of the past years poured out as Jungman retorted, I'm not a crybaby, you jerk. Jungman confessed to what he'd done, admitting that there was no question he was guilty. And the more he spoke, the more pent-up resentment poured out. But sometimes, I wonder why I'm the one who ended up here, and not him. I just don't understand anymore. Joe has been silently listening all this time, while elsewhere prisoners are brawling. Two hulking figures clash in a flurry of blows, one's face contorted from a direct hit, the other spitting blood, cursing his misfortune. His opponent wouldn't give up, relentlessly charging forward as the other prisoners cheered them on. He's won again, 3 in a row, as expected of the boss of Cell Block 7. So strong. The prisoner smiled triumphantly at his opponent lying defeated on the floor. Another prisoner steps forward to collect from those who lost their bets. Hand over the cigarettes if you lost. The losers grumbled, cursing their luck. He had thought he would win this time. The man shouted triumphantly after defeating a strong opponent. Who's next? I'll take on anyone. Anyone will do. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, clapping, breaking the tension. Dongman and his men approached, praising the prisoner. Impressive, winning 3 matches in a row. The prisoner seemed taken aback by his arrival. Damn, Director Jang. Dongman smiled, squinting. So you'll fight anyone they put in front of you, huh? He said, pointing at Shin. Then try fighting Kim Shin. Hearing his opponent was Kim, he hesitated, breaking out in a sweat. Kim Shin, how could I possibly... Seeing the man's hesitation, Dongma smiled reassuringly, saying it was just a friendly game, so there was no need to be so tense. Shin, how about you? It's been a while since you've stretched your muscles, hasn't it? Shin yawns, expressing his boredom. All right, I have been bored lately anyway. Hearing this, the other guy trembled with fear. He frantically waves his hands in refusal. No, please, Mr. Kim. I give up. I'm sorry. Dongman's demeanor shifts instantly upon hearing the words, give up. He growls, give up? Dongman emanates a murderous aura as he stares down the prisoner, questioning him. If you can't do it, what are you even good for, you weak insect? Faced with Dongman's attitude, the prisoner was completely subdued, bowing his head, afraid to meet his gaze, and trembling. I misspoke. Please forgive me. Dongman openly showed his contempt for the man's cowardice. He then addressed the rest of the crowd. It seems the youth of today have mouths but no guts. So, is there anyone here who wants to fight Kim Shin? To encourage participation, he offered them anything they desired. If you win this fight, you can have anything you want. Hearing such an enticing offer, a hand slowly rises from the crowd. Just then, Joe steps forward, declaring he wants to fight. Everyone is itching for a piece of the action, their eyes fixed on him with tension, except for Dongman, who laughs with glee. Look at our rookie, but are you sure? Kim Shin is strong, Joe responds with a determined look. It's all right. He clenched his fist, thinking about what had just happened. This match is Ji-ho's hope. If he wins against Kim Shin, the poison plot won't be necessary. Sin steps forward, approaching Ji-ho with a smile. Ji-ho, you're quite the comedian. Everyone's afraid, that's why they all scattered. Just like with the cake incident. Before Sin could finish his sentence, Joe landed a punch right in his face, determined to give him no chance to retaliate. Use your full speed. He lands blow after blow, putting everything he has into each strike. Joe's eyes light up, filled with hope. He followed up with a powerful blow to the cheek, sending him crashing down, silently begging him to just die already. Kim silently screamed Joe's name in his mind and rushed forward, but suddenly, Shin caught his punch. He smiled, calling out his name. Yang-ho? Shin's cheeks flush red as a look of pure, joyful exhilaration shines in his eyes. Wonderful. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Joe's heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. He couldn't understand why the man was acting this way, but Shin launched a counterattack. He lands a powerful punch right in Joe's gut, saying, "Let's get better acquainted." Joe is struck in the chest and sent flying. No, it can't be. I definitely hit his pressure point. But Shin strikes again. His head slams against the floor, and just as it hits, Joe realizes his punches have had no effect on Shin. But he hasn't lost consciousness yet. Suddenly, Shin spoke. I was having fun. Seeing Ji-ho collapsed on the floor, he seemed bored. Oops, I guess I hit him a little too hard. Shin looks down at the motionless Ji-ho and smiles innocently. Dong-ho, sorry, did you fall asleep? But Ji-ho remained face down, silent. Shin then turned to Dongman, asking him to take care of Dong-ho so they could play again later. Dongman stood there in shock as Ji-ho suddenly awoke, grabbing Shin in a chokehold before he could react. Joe whispers into his ear, man, woman, old, or child. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Even a monster. Shin, unable to fight back from the chokehold, gasps for air, but Joe refuses to relent, determined to kill him. Shin's face turns pale, veins bulging, eyes wide as he gasps for air, his body trembling, desperately trying to fight back. He quickly used his trembling hands to grip Joe's neck in retaliation, viciously clawing at his skin, causing Joe to cry out in pain. Ji-ho's face also turned purple as he gritted his teeth in resistance. The battle now hinged on sheer endurance, a test of who would break first. Seeing Ji-ho struggle against his strength, Shin smiled with satisfaction. Ji-ho's neck is bruised and purple, with veins bulging as he struggles to breathe, his eyes rolling back in his head. Shin is being strangled just as fiercely, but neither will yield, and Shin claws at JH's neck. After a struggle, he finally lets go, and Ji-ho collapses backward. Shin remained standing, while Ji-ho was about to hit the floor, covered in sweat and breathing heavily. He smiled, turning to Ji-ho sprawled on the floor, and complimented him. I almost suffocated. You truly are the best. Joe lies unconscious, unable to speak. He spoke again. I almost died because of him. Shin bid farewell and prepared to leave, saying, See you next time, Yang-ho. Dong-man, who was just spacing out a moment ago, says, I thought that guy could entertain you a little. The more he spoke, the louder he laughed, never expecting him to fight Kim Shin so fiercely. Quite a surprise. Joe lay motionless on the floor, foaming at the mouth, as Dong-man added, The new guy? No. Kim used... He showered praise, calling him an interesting person, one he must groom well in the future. Di-young, standing behind, looked displeased and dissatisfied, while someone in the crowd silently endured these words. In the cold room, Duok lay alone in bed, closing his eyes as he recalled the past. He recalled his younger days, a time when his face radiated happiness. Hey, you've been through a lot. Dok cradles his newborn child in his arms, cherishing it dearly. From now on, let's live happily together, Zhu, the two of us. I'll definitely protect our home. His wife beams, affectionately stroking the child's head, reminding him to take care of himself. The fleeting moments of happiness passed, and the child grew up. From his first wobbly steps to his first spoken words, the child with innocent eyes reached out and softly spoke, And so, Jiangshu grew up surrounded by the love of his parents. That's right, our Dianshu is so talented, his wife chimed in with a laugh. It seems my jealousy has paid off, seeing how athletic our son is. His face beamed with happiness. 1, 2, 1, 2. Come to daddy, Dongshu. And so, the three of them spent their days in simple harmony, their family living happily through the seasons. The couple watched Dongshu grow from a newborn to a young boy aware of the world around him, and though it was winter, Duok's heart was warmed by his family's love. He smiled at his wife, and she looked back at him with affection as Yangshu grew up and reached the age to attend kindergarten. Back home, he excitedly tells his parents, "Today at kindergarten, the teachers taught me how to dance. I'll dance for you, Mom and Dad. Watch me." Dongshu squints, teasing, "Is our little idol putting on another concert?" Dongshu's mother tells him to keep it down, not wanting to disturb the neighbors. Dionshu sings out loud, "Baby Shark, la la la." The boy even danced along to the song, "Baby Shark, la 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 la." Jongju sang and danced around the house, small and adorable. La 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 la. "Baby Shark, do-do-do-do-do-do." His mother was overjoyed. She clapped along, cheering him on. "You're so adorable. Mom thinks you'll be a singer when you grow up. Seriously." Receiving praise from his mother, the boy sang louder and danced more enthusiastically, so beautiful and kind. La 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 la. She stood up to grab her phone and record this moment. "Where's my phone? So I can record this moment of you." Jiangshu is over here singing and dancing to the Baby Shark song. Suddenly, she stood up and saw Dudu Seok's eyes welling up with tears, and she asked him in a panic what was wrong. "Why are you crying all of a sudden?" He smiled, indicating that he was okay. "Why are the tears suddenly flowing?" Du Seok wipes away the tears in the corner of his eyes, joking that he must be getting too old to control them. Suddenly, he froze as if realizing something. Du Seok looked at his hand. His little finger was now gone. His wife, oblivious, smiled and comforted him, saying he was just easily moved. Jiangshu was too busy dancing and singing to notice anything. The boy then tells his father, "This is the first time I've seen you cry like this. It's okay, Dad." His tears flowed even faster as he muttered, "Hi, why, Yangshu." He then looked at his hands, his expression reluctant to let go, saying, "It's time for Dad to go. I have something I need to do, but I've forgotten." Haiwai's wife was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What was he suddenly saying? "That sounds awful. Where are you planning to go?" Zhang Shu, who had been cheerful, suddenly turned pale and pleaded, "Where are you going, Dad? Please don't go, stay and play with me." Dusak rushed to hug Dongshu tightly. He hangs his head. "I'm sorry, Shu." He stuttered. "Just wait for me, you two. It won't be long." The photo of the three-person family hanging on the wall is now splattered with blood, and Duseok has returned to his aged appearance. "I'll be right back." Suddenly, the door to the room bursts open. A man carrying a basin rushes in, panicked. Seeing Duseok sitting blankly on the bed, he asks, "Duseok, are you all right?" Tears welled in Dudok's eyes as he stammered, "How is Joe?" "He's in the infirmary, still unconscious in a hospital bed." Joe groggily opened his eyes and looked around as a relieved voice called out, "Dungho, you're awake?" Jae-ho startled and sat up. Father Sung-jin quickly spoke up, telling him to rest if he was still tired. He's barely awake, and Sung-jin is already asking about the situation. How did it go, fighting Kim Shin? Could he have won? Joe was covered in wounds, just a little short. "If I could attack," but before he could finish, Sung-jin cut him off. "No." He explained that Dungho couldn't possibly win against Kim Shin. If Kim Shin wasn't careless, he wouldn't even have a chance to strangle him. Besides, that chokehold of yours won't work. And looking at you now, Gio, it seems you've broken some ribs. He judged that with such injuries, he stood no chance against Kim Shin. Words Gio listened to, with his head bowed in silence. After all that, he finally gets around to trying to persuade him, telling him to use the poison he gave him. This is the palace's command for him. With that, he stood up, opened the door, and left. "I'll take my leave." Before departing, he couldn't resist adding a few more words. "Dungho, I hope you won't think about anything else." These words echoed in Jae-ho's ears, stunning him for a moment, as he thought about how his father was killed by Kim Shin. As Sung-jae left the room, he quickly departed, eager to avoid further trouble, but he bumped into another prisoner. The prisoner intentionally bumped into Seung-jin's shoulder, then angrily shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Seung-jin quickly de-escalates. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought and wasn't watching where I was going." The other inmate retorts, annoyed, "Try opening your eyes when you walk." The prisoner turned to leave, still cursing. "As if things weren't bad enough, I had to run into this damn priest." Seung-jin suddenly called him back and offered him a piece of candy. "Here, I wanted to give you this as an apology. I don't know if you like candy, but I heard sweets are good for relieving stress." The prisoner took the candy, clearly confused. "Candy?" Honestly, offering candy like I'm some kid. Annoyed, he takes it anyway and pops it in his mouth. "Remember to keep your eyes open from now on." Seung-jin bowed respectfully until the prisoner left. "Yes, I apologize." Leaving the infirmary, he returns to the church. Seung-jin kneels before the large crucifix, begging God to guide Dungho and keep him from straying. Seung-jin clenches his fists, hoping to make the right decision, while the prisoner who ate the candy experiences a bizarre transformation, his face contorting and his steps faltering. Meanwhile, Seung-jin continues his prayer, asking for the same courage for Dong-ho that he received. The prisoner's hand suddenly convulses and trembles. He collapsed to the floor, his body twisting uncontrollably as the other prisoners watched in horror. What? What's going on? What's happening? After writhing for a moment, he starts foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back in his head. The other prisoners quickly called for the warden to intervene. "Warden, where's the warden?" Seung-jin pleaded for something else. "Please help Dong-ho." Saying this, his face contorted in disgust. He doesn't need to grovel before you like a dog like I do. A delicious piece of meat is placed in his lunchbox as Dong-mang laughs, telling him to eat up. Joe accepts the meat with a suspicious look, thanking him. The meat was just a pretext to start a conversation, as he casually inquired about the previous fight. "You did well in the match against Kim Shin last time. Where did you learn to fight like that?" Joe deliberately avoids the question. "No, I haven't learned anything." Dong-man gives another ingratiating smile. He placed his hand on Joe's shoulder, saying he was pretty good for someone who hadn't learned anything, and that he could teach him a few things. Dong-man continued, saying that Utopia Company values ability, and good skills are rewarded well, as he patted Joe's shoulder encouragingly. "Do your best, Dong-ho." "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Dy-ong looked displeased and dissatisfied. After the meal, they quickly departed. On the way back, Dong-man told his men, "I'm putting Dong-ho in charge of Spring Dream in this prison." Dy-ong questioned, "In charge of Spring Dream?" Dismayed, Dy questioned, "Entrusting something so important to a newcomer when it was originally mine?" So Dong-man calmly explained, "The simpletons won't know what to do, so we need a strong presence to react to the impossible." He continued to explain, seemingly valuing Dong-ho highly after the battle with Shin. Though Dong-ho lost, he demonstrated an acute awareness in his fight against Kim Shin. "I believe he is that strong presence," and Dy doesn't seem pleased, but Dong-man quickly sees through his thoughts. "If you think it's unfair, fight Kim Shin and prove you're not weak." He spoke with utter disdain. "But how could he?" Dong-man continued. "Because you don't want to die." He doesn't care about this side at all. He clenched his fists, struggling to contain his rage. Back in his room, Dy punched the wall repeatedly to vent his anger. "Damn it, damn it." He punched the wall until his hands were bloody, leaving holes in the plaster. He's toiled in the underworld for years, and now Di-chong is consumed by despair. He felt as though all his years of effort had been trampled on. Di-yong relentlessly lamented, obeying your every command like a dog, following you everywhere, even throwing himself into this prison. With that, all the pent-up frustration came pouring out in tears. Yet I wasn't crazy enough, so now you've chosen some rookie soldier to nurture? The guard suddenly appears and calls out to him, looking fearful as he announces the visitor. "You have a visitor. Someone wants to see you?" Hearing that someone wanted to see him, Dy turned around in surprise. "See me?" In the prison visiting room, a state employee reports, "I extracted the CCTV data from Yongki's location. It was badly damaged, so I only managed to get this one photo." Hearing this, Yong asks, "Did you find out who did this?" The officer places a file on the table. "Yes, but I've never seen this person before, and no matter how much I investigate, I can't find any information." Dwy takes the file, opening it with a suspicious look, wondering if this person is a new recruit of Kang Jiang-gu. The other man nodded. "Yes, I thought so too, so I've sent more spies to his side." Dwy then pulled a sheet of paper from the file. "Never mind that, this isn't him." He looked at the information on the paper and laughed maniacally. "You're more interesting than I thought." Our rising star, Director Kim of Phi Bin Store, is speaking with a waiter. Serving requires a lot of physical activity, and you know how packed my restaurant gets during peak hours, right? Seeing the pitiful person in front of him, he spoke up. "It's a bit much to have a waiter limping around like that. I hired you out of sympathy, but this is too much." But in the end, he decided to fire him, saying, "I'm sorry, but don't come in tomorrow." Tiop had been enduring insults and reprimands all this time. Upon learning of his termination, Tiop angrily retorts, "You barely paid me minimum wage, demanded I do twice the work, and now you're firing me." He angrily frowned at the man before him and demanded that he recalculate his wages and overtime pay immediately. "Even 1 cent short, and I'll sue you." Seeing his once friendly employee stand up to him, Director Kim's demeanor changes. "Sue me? After all I've done for you, giving you this job?" He stood up, put on his coat, and left. Kim seethed, cursing him. He'd never find another job in this town. "I'll make sure you're blacklisted everywhere." Before leaving, he turned back to say a few words to Director Kim. "And one more thing," he said slowly, his eyes narrowed, each word a threat. Watch your mouth, or I'll burn this whole place down. An orphan cripple like me has nothing left to lose. After being dismissed, he went to a fast food restaurant to fill his stomach. A Z beside him comforted him, telling him to cheer up, that he would find a new job eventually. Saab took a bite of his sandwich and replied dejectedly, "What good place would hire an orphaned, disabled, recent graduate like me? There are plenty of people out there." Hearing this, she suddenly gets angry. She shouts, "Hey, Saab, shut up! Don't ever talk like that, you hear?" Realizing she shouldn't have said that, he quickly replies, "I'm sorry. I've sent out over 100 resumes and haven't gotten a single offer." TSOB's face fell, and now I'm filled with nothing but negative thoughts. Can I even survive anymore? Hearing this, Zhu could only sigh. TSOB reminisces about his victorious days in the orphanage. "I loved playing with Joe." Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a message, and upon reading it, TSOB exclaimed with joy, "Oh my God, Z, you were right. Your eyes are sparkling with joy. I think I've got a new job at a great place." Seeing his friend smile, Zhu quickly regained his composure. "See? I told you I'd get the job." "Where'd you get hired?" TSOB asks gleefully. "It's a huge company. Utopia, in fact. Inside the prison cell." After taking some time to think, De Jong finally makes a decision. "Director, there's something I need to tell you." He frowned, asking again, "What is it?" With a tense expression, De Jong speaks of Kim Dong-ho. Hearing about Joe, Dong-man immediately stopped what he was doing. "What about him?" Da Yong paused, then spoke hesitantly, his aggressive demeanor replaced with a softer tone. "Brother, about the Spring Dream management, could you reconsider and give it to me? I've been trying to reason with you for 15 years, and now you're giving the job to a rookie who's been here less than a month." He replies, "I understand." Dong-man rises, placing a hand on De Yong's shoulder. "Has it really been that long? 15 years? You were always circling around me when we first met. You've been following me ever since, and you've been through so much at the casino." Dong-man continued, while Dai Yi listened in silence, head bowed. "You'd be sad if I threw you away for some newcomer, wouldn't you? I understand. But Ki Jiang," he says, breaking into a smile. "You've been with me so long, you must know, right?" Dong-man's words negated all of Dai Yi's efforts over the years. Those old dogs will die, consumed by their own greed. Dai Yi offered no further protest and simply bowed his head in acceptance. "Yes, I understand. He doesn't look Dong-man in the eye, but after all, we've been together for a long time." To be sure I hadn't missed anything, I double-checked while he took the liberty of warming up. From stretches and shoulder rotations to sit-ups, he limbers every muscle, bending himself into an arc. Lying prone on the floor, he wonders why Dung Ho is so interesting. From his position, he could clearly see a picture taped to the wall. So this was the gift his father sent? He smirks. "Thanks, Dad. I'll be sure to have some fun," staring intently at the picture. With that, he suddenly gets up and opens the door. Now, like Kiyoung said, it'll be much more fun without that Dongman guy around. He briskly made his way down the hall to where everyone was gathered, ready to stir things up. "Hello, everyone. Is Uncle Dongman here?" The other prisoners quickly greeted him in return. "Hello, Mr. Kim Shin. He's speaking with the warden." Before the prisoner could react, he was struck in the neck. Is Shin really going to take them all on one by one? The other prisoners witnessing this were confused, terrified, and trembling. What's going on? Why did Jin suddenly step forward and kick that guy in the chin? He smiles in satisfaction. The others witnessing this lined up to block his path. Shin Aoman announces, "Sorry, everyone, but there will be no more Jiangdong Man from now on." He gives the prisoners an eerie smile. "Because I'm going to kill you all." A blood-soaked hand lies on the floor, swarming with insects. Corpses lay slumped against the walls in grotesque poses, and the hallway was awash in blood. Seeing this, Dongman flew into a rage, shouting, What do you think you're doing?" Enraged, he roared Kim Shin's name, but the man only smiled fearlessly, his hands already tightening around the neck of another of Dongman's men. "Do you really need to ask after seeing this?" He smiled brightly, as if nothing serious was happening. "It's me killing your men. Dongman is furious. Your own father? You wouldn't even care if I did something to him?" Shin scoffs, feigning indifference. He moves closer. "Have you forgotten? He had to..." Shin approached Dongman, whose face had gone pale. "Hold tight to that dog leash called my father, will you?" He stood there, blocking the way with a wide grin, "Because it's also the rope that's keeping you alive." Dongman recoils in terror, screaming at his men, "Stop that bastard! Kill him now!" Before they knew it, his men were already backing down. We don't have the strength for that." Suddenly, a voice rings out, causing him to turn around. Director Dongman is overjoyed. "Chiang is here?" Following his old habits, he ordered, "Hurry up and deal with that Kim Shin." But Dabai Han no longer listened to Dongman, and with a slight bow replied, "Director, you told me that fake dogs die from being swallowed by greed." Hearing those words from Di Yeong, Dongman froze in terror as Di Yeong pulled a knife from his pocket, his voice trembling. You. Dongman's face went pale. "What are you doing?" With that, Di Yeong forced the knife into Dongman's hand, urging him to fight Kim Sin and prove that he leaned in close, was not weak. Dongman gripped the knife, trembling with rage and fear. "How dare you all!" With that, Ongdot Nian's eyes turned bloodshot as he asked if Dongman was turning on his master. As Dongman slowly rose, knife in hand. "All right, I'll prove it to you." He quickly gets into a fighting stance. "Listen closely, and I'll tell you why I rose to this position, and why my nickname in Utopia is Cerberus. Nice nickname, old-timer. Now shut your mouth and feel my power." "You son of a bitch." A sharp knife pierces his stomach. 20 years ago, in the pouring rain, a man in white sat in the street, begging for help, but the other man coldly replied, "It's your fault for being weak and foolish enough to get involved in this business." The man's eyes turned cold. "Take it." He gripped the dull knife tightly. The only thing he had was this body of Jang Dongman, and there was only one way for him to climb higher. Corpses lay in the street, eyes wide and unseeing. Slaughter. The streets became littered with those who fell by his blade. Killing. Men in white t-shirts fell one after another, and the killing continued. Dongman coldly looks up, saying, "It is done, Chairman." And proving his own strength, the chairman watched from above. Indeed, a three-headed hellhound. He looks at Dongman with satisfaction. "Good boy." Standing in the pouring rain, Dongman smiles contentedly at the praise. "Thank you, Chairman." Back in reality, Dongman is being attacked relentlessly, but even a three-headed hellhound is no match for a demon like this. He leaps, grabs Dongman's head, and delivers a brutal kick to his nose. "Entertain me a little more, old man." Shin Man Bao grabs his head. "I've been looking forward to killing you, old man." Shin's eyes are filled with murderous intent, like a true demon, but this is too boring. He approached, slamming Dongman's head into the floor, and looking down at the fallen man, his face turned cold. "I'm bored with this game, so let's finish it quickly." With trembling hands, Dongman grabbed Shin's pants, pleading, "Wait, Shin, wait." His face covered in blood, he begged, "I'll do anything you want. Please spare me. I'll be your dog if you want. I could even give you a director position at Utopia." Shin smiles deviously. "Really?" Dongman nods in agreement, tears streaming down his face. Yes, from now on you'll be Director Jin." Shin then leans in, touching Dongman's ear. "No, besides that, didn't you just say you'd do anything for me?" Shin's tone became sinister. "Then play this game with me. What's your favorite song?" Dongman is forcibly lifted by his hand. He could only cry out, fearfully trying to speak. I'm so tired. Uncle Honey, tired of waiting." Dongman's face was covered in wounds, his teeth and lips mangled, yet he still struggled to call out to Bibro alone in the night. Warden Buck, witnessing this, didn't dare interfere as Dongman struggled with his last breath. Really not." Dawi suddenly spoke up. "Nothing will change. Warden, just do everything as usual." Terrified, Warden P asked for confirmation. "Kyung, are my daughter and I still safe?" Lai smiles wryly at Kang, lights a cigarette, and looks at Warden P. "You haven't gotten any smarter, have you? It'll be dangerous if you don't realize that." Warden Park quickly understands. He immediately switched to a respectful tone. I was being disrespectful. "Now, what should I call you?" He immediately stood up and rushed to light the fire for Director Nam Ki-jang, DY. Yeong sits smugly, crossing his legs on the table. "Of course, that's what you should call me." Meanwhile, Dongman sings with his remaining strength, "You can't stop, honeybee." After singing for a while, he falls silent, his pleading hands now covered in blood. "Is that all? Using my bare hands really did kill me faster." He scoffed. "At least finish the first verse before you kick the bucket, old man." Disappointed. So very disappointed. Dongman slumped to the floor, begging him to quickly turn away and leave. Before leaving, he turned to Warden P with a request. "Oh, and Warden, do me a favor, would you?" Warden P agrees. "Yes, what is it?" He requested, "Let me out. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." Warden P paled upon hearing this. "Go outside? No, that's impossible. I can't allow that." He quickly takes a few steps forward. "Is it true?" But Dongman and I are different. You fearfully bow your head, unable to meet his gaze. I'm sorry, but that's beyond my authority. Everyone will notice for sure." With just the force of one finger, he shattered the man's glasses into pieces, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "I'll be back soon, and no one will ever know." And just then, the warden's glasses shatter. He stood there, trembling, unable to say another word. while nearby a hand struggled to scoop up spoonfuls of rice. As Diok brought the spoonful of rice to his mouth, the person next to him consoled, "Don't push yourself too hard, Dioksu. You just woke up." Dioksu picked up the bowl. "I don't have time to keep going like this." He stared at the rice bowl intently. "I need to get back to normal as soon as possible." Then he quickly began to devour the rice. "I have to keep my promise to Jiho." In an elevator, a man and a child call out, "Please wait for us." Hearing the call, the person inside quickly held the elevator, and the man entered, thanking them profusely. "Thank you for waiting," the child quickly added. "Thank you, sir." Noticing the unfamiliar face in the elevator, the man cheerfully strikes up a conversation. "I haven't seen you around before. Are you new to the building?" The man coldly replied, "No, my father's house is here." The other man smiled warmly. "Oh, is that so? What floor does your dad live on?" Suddenly, the child next to him spoke up, "Dad, this guy has 6 fingers." The man panicked and quickly stopped his child. "Don't say things like that." The child was confused why he wasn't allowed to speak the truth. Why not? Meanwhile, the man looked surprised. A promise? What did you promise Jiho? Suddenly, a voice calls out from beyond the door. He wondered who could be visiting. "Who is it?" "I don't remember making any appointments." The man responded to the person outside. "Yes, I'm coming." The incessant ringing was starting to annoy him. "Stop ringing the bell, I'm coming." But the person outside kept pressing it. The door opens to reveal a smiling Shin standing right outside. "Dad, I'm home." The doorbell continued to ring even after the man answered. He gently pressed the handle. "Yes, I'm coming." Seeing the stranger in front of him, he hesitated and asked, "Who is it?" The pink-haired girl questioned the delay, saying, "Why don't you hurry up and open the door? I ran here and I'm exhausted." The girl casually walked straight into the room. "This smell, this whole room reeks because of you two." The man tries to stop her. "Hold on, you're ordering me around like you own the place. Air this out." He couldn't stand a stranger barging in, so he grabbed her bag. "Hold on, who are you?" The girl turns around, looking annoyed. "This is so annoying. What are you doing?" "Do you know how much effort it took me to get here?" Du-seok stumbles out from within. "That's who I called. She's an archer and a hacker." Du-seok introduces her as Joka D.A., who smiles upon seeing him, remarking that he looks like a skeleton. The man is visibly surprised to hear her name. Hubei heard the name and thought it was a boy. The girl pouted and retorted, "Of course, it's a fake name. Have you ever seen a hacker use their real name?" Du-seok's expression turned serious. "What's the latest on Kim Shin?" Deo became more serious. "I rushed here because of this. I just hacked into the prison CCTV, and I think Kim Shin is out. Shin is over here, sniffing a piece of cloth in his hand." His eyes gleam with satisfaction, recognizing the scent of skin and tobacco. The house is filled with filth as Jin inhales the scent from the cloth. So, this is the scent of his father. He returns to the child's room. He lay on the child's bed, looking around. Just as he thought, his father wasn't there. A bright smile never left his face, as he thought he'd have to ask Dong-ho where he was. The picture frame falls to the floor, shattering into pieces, and he tears the photo, stuffing it into his mouth. "And I need to let Dad know I'm here." Diok slams his hand on the table. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking of that devil, Kim. Duok trembled with rage. He killed Jiang Dongman and is still out there? I need to find him now. Diopa pulls out her computer to search for information. "I'm searching for places he's likely to go, but I haven't found a trace. And he's not the type to use credit cards." Diopa looked incredibly tense. If they didn't find him soon, who knows what would happen? Then, the news flashed on the TV, reporting a shocking double homicide. A child and an adult found in a downtown apartment complex. The bodies were found in the apartment complex's machine room by a security guard. Hearing this, all 3 faces turned pale. The news continues, confirming the 2 bodies are Mr. Lai and his son, both residents of the apartment complex. Based on the severity of the wounds, police suspect the motive was animosity. Dioa, wary, asks, "Uncle, isn't that your apartment building?" Seeing the news, Du-seok clenched his fist even tighter, his face filled with resentment as he cursed, "That bastard Kim Shin." It's been so long since he left, and Warden Park is starting to worry. "Please," he bit his nails, trying to calm himself. "Please, come back soon, please, please." Suddenly, the walkie-talkie rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. A voice crackled over the radio. "Warden, please come to the prison gate." He smiled, waving goodbye to the inside. "I'm back." In his cell, Jio-ho resumes his training. 15. He tirelessly does handstands and push-ups. 16, 17, halfway, and here he falls. Joe sits blankly, propping himself up on the floor, only managing half of what he normally could. He touches the wound on his side. I have to recover quickly. There's no time left. A voice startled Ji-ho. Amazing. You're already back to training? Shin suddenly appeared in the doorway. Your ribs must still be hurting, right? Ji-ho was surprised and asked, What's wrong? Why are you here at this hour? Shin looks at Ji-ho and smiles, thanking him for saving his father. Hearing this, Ji-ho's face paled. Shin quickly took a few steps toward him. Should I call you Ji-ho now? He then reached out and patted Ji-ho's head, saying, You've grown so much I didn't even recognize you. He recalls the past when the boy dreamed of becoming a pilot, a nostalgic look on his face. You've grown up so fast, he smiles. Time really does fly. Ji-ho was incredibly tense, drenched in sweat. He'd been discovered. Could he even fight in this state? Ji-ho clenched his fists. Could he defeat Kim Shin? Shin recalls the song, remembering the tune Ji-ho once sang, and hums the melody as he passes him. Taking one step, mother's smile. He continues to sing 2 more steps, father's smile. At this point, he suddenly turned to look at Ji-ho, but before he could do anything, he was punched. Just seeing the child fills him with laughter. Joe repeatedly punches Shin in the face, with no other choice. His eyes filled with murderous intent. This was all he had to do. Shin was being brutally beaten, yet he continued to hum the song. Our family is forever a garden of smiles. Even Kim Shin is human, with bones and organs, meaning he can be killed. Thinking this, Ji-ho relentlessly punches him in the face, blood splattering everywhere, teeth flying out. But Shin doesn't resist, only sings. Mom laughs heartily, Dad smiles brightly. Ji-ho screamed and lunged to kill Kim Shin, but as the family laughed and sang, he grabbed Ji-ho's hand. Even with a mouth full of blood and broken teeth, he kept singing, holding Ji-ho's hand with a smile. I've finished singing. With his free hand, he snaps Joe's shoulder. With just one blow from Jin, Joe's shoulder was already compromised, and he screamed in agony. The bastard, he smiles at the sight of this. Shin grabs Joe's wrist, commanding him to sing for him now. Shin twisted his arm back, just like Ji-ho's father used to do, and another of Ji-ho's bones snapped. He collapses to the floor. Shin smiles. If you don't like it, he suddenly posed a question, demanding, Tell me where your father is, then forced him to choose. You only get to choose one. Speak, Shin threatened. Either sing or tell me your father's location, or I'll start with this arm. He tightened his grip. Then I'll break every bone in your body. Despite the pain, Joe managed to reply, Dushik and I trained every day just to kill you. Shin simply grunted, feigning that he couldn't hear. Joe lowered his face to the ground, recalling how they'd go to the public bathhouse and scrub each other's backs after training, eating, and talking together every day. Ji-ho continued, That old man has been watching me since I was a kid, so he knows everything about me. Shin, unconcerned, just laughed and said, Huh? What are you talking about? Sounds childish. Heh, so childish. Just sing whatever. Hurry up. Ignoring him, Joe continued, Uncle gave me the name Kim Dong-ho, combining Dong-shu's name with mine. He looked at him mockingly. Look, who was the one who named you? Shin, hearing this, angrily draws back his leg. He unleashed a powerful kick to Joe's head, sending him flying into a cabinet. He immediately collapsed to the floor. Joe's taunts had sent Shin into a blind rage. That dog. Joe struggled to his feet, clutching his broken shoulder, still mocking despite his grave injuries. Seeing you angry is hilarious. That last hit, it just reminded me how to kill you. Joe's eye was swollen shut, blood dripping onto the floor. That last hit reminded me how to kill you. Shin cups his cheeks, amused. How will he kill him? Without hesitation, he lunges forward, and you can barely stand. Without hesitation, Jin lands a direct hit to Joe's face. His eyes flashing with murderous intent, he coldly declares, You're just a toy my father sent me. Another kick lands, this time on Joe's left cheek, as he watches him kneel on the floor, saying, And to think, he even gave his toy a name. Shin grabbed his hair, yanking his head back, and sneered, How pointless. He drew back his fist, ready for another blow, since it was already ruined. A sky-splitting blow lands on Joe's right cheek as Jin's rage erupts in a torrent of furious strikes. So, I'm not jealous at all, his face contorted with rage. Not jealous, not even a little. Joe is beaten to a pulp on the floor, unable to defend himself, as Jin's voice echoes slowly. Ji-ho, let's start over, he said, taking his hand. I'll break each finger one by one, so sing for me. Ji-ho's face was bruised and distorted, his eyelids slowly opening as he listened to Shin like a toy. In a bizarre reflex, he raised his remaining arm and suddenly shoved 2 fingers into Shin's mouth. Shin recoiled, clutching his mouth and yelling, What the hell are you doing? Diho didn't respond, only stared at him, eyes narrowed as if enjoying himself, and continued to laugh steadily. What's so funny? Shin asked, annoyed. You're such a child, Joe, he finally says. I coated it with that poison. Crystal Boy lay on the floor, a thick liquid spreading around him like a cruel declaration. He froze, his face contorting as Joe continued. It's on your finger now, from a desperate attempt to put your hand in your mouth. He tries to vomit the poison from his body, but Daiho's eyes gleam with satisfaction, knowing it's too late. Even a tiny amount is enough to paralyze him completely. His voice was low and haunting. You will die in agony, your entire body consumed by searing pain. His eyes flashed with a savage red light. Give me the antidote before I kill you. Trembling, Joe slowly pushed himself up and replied, There's no antidote. He steadied himself, propping himself up with his hands. Even if it's you, you can't kill me if your whole body is paralyzed. Shin froze at those words as Joe's shattered past flashed before his eyes. One more step and he sees his mother's smile. 2 more steps and he sees his father's. With tears in his eyes, Joe's lips trembled as he seemed to whisper to a ghost, Father, you don't have to sing anymore, do you? But then, Shin suddenly grabbed his head, forcing a kiss upon him. Dai's eyes widened as he struggled to break free, but it was no use. His voice thick with malice, he said, Even a tiny amount should be enough to kill you, right? Shin's brow furrows as he says, Going to hell alone would be boring, so let's go together. Elsewhere, Joe is in front of an office, a sign hanging silently on the wall. Inside, everyone is at their desks, as a staff member politely places a cup of coffee on the counter. Please, have this first. A woman's voice replies, How did you know? Tio grins, Because I see you drinking coffee at this hour every day. The short-haired girl takes the coffee. I could have gotten it myself. Thank you, I'll take it. Yes, ma'am. The man sitting across from him spoke up. To shop. Yes, sir, please make 10 copies of this for me. He turned, still as quick as ever. Yes. On the other end, Director Kim raised his hand. To shop, please call Mr. Kim for me. T nods with a bright smile, as if he's never known fatigue. Yes, another voice echoed. To shop, this room is a mess. Could you clean it up? He replied as usual. Yes, another request for the shop assistant. He's asked to prepare the director's video conference. He doesn't hesitate. Yes. Director Kim quietly watches Tess shop from the corner of the room. Standing at the coffee machine, he asked, How do you find the work environment? Is Tess shop treating you well? He takes the coffee, bows slightly, and says, Yes, sir. Thanks to everyone's help, everything is going smoothly. A look of affection shines in Director Kim's eyes. I admire your strength. My son is about your age, and he does nothing but play games. He scratched his head sheepishly. Not at all. He brought the coffee to his lips, slowly revealing something he'd kept hidden for a long time. Actually, I was the one who chose you. He pauses, then continues, You make me feel nostalgic. I used to be in that orphanage too. Zoop looked utterly bewildered. The chief too. Director Kim casually puts his hands in his pockets. I also used to call that place an orphanage. He patted the boy's shoulder, calling out, Hey, shop! Kim's voice lowered. I know what it's like to grope around in a dark tunnel, but you will see the light someday. He continued, Keep trying and working hard, Tep Shop, and I'll help promote you to a full-time employee. Hearing this, Tep's eyes welled up with tears. Sir. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling, but full of determination. I will work even harder. Thank you, sir. Director Kim quickly waved his hand. No need to be so formal. He suddenly produced a locked black briefcase. Since you're so good with your hands, could you deliver this to a client for me? Yes, I understand, but what is this? It's quite heavy, Director Kim calmly replied. It's just documents to deliver to a client, and he reminded me that they're very important, so take good care of them. A moment later, his eyes glued to his phone screen. He looked for the client the manager mentioned. Tess Shop. He looked around. This was indeed the address. The place was old and desolate, making him wonder if his company really did business with people in places like this. He knocked 3 times, and a voice echoed from within. Who is it? He quickly replied. Hello, I'm here on behalf of Chief Kim from UPIA Finance. The door creaks open, and a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his mouth steps out. Did Chief Kim send you? He looked up and asked curtly, Where's the merchandise? Tessop presented the suitcase, and as the man reached for it, he noticed a tattoo on his wrist, wondering if he was a gangster. Even so, his tone softened. Thank you for bringing it. He smiled, eyes crinkling, and asked me to send his regards and thanks to the chief. Tiop's face stiffened as he instinctively replied, Yes, I'll pass it on. I guess I really judged a book by its cover. One afternoon, Director Kim placed a similar briefcase before him, saying, "Tessop, please help me again today." Without hesitation, he accepted it. And from that day on, the team leader asked him to make deliveries every day. Tessop stood at the door, handing the briefcase to the man. Then one day, he walked down the familiar road, one hand carrying the briefcase, the other focused on his phone screen. A desperate voice calls out, "Hey, hey, you!" A girl with blonde hair and a worn coat draped over her thin frame. "Just one more dose, please. I'll do anything. So please." Meanwhile, at the white high-rise apartment building, Duok worried. If Kim Shin and Kiang killed Jiangdong Man, what is the situation with Zhou and Kung now? Dioa types quickly, stating that Zhu has been confirmed to have joined the organization. Now I don't even know what the situation is. A pause, and then she hesitates. And the palace. Daoa's eyes fixated on a line in the report. During the raid to kill Kim Shin, all were killed. He couldn't believe his ears, blurting out, "What? No, that's impossible." I clearly told him to wait. I don't know. I don't know why, but it's like they were ordered to raid Kim Shin. Dudu Siok clenched his fist. Damn it, why would they do that? His whole body trembled with rage. I told them not to act without my signal. Why? Yang Min's voice cracked in the heavy air. They're all dead? All three of them? She lowered her head and whispered, Yes, they're all dead. And now only Zhou is left in prison. Meanwhile, in the long, desolate corridor, only the echo of footsteps reverberated with each dry step. I trust in you. The man approached silently, humming softly, The word of God. With hands clasped behind his back, he softly sings, How blessed is he whom God calls. Thank you, Lord. May the teacher be with God. I pledge my allegiance. He paused at the doorway, engraving the Lord's words in his mind, while inside, Zhou lay unconscious, dried blood caked on his bruised face. Stay on the right path. Not far away, faces pressed to the floor, a prayer for protection is whispered like scripture, as his followers gently carry his children on their backs. He left the room, cherishing the memory of his father. Light from the hallway cast shadows on the two figures. I understand this lack of love more than anyone. In his hand, a silver cross glints, swaying with each step. For I am just like you. That voice carried a strange, twisted empathy. I will help you be reborn. Seong Jin, with unwavering eyes, declared he would live again, like Jesus. Then he grabbed a vial of medicine and poured it into his mouth. He cradled Shin's head with his other hand, like a priest baptizing a soul about to be reborn in sin. Seong Jin sat Shin on his lap. I've always thought about this. Rays of sunlight pierced through the wall like needles, illuminating a crucifix. God. He closed his eyes tightly and muttered, Why did you create me? Create a demon like me? In that silent darkness, old memories rushed back like a cold wind. An image of butterflies, a canvas of different patterns. So, our Seung-jang caught this many bugs? His father's voice echoed. From a young age, I knew I was special. I must have always been at the top of my class. A vision of his mother patting his younger self on the shoulder. I wonder if our son will grow up to be like Fabe. Those words were so warm. I didn't experience happiness the way others did. In his memory, his father hurriedly turned away. Oh, dear. Is it that time already? Seung-jin, let's go. Hurry and get ready. But I've decided to live virtuously. Seung-jin closed his eyes, whispering like a promise. Because God is watching me. He stood silently before the wall covered in paintings. He's testing whether I'll succumb to evil. Seung-jin trembled, his lips uttering words of repentance. I was wrong, please forgive me. I was so afraid, so very afraid. His voice faltered. I spent a long, boring time, like a bug hiding in the dark. He used to serve at the free food distribution for the homeless without joy or happiness until an old man came to receive food and spoke. It's so hot you must be tired. The young man smiled faintly, almost reflexively. Are you all right? Despite the pouring sweat, Seung-jin's eyes sparkled as if he'd found a moment's peace. Seeing everyone enjoy the food makes it all worth it. To avoid detection, I lived a pathetic life. But as he waited for Shin to awaken, Kim Shin appeared in this world, a brutal killer who murdered 28 people. As the news reported, his face filled the screen, cold and emotionless, and Seung-jin trembled before it. Though he looked just like me, he couldn't take his eyes off Shin's face on the TV screen, but he was a fearless demon. Seung-jin wondered how God would punish Kim Shin, so he went to the prison. He turned towards the light, yet remained unpunished. Seung-jin stared at the cross on the wall. Kim Shin, you're still not afraid. The cross remained, bathed in sunlight, and a suspicion arose. Seung-jin chuckled. Perhaps God doesn't care about us at all. Was I the only coward? So I decided to test it. He quietly followed the homeless man for a while, then called out, Hey, mister. Jin pulled out a piece of candy, smiling as he asked, "Want a candy to cleanse your palate?" An old man convulsed on the ground, stammering, Why would you do this?" 2 people. 3 people. A man slumped over, blood trickling from his lips, barely whispering. "Holy Spirit, please call 911, my stomach hurts so bad. 4 people, 5 people. His hand gripped the corpse's ankle tightly. "I've killed over him, people." Jin's face was cold as he dragged the corpse through the dark, rainy street, gazing down at the brightly lit city below. "So I really won't be punished at all." Jin's lips moved slightly, and I realized, his hand still clutching the vial, he declared that God doesn't care about us, doesn't love us, just as Shin groaned softly. He opened his eyes, a lopsided smile on his face. "How interesting." Jin bowed his head and replied, "Thank you for your praise, Shin." At that moment, a hoarse voice called out, "Hey, mister, just one." The gaunt girl with chapped lips, draped in a long coat, pleaded, "Just one. I'll do anything, please." Teo stepped back, frowning. What are you talking about? Wearing a winter coat in the fall?" She placed her hand on his shoulder, her voice trembling. "Please, don't pretend you don't understand. I haven't slept in over a week." Teo's eyes widened as he asked, "Why? Why would I?" She whispered in his ear, "I'll do anything you ask. Just give me one from your bag." Her other hand touched the suitcase by her feet, adding that one wouldn't be enough. Startled, Teo pushed her away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" He clutched the briefcase, explaining, "I think you've got the wrong idea. Documents. Girl, these are just our company's documents," she repeated with a laugh. "Documents?" Her sunken eyes widened as if she'd lost all reason. "I'm asking nicely, and you still won't cooperate?" She lunges, grabbing the briefcase. "I said give me one, damn it." He panicked, shouting, "I'm going to die from nightmares." "Let go." 2 pulls it back, shouting, What is going on?" "Let go." He demanded she hand over the suitcase. "I told you to give it to me." Suddenly, the suitcase lock burst open, scattering tiny white pills everywhere. They scattered across the ground, and she collapsed, clutching a handful of the pills. So it was here after all. Spring dream. The girl's eyes sparkled, her mouth watering with desire. "I can sleep now. I can dream now." Teo stood there, clutching the empty suitcase, asking, "Hey, what's that?" Seeing the girl turn to leave, he called out, "Hey, wait." Teo ran after her, his heart pounding, and stopped. There she is, carefully cradling the white stones in her hands. It must have been at least a year, no, closer to 2, when she suddenly bumped into someone. Director Kim looks at her and says, "Madam, this is unacceptable." She looked at the 3 people blocking her path. How did they know? She collapsed to the ground like a broken doll. Just then, Teo rushed over, confused, and stammered, Vice President." Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. I was wrong. I must have lost my mind." She held out the drugs. "I'll return all the medicine." He stood frozen upon hearing her words. "Please, spare my life. Please look up. Why would we kill you? Don't say such scary things. Just compensate us for the broken vials." The girl looks up, her lips trembling. "I can't pay you back. I don't have any money." Director Kim remained calm, saying, "Don't worry. We have ways for customers like you to pay." He turns and orders, "Escort our guest." The guard behind him immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Teo approached cautiously, asking, "Vice President, what is all this?" She was led by 2 towering bodyguards to a nearby car, and time seemed to stop as Director Kim whispered his name. Teo. Immediately after, he pulls out a syringe, the other hand gripping the boy's arm tightly. "That's why I told you to guard the bag carefully." Teo froze, feeling the cold needle against his skin, whispering as his body seemed to drain of strength. "Oh." The vice director's voice is emotionless, saying he was satisfied with T-Op's diligence. But what a pity. On the table are surgical instruments as someone laments, "Oh my, Dr. Kim. 2 surgeries in 1 day is a bit tiring." The man beside him smirks and whines again, and Director Kim glances at his watch, saying decisively, "The spring dream is about to wear off. Hurry up." He frowned, replying, "The vice president is so difficult." On the operating table, T-Op slowly opens his eyes. Seeing this, Dr. Kim asks, "He seems to be awake. Should we give him another dose?" He pulled out a box of medicine, responding indifferently, "What's the point? He's going to die anyway, so there's no need to waste resources." He raises the scalpel to Top's abdomen. Yes, I know. It's going to hurt a lot," Tess whispered weakly. "Deputy Director, why are you doing this to me?" Director Kim repeats with a sneer. "Why?" He tilted his head, replying, "I chose you because I wanted this to happen. You're an orphan, so no one would care if you disappeared, right?" Just then, a click echoed from the lock. The sound of metal turning frantically echoes as Director Kim frowns, clutching a medicine box. What's this? Who's opening the door? The door stops opening, and Do Seok's face appears in the doorway. I promised Jiho. He enters, holding the cane that will protect his friends. Do-soo's eyes are firm, but I almost got into big trouble. He looks at him, lying motionless on the operating table. Sorry, you poor thing. Dr. Kim turns his head. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Still alive? Director Kim chuckled softly. So, it's our injured customer. He casually begins to roll up his sleeves. Thanks for coming to us. Behind Director Kim, 2 bodyguards emerged, knives in hand. But it looks like standing is still difficult for you. Do you really want to fight us? Suddenly, Do Seok swings his cane, smashing the light switch, plunging the room into darkness as his voice echoes. With a grip so tight his knuckles turned white, he vowed to kill him before he could act. Do Seok's eyes flashed red like a demon reliving the garbage of the past, and a heavy punch landed on the wall. Doc's whole body trembled, his teeth clenched. It's my fault, because I was deceived the plan turned out like this. Behind him, Yangmin called out softly as Dokbae, sitting in his chair, spoke with hesitation. I hesitate to say this, but there's one more thing. He's the small-time crook you asked me to look into. It seems he was taken advantage of at Utopia. Do Seok's expression changed as he exclaimed, What are you talking about? Her fingers fly across the keyboard. Lim Tea Shop started working at Utopia a month ago, Diopa says, unable to hide her worry. Until now, the employees there have all been addicted to spring dreams, homeless, and orphaned. Images appear one by one on the computer screen. I tried ordering spring dreams from the company website, and Yangmin's horrified gaze cut me off. So, Joe's friend is now a spring dreams delivery person? Dio quickly replies, That's right. And a bigger problem is her voice is heavier now. During their employment, all the employees without relatives or acquaintances disappeared without a trace. The director suddenly looked up, his voice urgent. Where are you going? Seeing Dusuk put on his jacket, she asked urgently, Are you going there now? Yangmin rushed over in a panic. Dusek, where do you think you're going in that condition? You're in no shape to fight. Without turning back, he replied, I made a promise. His words were a slap in the face to my pride. I'd already broken one promise. Dioksu gripped his staff tightly, refusing to break another promise, his eyes resolute as he looked at the two of them. Absolutely not. The room was shrouded in darkness, the electrical work a mess. The officer behind Director Kim nervously looked around. Where did he go? Mr. DM Nien replied, Don't panic. Defend your weak points and wait. Fighting in the dark means you could be ambushed at any moment. Director Kim clenches his fist, thinking his hand is more lethal than Doc's bat. Time passes silently with no movement, and Doc is nowhere to be seen at the door. He wondered to himself, why hasn't he attacked yet? If he's used to the dark, won't my chances of winning disappear? Sweat begins to bead on his brow. Was the threat to kill him just bait? A thought flashed through Director Kim's mind. Are you trying to trick us to save that log? Suddenly, a golden light burst forth. The bodyguard shielded his eyes from the sudden light, his face contorting in panic. My eyes! My eyes! It's like getting struck by Duke's staff. The remaining guard shouted, knife in hand, pointing forward. You bastard! Just as he was about to charge, darkness engulfed the room. The bodyguard roared in anger. Where did he go? It's like hunting wild animals. Director Kim pondered silently. If you want to hunt wild animals, you need bait. The guard trembled, sweat pouring down him, when suddenly a finger poked his back. He spun around, throwing a punch behind him. The damned bastard swings his remaining arm, slashing the knife forward. Is that where you are? His face contorts with rage. Where are you? Come out now. Just as he shouted, the lights flickered on. I told you to come out. Another blow to the head, and the bodyguard falls without a chance to react. Just then, a whisper echoed from behind him. Why would he reveal himself like that? A hand grips Dusek's shoulder as Director Kim speaks from behind. Got you. Using his full weight, he slams Duseok to the ground, ending their chase. His body flies through the air, and Director Kim's glasses are sent flying. I've won. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Once I've got you, I'm never letting go. The vice director was a promising judo athlete. In a previous match, Director Kim used his legs to lock his opponent's arm. His face was expressionless. That was the end of the match, but for some reason, in his victories, Kim ruthlessly broke his opponent's arm and then voluntarily entered Utopia. He would always break his opponent's arm, the screams echoing, but Director Kim never hesitated. Inside the room, 2 men lay unconscious while another clutched his arm in agony. The vice director didn't use knives like common thugs. His muscular arms coiled with power, and with his bare hands, Director Kim decisively snapped the man's neck. He tightened his grip, snapped their necks, and killed them. Surveying the scene, a smirk crept across his face. Now Director Kim, gripping his leg, growls as he fights for Endranton, oblivious to the pain. I mean, even if you're stabbed, you have to see the blood to know you've been stabbed. His eyes were wild, but the pain of broken bones and torn ligaments was undeniable. Fighting spirit and pride will vanish. His voice continues, driving people to scream. Suddenly, Duzik's headlamp flicked on, and he calmly looked up and spoke. Is that all? Duzik's finger pierces Director Kim's eye, causing him to scream in terror. What? What is it? I already broke your arm. My eyes. Dusuk grabs Director Kim's head, his voice low. The pain of a broken bone is nothing compared to the pain of losing a family. The people you killed were someone's family too. A vision flashed through Doksu's mind. Just because they don't have parents doesn't mean they don't have a family. They're precious to someone. He tightens his grip around Director Kim's neck. His hand flailed for a moment, then stopped. Dusik, seeing this, let go, gasping for breath, and looked around, thinking about what to do next. Suddenly, the baseball bat comes crashing down on Dudok's head, and Dr. Kim appears from behind, now with another body to dispose of. How boring. What a nightmare. He raises the baseball bat, thinking that with a spring dream he could have a happy dream. Another blow lands on Doduseo's head. He tells himself this is just withdrawal from spring dreams. He struggles, unable to fight back, his broken leg rendering him helpless. Dudu Seok's eyes slowly close as his consciousness fades, and Dr. Kim's face twists in anger. Get away. Help me escape this nightmare. Suddenly, a knife plunges into his back. Dr. Kim Yol, who shot someone, turns around. What is it? The knife is pulled out and he staggers, his lips trembling. It was just a dream. But why? He collapsed with a stifled groan. Damn, that hurts. On the ground, 4 bodies lay scattered. Dusuk, half-conscious, called out, Tessop. Tessop stood silently, wondering, is this what office life is like? His eyes widened in confusion as he asked, what's going on, you know, don't you? Tell me, he pleaded. A moment later, the car sped down the highway in the dead of night. Yang Min silently drove, with Duok and Tessop in the back. Duok had told Tessop everything. Silence fills the air as he looks down at his leg. About Kim Shin, the one who murdered his family and Gio's family, his hands clenched on his thighs, and the reason for Tessop's injured leg and fingers. Tessop sat silently, staring out the window, thinking about what Jiho would do in prison. He spoke, breaking the silence in the car. So it was true, just as I thought. Tears welled in Tessop's eyes. Jiho, I thought he had no reason to kill anyone. My friend Joe. The car turned onto the small road ahead. Duok spoke, even though Utopia won't look for the final courier, stay with us for a while, just in case. He lowered his head, his hair shadowing his wavering eyes. Uncle, can you make me stronger? He turned in surprise, asking the question. Though Duok's eyes were still swollen from tears, they shone with an iron will. I want to help Joe clean up this trash, and I want to become the arrow. Man entered the room, and seeing Jiho unconscious, he cried out, kneeling to cradle his head. Are you okay? Seeing the dried blood at Jiho's nose, he wondered, who did this to you? Overwhelmed with emotion, Trong trembled. Jiho, no. Dai Rang walks in, hands in his pockets, and shouts, Get out! Don't just stand around here! But he still wouldn't let go of Jiho. Director Nam Ki Trong Dung Ho's face was indifferent, even cruel. I knew it. He's dead, and he's already starting to stink. Without hesitation, Dui Rang ordered them to drag him away. As 2 men carried the body away, a frantic Trong man asked, Wait, where are you taking him? Before he could react, Dui Rang kicked him squarely in the face. He squats down, staring intently. Were you close to this bastard? I'll bury you with him, he said as Manho cradled his cheek, sobbing in pain and fear. No, I'm sorry. A moment later, the sound of shoveling dirt echoed steadily. Under the pale moonlight, he watched as Diho's body was buried beneath layers of cold earth. Di Jiang, cigarette in hand, wondered why he even considered avenging that murderer. You think justice will prevail? He tossed the smoldering cigarette into the freshly covered grave. How childish, our rising star. The moment you decided Kim Shin was evil and you were justice, you'd already lost. Jiang's face was indifferent, tinged with contempt, because he could do any evil deed, while you, at best, could only do what's right. With that, Du Jiang turned and left, ordering, Do a proper job, I'm going to sleep. The 2 nearby men immediately replied, Yes, Director, sweet dreams. At the same time, the long-haired man tilted his head slightly, stretching as his knuckles cracked. Seongjin approaches and says, You have an amazing recovery rate. You can already move after taking the antidote. His face still pale, he replies, still slightly swollen, but his eyes scan Dongyu and Sun-Ti standing in front, asking who these people are. He smiles, replying, "These are brothers like us, those who aren't cowards." Xungjin slowly introduces them. "You've probably heard of Jiang Dongyu. He was involved in the dormitory fire at the prestigious university." The memory returns. Fierce flames erupt, followed by thick smoke that fills the corridor, and chaotic screams echo from within. The man's eyes stung from the smoke as he muttered, "I can't see anything in front of me. No, I can't find the exit." Suddenly, a phone light flickers in the smoke. "Come this way? The exit is here. Look at the phone light." Filled with hope, the man followed the light. He would live. He was going to live, thank God. Everyone head towards the light. But suddenly, a hammer descends from above. Dong Yu, wearing an oxygen mask, swings it down on the man who called for help. Nearby, 2 girls screamed in terror. "What? What is happening?" The hammer dripped with blood as he approached, a sinister smile on his face, his hands tightening around the hammer. "Come one, come all. This is the exit, the path to the other side." His voice echoed, "Give up your desire to survive. 911 isn't coming." Seung-jin remained calm despite burning down a university dorm and killing 5 people with a hammer, plus 4 more unsolved murders. His voice continues. As far as I know, his motive was feeling inferior about his looks and education. Dong Yu wipes the sweat from his brow. That's not the reason. His eyes were cold. He simply wanted to teach them a lesson. That's the price they pay for looking down on others? Sung-jin smiles in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. And who is this beside you? His eyes land on the silent figure in the back, Han Suntae, leader of Menzona, who kidnapped 3 high school students and took ransom money from their parents. But inside the cold prison cell, echoes of pleas ring out. "You said you'd let us go once you got the money. Please, have mercy." "Please, uncle, please, auntie," he said, his voice as cold and detached as a death sentence. He kept the kids and his men locked up as 3 subordinates stared blankly through the bars. "Boss, please don't joke around like that. Let us out. Open the door." The desperate cries intensified. "All for money? Open the door, you bastard, you son of a bitch." The man spoke without a change in expression, and he gave them 10 peanuts and a bottle of water once a week. The imprisoned scramble and fight, driven by my extreme hunger. Damn it. "Get out of here." Suntae peered through the bars, listening intently. "I'm going to kill you all. Let go of me." A month later, when the police arrived, 2 officers covered their mouths, eyes wide with shock as they beheld the bodies strewn before them. Sung-jin glanced over and Sin continued, noting only 5 emaciated, bloody, and foul-smelling corpses remained. Suntae spoke emotionlessly, stating his motive was love for humanity. His voice continued, "Out of love, I became curious about what humans think." Hearing that, he gave an inscrutable smile, wondering how not to become human. He stared intently, his cheeks flushed. "The reason I joined this plan is because of you, Kim Shin." "I'm curious about Kim Shin. Very curious." Seung-jae tilts his head and speaks. Though they weren't prominent in prison, there were many like them. "I'll find more people later," he declared, as if taking an oath. "We'll form Kim Shin's legion." Shin replied softly. A legion? That sounds like fun." His eyes lit up with an idea. "First, let's go on a picnic together." Time passed, and the tension was palpable as a voice called out, "Director Lamb!" The man bit his nails, trembling as he listened. This was truly dangerous. A police officer reports with a tense expression. "It's like releasing tigers and lions into the wild." On the monitor, 3 figures walked away from the prison. All 3 released at once. The man continued to bite his nails, complaining loudly. "So noisy." I know. Tears streamed down Warden Park's face. "I shouldn't have come here, shouldn't have become the warden." Meanwhile, the city at night is still brightly lit and bustling. Dongyu jumped up and shouted, "Freedom, I'm free!" waving his hands excitedly in the air. Sun-Ti walks away slowly, turning to Kim Shin to ask if he isn't curious. Of the 5 corpses in his story, doesn't he wonder who survived? He replied as if he knew everything. "The worst ones survived, didn't they?" Shin's smile spread gently, cutting through the night air. "I'm curious about the process as well. Tell me about it later." "Yes, I'll tell you about it when the time is right." A moment later, Shin stopped and announced, "We've arrived." He pointed towards the high-rise building ahead. "Let's begin our picnic," a voice said as wine filled the glasses in the room. "Everyone's heard, right, about Jiang Dongman's murder? Word is his own rabid dog killed him." Jangu, who was sitting in the host's seat, gently swirled his wine glass. "He must have passed away, peacefully. Anyway, I'm going back to my old position since things are so chaotic at the company." He exuded confidence. Please, have faith in me and follow my lead. Director Zhang bowed respectfully. Yes, others chimed in. Please take care of us. With Dongman dead, I feel so relieved. Director Jiang turned and asked, when should we hold the inauguration ceremony, Chairman Kang Jinwoo? Jangu humbly replied, oh heavens, all right, everyone's working so hard, let's just keep it simple and modest. He wouldn't let it go. How could they keep it simple? We even had to rent out the Olympic Stadium because the chairman has a guest. He said sternly, don't you know what the board of directors is doing? Do you even know how to do your job? The man outside tensely announces. They insisted on seeing you, he said, as Jangu looked on with suspicion. They insisted on seeing me? Who are they? Dong Yu grabbed a man by the hair and dragged him forward, followed by Jin and Sun Ti strolling in leisurely. How stifling. Director Jiang jumps up, yelling, who are you people? Shin steps forward into the center of the room. Who else would it be? His eyes scanned each face. The mad dogs you were just talking about. Shin introduces himself as if at a social gathering. I'm the one who killed Uncle Dongman. Shouldn't I be rewarded? Jangu remains seated, showing no signs of panic. So, you're Kim Shin, that madman? He replies, yes, it's me. He swirls the wine in his glass. How could I not reward the man who killed Dongman? Jangu smirks. Just tell me what you want, you mad dogs. Want a bone? Shin places a hand on the chair and chuckles. This old man is interesting, isn't he? He casually sat down and continued. But more than that, I need a place to play with my friends. At that, everyone in the room drew their weapons. A large, safe place where we can run wild. He rests his cheek on his hand and says, I think Utopia would be the perfect place. Jangu frowned, glaring at him with obvious displeasure. What nonsense are you spouting? Kim smirks coldly. Doesn't Uncle Dongman also have shares in Utopia? He rests his chin on his hand, leaning back in his chair, a nonchalant smile and arrogant tone on his face. Give me that share and I'll spare your lives. Dong Yu and Sun Ti stood behind, glaring at them defiantly. The others were furious when Kim Shin said, then I'll spare your lives. They all brandished their knives, glaring at them. One of them held a knife to Shin's throat. But surprisingly, he calmly rested his chin on his hand and smiled excitedly as the subordinate glared and growled, Director, don't worry about this lunatic. Before he could finish, Dongwu grabbed him by the hair. He yanked the man up and delivered a powerful blow to the gut, sending him flying backward, completely stunned. Dongwu used the momentum to hurl him even further. The underling lost his balance and crashed through the glass door, shards of glass flying everywhere as the man watched with disdain. This isn't where you belong. This is a stage for those at the top. Be smart and stay put. It's going to hurt if you fall. Dong held him and pushed him into the air. The subordinate trembled, afraid to make a sound, desperately clinging to Dong's hand. It would hurt to fall. The terrified subordinate screamed, What are you idiots waiting for? Do something! The henchman broke out in cold sweats, wary of him, and no one dared to step forward. Suddenly, Jangu chuckled softly and spoke calmly. Calm down, everyone. Adults should be patient with children. He smirked at Shin. I heard you were a mad dog who didn't care about money. Shin sneered, his voice dark. I told you, money doesn't matter. He smirked. I just need a place to play with my friends. Jangu simply smiled blandly in response, as if struck by a sudden realization that this was all just a game. He heard this and smiled knowingly, remaining silent. Jangu understood, chuckled softly, and said, All right, I'll give it to you. It's not mine anyway. The subordinates were shocked and resentful, exclaiming, Director, why give him shares? How can he own shares? Jangu no DS, loosening his tie with a smile. It's fine. He took care of Jiang Dongman for us, so he's qualified. It's good that you understand. He looked at Jangu, smiled contentedly, nodded in farewell, and left, reminding him to keep his word. Suddenly he glared at Jianggu, his voice sharp, Or you'll die. The three turned and slowly left, just like that old man Dongman. They left their disgruntled subordinates behind as Director Jiang spoke up awkwardly. Director, are you really going to give him shares? Jangu calmly toyed with his glass and replied, Am I crazy? I only said that to keep them from causing trouble. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out thoughtfully. If we had pushed too hard, we would have suffered heavy losses as well. Besides, killing them wouldn't benefit us, so there was no need. Jianggu gazed down at the building with a haunting look and a chilling smile. I'm not like those uneducated fools like Jiang Dongman. We won't suffer any losses. His gaze follows Shin and the others as they depart, knowing that their prison cell offers ample opportunity for their demise. Below, Shin turns and says softly, Do whatever you want. Dongwu laughs excitedly, while Soon remains stern. He smiles brightly. See you in 3 days in the safe house, because we have an alibi called prison. He stared at him intently, asking, And what are you going to do, Kim Shin? Shin looked back, smiling brightly. It's been a while since I've been home, so I'm going to visit my mother. The scene shifts to a person with a leg in a cast who asks, You want to become an arrow, right? Doc stares intently, his voice serious. Then try attacking me. Attack however you want. TSOB stammers, clearly flustered. Oh, attack? He approached him, his voice serious. Test, check the aptitude of the arrow. I'm fine. Just hit me with everything you've got. Seeing his seriousness, TSOB steeled his resolve, raised his hand in a defensive stance, and looked at him with determination, though his voice still wavered. I'll do it. Chubb closed his eyes and punched Duke in the face with all his might. With a cold voice, Duke quickly pointed out his shortcomings. The punch lacks power. A fist like that couldn't kill anyone. Seob stumbles back, flustered, explaining, I know. It's because I've never fought before, but if I were trained like Joe... He clenched his fist and sternly explained, The problem isn't a weak fist, but a fist without power. He suddenly threw a swift punch, catching Seob off guard. He wanted to strike down his opponent, but his fist lacked the resolve to truly defeat someone. Dushik glares at him, explaining that people like him can't become arrows. He stammered, But Joe did it. TSOB lowered his head, looking dejected. I can do it too, just give me a chance. Duok turns and sits on the chair, thinking that Joe would have aimed for the severed leg from the start, not the face. You're different from Joe. Seob is startled by this. He lowered his head, clenched his fist, and struggled for a long time. Then suddenly, TC collapsed to his knees. Kneeling before the car, he begged with a trembling voice, Please, help me. Please, Seob said, head bowed in thought as he began to speak hesitantly. I wanted to be a police officer, to protect justice. He clenched his fist, trembling. But with my body like this, I can't. Suddenly he frowned, his face darkened, and he said angrily, Those who disregard human life, I want to rid the world of them. Duke said in a deep voice, You want to eliminate the bad guys from this world? He slowly reached into his pocket, his voice dark, saying if that's what he truly wanted, he should go out and find the murderers. He pulled out a small knife, held it out to TSOB, and said to kill them. He stared in horror at the knife before him, as Duke watched with a piercing gaze. Then I'll make you my arrow. Time slowly passes. With a puzzled look, he stares at Duok. Why would he make TSOB do that? Find the bad guys and kill them myself. I couldn't drag Kale into this. Involving Joe was already an unforgivable sin. He'll give up soon enough. Hearing this, he could only helplessly watch Duo. Duo then spoke up. Though the world is full of criminals, it's not easy to find them and punish them. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape as TSOB surveys his surroundings. The streets are bustling with people, laughing and chatting amongst themselves. He scanned the crowd, observing every little movement. TSOB reached into his pocket, walking slowly, contemplating whether to find the killer and end him. His eyes darted around, knowing he couldn't just pick someone at random. And with a sigh, he continued on, deep in thought. What to do? Where is the culprit? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Standing before a convenience store, he stared intently for a moment before deciding to enter. The clerk greeted him. Welcome. Then paused, surprised. What's wrong? Why are you here at this hour? He chuckled softly and replied, I was just passing by, so I stopped in. Hearing that, she crossed her arms, laughing and teasing. Now that you're working, I never hear from you anymore. So, how is it? Is working at a big company really all that great? TSOB seemed flustered, hesitating as he replied, A company is just a company. She sees his expression and seems to understand. Things aren't going so well, huh? Then, Z smiles brightly. Either way, you're just in time. I'm bored to death here. I'm switching shifts soon. Let's go eat together. How about hamburgers? Z smiles. Okay, deal. I'm starving. Suddenly, someone rudely interrupts. Damn, so noisy. Can't even eat in peace. He angrily turned to the man. What's your problem? Say, calm down, she quickly says, placing a hand on his shoulder. All right. Then she smiled faintly. Sorry for the trouble, sir. That guy still wouldn't quit, his voice growing more unpleasant. Take it outside, whatever you're doing. Damn it, get a room. Go do that somewhere else. Tse scowled, angered by the man's crude remarks. Hey! Someone frantically covers his mouth. Please! No, there are a lot of weird people around at this hour. The man angrily gets up. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Annoyed, the man turned and left, muttering about wanting to kill all the dogs like that in the convenience store. Tse grimaced and watched him go, finally speaking up in frustration. Is this guy really crazy? Geez. He calls out to him advising, all right, just let it go. He stared at the mess the man had left behind, wondering if he was avoiding cleaning up because he was scared, or just didn't want to. Suddenly, he called out to the man with a strained voice, his anger palpable. Why leave such a mess after eating? And shouldn't you know that drinking isn't allowed in the store? He approached the man step by step, telling him to clean up before leaving, but the man ignored him. Tse then tapped him on the shoulder and shouted, "Hey!" The man suddenly stopped, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his cold voice filled with murderous intent. What rotten luck for such an ugly face. What to do? Seriously. He moved his hands to the music. Roz, check it up, I only ate a few packs of noodles. He was hyped, dancing and rapping to the beat. I wanted to leave after eating, but you grabbed my shoulders. Look at that. But I like it. Oh, suddenly he turns around, and it turns out the mysterious man from before is Dong-U, who stares at him with a terrifying look. Then I'll start, okay? Today is the anniversary of your death. Cut to the next scene. Shin suddenly turns, speaking softly. Don't you have anything you want to do? He looks at Sun-tae. You haven't been out in ages, and you're following me? He stared intently at Shin with a serious expression. I want to know about you, Kim Shin. Sun-tae then looked at the scene in front of Shin's house and hesitated. But because you're going to your mother's house, I can't follow. The two slowly stepped inside, Shin leading Sun-tae into his home. He couldn't help but look around as soon as he entered. Come on in. This is the first time I've brought someone home. Sun-tae carefully examines Shin's family photo, then suddenly speaks. Beautiful, isn't she? That's my mother. Sun-tae moves closer to the photo, asking in a low voice, Then what about this child? He stared intently at the boy in the photo, then asked, Is that you, Kim Shin? Shin remained silent, lost in thought. A tremor ran through him as he earnestly asked, Could you tell me about your childhood? His face lit up with excitement as he stared intently at Shin. I'm dying of curiosity. Anything will do, please. Shin glanced at Sun-tae and smiled knowingly, remaining silent. He then recalled a superhero robot being raised and a voice calling out, Honey, I'm home from work. Yao, holding a princess doll, replied, You're back? I made you a cake. The two boys beamed. Cake. I want some too, Mommy. They began making pretend cakes for each other, laughing and talking happily. Shin smiled innocently. Delicious. My cake is the best. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, Jine. He turned to answer, beaming. Jin's mother approached the children, smiling gently. Let's go home, it's time for dinner. Jin looked at her adoringly. Jin's mother took his hand and led him home, gently asking, What do you want for dinner tonight? Shin quickly replied, Cake. She looked at Shin and smiled brightly. It's not your birthday. Why do you want cake every day? The child shook her hand playfully, begging for just this once. Jin X's heart melted, and she looked at Shin with affection. But sing me a song, okay? The Ba, Black Sheep song, Shin replied cheerfully. Okay. Shin considers this her most cherished memory. The child's voice echoed with a song, 3 sheep in a house. He happily held his mother's hand. Papa sheep, mama sheep, baby sheep, Papa sheep is very strong. He thought, because before, his existence meant nothing. Behind the tree, a shadow silently watched the mother and child, listening to their song, the mother sheep. So warm. Behind the tree, a nameless figure, a disheveled boy covered in grime, stared intently at the joyful mother and child. Shin was radiant watching his mother sing, the little lamb so adorable. Suddenly, a chilling voice filled with hatred echoes, and a terrifying thought flashes through Kim Shin's mind. I want a name. Soon after, Shin disappeared. The mother desperately posted missing person notices everywhere, frantically asking anyone she met, My son is missing. Please, have you seen him? Jane looked distraught, braving rain and wind to hand out flyers, hoping to one day find her beloved son. Please contact me. If you see him, please help me. Slowly, her eyes filled with despair, but her mouth continued to mutter unconsciously, I'm lost. Before you throw it away, please take a look. Please help me. Please, everyone, just take a look. The missing person had remained there as the mother's pain poured down like heavy rain. Help me. Sometime later, he appears before Jine Seox. Lifeless, she shook her head, denying it all. No, you're not my son. She struggled. No matter what, I'd recognize my son. Suddenly, he slowly pulled out a sedative needle. He coldly silenced Jane Seok as she struggled, asking why he was impersonating her Shin. He forcefully injects the needle into her neck, and without stopping, grabs more syringes, coldly uttering, "Why didn't you recognize me, mother?" He then injected all the needles into Jinseo, who is Kim Shin. His voice was cold as he spoke. "Mother, I've missed you so much." "It's your son, mother," Jinseo cries out in agony. Her eyes grew dull, tears welling up as she tremblingly reached out to touch his face. Jin was being manipulated, her consciousness seemingly trying to resist. Her hand involuntarily reached for his face, but her expression remained tense, tears streaming down. Shin simply basked in her embrace, calling her mother with delight. His eyes turned wild with desperation. "Buy my kid a cake." Meanwhile, Dongyu is furiously grabbing Teo's collar and beating him relentlessly. Where's all that bravado gone? What about now? He rained blows upon Teo's face, cursing him. The biggest mistake of your life was acting so foolishly. Blow after blow lands on Teo's face. Begging for mercy now is far too late. Jangu's voice is filled with murderous intent. "Because my specialty is killing people." He squeezed Teo's neck with all his might, as Teo wondered if this guy was crazy. With an excited look, Dongyu squeezed his neck, saying it was too late for regrets. "Your corpse will be found tomorrow morning," Teo groaned, struggling to fight back. He thought to himself, is that all? Did he think that would kill me? Silently, he drew the dagger and plunged it into the man's stomach. Tu finally breaks free, coughing and struggling to catch his breath. Enraged, he berated Teo. "Why are you carrying a knife?" "You crazy bastard." Dongyu yanked the knife out of his stomach, gloating, "Good thing I have abs to stop it." He struggled, clutching the knife as he approached Teo, then pinned him down, snarling, "That was close." He then stabs Teo with the knife, growling, "You?" Teo groaned in pain, gritting his teeth to endure it, as Dongyu sneered, "Is that your best shot?" "Not bad. Good job. But that tiny blade can't pierce my abs." Teo quickly lost strength, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning. Dongyu licked his blade, a chilling glint in his eye. "Your moans are sweet, but enough is enough." As he finished speaking, Tu cried out in pain, his face paling, his eyes wavering, and his vision suddenly went dark. The scene shifts to a factory where a voice asks, "The production of Spring Dream is still going well, right?" A researcher following closely behind, Jangu, reports, "Although we have a lot to produce, I'm sure we can do it." He chuckled. "Selling too well is also a problem, huh? We need to expand the factory." Suddenly, with a hesitant expression, he reported, "Director, the side effect I mentioned last time is happening again. We're still researching, but we can replicate President Ojanu's Spring Dream." But Jangu was shocked and immediately turned around. "What are the side effects?" He looked bewildered, saying he'd seen it before, then explained hesitantly, "Spring Dream alters serotonin and vasopressin and causes problems with the amygdala." He frowned, staring blankly at the man. "What are you talking about? Make it simpler." He stammered a reply, "Girls." Although the odds were low, one of the drug users fell into an unstable state, extremely aggressive, and unable to feel pain. Hearing this, Jangu suddenly grinned wickedly. "I remember now. I saw it last time, but didn't I say something about it then?" His eyes narrowed, a scheming look on his face. "What does that have to do with anything? Anyone looking at us would think we're making health food." He stammered, flustered. "But if side effects appear, it'll be a disaster." Jangu cuts him off, annoyed by his rambling. His eyes turn inhuman, his face alight with excitement. "Just hurry up and meet the deadline, or I'll turn your family into firewood." He then strode away. As he walked away, he chuckled darkly, muttering, "Side effects? Worry about yourself first." He left the man standing frozen in place. His hands trembling, he stares in horror, muttering, "A massacre? There could be a massacre." He watches the white mice die from the dangerous drug. The rats are tearing each other apart in a frenzy, and he trembles in fear and resentment, cursing the thug who only cares about money. Meanwhile, T is forcefully bending Yu's fingers backward, causing him to scream in agony. Immediately after, he delivers a powerful punch straight to Yu's face. Dongyu cradles his face in agony, while Teo glares at him with a deathly gaze. Dongyu trembled, stammering, What do I do?" "No, it can't be." He looks at him in terror, flailing and begging. Before he could finish, Tu reached in and grabbed him by the throat. He pried open the man's mouth. Dongyu could only groan and struggle, and Teo's eyes seemed devoid of humanity as he looked at him and gave a chilling smile. His fingers were twisted every which way, and he struggled to speak. His voice trembled. "It's wrong." Dongyu lay on the ground, bruised and begging for mercy. "Please." He straddled the man, and despite his pleas, relentlessly rained down blows. Taiwook didn't hesitate, striking Dongwu's face again and again, as if consumed by a frenzied, exhilarating madness. His eyes changed strangely as he relentlessly pummeled the man's face, ignoring his pathetic pleas. With a satisfied smile, Theo continued his frenzied assault when suddenly a panicked voice called out from behind. Numbness sets in, and he suddenly stops, staring at Theo with a horrified expression. What was he doing? Stop it. She was terrified, trembling uncontrollably, and stammered. Why would you do that? Why hit him? You're not like this. He slowly stood up, stepping away from the man. Xia nervously reaches out to him, hesitating to speak. T, no matter how angry you are. Suddenly, T reached out and grabbed her neck, startling her. He seemed completely out of it, staring at her with a deadly gaze as he tightened his grip. Her eyes squeezed shut, she bit down, enduring as she desperately tried to pry his hand away. His eyes grew even more crazed, his grip unyielding. Her voice trembled more and more. Hey! Her eyes squeezed shut. She felt all her strength leaving her. Then suddenly, Duke appeared behind him. He reached out, grabbed his neck, and restrained him, shouting for him to stop as Teo desperately resisted. He continued to restrain T-Op, tightening his grip around Teo's neck until he could no longer resist. His eyes widened, then slowly closed, and Teo went limp. It was then that he slowly loosened his grip, staring at Teo in horror, a sense of dread washing over him. A little later, and things would have been much worse. How did his hand get like this? He looks at the car, passed out from being attacked. At the same time, he's bewildered by the deep marks on his hand from his struggle. What is this power? Cut to the gates of a nursing home where a man politely pushes an envelope forward, asking, Headmaster, this is it? He quickly took the envelope, looking at the man with immense gratitude. Thank you. You're always helping us out like this. You must be exhausted. Sun X scratches his head, smiling kindly. It's nothing, really, it's not much. Please use it to buy the kids some treats. The headmaster was touched. How can you say it's not much? I'll put it to good use. Hiding behind the director, the boy shyly peeked out, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank you, mister. He smiled warmly at the boy. Remember to listen to the director and study hard to become a good person. He bid farewell and turned to leave, slowly driving his scrap-filled vehicle down the street. Just then, a passerby smiled warmly. Mr. Lai, my shop's closed. Come by and get it later. He quickly smiled and replied, Thank you, boss. Sun X then looked at the old woman huddled on the side of the road and asked with concern, Grandma, have you eaten? She replied, I'm not hungry. Hearing this, he took 2 bags of food from the car and approached the old woman. Not again. You can't skip meals. I made some side dishes. Take them home and eat them. She reached out and accepted them. Thank you. Seeing you lie reminds me of my son. If I had stopped him from joining the gang, he'd still be alive. Sun X listened intently, gazing at her thoughtfully without a word. Cut to a can of cat food placed on the ground. Sun squats down, looking at the hissing cat. Eat up, kid. You look thinner. The cat didn't touch the pate, remaining wary and hissing at him. Suddenly, Sun realized, that's right, suspicion and vigilance are the keys to survival. He looked at the cat with a meaningful expression. The most dangerous creatures are humans, and you must always be wary of them. Suddenly, a man spoke up, looking at him with displeasure. Hey, move your car, old man. Can you afford to pay if you scratch mine? Sun immediately stood up, bowing. I'm sorry. I'll move it right away. He listened, still annoyed, and retorted, Damn it, are you blind? Sun Seng scratched his head, flustered. I'll be more careful next time, sorry. Cut to late at night at a high-rise building where an employee approached Jangu and called out, Director. Director Zhang reported sternly, I've selected men to eliminate Kim X in prison, awaiting your command. Behind him stood a group of menacing gangsters. Jangu replied, You chose them before I even gave the order. Then he scanned the group and smirked. You think these guys can kill him? We need someone more reliable. Hearing this, Director Jiang was surprised and flustered, but then Jiang Gu stared at him sternly. I'll send Li Sun Seng, Utopia's most powerful butcher. At that moment, Sun was slowly pulling his scrap metal cart down the road. Suddenly, he saw a group of thugs bullying a student in an alley. Hey, you bastard. Is it that hard to buy liquor? You useless brat, just ask someone else to buy it for you. You bastard, are you deaf? Damn it, are you crazy? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the thug slapped the student hard across the face. The thug raised his hand, threatening, My friends are waiting for you to buy them booze and you've ruined the mood. Damn it. Suddenly Sun X spoke up, trying to stop them. Hey, what are you doing? Cut it out. They were quickly drawn to the 2 thugs, laughing and mocking them. What's up, old man? Just ignore them and move on. Switching scenes, Director Zhang hears the name and asks back in disbelief. Lion Seng is that strong? Jangu slowly sat up and explained. Chairman Ojingu, why do you think a man with so many enemies lived so long and passed away so peacefully? Without Lion Seng, Chairman O would have been stabbed to death long ago, and there would be no utopia now. Hearing this, he was stunned in surprise. He turned his back, clasped his hands, and continued. Wasn't there a time when the Chinese Triad Society tried to enter Korea? Chairman O sent Lion Seng to the Triad alone. Jangu began to recall the past, a time when armed men faced each other with menacing expressions. Just you? Want to talk? Across from him stood a younger Lai Sun Zheng, who, unfazed, loosened his tie and coldly warned, If you want to live, run now. I won't chase you. Jangu's voice deepened as Chairman O sent a message to the Triad in Lai Sun's name. The chairman warned us not to come to Korea. There's a monster here, capable of taking down hundreds of enemies in an instant. His eyes suddenly turned menacing as he glared at the group behind him, his voice low and threatening. I'm sure that Lai Sun... No, he's stronger than Kim Shin, stronger than anyone. The scene shifts as Sun pushes forward, holding the alcohol. He looked at the thugs before him and said seriously, Now that you have your liquor, don't bother him anymore. The thugs looked at Sun X and laughed mockingly. Yeah, we got it. We'll all get along, one of them said sarcastically. But how about you give us some pocket money? The other thug chimed in with a sneer. Looks like he thinks you're joking, he mocked. Why would I joke? I'm just asking you for some pocket money. Sun X listened intently, silently observing them. The thug, oblivious to the impending doom, looked at him with excitement. How much money do you have? I bet if I searched you, I wouldn't even find 101. How can you be so poor? Suddenly, a fancy car speeds towards the forest next to them. The two thugs were shocked and confused as a scarred man emerged from the vehicle. Immediately, he ordered his men to bow respectfully at a 90-degree angle, greeting him as Lai Sun Zheng. I'm here to pick you up. This startled the two thugs and the student. They gaped as he spoke solemnly. I apologize for coming to find you so abruptly, but Director Kang Jianggu insists on having you back. Upon hearing this, the two thugs turned pale and began to tremble uncontrollably, his expression now utterly sincere. Please help us out. Come with us and I'll take care of things here. His painted face instantly twisted into a ferocious expression, a stark contrast to his earlier simplicity, before cutting to a prison 5 days prior, where a man was digging with a shovel before suddenly stopping. Is this good enough? The man next to him quickly replies. All right, he groaned, stretching. My pay. It's been a while since I dug a grave. This is tiring. Outside, a figure watched the scene unfold, and as soon as the men left, he approached the mound of dirt. He stared intently at the mound of earth, piecing together what he'd seen, then knelt down and began to dig frantically. He remembered checking Gio's pulse earlier. It was faint, but he was alive. Inman is overjoyed to find Gio's heart still beating. He's alive, and thanks to the dungeon, I escaped those guys. He recalls the events and grits his teeth as he digs, thinking that it's his turn to save him. After digging for a while, Jiho gradually appears from under the dirt, and Inman tearfully pleads, Please, just live. Carrying Jiho on his back, he faintly hears him breathing, and is secretly overjoyed. Weak, but still breathing. With all his strength, Trong-man carried him on his back, staggering under the weight, each step filled with uncertainty. What was he supposed to do now? Suddenly a voice calls out, What are you doing? You startled me. His face filled with fear, the warden approached, sternly reprimanding. Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing wandering around here? This isn't a park, it's a prison, man stammers, trembling. The young sergeant was panicked, thinking he'd been caught, that he was done for. Suddenly, the warden took a drag of his cigarette and said in a deep voice, You're not bad. I thought you were timid. Like me. Warden Park looked at him and continued, Can you save him? This question took him by surprise, and he stared blankly at the warden. Suddenly, Warden Park's expression changed. He trembled, his eyes filled with suppressed emotion. The only way to escape this hell now was... He stared intently at Joe and said seriously, Save him and let them fight again. Jangu chuckled. Nothing to do with it. You're a founding contributor. He chewed his steak and said amiably, I've heard rumors about you. Compensate the families of those you've killed in the past. I heard you've been living like a scared turtle. He angrily stood up, retorting fiercely, That's none of your concern. Don't come looking for me again. You'll face the consequences of your own actions. Jangu calmly wipes his mouth and replies, Please, sit down. He smiles ingratiatingly, trying to win Sun over. Lai Sunzung is still a member of Utopia, and even though Chairman O is gone, the contract remains valid. He scowls, clearly annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. Tearing your mouth apart wouldn't be difficult at all. He smirked, then reached into his pocket, saying, Nonsense? You'll understand when you see this. Isn't this your contract with Chairman O Jangu? Jangu brandishes Sun Xiang's contract with his former boss, declaring, This is your contract with Chairman Utopia. His eyes turn cold. And now, as the new Utopia chairman, Kang Jiang, Lai Sun X belongs to me. You know what happens if you disobey me, right? I'll punish you just like the chairman did. Oh, he's done it. Sun X clenches his fist, his voice filled with rage. Shut your mouth. As soon as he said that, he punched the table, breaking it in two and sending food flying everywhere. This beastly bastard. Far from being afraid, he seemed to relish it. Now you look like the Sun Song I know. Jangu calmly looked at Sun and began to discuss terms. Just help me take care of this and I'll give you your freedom. It'll be a great loss, but I'm not a scoundrel like Chairman O. Go to the prison. Sun's anger flared, his eyes like bullets piercing Jangu. Jangu then held up Shin's photo and ordered, Kill this man for me. Kim Shin's eyes narrowed and his face was grim as Jangu smugly said, During the investigation, I was quite surprised. He laughed maniacally, continuing. I was quite surprised during the investigation. This isn't the first time you've met him, is it? Lee San-seng, the world's greatest, has made a mistake. The scene shifts to a man with missing teeth, frantically screaming, Open it now! Dong Yu stared at the prison door, shouting, Open it up, you bastards! His face was a pathetic mess, complete with fake eyes and nose, and only a few teeth left. He frantically screamed at the prison door, and after a moment it slowly opened as a group of people came out to greet him. So late, Dong Yu. Dong Yu raised his hand, stammering, I ran into some trouble. I ran into a lunatic and almost died. I didn't mean to be late. Hearing this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. A madman. Wipe your tears from laughing so hard, he says excitedly. A would-be murderer nearly killed by a madman. How interesting. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Though his face still wore a smile, his voice was terrifying. But what to do? I hate weaklings even more than people who are late. Dong Yu frantically explained, No, listen to me. It was the first time I'd ever met a madman like that. He recounted in a panicked sweat. No matter how hard I hit him, he wouldn't budge. He was like a zombie. Suddenly, Shin interrupts, smiling slyly at him with a meaningful look. Yes, I understand. You've worked hard, so go and rest now. Dong Yu was surprised, then quickly and politely replied, Yes, thank you. I'll go rest now. Suddenly, Dong Yu froze. His eyes widened, and his face was shocked. How strange. Suntae had slipped around back and stabbed something into the back of his neck, making Dong Yu suddenly act so bizarre. Foaming at the mouth and trembling, he muttered, My toes are itchy. Suntae yanked out the golden needle, and Dong Yu laughed stupidly, his face blank as he groaned, So itchy. Please stop. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground as Shin Zung-jin looked down at Dong Yu with a smile. Rest well, Dong Yu. If you go out, you have to be back on time, he said, glaring at the people behind him. That's how our prison castle stays safe, understand? The new brothers listened intently, not daring to utter a word. The scene shifts as Warden Park leads Jungmin down to a basement level. Come on down. As he slowly walked, he explained, This place used to hold political prisoners, but it's closed now. Only a few people in charge know about it. Suddenly, he said gravely, If we're found out, I know nothing. In-man looked at Warden Park in disbelief and asked in confusion, Yes, but you will help us, right? The man turned, still trembling, and replied, Of course, it won't be free. Warden Park turned to him, his face stern. Wopia, he's the key to saving my children. He looked at Joe, who was weakly breathing on Inman's shoulder, and declared, That man, no matter what it takes, I'll make him fight again. If he's useless, I'll hand him over to Namkang. A moment later, they both entered the room. Jiho was quickly put on an IV drip to recover, and his face gradually regained its vitality. Sitting by the hospital bed, Trong Man thought it was a stroke of luck that Kim Shin hadn't injected more Odudak. He recalled Shin grabbing Jiho and kissing him to transmit the poison. Jiho would have died that day. As Trong watches, Jiho's heart begins to race, his body fighting against the Odak, his face gaunt. Unconsciously, he frowned as Jiho's spirit battled Kim Shin in his subconscious. Joe relentlessly punches Shin in the face, a furious barrage of blows, hundreds, thousands of times. Then a thunderous kick slams into Shin's face. He lost his balance and fell. Jiho's eyes were filled with rage as he raised his fist to strike Shin. But even in his dreams, Jiho could not defeat Kim Shin. Suddenly, Shin's hand grew larger, easily blocking Jiho's punch, his face like a beast toying with an ant. "This is fun, Jiho. You're quite the toy." Shin grabbed his arms and pulled with all his might, causing Jiho to scream in agony. He sneered, his sharp fangs gleaming like a demon's. "Sing for me." Jiho was gently torn apart, like a doll being played with. Joe's head rolled across the ground as he seemed to see his father tied up ahead. Suddenly a voice sings out, "One more step, and you'll see Mother's smile. 2 more steps, and Father's smile will fill with laughter just by seeing you." Jiho stared ahead, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly calling out, "Dad, Dad." Suddenly the voice turned cold. "You're a failed product." The figure looked at him with disdain, its voice cold. "Everyone who fails to kill Kim Shin is a defective product." Jiho cries out in anguish, "Uncle, Uncle, I'm sorry." Suddenly more figures appeared, endlessly weeping and glaring at him. "Jiho, save us. If you don't kill Kim Shin, these grotesque fingers will keep appearing and we'll all die." Just then, Jiho's eyes fluttered open, and he wept with joy at what he saw in the darkness. He tremblingly calls out, "Dung Dung Ho, you're awake?" He opens his mouth and whispers, "I'm scared." With a blank stare, Jiho mumbled, "Kim Shin, I'm scared." Cut to a bus entering the prison gates. Sun X sighed, looking around as he muttered, "This place hasn't changed, has it?" Sun S gazed into the distance, a pensive look on his face. "I promised myself I wouldn't come back." A group of menacing figures walked down a corridor, one of them quietly informing Director Jiang of Namki that persuading outside members is going smoothly, and that most of Jiangdong Man's former men are willing to join Nam Kiangba. Hearing this, he glanced over and smirked. "Is that so? Director Jiang wasn't exactly known for taking care of his subordinates. Isn't all it takes is a little more money to have a pack of loyal dogs?" The subordinate quickly and respectfully replied, then reported further with a serious expression, "Yes, and Kim Sin has gone to see Director Kang Jangu to ask for Jiang Dongman's shares." Daijong suddenly stops, his voice laced with displeasure. "Gao!" In a fit of rage, Ren gritted his teeth and growled, "That lunatic. Why didn't that bastard say anything to me?" Suddenly, someone interrupted him. Nam Kiang Sonex cheerfully waves at Du Rang, greeting him warmly, "It's been a while." Tian's face went pale, and he stammered as he looked at the person before him. He slowly approached, his voice calm. "You've become quite famous lately, and your physique has improved." Sun X patted Dui Jiang's head, causing him to tremble in fear. He smiled gently. "Jiang, you used to wipe your nose in the office, but now you're a boss. You've grown up so much. You know why I'm here, don't you?" At that moment, Sun glanced at him and coldly ordered, "I'm here to rearrange a few things. Kang Jianggu, hand over the organization to me." "Just follow orders." A subordinate, oblivious to the situation, angrily grabbed his arm. He stepped forward, blocking Jay's path, and angrily snapped, "Where do you think you're putting your hands, you lunatic? Do you have a death wish?" Dui Jiang was horrified to hear that. Unaware of the danger, he threatened, "How about I cut you open to see what's inside?" Behind him, Jiang, pale with fear, stammered, "Don't!" Sun Seng raised his hands, smiling brightly, and replied, "Indeed, a commendable subordinate. You've worked hard. Buy him lots of good food, Kai Trang." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the man hard across the face, sending him crashing into the wall, his patience clearly gone, his eyes now full of murderous intent as he glared at Jiang. "Ki, are you surprised? Decide quickly, I don't want to play these games, I just want to go home." He trembled, drenched in sweat, and stammered, The organization." Di Jiang's expression darkens. "I can't hand over the organization to you, it's mine." Sun X's voice suddenly turns cold. "What's so important about an organization or a leader?" His eyes turned terrifying, his face contorted, and he glared at him, his voice icy. "You guys are always like this. Even though I gave you a chance to live, you still want this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Duirang's men pulled out their weapons and rushed to attack Sun. Sun X calmly raised a large hand and casually slapped the man across the face. Then he turned and slammed his hand into another's face, horrifying Digung's remaining men. Sun X threw him into the air, slamming him into another, breaking his teeth, then spun around, delivering a devastating kick to the other prisoners. The group lost their balance and fell backward as one of them shouted, "He's big, so he can't be fast. Surround him and attack together." But before he could finish, Lee Soo-hyuk leaped into the air, delivering a devastating knee strike. crushing the loudmouth's face and instantly felling the others. Every attack from Lee Sun-soo is amplified to a terrifying degree, and he reaches out to grab one of them by the leg. He hurls the man into the other prisoners, sending them flying, making them realize the biggest difference between them is strength, not fighting skill. Sun Sen continues his assault, his large hand swinging, his fists speaking his desire to live. He slaps the man hard across the face, instantly incapacitating him. Sun S then glanced around as if daring the rest to flee. The prisoners witnessing the scene were terrified, instinctively backing away, sweating profusely and muttering, He's a monster." Sun lifts a man by the head, eyes narrowed, and calmly threatens, "Kyung, take care of these kids. They're innocent, right?" His eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Dang. "If it weren't for your ambition, this could have ended peacefully. Give up, don't do anything pointless." His face filled with resentment, he gritted his teeth, trembling with hatred. "That bastard!" Dujiang turned tail and ran, leaving his panicked subordinates behind. Zhang desperately tried to escape, cursing under his breath as he ran. "Damn it, Kang Jianggu sent Li, Sun Shin. To defeat that monster, there's only one way." Tung burst through the door, his face panicked, screaming. "Kim Shin, where is Kim Shin?" Seeing this, Zaeyoung Jin asked, "What's going on?" With a look of utter terror, Kang Jiang trembled as he frantically explained, "Utopia has sent someone to kill me. Get Kim Shin here now." Upon hearing this, Suntae angrily growled, "Kim Shin isn't someone you can just summon. Watch your mouth or you'll regret it." But the man continued to panic and shout, "Do you even realize how dire the situation is? Utopia has sent a monster." Suddenly, Sun quietly appears behind him, saying, "Some leader you are, abandoning your subordinates. They died because they trusted you. You're not as impressive as I thought. Don't try to run from your fate anymore. Just give up." Seeing him, Dijiang was terrified, his face frozen, frantically crying out for a way out. "Damn it, what are you guys doing? Aren't we allies?" Sun S glanced at the two and said grimly, "So you're Kyung's accomplices?" Parung Jin calmly denies it, offering a polite and courteous greeting. "I'm Parung Jin, a priest serving here, and these people are my followers. If you have business, carry on, don't mind us." Jang gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that. The Sun Sang bastards approached, sizing him up, unfazed by the imminent death beside them. What a funny priest. He tightened his grip around Yang's neck and spoke coldly. "Kirung, huh?" Sun Sang squeezed harder, and Zhang struggled in pain. "Just listen to me. Hand over the organization to Kang Jangu, and you won't have to die a meaningless death." "If I agree, you'll spare my life?" he asked, and the man responded seriously. "That's right. I'm not here to kill you. My only target is that bastard Kim Shin." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Sun Ti drew his blade and lunged at Sun Zheng. Enraged, his face contorted in fury, he lunged forward with his blade, but Sun X effortlessly dodged the attack. He glanced at Sun Tae and said uncomfortably, "You fight dirty." Sun Tae gripped his knives, his face full of murderous intent as he glared at Sun X. He growled, threatening, "Who did you say you were going to kill? You've got some nerve." Immediately, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Sun Zheng effortlessly dodged them all. Suddenly, a knife grazed his clothing, drawing blood. Then it grazed his face, causing him to grimace. "Your technique seems to have killed many, hasn't it?" But Sundi continues his frenzied assault, and Sun X notes grimly that it's not the kind of killing done with a single strike. Sun Tai grinned with excitement as the knife grazed Sun's face. His expression darkened, his voice low. Every strike aims for a vital point. The more Sun Tai attacks, the more strangely excited he becomes, wielding his blade like a deadly ballet. Suddenly, he thrust the knife towards Sun, narrowly missing his eye, but Sun managed to grab the blade. He glared at Sunday, enraged. "You're a real piece of trash." He suddenly raised his hand high, and because the knife was being held, Suntae couldn't move for a moment, his eyes wide as he stared at the approaching hand. Sun Seneng unleashed a powerful slap, striking him across the face, his expression twisting into a cold, contemptuous glare. Killing someone for fun isn't ideal, is it? The force of the slap immediately twisted Suntae's neck, sending him crashing to the floor, paralyzed. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Sungjin tried to intervene. "Please stop, Kim Sin is outside now." The man, displeased, turned with a scowl. "What kind of prison is this, a dormitory?" "This is too chaotic," Zidui said sternly. "Kim will return in 3 days. Be here then," Sunix replied calmly. "I don't like that. Wouldn't it be better to just break your necks here and wait for him to return?" Hearing this, Sungjin chuckled. "I know you won't. You're not the type to kill those who can't fight back, are you?" He stared at Sun X's cross necklace and boldly stated his guess. You're different from us." He then gestured with a knowing smile, pointing to the crucifix on the wall. "Aren't you afraid God will see everything?" Sun Sen said through gritted teeth. "What nonsense are you spouting? You think I won't kill you because I fear God?" He calmly looks at Seung-jin. "So, do I need to apologize now?" "Forgive me, everyone. I won't do it again." Seung-jin opened his eyes slightly and began to preach, but his actions were nothing more than self-deception. The man was enraged by this and turned away. "These guys are unbelievable. I'll be back in 3 days. Remind Kim to prepare well, or there won't be any apologies. I'll kill you all." Zijin clutches the Bible, watching him leave as Zhang stares in stunned disbelief. The scene shifts to a hospital room where an apologetic voice echoes, "I'm sorry." T bows his head, then hesitantly says, "According to you, I'm just an ordinary person." Suddenly, Duce interrupts, mentioning the encounter with that thug. He looked at him sternly and pressed, "You really don't remember anything?" He tries to remember if he can recall anything as we transition to Joe training hard. He punches the wall, thinking with frustration that he must kill him at any cost, vowing to give his life. Suddenly, he grits his teeth. Damn it. But why? Joe looks at his trembling hands in a panic, thinking, "My hands won't stop shaking. I'm going crazy." Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. Someone was slowly descending the stairs outside. Joe cautiously hid behind the wall, silently observing, wondering why they hadn't signaled their arrival. Could it be one of Nam Kai Trang's underlings? Thinking this, his expression changed. His eyes showed a hint of fear, and he unconsciously gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists, trying to hide his trembling, no matter who it was. If they didn't give the signal. Joe's eyes hardened. He pressed against the wall, realizing the figure wasn't an ally. He frowned, mustered his strength, and struck, but the man easily caught his fist in a large hand. He glanced down, his voice cold. "Who's this now? Why didn't you let him finish?" Joe swung his other hand, a fist flying straight at his face. Sun Sen remained calm, asking in a deep voice, "Are you a ghost?" Joe gritted his teeth, glaring at him. Sun Sen calmly glanced at him and scoffed. "That's no human fist. Just who is this guy?" Joe quickly turns and unleashes a sweeping kick. Sun Sen easily caught the blow, calmly remarking on the speed, and stared at him with disdain. "But if he's human, he should have some give, right?" What a strange kid. No sooner said than done. Sun X clenched his fist and struck Jiho, who could only raise his arms to defend himself. Jiho grimaced, enduring the pain, realizing that even though he blocked, the attacks were too fast, and in a flash he unleashed a thunderous blow on his small frame. Joe was terrified. The force of that punch had left a huge dent in his arm. How could this be? This guy might even be stronger than Kim Shin. He didn't know what to do and could only watch as Sun X prepared his next attack. He landed a powerful blow to Jiho's face, sending him staggering backward. Sun X said grimly, "You're better than the guy I killed for fun earlier." He stood tall, coldly assessing Jiho as he struggled on the floor. "But you're just a weak kid. I won't kill you, but don't play with your life like that again." These words only fueled Jiho's rage. He glared at Sun, gritting his teeth, and growled, "Don't celebrate yet. It's not over." Summoning his strength, Jiho lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Sun's waist, attempting to force him to the ground. But Sun Seng remained unmoved, coldly sneering. "Rushing in blindly like that won't work. What are you trying to pull? You can't win by stubbornly rushing in like that." Suddenly, Joe's cheeks puffed out as if gathering something. Then he tilted his head back and spewed blood into Sun Seng's face, who instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. As he wiped his eyes, Joe reared his head back, gathering all his strength, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Joe roared, "Die!" He slammed his head into the man's face, then looked up, ready for more. "Die!" he screamed, headbutting Sun's face repeatedly. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, his determination to defeat the man before him, reaching its peak as Sun Zi closed his eyes and spoke with annoyance. "This is a bit much. Do you have a death wish?" His eyes widened, his voice sharp, and murderous intent filled the air. "To think that killing your enemy is worth your own life? How pathetic." He immediately grabbed Joe by the neck, slamming his head into him, leaving Joe stunned. Immediately, he threw him to the ground with great force, and a loud crash echoed. "Keep thinking like that and blindly rush in," he said coldly, looking at Jiho with disdain. "That just means you were dead before the fight even began. How could a dead man like you ever defeat a human?" The scene shifts to a hospital as a voice echoes, "Duok." Outside the hospital room, the police chief leaned against the wall and said gravely, "Are you planning to turn Top into an arrow as well?" With a thoughtful expression, Duok replied seriously, "I may be a vengeance-crazed madman, but not that far gone. I can't drag T-Op into this. Hearing this, he turned to Duke, puzzled. Then why did you say you were going to train him? With things as they are, I can't abandon him, so I'll use the training as an excuse to keep him from going out. Tez's shop is a ticking time bomb. If he loses control again, I have to stop him. Duke frowned, his voice deepening. You understand what I'm thinking, right? He covered his face in self-reproach, lamenting that his thirst for revenge had harmed even innocent children. That's not true. It's all Kim Shin's fault. The police chief refutes this with a serious tone. No, Chief, it's all Kim Shin's fault. He hangs his head, filled with regret. And it's also my fault, for stopping you from killing that bastard Kim Shin back then. Tessop will recover soon. Don't blame yourself. Meanwhile, Joe slowly opens his eyes after a while. Sun Sen, arms crossed, stared at him and said calmly, He's young, so his recovery is fast, huh? Meanwhile, his companion anxiously approaches, asking, Joe, are you okay? Upon seeing Sun Sen's face, Dai-Ho is shocked and immediately jumps up on guard. What the hell is this? He calmly says, You're still dizzy, rest a little longer. Sun then glanced into the tent and said softly, He told me everything. We share a common enemy and I'm here to kill that Kim Shin. Hearing this, he was shocked and in disbelief. Kill Kim Shin? He calmly sat down and explained, Yes, I was waiting here for him to return, so I thought I'd visit the old camp. I didn't expect you to attack me, so I thought you were the enemy and reacted accordingly. With that, Sun scratched his head in embarrassment, offering a warm smile. Sorry for putting you through that, but thankfully you weren't seriously hurt. Joe couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he lowered his head, biting his lip in thought. Suddenly, he spoke up. Earlier, you said someone weak like me was dead before the battle even began. What did you mean? Sun X silently stared at him for a long time, then said in a deep voice, Legend has it. The image of a man with two swords, his eyes filled with murderous intent, stares down the infamous killer Miyamoto Musashi. Facing him, another man with equally powerful energy. He engaged in a deadly duel with Sakura Kojiro, but Musashi intentionally arrived late and provoked his opponent. He continued somberly. Kojiro, enraged, threw away his scabbard and shouted, I'm over 70 years old and I've never seen anything like this. This kid is incredibly insolent. But Musashi just smirked and said, looking at him with disdain as he mocked him, To throw away the scabbard means he'll never sheath his sword again. Isn't that the same as defeat? Sun Seng, lost in thought, explained seriously, I've been thinking like that story. Abandoning your life before the battle is over only leads to failure. Being so determined that you throw away your life isn't cool at all. It's those who try everything they can, no matter the circumstances. Hearing this, Gio lowered his head in contemplation. Then Sun Seng said gravely, That is true strength. His face hardened as he remembered, no matter what happens, struggle to survive. Sun Sen crossed his arms and continued, If you want to be stronger, start thinking about how to survive. Because those who risk death to defeat their opponents only end up dead. Joe listened in contemplation, offering no rebuttal, while Man attentively watched Gio as the police chief slowly walked down the hallway towards home. He walked, his heart heavy. Even Tep had been dragged into this mess. His eyes narrowed, his face a mask of sorrowful contemplation. Why must innocent people be dragged into this pit of despair? He recalls a past moment, gun raised, wishing it hadn't been Dusok in his sights. Suddenly, his gun flares, then slowly lowers. He abruptly turns it and decisively shoots the person next to him. If only it had been Kim Shin. The thought saddens him, but he knows he could never do it. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside, his head bowed in sorrowful contemplation. I'm not Dudu Seo. I'm just a coward. He recalled a time when the two were drinking, and Dudu Seo asked, Brother, why can't we do anything? Shouldn't we be arresting that bastard first? Doc asked, his expression unreadable. Damn it, I'll just catch him and use some persuasion. He'll confess everything. He explained, We can't just arrest someone without verified information. We have to live and work within the law. If we rigidly follow the law, when will we ever catch him? That bastard certainly doesn't. I think you're becoming more like a priest than a cop. He just smiled and raised his glass. And you're acting like a thug. Cheers. Remembering this, he couldn't help but regret it. Doc's words were like a knife to his chest. He slowly opens the refrigerator and grabs food without thinking, his mind consumed by what happened. The law was my faith, and I hid behind it like a coward. His face fell, fearing self-judgment and clinging to the notion of justice, when suddenly a voice arose. Uncle, it's been a while. His face quickly turned to horror as he spun around. At that moment, Shin sat upright in his chair, squinted at him, and smiled. Uncle, why are you so late? It's dangerous to travel at night these days. Remember to come home early next time. I've been waiting for so long." Mr. Qin Huang couldn't believe what he was seeing. He trembled uncontrollably, stammering Shin's name. He held the jacket to his nose, inhaled deeply, and said excitedly, "This house is filled with things that smell like Dad." With a sinister smirk, he cast a chilling gaze upon him. "My father lived here, didn't he, Grandpa?" Still reeling, the man trembled, struggling to regain his composure as he muttered, "I've always thought about this day." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man reached into his pocket and pulled out a weapon. His eyes grew cold, his face stern, his hands clenched, and his voice filled with determination. "The day I can atone for my mistakes, and you sit there, calmly enjoying yourself, even after hearing these words." He leaned back, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "You're very brave, old man. Don't do that, you'll die." His voice turned cold. "No." He glared at him, his voice filled with murderous intent. "I will live, and I will kill you, and save everyone." The scene shifts as Duke Du holds out the knife, and Teo quickly grabs it. He stared at the knife in disbelief. Was he really going to train with it? He calmly replied, "Yes, what else would we train with?" Duok looked at him sternly and explained, "No training method is faster than real combat, so attack." Hearing this, Teo was shocked, his face tightened, and he began to take a stance as Duke gripped his knife, ready to attack. He thought to himself, "His symptoms are clearly related to the knife, but I still don't know exactly what triggers him." Teo steels himself and lunges forward. "Here I come, be careful now." Duok swiftly dodged the attack. He carefully observed Teo's every move, determined to find the cause. Only then would Top have a chance to be cured. He closed his eyes, attempting a swift strike, the knife grazing Dusok's face. Teo was horrified and immediately asked, "Are you okay, sir?" He glanced at him sternly. "I told you, this is real combat. Would you ask your opponent that?" Inwardly, he noted that his opponent showed no reaction to the knife strikes, then took a stance and commanded, "Don't stop. Keep attacking." Confused, Teo simply replies, "Yes." He suddenly swung his hand, rotating the knife. What about when he himself is stabbed? Shocked, Dushik frowned and attacked with incredible speed. Instinctively, Tu raised his arm to block, and blood immediately splattered as he gritted his teeth. Tu then hunched over, groaning incessantly, and sensing something was wrong. D rushed to Tesop, asking if he was all right. Tu, seeing the blood on his hands, began to growl like a wild beast, his pupils shifting strangely. Teo grits his teeth, looking incredibly ferocious, and then furiously lunges to attack Du Seo, who quickly raises his hand to block. Duok reached out and grabbed Tu's neck, whose strength was now immense. Tez pushed him to the ground, trying to stab him with the knife. DX realized then that he would go berserk if wounded by it. Tu claws at his face as Duok grits his teeth, silently acknowledging the danger. Too fast, too dangerous. This was clearly not the strength of someone with such a frail physique. His grip tightened, contorting the man's face. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful kick into Teo's stomach, sending him flying through the air, tumbling uncontrollably into the distant wall. Tu quickly gets up, glaring and growling. Suddenly, Duok throws his cloak over him, quickly tightening the ropes to restrain him. His face contorted. "Teo? Sorry." Duok tightened the ropes and pulled hard. "I will definitely heal you," he thought as Teo frantically resisted. Suddenly, a nearby door opens and Deoa appears, exclaiming in awe. So, his condition is triggered when he's cut by a blade. She frowned, looking concerned. The creators of Spring Dream call this a nightmare, and each episode is like being possessed by a demon. Although each episode varies, the nightmare state usually lasts 10 to 30 minutes. She crouches down and injects Teo. The only way to stop an episode is to cut off oxygen to the brain, or inject the subject with Spring Dream as his body trembles uncontrollably. Deoa's face fell, his eyes glazed over, and terrifyingly, there was no known cure for this symptom. After the injection, T gradually calmed down. He wasn't growling like before. Just then, Sun Min spoke up from behind. Why bother treating him? He clearly said he wanted to be an arrow. Compared to the arrows we can't even contact, I'd say he's pretty useful. Du Xiao glared at him, annoyed. This boy has nothing to do with our revenge. Don't let things go too far. I decided to join this because I saw Detective Kim wasn't one to be held back by principles, and I even used my money to help you get an arrow into Kim Shin's prison. At this, his face contorted in rage, grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "I've invested time and money, so why does that bastard Kim Shin seem more carefree than ever?" "Damn it," Du Siok retorts furiously. "No matter what, I said no, and we can't become monsters like him." Hearing that, Zaemin scoffed, You're different from when we first met, aren't you? When did you become so sentimental? Cut to Sun Sang meditating, focusing his energy. Joe glances at him, then speaks hesitantly. The old man doesn't seem like a bad person, so why is he following Utopia's orders? Sun Sang, still with his eyes closed, calmly replies, because they're holding my family hostage. Surprised, he asks, whose family? Sun Sang slowly opens his eyes, his expression thoughtful. Actually, it wasn't my family, but the relatives of those I killed, back when I was young and drunk on my own power. And so, I struck down countless opponents. Sun Sang coldly delivered a punch straight to the man's face. I killed not only on the chairman's orders, but also for my own twisted satisfaction. Then one day, the man's son was beating relentlessly, cried out, "Mom, I'm sorry!" I heard sounds I had never paid attention to before as he breathed his last, regretting that he hadn't listened to his grandmother. Grandma, after that day, he took down more and more opponents, and Sun began to hear the cries for family from the mouths of the wretches he defeated. Mom, I miss you, but at that moment I didn't care. Sun S sneered at his opponents, seeing them as weak trash, enemies rather than people. But after that day, he felt uneasy, covering his ears and groaning, "Damn it, shut up, be quiet." Every time I lay down, those sounds would surround me. "Honey, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Mommy, save me." "Grandma, daughter, Daddy loves you." "Quinn, I'm sorry." Sun could only cover his ears and endure. The cries for family kept me awake, driving me nearly mad. His eyes were bloodshot. Then, as if compelled by something, I found myself at the house of the man I had killed. At that moment, Sun X looked incredibly disturbed when an old woman suddenly spoke from behind him, asking, "Who are you?" Sun X froze in terror as the kind-faced old woman, wearing a basin on her head, looked at him. "You must be one of my Hoin TC's colleagues, right? You're wearing a black suit just like him." He was flustered, stammering, "Ma'am, that." The old woman looked at him with a kind, smiling face. "You're here with news about Hoin Tak, right? That's wonderful. I've been waiting to hear from him." She quickly invited him inside and soon brought out a simple meal. "You've come so far for my son. I'm sorry we don't have much, but please, help yourself." Sun S awkwardly bowed his head and stammered, "Thank you, ma'am." She chuckled, noting that his accent sounded like it was from her hometown, before asking him to look after her husband. "Don't let his looks fool you. He's actually quite clever." Sun X simply lowered his head, frowning with concern as he listened to her. Back in high school, he was even the class representative at a public school. Very bright. His parents died early, and she couldn't afford to send him to college. The old woman looked at a photo of her grandson as a child. If only his parents were still alive, he might be a doctor or engineer by now. Suddenly, she looked at Sun and gently asked, "Do you know when my grandson will be back from his business trip?" He said his company sent him to America. He simply lowered his head, his face darkened, and he didn't say a word in response. After a long while, he finally left. After that, I visited a few more of them. I realized that not all the men I killed lived in loving families. Some were burdens to their parents, others were deadbeat fathers. Sun Sang stood, gazing into the homes of those he had slain. Some were nothing more than the scum of society, but one thing was certain. Those I killed were all human. His face contorted. Sun Sang bit his lip, his eyes bloodshot with regret. "And I am a monster." Sun X's voice grew hoarse, and by the time I realized it, it was too late. His eyes became distant. I finally told the chairman that I wanted to quit. I didn't want any more blood on my hands. Sun X recalled the chairman's response. "Is that so?" "There are times like that." The chairman's expression was utterly calm. "No matter the opponent, they're still human. It's only natural you'd feel sorry for them. I understand. A honey trap." He slowly savored his drink. "But if you suddenly quit, it'll be difficult for the organization." Suddenly, he smiled warmly and proposed, "I have an urgent matter for you. Could you handle it? Just complete this one last mission for me, and I'll grant your leave." Sun X's eyes glimmered with hope upon hearing that. He asked again in surprise, "Is that really true? The chairman will really let me quit?" The chairman smiled knowingly and said, "Although I don't want to, you've helped us a lot. Now that you want it, I have to help you, but if you fail, you won't get to quit, and you'll remain my butcher." "Lai Sun Zeng, did you hear that?" Sun X listened, head bowed in contemplation. His face suddenly contorted. To an orphan like him, the chairman was like a father. Though uneasy, I agreed, as it was my final mission. Sun X's eyes were filled with turmoil. He gritted his teeth, staring at the person before him, his final mission, to kill a mentally ill mother. Before him stood a gaunt woman and her son. The child trembled. "Mister." He looked at him and burst into tears. "Came here to kill a mother and her child?" The scene shifts to a chaotic space, as if a life or death battle had just occurred in the room. The whole house is wrecked, furniture scattered, shards of glass everywhere. Shin drags the suitcase, his voice cold. To be honest, I wasn't expecting much. Suddenly, his voice becomes excited. But who knew playing with you would be so much fun? You're not bad yourself, you almost killed me. Suddenly, he grins wickedly. It must be cramped in there, huh? You'll have to bear with it, because you're the invitation I'm sending to Dad. Shin, dragging the suitcase containing the police chief, looked up at the prison ahead. He grinned. We're finally going to be reunited. Meanwhile, the boy tearfully asks, "Are you here to kill us?" as his mentally ill mother steps in front of him. She desperately protected him, yelling at Sunzeng, "No, you absolutely can't touch my son. If you want to kill someone, kill me." Jinzi, okay, enraged, cursed incessantly. "Don't you dare touch my Shin, you monster." I couldn't bring myself to kill them, nor could I leave them to become targets of the chairman. Suddenly, Sun X took out a notepad and began to scribble on it. He approached, bent down, and handed it to Shin, his voice gentle. "Kid, take this." I gave them the number of a police officer who wouldn't yield to the chairman. He looked sternly at Shin and explained seriously, "This is the phone number of a strong and reliable police officer. Take it quickly, Shin. If anyone scary like me comes looking for you, call this number. He'll come right away." Shin memorized the information. With that, Sun turned and left, and though Jin didn't know why the chairman wanted them dead, he stared in stunned silence at the man's retreating figure. "Take care of yourselves." Shin suddenly smiled. "We're okay now." He slowly raised his hand to her head, gently caressing it. "No one can kill you anymore, Mom." She embraces him tightly, trembling uncontrollably. "Because I'm your mother, yours alone." Suddenly, Sun's expression turns terrifying as he says coldly, "You can only die by my hand." Back to Sun, kneeling before the chairman, who asks why he couldn't bring himself to do it. Clearly, this mission wasn't too difficult. He frowned, his face full of anger as he questioned the chairman. "Didn't you know I couldn't do it? Why ask me to kill a woman and a child?" He chuckled softly, saying calmly, "You wouldn't have questioned me like this before, would you? And daring to glare, too." The chairman's eyes turned sinister. "That woman's name is Oan Suk, my half-sister." He slowly reached into his pocket, recalling how intelligent and bright Sun Sen had been as a child, then pulled out a vial of liquid. "But do you know what made him this way?" Sun Sen stared in horror, asking, "What is that?" The chairman looked at the vial and chuckled. "It's the future, the bright future of our utopia." The chairman then put it away and stared directly at him, saying that anything that could hinder that future had to be eliminated. Sun X couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked in disbelief if he would even eliminate his own family. The chairman slowly pushed himself up, his voice cold. "Family? What does that even matter?" His eyes were devoid of humanity. How could they be family? "They are nothing," he said calmly, rebuking him. "Now you're looking at me with those eyes again. It seems I'll need a leash if I want you to obey from now on." Sun X stared up in shock, stammering, "Why?" The chairman replied coldly, "Because my loyal dog now wags its tail at thieves, I must ensure it doesn't turn around and bite its master." His expression was menacing. "If you ever defy me again, or look at me with those eyes, I'll hunt down the families of every one of your victims and kill them all. Their wives, children, parents, they'll all die because of you." Back in reality, his voice hoarse, "The more I killed at the chairman's command, the tighter the chains binding me became." Suddenly, Sun clenched his fist, trembling, his voice strained. "And to protect them, I have to keep killing, adding more and more chains." Sun's face darkened, his eyes becoming a deep abyss, an inescapable hell where he was the resident demon. He said gravely, "Don't you ever become like me." Joe listened intently, his expression deeply contemplative. To take a life is to condemn oneself to hell, even in the name of revenge. Sun X's voice turned cold, laced with murderous intent. "Then I'll kill him for you." The name Kim Shin sent Geo into a panic. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking, brows furrowing. Sun X looked at him and said softly, "Go back to those who are waiting for you and live a peaceful, happy life." Hearing this, Geo unconsciously clenched his fist, thinking in disbelief, "He'll help me kill Kim Shin? Return to those who are waiting for me?" Then came images of him laughing with Teo and Seiya, living peacefully and happily. Geo's eyes glazed over as a voice echoed in his mind. "If one step is my mother's smile," a man's figure flickers in his eyes. "If 2 steps bring a smile to his father's face." Jeho's body goes limp, remembering the laughter that always filled the air when his father saw him. Thinking this, Jeho clenched his fists and said coldly, "When Kim Shin took my father, I was already in hell. Jiho stared at the ground, his voice resolute. If Kim Shin comes back tomorrow, I will fight him. That's the only door out of my hell. His father's image appears behind Son Sayeng. Our family was always a field of smiles, everyone laughing. Meanwhile, he happily hums a song while pulling his suitcase. When his brother smiled, he was radiant. He walked slowly down the hall, our family always blooming with smiles, Shin savoring the moment. He let himself drift along with the melody of the song. Our family has always been a field of smiles. Cut to a man gazing intently at a family photo on his phone. Suddenly, a panicked officer bursts in, stammering a report. Sir, Kim has returned earlier than expected. He calmly replies, Is that so? He leaned back, eyes glued to the photo on his phone, and said with annoyance, He comes and goes as he pleases, that psycho bastard. The officer nervously suggested, Chief, should we request outside assistance? Warden Park coldly replied, And then what? If anything happens to my kids, can you take responsibility? He glared at him, furious. And this involves you too, you addict. He bowed his head in confusion and replied, I'm sorry, Warden. Warden Back slowly rose. If you want to apologize, give me that. The man looked back, bewildered. What are you talking about? He asked coldly. What could a junkie possibly offer? Park tightened his grip on the phone, his hand trembling. Something that will show me beautiful memories. I'll pay you for it. Just give it to me. Suddenly, his face contorted, and tears welled up. Even if it's just in a dream, I miss my children so much. Cut to a man frantically biting his nails. A confused subordinate spoke up. Boss, isn't Kim Shin going to kill Lee Sun-woo for us? Why would we surrender? Jong gets angry, his face panicked as he glares at his subordinate. You don't know anything. Lee Sun-sin is a true monster. Even Kim Shin might not be able to defeat him. As soon as he finished speaking, he sternly ordered his men to gather outside, prompting a confused question from his subordinate. Everyone, Dai gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. There's no other way. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of fury and resentment. Damn it, I can't go back to being a subordinate. I'm not giving up the organization. It's mine. The moon is high overhead, and Sun X is fast asleep when a voice calls out to him. The man is awakened and slowly opens his eyes to see Trong Man kneeling before Sun Zheng. Uncle, were the words you spoke to Ju sincere? Do you truly want him to live a normal life? He leaned in, looking at him, and replied seriously, Of course I do. He's young, with so many chances to start over. Hearing this, the man agreed. I think so too. I want Jio-ho to live peacefully like everyone else. He then reported to Sun Sang Kim Shin, who had returned a day early and was now at the cathedral. In Man bowed his head, his voice softening. Jio is still unaware of this news. He's sleeping in the next room, still unaware of what's happening. He was still fast asleep. Inman suddenly teared up, his voice sincere. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to kill that Kim Shin? Sun Zian replied with a gentle smile. I was planning to do it anyway, even if you didn't ask. Looks like you were good friends with Joe. He slowly walked down the hallway. Still half asleep, Sun X yawned, stretched, and cracked his knuckles. All right, time to get to work. The butcher, Sun X, slowly opens the cathedral door, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he coldly greets, Long time no see. Sun X grinned at Shin. You remember me, right? Shin replies with a smile. How could I forget the man who gave me my life? He clutches his collar tightly. Is that so? Then... Suddenly, Sun tore it apart, glaring at Shin with a chilling voice. So, taking it back now shouldn't be a problem, right? His expression turned vicious. Because I was the one who gave it to you in the first place. Shin smiles faintly, responding with an excited look. Where do you get off giving and then taking back? You're a dead man, old-timer. Kim Jin smirks and asks, where do you get off giving something and then taking it back? That damned old man. Sun X leaps up, a high kick aimed at Kim Shin's face. His left foot slams into Shin's face, sending him crashing to the floor, and a foot is raised in front of Sun X, filling him with dread. A bead of sweat forms on his temple as Jin, taking advantage of Sun's surprise, delivers a powerful kick to his chin. His foot remained planted on Kim Shin's face when suddenly he grabbed his ankle. He was helpless as Sun lifted him into the air, throwing him violently into a pile of old chairs. Sun Sen retorted, annoyed, To save a worthless piece of trash like you, I had to kill so many people. Today, I'll end this hell myself. Why are you suddenly putting all the blame on me? Truthfully, you had the chance to stop it all. You could have just killed me, Guo, back then, right? Why didn't you? It would have been so easy for you. As he spoke, Seong X frowned in thought. Kim continued to provoke him, saying, I think you're happy with your choice. As he spoke, he acted, throwing a punch, eager to continue the game. The punch lands on Sun X's face, followed by another brutal blow. He followed up with another punch to Sun's other cheek, and as Sun finished speaking, he delivered a powerful blow to Sun's face, sending him crashing down. Kim Shin continued his onslaught, his face filled with contempt. It's also amusing, because in the end, you're just a monster like me. Sun X raises his fist to the sky, then yells, Enough barking, die. At the same time, he landed a powerful blow on Kim Shin's face, which took the full force of the kick. The weakened Kim Shin is sent flying. Sun X stands tall, blood streaming from his nose, and slowly replies, I did what I did to ensure everyone else's safety. But if my death can end everything, I'd gladly die 100, even 1,000 times. Kim Shin, not yet defeated, rises and continues to provoke him. You're amusing, but you're starting to annoy me, he said, laughing. How low, and now you're lying too. Sun Seng casually replies, think what you want. Then, slowly approaching Kim Shin, he says there are things you can't see with your eyes. Another person steps forward and shouts, Lie Sun X, you son of a bitch. Ignoring Kim Shin's surprise, he gave Sun Zung an order. Stop this at once and bring Kang Jangu to me. Dijung held up a phone with a bright screen and spoke. I've sent my men after the families of those you've killed. I just need to give the order and they'll wipe them all out. With a cold face, blank eyes, and blood dripping from his nose, Sun S replied, Kijiang, do you even know what you're doing? Kijiang gripped his phone, shouting in fury, What the hell? You still see me as some errand boy running around listening to your orders? I'm the leader of Nam Kejiang now. Dijiang yelled at Sun X, I told you to bring Sang Jianggu to me, surprising Sun Seng. When suddenly, a hand reached up to adjust Dijiang's jaw. Kim Shin stood up, pushed Kiang's head to the side, and asked, I don't even understand what you're doing. Kiang? Ki cried out in pain. I'm helping you, Kim Shin taunts. You're not very bright if you want to help me. His eyes widened as he ordered Kiang to command them to kill everyone now. His fun had been interrupted. It's all your fault, Kiang. His hand still hadn't released Kiang's head. Sun Sen frowned, softly stopping Kang. Absolutely don't do that. Listen to me. Kim Shin strikes Kiang's jaw with brutal force. The pain is unbearable and his hands still grip Kiang's head. He writhed in pain, his face slick with sweat as Kim Shin roared, Kill them all! Suddenly, Sun S kicks Kia in the face, catching him off guard. Kai tries to retaliate, but the man behind him dodges. Kim Bin smirks, raising his left hand in a farewell gesture. Congratulations, you're free now. You don't have to lie anymore. He turns and walks away, asking Kim Shin, Do you know what you've done? Sun S slowly adds, You've severed the last tie to my humanity. Now I'm the monster you said I was. He glanced back, gritting his teeth as he continued, I'll tear you to pieces so you know what a real monster is. Then, Teo suddenly made a noise. Hearing the noise, Duok stops reading and turns to Teo, asking, You're awake? Teo sits up, clutching his head, as Dusek explains, You fainted during training. His eyes remained fixed on the book, yet he reminded him, Perhaps I should adjust the intensity of your training a bit. Teo sat hunched over, clutching his ankles, lost in thought. I had that dream again. The woman who was stabbed, she called my name in the dream. The woman lay in a pool of blood, her hand trembling as she called out, Hey! Blood trickled from her mouth as she desperately called out Taesop's name. Teo lowered his head, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The woman stabbed was my mother. Did Daok just call him Taesop? Taesop reveals, thanks to that dream, I remembered some things, he said, raising his injured, bandaged hand. Memories flood back. The blue-clad man is being strangled by someone in black. Is that so? His eyes shut tight, he desperately tries to pry off the strangling hands, his mouth endlessly calling out to shop. A single tear streams down his face as his other eye remains fixed on his injured hand. In despair, he says, I saw myself strangling Jay. Duok sits up straight, listening intently. Tell me, what exactly happened to me? Duok paused, then calmly replied, Tess Shop, this isn't your fault. He confessed to me that he was the reason you got caught up in all of this. I'm sorry. The clock on the wall read 1:25 as Duok recounted everything that had happened to Tess Shop. Teo was taken aback, falling silent as his eyes widened and stared at the ground, before finally speaking after a long pause. He chuckled. That's amazing. Everyone fought like a hero. His laughter grew louder, and he sat more comfortably than before. Everyone fought to defeat evil. It's admirable compared to someone ordinary like me. With regret, Duok says, I'll find a cure for you, no matter the cost. I have to return you to a normal life. Tech continued. You said you'd train me to be a powerful arrow. Was that a lie? Duosok crouches down, hands on his calves, fingers intertwined, and replies, I'm sorry, True Dragon, but I can't put you in danger too. Sok interrupts, Why? Is it because I'm just a nobody? He continued slowly. After this happened, I truly understood why I wanted to become a police officer, why I wanted to punish the wicked. Tears well up in his eyes once more. I want to avenge them all, please, Uncle. Help me become strong like Gio. Duke slightly raised his head and softly replied, I'm truly sorry, but I promised Jiho I would keep you safe. Disappointed, Tech says, I understand. He puts on his jacket and starts to walk away as Dusiok watches and asks where he's going. He stops and replies, I followed you to become stronger, not to be protected. He reaches for the door, glances back and says, If I can't be an arrow, there's no reason for me to stay. He slams the door and leaves, abandoning Dudeok, who sits helplessly in his chair, his feet dragging slowly across the stone floor. He arrives in front of the GS25 convenience store, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the store. Inside, a girl stares intently at the bright screen of her phone as Taesok worries, She must be so scared. What am I going to say? Suddenly, a car swerves in front of him, driven by a tattooed man with a long, menacing scar across his face. As TC Zok recognized the driver, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was the same thug he'd delivered drugs to before, his face twisted in a menacing sneer. The men stopped in front of a house, and one asked, Boss, do we really have to go this far? I feel guilty. The boss turned back and replied softly, It's Director Nam Kyang's order. We have to follow it. The subordinate anxiously advised, Boss, I think we should just go back. The boss, annoyed, asked if he meant going back to being Kang Jangu's dog. Without waiting for a response, he continued, How long are you planning to be a lackey? The reward isn't much anyway. This is our chance to seize power. They're all asleep anyway, so we don't need to get our hands dirty and just have Gok light the place up with that gas can and run. Yes, he replied. A voice echoed from afar. Who are you? Taeok approached, asking what they were sneaking around the orphanage for at this hour, his fists clenched in anger. The leader sneered, making me jump. Isn't that the company's old employee? What an honor to meet you again like this. But how are you still alive? Before he could finish, he drew his weapon, ready to fight. How strange. TC reaches into DNH's pocket, pulling something out. What does he intend to do with that tiny knife? Gonna peel us an apple? That's what TC heard after the three thugs saw his little knife. Today is my lucky day, he replied. As he spoke, he placed the knife on his bandaged arm, saying he finally had the chance to deal with those beasts and save the innocent. And because he wasn't normal either, before he could finish, TC transformed into a truly savage monster. What luck. With a sharp knife pointed at his palm and madness in his eyes, he says, Today is my lucky day, because I finally have the chance to deal with you animals and save the innocent. In his frenzy, he became manic, and since I'm no ordinary man either, I'm in luck. The leader slowly asked, What the hell are you babbling about? Before he could finish, he said, I'll take care of this punk. You guys go inside. Two rushes in, grabs the man's head, and slams his knee into his face as the other gang members cry out, Boss, boss! One of the henchmen quickly charged forward with a sharp knife, yelling, You bastard! But just as the blade was about to strike, Taeso managed to block his arm. He slams the lackey's head, caving in his face. His nose flattened, seemingly boneless, his mouth agape, revealing white teeth and frothy saliva. Teo still gripped the thug's head, their faces pressed close. The thug cried out in pain, My nose! My nose! The blue shirt, a bit scared, but seeing his leader and friend getting beaten, still charged in with his bat, yelling, You crazy bastard! But as the two grappled and spun, instead of hitting TC, he ended up hitting his own teammate. As the blue-shirted thug realized his mistake, he'd already slammed his buddy in the face. And two, after being tossed into the air, landed squarely on the blue shirt's shoulders, filling him with dread. He reached down, grabbed the man's upper jaw, and pulled. Teso remained perched on his shoulders, legs clamped tight around the man's head, a sinister smile on his face as he gripped his jaw. His face contorted grotesquely, tears streaming from one eye, his bloodied mouth twisted into a savage snarl, while the gray-clad man, though terrified, gripped his knife and muttered incantations. What the hell are you? Suddenly, Teso stopped in front of him, and he trembled. Don't come any closer, the gray-robed man yelled. I told you not to come any closer! Tu's face turned menacing, his eyes like bullets, a terrifying smile creeping across his lips. Screaming, the gray-clothed man charged at Sok with a sharp knife, yelling obscenities. Tu also lunges at the gray shirt like lightning, grabbing his face and slamming his head into the ground with brutal force. He lay paralyzed on the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face. But Teo wasn't finished with him yet, stomping his foot down hard on the man's face. His laughter grew louder, a manic grin spreading across his face as Teo launched himself into the air. Teo raises his foot as if to stomp, his face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing, Tu's eyes transforming into something inhuman. Gradually, his eyes returned to normal, and he fully regained consciousness. When he realized everything, Teo's hands trembled. Teo turns and walks away, his face stricken with fear, muttering, They deserved to die. Then he frowned and shouted, "Killing you trash isn't a crime, it's justice." As he walked through a gate, someone inside called out to him. Hearing his name, Teo turns, a mix of surprise and unease on his face. It's the director who asks, What are you doing?" Teo, looking uneasy, stammered, "Director, they were trying to set fire to the orphanage." The director anxiously tried to stop Teo. "Don't come any closer," he pleaded. "Just stay away from the orphanage, okay?" Teo was crestfallen, his face filled with sorrow. He stammered, "Director, it's not what it looks like. I'm just trying to protect the orphanage." But the director wouldn't listen, angrily shouting, "This is where the children live. I told you to stay away." Teo is devastated that the director doesn't trust him, or even give him a chance to explain. The headmaster wept, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "I thought everything would be all right, that anyone raised with love would become a good person." Then he cried out, "So why did things turn out this way? Why did you do the same things they did?" Teo hesitated. What did the director mean by that? At that moment, a black car pulled up behind him. A man emerged from the car saying, "Tilo, we'll take care of everything here. Get in the car." Teo turned, a hint of fear in his eyes. He asked, "Who are you?" The man lowered his glasses and replied, "Someone on your side. Don't worry, I'm also a Kung." Min poos his glasses in his pocket, stands up straight, and explains, "But I'm completely different from Kim Do-sik. On the contrary, I highly value your abilities." Min asks, "Will you come with us?" Everything happened so fast, and T looked a little bewildered. "We'll help you use that power wisely, so you can punish evil and uphold justice." He chuckled, then added, "I promise to make you a hero." Teo stood frozen for a moment, then turned back to address the headmaster. Then, looking directly at the director, he asked, "You must be surprised, right? I'm sorry for letting you see me like this." With that, he knelt down, saying, "Please take care of yourself." Theo bowed deeply to the director. "Thank you for raising me, for letting me call you father. Are you crying again, director?" As he stood, he said, "I'm sorry for becoming something abnormal. First the cross on the wall, I'll become the monster you say I am." Sun Sen continued, turning back to look, "And I'll show you what a real monster is by tearing you to shreds." Kim Shin replies, "That's just perfect, but killing me will be a real pain." Sun X sighs. Kim Shin rushed in, kicking Sun X in the face, but he managed to block it. Kim Shin spun around, delivering a backward kick, but Sun remained in his defensive stance. Sun's hand swells as he sighs, while Kim Shin continues to pummel him, yet Sun's stance remains unchanged. "You said you'd show me something." Kim Shin relentlessly taunted. He wondered why nothing had changed as he relentlessly attacked Sun Seng, piquing my interest. "Come on, stop just defending," Sun Seng sighed after enduring for so long. Sun Seng unleashes his pent-up power, punching Kim Shin in the gut and sending him flying, his body engulfed in a blue-white light. With each step, Sun X delivers a powerful blow to Kim Shin's stomach, sending him reeling backward. The cross on Sun X's chest glows blue as he throws a massive punch aimed squarely at Kim Shin's gut. The punch tore through Kim Shin, his eyes wide with shock as orange light erupted around him, a divine power seemingly aiding Sun in his victory, shattering Kim Shin into fragments. What is this? Kim Shin feels himself being torn to shreds. Sun maintains his offensive, delivering a devastating blow to Kim Shin, bending him like a pretzel. Every unnecessary element, no matter how small, has been purged from Lee Sun's fist, and he maintains the punch throughout the motion. With a heavy breath, the man seemed to weaken, his face etched with fatigue, yet all that remained was the desire to crush his opponent as his fist slammed into Kim Shin's face. He's eliminated all unnecessary movements, maintaining his offensive stance. The coldness and efficiency of each punch are pushed to the limit as Kim Shin lies motionless on the floor, eyes shut tight. That's what Lai Sun X learned through hundreds of battles. Sun Sung withdrew his hand, stood up straight, and assumed a defensive posture, his arms crossed in front of his chest, a triumphant stance of a sure victor. Yu approaches, asking, "Is it okay to just leave it like this?" As he speaks, he toys with a sharp knife. "Wouldn't it be better to call in the entire legion?" "He's going to lose." Seung Jin interjects reassuringly. "It's all right. Kim Sin is our god, but we are not his protectors." Seung Jin then turned to Yu, adding, "If Kim Sin loses this fight, it just means he's not a god. In that case, we'll just find another one." But Yu Yang smiled sinisterly, asking, "Isn't that too heartless?" With that, Sun grabs Kim Shin by the collar and lifts him up, raising his fist as he says, "It won't be long before we meet again, because I'm going to join you there." Sun's face darkens, looking incredibly dangerous. "You'll be waiting for me in hell." Sun X raises his fist, staring into Kim Shin's face. What is he whispering? "You'll be waiting for me in hell," Kim Shin scoffed at Sun's words. Before Sun could deliver the final blow, Kim Shin unexpectedly threw a punch, which Sun narrowly dodged. Sun S glanced at Kim Shin, asking, "Trying to imitate me? Are you struggling to survive?" Kim Shin stumbled backward, his clothes ripped by Sun X, who lost his balance and fell, his fist shattering the ground. And for the first time, Kim Shin's clenched hand trembled as he faced him. Kneeling on the floor, using one hand for balance, clothes torn, face grimy, he looked like an abandoned puppy, terrified of a stronger opponent. Sun's face darkened as he asked, "I thought you only enjoyed killing, but it turns out you're afraid of death?" It was also the first time in his life. Kim Shin gritted his teeth, blood splattered around him, wanting to live. He crossed his arms, inhaling deeply to regain composure, his body trembling violently. He'd pay any price. He exhaled sharply, clenched his fist, and lunged at Sun, who was already prepared, blocking the blow. Sun Seng angrily shouts, "Oh, what the hell are you doing?" He frowns at Kim Shin. "Now you're copying me?" He unleashes an uppercut, sending Kim Shin flying like a rocket. Sun Seng frowns, adding, "This is something a murderous psycho like you can't just imitate." A man in long white sleeves also readies his fist, lunging forward to punch the face of the brown-robed man wielding the sharp knife. The punch was so powerful it caved in his face, spraying blood everywhere, one eye shut, the other wide open. Seeing this, the two men in brown behind him charged forward, one with a large stick, the other with a sharp knife. The white-clad man glanced over at the sound, and in this battle where he had to take lives against his will, he was struck by something unexpected. He glanced at the approaching thug with the club and delivered a palm strike, dislocating his jaw. With things taking a turn for the worse, there was only one thing Sun Sen could do to them. The remaining thug, armed with a knife, was terrified by the scene, freezing behind his teammate. His only option was to end them with a single blow. Sun X lands a powerful punch, sending the thug reeling and spitting blood. He alone can take on these three, leaving one staggering, another frozen in fear and determined to end their suffering swiftly. A gentle breeze brushes past as he kicks the thug in the face, sending dust flying, a dance of destruction and mercy. Tightening his fist, Sun X sends a punch straight into the face of the man in blue, staggering him. After countless repetitions of two seemingly contradictory acts, he knelt to the ground. Everything that had happened made Lee Sun X realize something he never wanted to. Clasping his hands around the cross, Sun X whispered, "Please, go to a better place." He sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Still clutching the rosary, Sun desperately prays, striving to discard all else to swiftly eliminate his foe. After defeating the three thugs and leaving them sprawled in the street, Sun X kneels in repentance, seeking forgiveness, surrounded by an invincible blue aura. Back to Sun's fierce battle with Kim Shin, he asks, "Is this something a bastard like you can just do?" Kim Shin springs up, fighting like a controlled robot, and punches Sun in the gut as a red light envelops them. Sun Seng is perplexed, watching the cross around his neck turn red as he contemplates, "No, it can't be." Kim Shin's punch continues like an arrow, striking Sun Seng's right chest before he can react. Kim Shin, bloodied, exhales, then throws another punch, splattering blood across the screen as he mocks Sun Seng, realizing this is what it feels like to be rid of the unnecessary. "This it?" he roared through gritted teeth. "Stop playing games." Swallowing his last words, Sun unleashes a devastating blow, sending Kim Shin crashing to the ground. "Where the hell did you come from, you bastard?" Kim Shin, face down, uses the momentum to launch a powerful uppercut, sending his opponent reeling, then glares, each word a bullet, each movement, each breath filled with rage as Sun slaps Kim Shin hard across the face. Kim Shin retaliated with a perfect punch to his opponent's face, disorienting him, making him question his very existence. Another blow came from Sun X, the fat man beating the skinny one. The punch lands, but Kim Shin stubbornly gets out a few more words. "I'm used to throwing everything away." A boy with hair covering half his face hides behind a tree, a look of sadness on his face. "Because since I came into this world, I've had nothing." Suddenly someone shouts, "Get out of the way!" Strong man stops Joe by the shoulders, saying, "You can't, Joe. That man said he'd take care of it for you. Why are you so determined to go?" Gio angrily snaps at Inman. "So, I'm just supposed to stay here in Lee?" "Get out of my way," Gio said, his expression filled with worry. "Do you want to stain your hands with blood again? Isn't it enough that Kim asked to die?" Hearing Trong Man's question, Gio was unnerved, his teeth clenched, wondering if this was what his father wanted. Trong Man, drenched in sweat, desperately pleaded with Gio Ho, saying his father fought to save his life, not for him to seek revenge. Before Inman could finish, Gio, fueled by his purpose, shoved him aside and stormed forward, leaving Inman on the floor, muttering, "Sorry, but I can't just sit still." Through tears, Trong Man choked out, "Gio, all your father wanted—" He collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down his face, and said with utter helplessness, "Why, was for you to live a happy life." What appears before him are mere illusions, born from his own desire for revenge. Joe pauses to listen. He continued to stride forward, explaining, "I came here for the sole purpose of killing Kim Shin." His clenched fist trembled violently. He continued forward, leaving Man sitting dumbfounded on the floor. "I am an arrow, and if I can't kill Kim Shin, then this arrow has no meaning." Meanwhile, Sun X is breathing heavily, one eye open, one eye closed, his hands clenched, and Kim Shin is no better, his face pale, his lips lifeless. Clenching their fists, they gasped for air as Lee Sun X and Kim Shin exchanged dozens of blows. Sun Seng continues to advance, determined to defeat Kim Shin, both having surpassed the limits of human endurance. Both fighters were visibly exhausted, sensing that this attack would be the final blow, and Kim Shin made the first move. He thrusts his fist forward, delivering a blow identical to Lee Sun Seng's. Sun Seng leans back to dodge Kim Shin's punch, but it's not enough. Kim Shin doesn't give up, determined to land another blow on Sun Seng's face. Caught off guard, Sun Sen couldn't defend himself. The blow seemed to rob him of his sense of distance, and Kim Shin's fist landed squarely between his eyes. Kim Shin muttered, "I won." But Kim Shin's life was about to end, and his celebration would be short-lived. Sun Seng clenches his fist and throws it at Kim Shin, the cross on his chest fluttering, inadvertently touching the fist and then glowing in midair. Sun X grits his teeth, eyes shut tight as Sun Seng wonders if he predicted his dodge and targeted the necklace from the start. Lie Sun. Smbiu's losing an eye meant Kim Shin's game was officially over, hence his childish look of regret. Did he think that little trick would work? Sun grits his teeth as the cross soars past his face. Is this the end? Sun clenches his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as he throws all his strength into a punch aimed at the bastard Kim Shin. They both thrust their fists forward, two punches flying in parallel. Sun's blow lands on Kim Shin's chest while Kim Shin targets Sun's abdomen, two massive impacts at the same instant. The two monsters stand frozen, Kim Shin's eyes wide, a bizarre and comical sight. Meanwhile, Sun X stood motionless with his eyes closed, likely meditating as both men remained frozen in place. Just then, Joe arrived, panting, a look of surprise on his face at their stance. He grits his teeth and shouts furiously, "Kim Shin!" Their fists are pressed against each other's skin, and so their fists collided, and they stood frozen in place. After a long standoff, Kim Shin and Lai Sun mustered the last of their strength to breathe, both exhausted and gasping for air. Kim Shin was exhausted as well. They took a deep breath and held it. Sun Sen looked tired, his face covered in sweat, his head shaking. Kim Shin was no better, sweat dripping down his face, his eyes glazed over, his cheeks sunken as he fought to keep his heart pumping and cling to life. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock and his face instantly paled. Enraged, Gio screams and punches Kim Shin in the face, sending blood and saliva flying as Kim Shin collapses. Seeing his chance, Joe was about to finish Kim Shin off when another hand stopped him and a calm voice asked, "Are you the guy named Joe?" Diho, unnerved by the question, noticed Do Young and let Kim Shin fall, hesitating to steal the spotlight, glancing at Jiho. "That's not very sporting, is it?" He glances at Du Young's hand, noticing it trembling slightly, and wonders if he too has 6 fingers, like Kim Shin. Annoyed, Jiho glares at Du Yu and decides he doesn't care who he is. He needs to finish off that bastard, Kim Shin. Deciding he has no time for such nonsense, Joe strikes at Yu Yang, but he narrowly dodges the blow. Why so hasty? We can take our time getting acquainted. Du Young tries to stop him, wanting to get acquainted, but Joe stubbornly refuses. He threw a punch at Du Young, but he anticipated the move, dodging the blow with a smirk. Turning to Jiho, he introduced himself. I'm Cho Du Young, the one who will succeed Kim Shin. Kim Shin's successor? Jiho's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth agape. Du Young cheerfully replied, "That's right," then spun and struck Jiho in the face. But luckily Joe managed to block the blow, saying, "I don't think so," as the chosen successor to Kim Shin. As Du Young's hand touches Jiho's arm, Jiho refutes. "All you're doing is trying to imitate that bastard." Du Young's face contorted in disgust as he ground out, "You're too weak, pathetically so." "You've only landed 1 hit. Don't get cocky." He gritted his teeth, fists clenched, ready for a fight. "Because I'm going to kill you right now." Before Duong could charge, Seung-jin stopped everyone, telling them to stop. "Joe, you can stop this now," Seung-jin continued, leaving Joe and Jang dumbfounded. He held the knife to the gagged man's throat, threatening to end the old archer. Joe is alarmed, but Chief Seung-jin calmly replies, "Don't get so worked up. He still has the knife to the man's throat because Kim Shin said he'd throw a party for everyone." Seung-jin says that Joe will be invited then, as Jiho envisions Sun Jung and Kim Shin lying motionless on the floor. They remained in the same positions as before. That is, if our god was still alive. Kim Shin lies motionless on the floor, covered in blood, hair disheveled, eyes shut tight, and Sun X is no better, lying still with his mouth slightly open. A luxurious red car pulled up, and I felt my confidence soar as it stopped by the bridge. I always feel nervous and excited, looking down from above at the beautiful and luxurious car. Minin sits in the car with a very proud look on her face, because Utopia is always by my side. Min is in the meeting room holding a tablet to display Mino's image. This time, our company decided to bring in Sail Min, our brightest star, to create a youthful and liberal image for Utopia Group's casinos, hotels, and lending brands. Director Jiang chuckled softly, offering praise before questioning him with a weary tone. "It's good, but is that all you've got? Ads need to be more exciting." He feigned concern and continued, "Are you telling me we spent all this money just to film a driving scene?" The man next to the director quickly chimed in, "That's right. Adding something like a sexy dance would make the ad more appealing." The director chuckled, praising the man's quick thinking. Sungman replied nonchalantly, "But this campaign is targeting young female customers, isn't it? Moreover, we're doing this to shed Utopia Group's negative image." His aged face, etched with deep wrinkles, eyes wide with caution, and a knowing smirk. A large X-shaped scar on his temple made him look both experienced and formidable, exuding the aura of someone who'd been through the underworld. He asked with a mocking tone, "I don't quite understand Director Yu's meaning. Are you saying there's something wrong with our company's image?" Young man hesitated. He chuckled, attempting to smooth things over, and asked, "Isn't Utopia a Black Ops group?" Director Yang is utterly shocked, and he shouts, "What, a Black Ops group?" The man beside Director Jiang quickly calmed him, then asked with displeasure if they'd been too lenient with the boy, who now seemed to respect no one. "He's right. What's wrong with everyone?" Another man spoke up in Seung-jin's defense. This was Jung, holding a cup of tea in one hand, acting as the go-between. "Aren't we all gangsters here? No need to deny it, just admit it. Then we're counting on you, Director Yu." He then approached Seung-jin to shake his hand. With one hand, he shook Seung's hand, and with the other, he patted Seung-jin's shoulder, saying, "To be honest, you remind me of myself when I was young." Seung-jin replied bashfully, "You flatter me, sir." Jangu hesitated, then added, "Oh, and one more thing." He looked at Seung-jin with a sinister expression and slowly instructed, "Next week I have a dinner appointment with the congressman. Find me the juiciest peaches so the congressmen can enjoy themselves." Seung-jin bowed in understanding. "Understood. I will select the freshest, juiciest peaches to serve them." Jangu held Seung-jin's hand tightly, praising him. "That's why I like you and your work ethic. Very professional." Then Seung-jin went to the restroom to thoroughly wash his hands. He stood before the mirror, watching the water flow over his hands, scrubbing them together forcefully. His reflection stared back, his face slowly contorting as if he were about to cry. Just then, Director Jiang walked in, smiling as he asked with a curious tone, "Director Yu, aren't you dedicated?" Seung-jin glanced over as Director Jiang turned to face him, saying that these presentations could be handled by staff, but he was surprised to see him doing it personally. Seung-jin turned to face him, leaning back slightly, and replied softly, "With both the chairman and CEO in attendance, it's only natural that I handle it personally." Hearing that, Director Jiang became even more sarcastic. "Is that so? Or did you just come to suck up to the chairman?" When Chung Jane didn't answer, Director Jiang put his arm around him, reassuring him, "I'm just kidding. Relax. We uneducated thugs are like that. You wouldn't take it to heart, would you?" He then hesitated and asked, "Oh, I heard you were preparing some food for the chairman?" He placed his hand on Seung-jin's shoulder, adding that the chairman had many enemies these days. "So whatever food it is, let me taste it first to see if it's poisonous. I am Court Lady Kim Mi." Director Jang Hao gives Seung-jin a hard time, to which Seung-jin softly replies, "Forgive me, I was being thoughtless. Business requires a systematic approach." He smiles brightly, adding, "I'll deliver a sample to you first, Director." "Only the best." Director Jang laughed and replied, "As expected of our Director Yu. So clever. No wonder the chairman favors you." "All right. Don't forget it in the future. There's a procedure for everything." He turned to leave, but not without a final word to Seung-jin. Seung-jin shivers slightly, takes off his jacket, and throws it in the nearby trash can, watching the worker intently until they finish. He then approached a woman and asked, "How is everything going?" The girl greets him. "Director Yu has arrived," Jian replied. "Everything is still in the experimental phase, but it doesn't seem easy at all." Jian continues, explaining that the experiment aims to keep their subjects dreaming, but without losing their minds. Tu's face contorted from the blinding light, his body strained, all in the pursuit of the perfect lucid dream dosage. He screamed at the sight of Seung-jin, his eyes wide and bloodshot, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing this, Seung-jin asked, "Is it that hard, Teo? But what can you do? You're the one who wanted to be the arrow first. No matter how much you suffer, you have to endure it." T raises his hand, and the string snaps. Teo rushes forward, grabbing Seung-jin's neck before he can react, his face etched with fear. Seeing this, Jian shouts, "Now!" Director T continued to strangle him as he desperately tried to pry his hands away, and Jae Hyun, without thinking, shouted, "Now!" "Now! Inject Spring Dream at maximum concentration." The others respond clearly. Sipping drool, Seung-jin stammered, begging him to stop. Then his eyes went black and his trembling hands asked Teo, "You can control it, can't you?" Tiop too made some strange noises, as if trying to say something. His hand still gripped Seung-jin's neck, but he grinned wickedly at Teo. Suddenly, Teo releases him, and Seung-jin, with a sinister look, orders an immediate test of his aphrodisiac levels. Teo leans back, listening to Seon-jin, ready to destroy the wicked together. Teopo, become the hero who sends all the scum to hell. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Dokba enters with a man, taking in the scene before her. "What is this?" she asks, seeing the overturned furniture. "What exactly happened here?" She called out, "Uncle, uncle." The man bent down to pick up something orange and slowly replied, "Calm down, Kim Shin has taken him." He opened the orange paper and read it, realizing how many had been dragged to hell because of his revenge plan against that devil. Seeing him turn to leave, she called out, "Uncle, where are you going?" He hesitated, then replied, "I have to go." He showed the girl the invitation, saying that he had already sent it. "I'm planning a party this Christmas. I've sent invitations to everyone, so you absolutely have to come, Dad." He told him to take care of everything while he was gone, then hesitated. "I'm going to that devil." Kim Shin lies motionless in bed, his eyes closed. He lay motionless in bed, hands resting on his stomach, looking so peaceful. One of them lamented that 3 days had passed, and Kim Shin remained unconscious. Then with a bewildered look, he asked, "What if he never wakes up?" Seung-jin replied somberly, "If Kim Shin really dies, we'll have to find a new god. But for now, our god is still alive, so all we can do is wait for him to wake up, because we are Kim Shin's legion." The man in the center sat sternly, while those around him looked dejected and bored. Some stared blankly into space, others read, and still others fidgeted with objects. The bespectacled man scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Huh, honestly, deifying him just because he's good at fighting? Doesn't that sound a bit ridiculous? Wouldn't it be better to take this opportunity to choose someone new?" Suntae reminded him. "Hey, you should watch your mouth, or you might lose your tongue for blasphemy." But he didn't listen and just kept sneering. "What's the big deal? It's all just a fake religion anyway. We only joined because we share his love of killing. Gods and saints, what a joke." Before he could finish, Suntae braced his hand on the table and leapt into the air. Suntae lunges, grabbing the glasses wearer's hair and collar, yelling, "Shut your mouth or I'll cut your tongue out." He sneers, a false smile plastered on his face. "So pious, aren't we?" Your body fought Lee Suyan once and ended up bedridden. Remember, you're not the only one here who knows how to kill. Suntae frowned, glaring at him. Keep talking like that and I'll send you to the afterlife. With that, he held the sharp blade in front of him. Suntae roared in anger. Get the hell out of here! He bit down on the blade, snatched the knife, and grabbed the man's hair, cursing, You insolent bastard. Suntae angrily reminds them, fist raised high, that Kim Shin is their god, and serving him is their duty, but suddenly another man rushes in and kicks Suntae hard in the cheek. What, Legion? This isn't a nation. He stood next to the glasses wearer, 1 foot forward, looking mocking. Besides, this guy has a point. Are we here because we like killing, or to kiss Kim Shin's ass? Suntae cracks his neck. Is someone else asking for a tongue lashing? The bespectacled man roared, Get out of my way, I'm going to kill this bastard, and Kim Shin too, I'll kill you all and eat your livers. Legion my ass, I'll kill you all. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and Kim Shin enters, clinging to the doorframe, head bowed. Suntae is shocked and overjoyed. Brother, Kim Shin. Kim Shin remained silent, eyes downcast, his face etched with exhaustion, while Sun X still lay motionless. But then, his eyes fluttered open. Then he whispers something. God, you've gone a bit too far. I know I deserve this. He lies there talking to God, but why does he pretend not to hear when I beg for punishment? Why now of all times answer me? Suddenly his door creaks open, and Jaiho and Jongmin enter. Jiho asked, Uncle, are you feeling any better? Sun Zia sat up and asked, How long have I been unconscious? He frowned and replied, About 3 days. Trongman seemed a little worried and uneasy. Sun reflects, So I survived that fight. Then Kim Shin might still be alive too. He says with a hint of sorrow, I have failed. Joe anxiously tries to reassure Soneng. Don't say that. You were evenly matched. Sun Zheng opened his eyes slightly and replied, No, I can't see out of one eye anymore. And Kim Shin has only grown stronger after fighting me. Sun Jing is distressed as Kim Shin removes his shoes and approaches Jangu barefoot. Seeing this, Donggu was overcome with worry, wondering if Kim Shin had overheard him. He reassured himself, wondering what he'd do if he was overheard. He figured that since the man had just woken up, he must still be weak. Kim Shin looks down, a strange expression on his face, thinking he might be able to kill him. A bold thought flashes through Yonggu's mind as a hand reaches for him, and in a blink, his head and neck are separated. Jangu is so terrified that tears well up in his eyes. It was all just a fear-induced hallucination. Kim Shin approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ignoring Donggu's shock, Kim Shin muttered, I'm dizzy. Can you move? Then Kim Shin walked past Donggu, leaving him trembling in the room, much to his accomplice's surprise. Terrified, Jangu realizes he would have been killed if he'd attacked. This man is not human. As Jangu watched Kim Shin's back, he thought, he's death incarnate. Christmas was just around the corner. Suddenly, Kim Shin spoke up, glancing at everyone as he asked sternly, Have you finished the preparations for the party? Inside a lit gray car, a large hand holds a stick of gum. This is the result of our research. Min offered T the gum, reminding him, Just chew this gum and a reasonable level of lust will be transmitted into your body. It'll help you control your reason even when you fall into a demonic dream state. This is your treasure, isn't it, Hero Teo? Ignoring him, Teo remained silent, staring at the nameless one. He glanced at Seongman and asked, Director Yu, are you on the side of justice? Seong replies, No, on the contrary, I am the villain. He looks at Seo and explains, Even though we deal with scum, that doesn't make me a good person. Seongman reminds Taiho that after Kim Shin is dead, he should kill him too, because Taiho is the only hero. This seems to stir something within Tu, who glances at Sun Min but remains silent. Seaman continued, My only goal is for Kim Shin to die. Once he's gone, nothing else matters to me. Were you kidding me 11 years ago? A voice breaks the silence as a man stands in a room filled with photos, angrily shouting, You release a new album and then pull this kind of stunt? A newspaper headline blares, Top singer Yoo Sungmin, a dating single mother. He asks, Are you trying to ruin everything? He shoved the newspaper in Sungmin's face, asking, Do you know how much money I've spent to get you where you are today, you bastard? Then he screamed at Sungmin, saying that even if he fooled around, he should open his eyes and choose the right girl to date. What the hell were you thinking? Sungmin grabbed his collar, whispering, From today on, I'm done being a singer, and if you say one more thing to insult my girl, I'll kill you. A bouquet of crimson roses. Sungmin holds them as he calls his lover. Hello, it's me, he said softly into the phone. I'm in front of your place. Can we meet for a bit? He gazed up at the towering building. The girl glanced out the window as she replied, I'm afraid we'll run into reporters. She asked if the director was giving him a hard time, as Min reassured his girlfriend. It's okay, I wanted to quit anyway. Having you in my life is all I could ever ask for, and with that, he beamed. We'll live happily ever after. Jae Hyun sits on the phone, a worried look on his face. Her daughter was happily playing with her toys as she cheerfully agreed, yes, just a moment, I'll be right out. Then Hyun turned to her daughter. Hey? The little one responded. Yes, she says, still playing with her doll. Would you be happy if you had a dad, Hyun? Hyun asked gently, stroking her daughter's head. Are you talking about Uncle Min? Hey, Hyun likes him a lot. Really? The innocent child replied. Standing under a streetlight as snow gently falls, Sungmin's phone lights up with a message from the director. You think you can just walk away? Get back here, I'll handle the reporters. He decisively turned off his phone, held the bouquet tightly, smiled at the falling snow, and said to himself, It's snowing. Hey will love this. From afar, a voice calls out, Excuse me, is that the Zhongwang apartment complex over there? Sungmin replies, Yes, it is. The man happily replied, Great, I found the right place, thank you. He smiled brightly, expressing his gratitude. With that, Sungmin raised his hand, and the driver understood the signal. So, Director Yu has arrived at his destination. Sungmin was immediately excited again. Then let the hero's test begin. The car stopped right behind a black sedan, Director Jang's vehicle. He sat in the car with his assistant, looking displeased as he spoke. That Choi Sung-min, I can't stand him. He's always wagging his tail next to Chairman Kong like a dog, waiting for scraps. His assistant offers to help, asking if he should discipline that guy a little. Director Jong laughs and replies, Indeed, I'll bring you along next time. Teach that bastard a lesson. Before he could finish, the car suddenly shook violently as Sung-min cut him off. The driver of the black car slammed on the brakes, opened the door, and shouted, Are you watching porn while driving, you son of a bitch? Do you have a death wish? The white car door opens and Sung-min steps out. Sung-min spoke up. Hello, Director Jang. He peeked his head out the car window, a look of surprise on his face. He asked Director Yu what he was doing and if he was in his right mind. Seung-min retorted, Didn't you tell me what to do in the restroom last time, Director? I'm just bringing my trump card for you to try out. Director Jeong's eyes widened at this, breaking out into a nervous sweat as two stepped out of the car. Our trump card is Kim Tiop. Tiop coolly pops a piece of gum into his mouth. Kim Sin turned and said that Christmas was just around the corner, then asked, Have you finished preparing the party in a hurry? A syringe lay discarded next to a massive black shoe as a figure approached the warden, saying, Hey, it's time to wake up. The warden, still sound asleep and drooling, mumbled, What is it? Jangu smirks. I have two offers for you. One, you come with me, or two, you die. Which will it be? What do you mean by that? The panicked warden asked. Why are you locking us up? We did everything you asked. Before he could finish, Donggu punched him in the face, sending blood flying. The only time they could use guns was when escorting prisoners. A powerfully built man remains frozen, having just punched the warden. The only damn thing they can use is a stun baton. The light from the gun cut across the bookshelf. Damn it, get out of here. A scream echoes as the man with the pepper spray gun fires at the bald man in front. Don't come any closer, he said. The large man coughed violently, his face streaked with tears and snot. He clutched a sharp knife in his hand, tears streaming down his face as he cursed. You dare order me around, you bastard. Today's your unlucky day. The guard gripped his gun, trembling with fear. No, please, I was wrong. Meanwhile, a prisoner kicks a guard, sending syrup flying, while another guard rushes in, baton raised. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, he turned to his teammate and asked, confused, Why is Mr. Kim asking us to do such troublesome things? Then his eyes widened. Wouldn't it be more fun to just kill those Guo guys? Why would he want to imprison the guards? Another man grabbed the warden by the head and warned, You better not question God's orders. Sun Tae calmly replies, His plans are beyond the likes of us. Our only job is to obey. He replied mockingly, My friend, you're not making any sense. Move carefully, or I'll beat you to a pulp. One man roared, facing the bound prison guards. The fat man standing to the side ordered the guards, and they all silently obeyed, each following the one in front, lest Anton punish them. Got it? Jin said sarcastically from beside Kiang. I didn't expect Kiang's lackeys to be so useful for once. What are you planning to do? Kiang responds with a question, then continues, The situation is unimaginable. We've rioted and seized control of the entire prison. He turns to Seung Jin with concern. At this point, I don't think the warden can cover for us anymore. This could all come out, and the government will send in the army to suppress us. The bat-wielding inmate shouts, Hey, pig, you got a death wish? Watch where you're going. Stop gawking. Seung-jin smirks, telling Kyung not to worry. If it's a party, it should feel like one. Seung-jin continued with a sinister air. This is how we'll let the whole world know about our golden god. A mouth chews gum, blowing a blue bubble as bullet-like eyes stare ahead. Director Jang hesitated. Are you out of your mind? What in the world is going on? You brought this twig to take care of me? Director Jang questioned, and Tu, looking displeased, pulled a sharp paper-cutting knife from his sleeve, asking, Are you saying I don't look dangerous enough? With that, he lunged towards Director Jiang's car, kicking the windshield to pieces, then climbed inside through the shattered glass as the occupant screamed, Save me! Stop him! The fat man in the car also pulled out a knife, saying, You bastard, do you have a death wish? As he said that, he thrust the knife towards Teo's chest, but Teo was quick to block him. Teo pulled the fat man's arm, sending him lunging forward. At first it looked like the fat man bit Teo's hand, but the scene before them was quite the opposite. Teo lunges, biting into the fat man's neck, clamping down so hard that blood trickles out. Seeing this, Director Jang was scared stiff, and the assistant pulled out his knife, urging the director to leave. Director, run! Teo quickly punches the assistant in the face, then again in the cheek, using his other hand to restrain him. What the hell, damn it! Director Jiang cried out, frantically opening the door and running away. Teo, his face grim, noticed the director's actions as Director Jiang held a knife to Zhang Min's neck. Don't you dare come any closer, he frantically threatened. Luckily, if he takes one more step, I'll slit this bastard's throat. The driver in the car, seeing this, calls out to the director. Terrified, Director Jiang screamed, I told you not to come any closer. What kind of demon are you? Songman said, supporting Director Jiang's arm as he sent Kim Sin to hell with a judo kickboxing throw, adding, I had to learn so much. As he said this, he grabbed Director Jiang's arm and spun him around, bitterly realizing that defeating a demon ultimately meant helping him land with a reasonable amount of grace, causing him to wince in pain. He spoke as he lowered his head to look at Director Jiang, something a normal person could never achieve, no matter how hard they trained. But for that pig-faced bastard, it's never a problem. Director Jiang quickly knelt down, his face contorted in fear as he begged, I surrender. Please tell me. What do you want from me? I promise to fulfill everything. Let's settle this with words. Director Jiang hesitantly asked, offering his help. Is it that you want to take down Chairman Kang? I'll help you. I know all of his weaknesses. Master Min replies, The wicked do wicked things. He then sat down, face to face with Director Jiang, and asked, This is quite interesting. I'm just as bad as you are, aren't I? Director Jiang flattered him. Indeed, Director Wu is a good listener, Mr. Min gently reminds him. There's no question I'm a bad guy. But it seems our hero doesn't like them. Teo smiled wickedly, his eyes gleaming as he heard that, having waited behind Director Jiang. Teo lands a brutal blow to the back of his neck, and Director Jiang can only gasp, What? 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils as Teo, undeterred by the dent in his head, continued his assault. 2 strikes again at the same spot, his hand now smeared with fresh blood. After 2 blows, the director became dazed. A bloodied fist rose again, accompanied by a smug smile. Teo laughs maniacally, growing more and more excited, while Min frowns and tells Songmin's driver to stop him. Teo, stop it, he's dead. But Teo didn't listen and only hit harder. The driver gritted his teeth. Director, please stand back. It seems our experiment has failed again. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a syringe filled with liquid. I'll do my best to inject him with the spring dream. This thing is no hero. Director Jiang lies motionless on the ground, more monster than man. Teo rises, staggering like a zombie, as Sungmin reaches for the driver and moves toward him. The driver shouts in a panic, Damn it! Director Songmin replies softly. The experiment was a success, wasn't it? He looks at Teo and continues. He cannot be stopped, he feels no pain. We have created such a hero. Seon Min placed his hands on Teo's shoulders, and seeing his devilish face, smugly said, Teo, Kim Shin is counting on you. Kim Shin approached a room, guards scattered and motionless around him, inserted a key, and turned the lock as Warden Buck stared at his gun, wondering, what in the world is happening? Oh my God! He quickly glanced over upon hearing a noise outside. It was Kim Shin, entering with a smile and a casual wave. Hello, Warden. Long time no see. Forgive me, but I need to clear this place out a bit. The Warden of the North frantically gripped his gun. What are you planning to do now? Didn't I do everything you asked? Kim Shin replied calmly. Come on, there's no need to look so scared. We're just going to sing a Christmas carol together. It'll be fun. He grins, amused. What? The Warden asks again. Oh, and are you actually holding a gun? Kim asks, causing the Warden's hands to tremble. That's right. So what? He stammered. Then what are you waiting for? Kim asked as he slowly approached the warden. Go on, shoot. All it takes is a squeeze of the trigger, and that thing can kill me. He provokes, I'm just a man. Then, without hesitation, he grabs the gun's barrel with his bare hand. Kim pointed the gun to his forehead. Why don't you do it? Or don't you see me as human? Shin smirked, pressing the gun to his forehead. Why don't you do it? Or don't you consider me human? He leaned in, mocking Warden Park. Go on, shoot. His eyes widened, jaw clenched, cold sweat trickling down his chin as he contemplated. He could kill him. His finger tightens on the trigger. At this range, there's no way he can dodge it. Warden P's face darkens, eyes wide with terror. But why can't he pull the trigger? His face contorts, veins bulging with madness. What are you doing? I told you to shoot. Warden P's face was pale, his eyes bloodshot as he stammered, Monster. Monster. The fear rising from the depths of his heart paralyzed his reason. His finger trembled uncontrollably on the trigger, forcing the warden, despite his advantage, to disarm Park and kneel in submission. Cold sweat dripped from his chin as Warden Pui hung his head low. I just need to lock him up, right? Shin narrowed his eyes, finding the man incredibly dull, and sneered. But the price of that obedience, you have to pull the trigger. Only then will I be satisfied. Shin slowly removed the magazine from the gun. The warden had paid with his life. Warden Buck froze, his eyes wide with terror, the magazine empty. Bullets traded for a slave's life. Shin tilted his head, a satisfied smirk on his face. He had prepared for this. What a shame. I was really curious about the look on your face when you pulled the trigger. The scarred, rugged man spoke softly. Kim Shin has become much stronger since fighting me. Sunjae sits cross-legged on a cushion opposite Jaiho. Facing him now would almost certainly lead to failure and a pointless death. He squinted, his cracked lips barely moving. Even so, you still want to do it? Jiho's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with ice. Yes, I still will. Sun X tilted her head, smiling gently, her brows furrowed and one eye closed. I told you to try to survive, so why are you still like this? So everything I've said has fallen on deaf ears? Diho says coldly. No, I understand everything you've said, but that's exactly why I have to fight even harder. Kim said he'd throw a party and I have to fight for everyone's lives. Sun clenches his fist, so I have no choice. He said softly, if you're fighting a monster, aim for its heart. Joe was stunned. Aim for the heart? Sun X's eyes darted. That's right. An attack there will leave you unable to think straight, and if the force is strong enough, it can even stop the heart. Diho asked hesitantly, his face gloomy. How do you know so much about this? A sinister smile creeps across his face as blood trickles down his lips. Because I'm like that now. Kim Shin is just pretending to be okay. In reality, his internal organs are probably severely damaged, just like mine. A group of policemen were tied up and locked away, and although some prison officers stood up to resist, most of them willingly entered the prison cells on command. The iron door creaks open, and a bound figure collapses to the floor. Chief Prosecutor. The surrounding officers rushed over, concerned. Are you all right, sir? He slowly stood up. I'm fine. The police turned their attention to the man outside the room, shouting, What's the purpose of all this, Kim Shin? What else do you plan to do to us? He moved his lips slightly and whispered, I want to surprise someone. My father. Shin's cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling like a child's. So I'll turn you all into a tree, a glittering Christmas tree. How beautiful. The police froze, their faces ashen with terror. What did he mean by the tree? Shin smirked. Let's see. You'll all find out soon enough. Aren't you excited? He left, abandoning the panicked police who were now screaming in the room. What did Kim Shin mean by the tree? What are you planning? The man's deep voice echoed with glee. A Christmas tree for Dad? I thought he'd do something far more terrible. Du Young narrowed his eyes, his face full of murderous intent. If it were him, the party would be even more fun, even more terrifying. That man's name was Doang, and his six-fingered hand pressed against the cold stone floor. Born an albino with extra fingers, his hand is crushed beneath an oversized white shoe. The more they looked, the more disgusting it became. Two burly prisoners appeared, sneering. They frowned in disgust at the white-haired prisoner being trampled underfoot. Lin, you new brat, what did I tell you? Don't show your face while I'm eating. Do you know how much you ruined my appetite? Du's eye is swollen, blood running from his nose to his lip. What? How could this happen? What did I do wrong? The fat man sneered with contempt. You really don't know. Not all prisoners are created equal, got it? He crouches down, his eyes hardening with a dark look. Animals like you can't expect to be treated like everyone else, you psycho. His words stunned Dujong, veins bulging on his forehead. I heard you killed your own parents. The fat guy continues to taunt him, then gets sentenced to 20 years, right? Want to bet with me? Let's see if you get out of prison or hang yourself in here first. He leaned down and grabbed one of Duchong's fingers. Today, I'll just take one finger from you. The fat man squeezed his finger, warning him that struggling would cost him his whole hand. Don't play innocent with me, you dog. His face darkened with rage. After all, you have 6 fingers. Shouldn't you have cut this damn thing off from the start? Before he could finish, a hand reached out and grabbed his head. Perhaps this would be less gruesome. Shin stepped forward, his face darkening. I'm this 6-fingered freak too, so what should I do? He squeezed the fat man's head, causing his eyes to bulge and veins to pop out on his cheeks. I didn't mean to offend you, Mr. Kim, he stammered. But Kim only narrowed his eyes and smiled. Is that so? But making fun of someone's appearance isn't very nice. Shin squeezed harder, bringing tears to the fat man's eyes as his head was reduced to a bloody stump. Skin tearing, the man begged for mercy. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Shin squeezes harder, blood splattering everywhere, covering him. Now it's not just a bald head anymore, because there's no hair or scalp left. The remaining prisoner, witnessing this, retreated, tearfully raising his hands in surrender. Mr. Kim, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. He crouches down, frowning as he observes the remaining prisoner. Let's see. Shin reaches out and grabs his chin. Your chin seems a bit long. He smirks, his pupils dilating, and says it must be quite inconvenient. The other man's screams were so loud that Dujong was frightened and sat on the ground in terror, knowing that Shin hadn't saved him out of kindness or pity. Shin smirked as blood splattered everywhere, for the monster with that disgusted expression could not possibly have human emotions. His eyes sparkled with delight, nothing more than a wild beast enjoying its pleasure. Dujong stared, motionless, observing him intently as his own hands were covered in dirt, while Shin's palms were soaked in blood, dripping onto the ground. He was hidden by Shin's small back, facing the prisoners who were staring in terror. He smirked. The ideal he had been searching for since birth had finally appeared. He sneered, but this perfect specimen kept calling out for his papa. Dujong stared at Shin's retreating back, never imagining this mama's boy was so emotionally deprived. His face darkened, his brow furrowed. He was certain he would be a much better god. The terror I inflict upon this world will be 1,000 times greater. The crumpled gold letter with its neat lines is opened. I'm planning a party this Christmas. I've sent invitations to everyone, so you have to come, Dad. The disheveled, bearded man scowled and tore the letter in half. A Christmas party. He stood before the camp's entrance, the sound of music drifting out. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. He cursed the insane bastard under his breath as a car pulled up behind him. Hi, jingle bells. Jingle bells. Min smiles as he steps out of the car, greeting Detective Kim. Don't tell me you're going alone in that condition. You know that's just throwing your life away. The silver-haired man frowned, looking disgusted. Even so, I have to go. I can't let any more innocent people be sacrificed. A tall figure emerged from the back seat. I'm coming with you. A young man with a buzz cut and dyed blonde hair appears. I'll help you kill that bastard, Kim Shin. Detective Kim hesitates, a worried look on his face, reaching out to him. Tessop? The young man wouldn't be swayed, saying softly, Don't stop me. Even if you weren't here, I'd go in alone. He was resolute, his brow furrowed. The Tessop you knew is gone. He's dead. I'm not an ordinary person anymore. Detective Kim was stunned. What does that mean? Songmin smirks. Oh, actually, I gave Tai Siop a little gift, a gift that Detective Kim couldn't give him before. Detective Kim angrily shouts, What the hell did you do to make to like this? While Zongmin narrows his eyes and reaches into his coat pocket. Don't be so angry. I've brought out a little gift box because you have this gift too. Min's eyes widened menacingly. This was a gift for that bastard Kim Shin. Regardless, the three stood frozen outside the camp as the music blared on. Christmas had arrived. Merry Christmas. Syringes and vials are scattered across the table. A golden star button gleams as the drunken man slumbers, drooling on the woman beside him. Is the Honorable Assemblyman sleeping soundly? Jangu raised his glass, sneering. You can tell how tired he is from his daily work for the country. He frowned slyly. Keep dreaming those sweet dreams. I'll be relying on you a lot in the future, since we can sell you as many dreams as you want. From outside the room, a neatly dressed young man hesitantly approached. Mr. Chairman, did Lee Soon-sin fail to kill Kim Shin as you ordered? Jangu raised an eyebrow. What? What about Kim Shin? the assistant stammered. The wardens and even the warden himself have been imprisoned by Kim Shin. They've all been subdued. Jangu angrily grips his wine glass, causing it to tremble. Has this bastard lost his mind? He rolls his eyes. What exactly are you planning, you bastard? A cart carrying patient belongings is pulled away. The two men meticulously arranged the prisoner's clothes and trash bags in 2 rows along the corridor. What in the world are you doing? Why are they lining up trash bags in prison uniforms like that? The inmates cried out. No way. Are they planning to set this place on fire? Lunchtime has passed and still no food. They clamor for answers. The faceless guards ignore them. Hey, why are you ignoring us? They demanded an answer, but the lack of response only fueled their anger. Hey, damn it, are you even listening to me? That Kim Shin, it seems he intends to deliver the final judgment on all life here. He knelt on the ground in fear, watching everyone. Hey, are you even listening to me? God damn it. The iron gate slowly opens. Footsteps echo on the old stone steps, and a voice rings out, prompting the man to wonder, are you the one? Ji-ho frowned, his eyes resolute. Kim Shin sent you to kill me, but I know you can't do it alone. The man remained unfazed. Actually, I'm not here to fight you today. I'm just here as a disciple of Kim Shin. His next words made Ji-ho bite his lip warily. The Christmas party is about to begin. Follow me. Outside, Detective Kim and Teo stared intently at the prison cell door. He reached out and pushed the door open, causing Teo to frown. The prison cell door isn't locked? Detective Kim muttered slowly. Teo, I need you to do something for me. No matter what happens, your life comes first. You absolutely cannot die. Teo's eyes hardened with resolve. And you too, don't die. Inside, Christmas music played on and on. Detective Kim and Teo stepped inside to find a small, bare tree strung with bright lights. A Christmas tree. Detective Kim rushes forward. Could it be? He stared up in disbelief at the tree adorned with severed finger joints. Christmas ornaments hanging from the tree. Could those be the fingers of the prison guards? Yes, Detective Kim thought with a frustrated grit of his teeth. The image of Hai-Trang collapsing helplessly on the ground flashed through his mind. A chaotic memory of a toy car and an open book. Or does he want to repeat what happened 11 years ago? Detective Kim's eyes widened as he recalled the horrific memories. A youthful voice rings out, "Do you like a tree like this?" Kim went to great lengths to prepare this gift for you. Seung-jin grinned, saying he wanted to see your happy face when you met again. Detective Kim shouts in outrage, raising his fist towards him. Damn it, may the Thama demons take you. What do you think human lives are worth? Seung-jin, held by the collar, sneered, if you don't let go, everyone dies, and the party's over. His dark eyes glanced down, a smirk on his face. I was only tasked with starting the party. Let's go. Detective Kim grits his teeth, trembling with anger at his words. Even if it wasn't me, Kim Shin would have come looking for you. Black trousers and shiny leather shoes. Detective Kim and Teo followed close behind. Why do you obey that bastard? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Surely you wouldn't work without an ulterior motive. What do you want from Kim Shin? Seung-jin paused, realizing that even though they were all madmen, their goals differed. Some seek the thrill of the kill, others freedom, and still others, money. As for me, I help Kim Shin to understand the actions of a god. I always wondered if the world turned to hell, would God just stand by and watch? Detective Kim frowned, his face grim. To think that scum like Kim Shin is revered as a god, it's utter nonsense. He's nothing more than a twisted, murderous dog. Seung-jin calmly replied in an even tone, That's true now, but isn't it thanks to Do Deoksu that the psychopath exists today? Detective Kim and Teo stare in disbelief. What on earth is he talking about? Seung-jin scoffs, saying that Kim Shin was once a blank slate before all of this, just someone who craved to prove his existence. He turned to face the two guests he was guiding. He wants to prove it to his father. Hey, you, his eyes narrowed, gaze intense. Kim has grown so much since meeting you. Now look at what he's become. Detective Kim muttered, that crazy bastard. He pointed a firm finger in the man's direction. Even if what you say is true, we will stop it from happening. Seung-jin clasped his hands together. That's not a bad idea. But please, leave Teo out of the we. Only those who are invited can attend this party. The blonde's face darkens at this. How amusing. Go and ask him to let me in. Seung-jin remained calm, saying it wouldn't be polite to simply dismiss him. He pointed towards the adjacent hallway where the head of the criminal division was located at the end. Teo, why don't you try saving the chief? His eyes narrowed into slits. Of course, he has to do it alone, because if the party isn't perfect, everyone dies. Detective Kim shouts, Can you stop saying such awful things? Teo interjects. Uncle, leave saving the chief to me. Go apologize to Kim first, Detective Kim called out worriedly. Teo, that man still doesn't care. I'll be there as soon as I'm done here. Teo frowned. Don't worry, Uncle. He turned and walked away, leaving behind only those final words of reassurance. I've become much stronger than the top, you remember? Suntae turns and leaves. The party will begin shortly. Wait here for a moment. Joe watches him intently. Here? Alone in the execution chamber? Joe bit his lip, his heart filled with worry. What kind of trouble are you planning now? He smirked, leading Detective Kim into the room. It's been a while, hasn't it? His eyes widened in shock, stammering, Detective Kim. Joe, what happened to you? He asked, rushing to grab him. Detective Kim held his shoulders tight. Have you been suffering all this time? Jiho stood frozen in place. Uncle, have you been well? I'm doing fine. The middle-aged man bowed his head, filled with regret. I truly regret letting you come here, true dragon. Joe gently takes his arm, telling him it's all right. He hangs his head low, because you are the bow, and I have chosen to be the arrow. The red curtain beside them is drawn, and I'm deeply moved by their reunion. A man with a noose around his neck appears. At first glance, you'd think they were father and son reunited after a long time. He's asked to sit in a chair in front of a cake with lit candles. He tilts his head, the rope hanging loosely around his neck. I'm a little jealous. Detective Kim roared in resentment, but Kim Shin remained indifferent and continued to question him. Do you like the pine tree I got you, Dad? The man was enraged, his fist clenching until it turned red. Don't you ever call me father again, you dog. Come out here. I'm going to kill you. Shin rests his cheek on his hand, saying his father could never kill him. Don't be like this. Just open your heart and accept your son. He crossed his legs, his eyes narrowed as he stared at him. In that case, I'll just kill myself to help you out. Just a button press away in this execution chamber. Detective Kim and Joe were both stunned. What? Please, calm down. A rough six-fingered hand presses against his cheek. I've thought long and hard about how to get Dad to acknowledge me as his son, so I've decided to give him the gift he's always wanted most. Every word he spoke made Detective Kim Kam-fan tremble. Father could witness my death, and I would finally earn his recognition. So the whole family is happy. Of course, accepting me as his son won't be easy. The simple cake on the table still had lit candles, so I needed proof. Proof that meant you killing Jiho with your own hands. Detective Kim grits his teeth. A demon must have possessed you. You bastard, have you lost your mind? He calmly observes him. What's wrong? Aren't you two the bow and arrow? They both share the sole purpose of revenge. Jiho grits his teeth in fury as he hears his words. If the enemy can be brought down, what does it matter if the arrow breaks? Those words left Detective Kim stunned, for that was the sole purpose of an arrow. Sin's veins throbbed as he smirked. I won't go back on my word. Just kill Joe, and I'll die. His eyes narrowed, revealing dilated pupils. So go ahead and do it. Shin smirked. It's simple, Dad. Killing Joe is the same as killing me, but if you can't... Sitting calmly across from his father, Shin's words terrified Detective Kim and Joe, and threatened the lives of everyone in the prison. His dark eyes widened with glee. What are you waiting for, Father? Detective Kim grits his teeth, enraged by his words. After all, each of the men his father trained had only one purpose: to kill him. Rough, calloused hands clenched, trembling incessantly. A deep voice echoed through the room. Uncle, just do as he says. Detective Kim looked at him in disbelief. Dai calls out to the man, eyes wide and face grim. It's okay, as long as that bastard Kim dies. He's right. Detective Kim stares in disbelief, mouth agape. Veins bulge on his face. That was the sole purpose of an arrow, after all. The small boy with oversized glasses tightened his backpack straps and silently walked down Lejiho Street. He was 10 years old. The gray-haired man muttered, That boy is also one of Kim Shin's victims. His face is gaunt, his brow furrowed. But Dusik, will you really do it? The remaining man in the car intently watched the small boy. Yes. He gripped the steering wheel. He was going to send that bastard Kim Shin to hell. Dusik's gaunt face was pale, his beard and hair disheveled as young Gio walked silently alone, no matter the cost. Even if I become a monster, I've been watching over everything you do, Joe, the director says with gentle eyes. Joe, no matter what, never resort to violence, understand? God taught us to love all things, even our enemies. He knelt on the ground, embracing him. Forgiveness is the only gateway to happiness. The more you forgive, the more love you'll receive, though Jiho reluctantly obeys. Yes, I will forgive. Duok watched them from a nearby hiding spot. His eyes filled with murderous intent, Gio's fury fueling his tiny legs as he ran forward. The little boy gritted his teeth, running as fast as he could. Run, Gio, run! Gio, keep going. Finally, he crosses the finish line. Cheers erupt as Joe crosses the finish line, a happy smile gracing his face as the announcement rings out. Class 3 has won the relay race, and hidden in the crowd, Duke quietly claps in admiration. Joe is so fast. What an incredible comeback. Jae-ho's smile. 3 little snowmen, decorated and lined up in a row. Look, they look just like the 3 of us. The 3 kids stand side by side, laughing and talking happily. Look, the hands are the most similar. Not like mine at all. It's so cold. Wait for me to get my gloves. The kids are playing together so innocently, then we'll have a snowball fight. I didn't even get my gloves on. Duok watches the children, his eyes crinkling with happiness. You guys are playing dirty, Joe's friends. The photo Joe took with his father glows in the lamplight as he sits silently on a stone bench, sobbing. Dad, a small cake with candles sits neatly beside you. Today is your birthday. Joe clutches the photo tightly in his hand. I miss you, Dad. Even Geoduo's memories are still there. Right behind him, I've been watching him closely for 10 long years. His hand fell limp, turning Geo into a tool for revenge, a hand missing its pinky raised in the dawn. He offered, "Become my arrow." Joe stared in disbelief at the man's audacious words. Go to that prison and finish off Kim Shin. Road Doc made the offer to turn him into an arrow. But why was the boy taken away? Duok personally bathed and cleansed him of everything. The old man weakly mouthed, I can't bring myself to do it. Joe maintains his unwavering gaze. If he doesn't die, everyone here will. Yu whispers softly, his eyes strangely gentle. But I can't kill you. I'm sorry. Please take the rope from my neck. It's just an arrow, and an arrow's only purpose is to kill me. His face contorted in rage. How dare you show him affection, father? So he wasn't the arrow after all. Shin clenches his fist. He furiously punches the glass in front of him, the convict grinding his teeth. Then everyone will die, including Yiho, the warden, and anyone else in this prison. His eyes rolled back in his head, wild with rage, and everyone out there will die too. You know, Dad, it's your fault again. A group of prisoners sat listlessly on the floor, one of them speaking up. What's that smell? A thin stream of air slipped under the door, carrying the scent of smoke. Something was burning. The prisoners were terrified. There's smoke, a fire. The rows of clothes in the hallway are ablaze. Put out the fire, you bastards! Help, someone open the door. The prisoners watched through the iron bars, screaming in terror. Open the damn door! Is anyone there? A prisoner sobs, clutching his mouth. You bastards, are you trying to kill us? Open the door. Open it now. Sweat pouring down, he whimpered, Joe, please save me. The lighter trembled in his thick hand. Boss, do we really have to go this far? We're all listening to you, but even though we're not good people, we can't become lunatics like him. Jian was just as horrified. Damn it, even if we don't do it, he'll just get someone else to do his dirty work. And if we disobey him, we'll be the ones trapped in that white gas. Their screams echo through the barrier. Help, damn it, is anyone there? Open the door, Guy muttered. Besides, he'll kill us after the party anyway. He raised his voice. Now that everything's in chaos, let's make a run for it, brothers. Before they could escape, a gleeful voice echoed from behind. Too bad, you're too late. A small figure approached the group of prisoners, wondering why they didn't run while they had the chance. His eyes widened, his face contorted in terror. Now there's no chance left. The man dropped his finished cigarette. So, Songmin said, watching the prison camp with interest, the party has begun, as his assistant approaches. Director, you need to leave now. The police are bound to be here soon. The other man remained indifferent. Wouldn't leaving now be a waste? Min smirks, wishing he could witness that moment firsthand. His eyes are vicious, anticipating the moment Kim accepts my gift. I want to see the look on his face. Steam rises from above. A clenched fist flies forward, but Shin leans back to avoid it, twisting his wrist. Dai-ho, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Jin's large hand lunges forward. You still dare to come looking for me? On what grounds? Du jumps from behind, kneeing him in the face, but he blocks it. Before Shin can recover, Di-ho lands a kick aimed at his cheek. Shin ducks, narrowly avoiding the kick. His opponent's eyes widen, face contorting in pain as he clenches his fist. Let me stop your breathing for a moment. My irritation has reached its limit. Shin throws a punch straight into Joho's face, sending blood flying everywhere. He staggers, a nosebleed gushing. He must aim for the heart. Shin's powerful punch sends him crashing to the ground, as Dusuk cries out in horror. Shin frowned and rushed forward, slamming his elbow into Joho's face. He gritted his teeth. I've changed my mind. His fist is raised high, and I'm going to crush the first bastard. The powerful blow lands squarely on Dusuk's face, sending blood flying, followed by a flurry of savage punches. His face contorted backward, his spirit utterly broken. The beggar's eyes rolled back, pupils trembling with pleasure, bringing everything back to the way it should be, just like his mother used to. Joe gasped, his voice strained. What's the reason for all this? He trembled, struggling to stand. The loved ones you killed and even my uncle. He roared, staring at Shin's figure. They had nothing to do with you. You bastard, he says coldly. Is that what he said? That he and I are not related at all? Joe watches him anxiously as he continues. Dio, it seems you really don't know anything. The lackey sneered, rolling his eyes. Do you even know what kind of person your father is? Let me tell you, he shouts. Kim Shin's eyes widened as he collapsed to the floor, rummaging through his pockets, silenced. Shin smirked, his eyes narrowing with delight. What's wrong? Jae-hoo has a right to know, doesn't he? Shouldn't close friends have no secrets? Duok takes the gift box from Sonmin, untying the ribbon. Shin asks suspiciously, What are you holding? Is that a gift for me? With gritted teeth and murderous intent, Duok vows, We'll both die together. Kim Shin? Duok raises the small box and throws it towards Shin, a bomb exploding from within, tearing through the thin wrapping paper. Shin's eyes widened as he watched the box fly towards him, followed by a deafening explosion from within the prison. Min smirked, hoping he'd enjoy the special gift he'd prepared. His eyes turned dark and sinister as he said, Have a memorable Christmas, Kim Shin. He walked slowly on the stone floor as Top was stopped by a group of prisoners in the hallway. What took you so long? The battered warden asked, tied to a wooden chair with the bespectacled man brandishing sharp blades beside him. I thought you weren't coming, so I was just about to deal with this guy. Release that man, and I'll give you a way out of this. Did he just notice me? And is he chewing gum? You seem interesting, kid. The glasses-wearing man held his knife to the chairman's neck, taunting him. Kid, do you know what the most delicious part is? The knife in his hand moves down to the bound man's thigh, but the thigh meat is too dry, not tasty at all. Then it moves back up. The belly is tasty, but a bit too fatty. You'll tire of it quickly. The blade tapped the chairman's shoulder. Neck and shoulder meat is exquisite and very satisfying to chew. Finally, the bespectacled man dangled the knife over the chief's head, terrifying him. But do you know, the most exquisite flavor comes from the brain. If grilled with butter, the meninges become crispy with an unparalleled aroma. That's for older prey, as the glasses-wearing man steps forward. He narrowed his eyes, licking the blade in his hand. As for young horses, every part of their flesh is tender. I'll devour every last piece. I thought I'd be stuck eating that old nag, Doshik. Looks like I'm in luck today. Tiap pulls a box cutter from his sleeve. I've been pretty lucky too. One of his eyes twisted with resentment. Lucky for me, I found animals like you who kill people, and lucky for me, I'm no ordinary man. The glasses wearer was even more delighted. You're out of your mind. Come on, kid. Top grits his teeth and throws a punch, but before it lands, the other man slashes his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, eyes wide, he quickly turned around, a gleaming blade already pressed against his waist. The bespectacled man coldly slashed through the clothing. You're fast. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, but that just excites me more. Keep charging like that and you'll be covered in my cuts. His eyes twisted with rage. Gritting his teeth, he charged again, but the glasses-wearing man remained calm as he was tackled around the waist. Do I feel like I'm fighting a bull? He's charging with a crazed look, like a provoked beast. He pinned him to the ground, raising his knife high. Today, you're the new dish on my menu. A greenhorn, are we? The slash across his shoulder sends blood flying. He's also been cut on the thigh, the sharp blade lunging forward. T-Sop roared, clenching his fist as he charged forward, only for the glasses-wearing man to stab him through the gut. Look at him, just a little provocation, and he runs right into the knife. Calling you an animal isn't wrong at all. Tiop grits his teeth, hissing in pain as the other man smirks with arrogance. It's over. No beast can move after a stab to the gut. Tiop swiftly slams his elbow into the glasses-wearing man's face. He was smacked in the face, sending saliva flying. Staggering, he struggled to glance back at Theo. No problem. Its attacks are too simple. The glasses-wearing man's body fell to the side. As long as he didn't lose focus, he could dodge. Just as he regained his footing, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Before he could finish, Tiop kneed him in the head from behind. The blow to the back of his head made the glasses-wearing thug cough up blood, his eyes wide with pain, forcing him to change his attack. T screamed in agony, pressing his head hard into the ground. Gritting his teeth, he slams his forehead into the back of the man's head, driving his face into the ground with relentless force. Tiop doesn't stop there. His headbutt draws blood. The man's hand went limp, his body falling backward onto the ground as his companion stepped forward, impressed. A hulking figure with shaggy hair, he's taken a fatal blow without weakening, and seems to have only grown stronger. He grins, revealing a set of gleaming braces. "Try fighting me, you crazy kid." T gripped the knife tighter, glaring back at him. "With your body so broken, I wonder if you can even fight anymore?" That thug just smiles, calmly adding, "Here, I'll even let you keep the knife. In your condition, you can't possibly fight me head-on." His tiny eyes narrowed in surprise behind his hair. Before his eyes, Tex lowered himself and stabbed himself in the stomach. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" His eyes glazed over, drool trickled down his chin, and he growled, his eyes narrowing as he frowned and glared at the person holding him. The Sundanese man was covered in blood, eyes wide and unmoving. "Is he dead?" He calmly placed the body on the ground, saying, "Thanks, but you're too heavy, now get out of my way." Suddenly, the beggar's eyes widened. Sadosiak lay motionless, his palm trembling on the ground. His father couldn't die. The beggar trembled, staggering back towards the body. He couldn't die before acknowledging his son. With seething rage, Yeho kicks him in the face, sobbing and grinding his teeth. "Why do you have to destroy everything?" Joe's resentful punch lands, snapping his head to the side. "Why did you have to take everything from me?" Joe sobs, screaming in anguish. "My father, and even you. If you hadn't appeared, none of this would have happened." Shin falls to the ground as the punches rain down. Everyone could have lived normal lives. His gaze fell upon his father's silent body. Shin's eyes narrowed as his fingers twitched on the ground. He blocked the punch, biting his lip hard. Nothing would have happened, and everyone could have lived in peace? Shin glared at the man straddling him. "So Jay knows nothing about his father." His eyes turned bloodshot. "Let me tell you what kind of man your father was." As a large man scribbled something on a piece of paper. He leaned down, handing the paper to the skinny boy before him. "Take this, kid. It's the number of a strong and reliable police officer." The boy, on the verge of tears, clutched the paper tightly. "If bad guys like me ever come looking for you, call him for help." Inside the paper was a name and number. That person would come right away, while the dilapidated apartment was spray-painted red. After the day that license came, along a dirty, dark road, broken glass and shells scattered everywhere. My mother and I had left home and were living in hiding. Jin, gaunt and desperate, clutched her son close. No one would touch him. Absolutely no one. Squinting, Lure maintains a calm demeanor. "Hey, check the other side, too." A shadow falls across the door, illuminated by the light. Damn it, all this trouble for a crazy woman and her kid. What if we find them? The order was to bring them back alive. But this old, simple house is noisy and undamaged. If the situation calls for it, we can eliminate them. At that point, it was only a matter of time before the chairman's men found my mother and me. Kim picked up the phone and made the call. He gripped the corner of the paper that Son handed him. "Hello, who is this?" He narrowed his eyes, studying the paper in his hand. Was this Kim Do-seok's police contact? "Please, save my mother and me," he continued, barely able to speak. I called the number Lon gave me, and then Zeno slammed Jiho in the face, flipping him over and smashing his head into the ground. Blood streamed from his nose as he spoke in a low voice. An hour later, that person finally arrived. Joe's eyes widened in surprise. My father was the tall figure who appeared behind the locked door. The police officer who answered my call back then. "Open the door for me." Young Kim carried hope as he opened the door to the room. That was the first day I met my father, a handsome young man with a troubled expression behind the door. But his father's eyes narrowed, his face pale, and he was nothing like the trustworthy man Lee Seon had described. A man with a gleaming gold tooth appeared, saying, "Well done, Officer Kim." The small, vicious man approached, saying he wouldn't have to waste time thanks to him, calling the other a liar as Jangu laughed triumphantly, saying he was his arrow. With a guilty look, DXOC hung his head as flames engulfed the prison camp. "Help, please, someone open the door." The thick smoke and flames choked them, saliva dribbling from their mouths. "Help me." The prisoners lay helplessly on the ground. He writhed in agony, retching in pain, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. "At this rate, we're all going to die. Someone, please." The man's face was covered in blood as he lay collapsed on the ground. "Please, have mercy. Please." A small foot grinds into his face. "Beg for mercy?" The small prisoner clasped his hands behind his back. "Don't be a coward and beg for mercy. If you're going to be a thug, act like one." His words were directed at the man cowering on the ground. "Am I right?" The gang leader trembled, his eyes wide with terror. "I overheard you saying I'm just a psycho who can't compare to real gangsters, right? What good are real gangsters if they're this weak?" Terrified, he trembled. "Please, spare me." "Please, just spare me, and I promise to do whatever you ask." With no intention of showing mercy, he raises his leg to strike. Did you not hear a word I said? Damn it, I told you not to beg for your life. As he cowered, a voice called out. Aren't you that Kiang guy? The prisoner said gleefully, watching him. What now? A pair of large hands gripped the wall. Hey, what you just said? The large man with his eyes closed walks out of the cell. Can I do it? Kai watches in astonishment. Lai Lai Sun Seng. He frowned, asking, If I save you now, will you release the others from their cells? The prisoner sneered. He'd only intended to catch small fish today. He quickly lunged at Sun Zeng. But I never expected to catch such a big fish. A straight kick to the face, and a blind one at that. Sun Zeng clenched his fist, but the inmate dodged the blows. That was close. One hit from that and I'd be done for. The prisoner laughed, aiming a kick at Sun's joint, but missed, resulting in nothing. He tilted his head, dodging a punch from his opponent. The butcher's finally blind. What a waste. The prisoner leaned back, receiving a reverse kick to the face. He grinned, seeing Sun Zeng as nothing more than trash, then spun around and kicked him in the back of the neck. He's hit hard, staggering and dazed. Sun X falls to the ground. The prisoner sneered, finding no fun in fighting cripples. He reveled in Sun X's trembling form on the ground. I guess I should end this quickly. He raises his foot, his eyes wide with murderous intent. But the road to hell won't be boring. His eyes widened with glee. Because you'll have plenty of company in hell, Kiang screams. License Sing, hold that prisoner tight right there. Attack the source of that sound, he gritted. Damn it, you son of a bitch. The small fry. Sun X has him by the ankle. He looks up. Got him. Sun Zeng powerfully swung the man into the air, the prisoner's face contorting in agony as he was lifted. Sun Zeng slammed him into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, then dragged him away, clutching his ankle and swinging him high. His gray eyes glazed over as he snarled, Your road to hell won't be lonely, don't worry. Neither will your army or whatever else you have. He ferociously slams the man into the ground, blood splattering from his face. I'll send them all to the afterlife. Sun X breathed heavily, exhausted. He turns his head back. Kang, it's time to make good on your promise. Hearing his name, he froze. Go release them, now. You said you'd do anything I asked just to stay alive. Diho, listen to me. Blood trickles down his lips. My father isn't the good man you think he is. He's a monster just like me. Thanks to you, I've saved so much time, Jangu said, approaching with a sinister look. It is my arrow. Young Kim Shin frowned, his face filled with resentment as he stared at the two. Don't you dare lay a hand on my son, Jin Seok, frail and weak, desperately shielded him. I won't let anyone get away with this. If you want to kill someone, kill me instead. Jingu sneered. So you're protecting some trashy kid who came from nowhere? The wrinkles on his face deepened. That kid isn't my grandson, and certainly not your son. Jin Seok shouts that he's lying. Shin is her son. What do they know? But Jingu doesn't care, and if she's going to be stubborn, he won't waste any more words. She clutches Shin as two hulking men in black approach, declaring that they're all going to die today. No. Jin Seok's eyes widened as he trembled, muttering, Don't touch my son. No one touches Shin. Jingu turned and walked back to the car, saying he'd never have such a wretched sister. Du-seok says gravely, Wait. He eyed the man suspiciously. Didn't you tell me you wouldn't kill women and children? Old Jingu chuckled. This isn't something an arrow like you needs to worry about. Detective Kim, just do as I say. Du-okay frowns, unyielding. I said I'd follow Chairman O's orders, but not help you become a murderer. He sneers, so you know what I do with disobedient dogs, right? Jingu's eyes are filled with murderous intent. You know better than anyone how much I hate loud-mouthed old men, right? His words silenced Do-seok, who knew all too well that he had been Jingu's biggest annoyance. All right, it's bad form to start a business relationship by making things difficult, so I won't kill the woman and her son. Luke lie inside my pocket in exchange for one condition. Du-seok was doubtful. What condition? The man pulled out a small glass vial and held it up. The mass-produced spring dreams we took away didn't yield results as good as the original, and while this can be resolved, it would take too much time and money. His pupils contracted, his expression turning cruel. If you can extract a better formula from that bitch to reduce our costs, I won't kill them. But I'm warning you, this won't be easy. Jin Seok trembled, still clinging to Shin's shoulders. No, you can't touch my son. Absolutely not. Du-shik grits his teeth at the man's words, wondering what's left in that crazy woman's head as Jinwoo smirks and turns away. But if you fail, you and your whole family are done for. I'm giving you 3 days, which means I have 3 days to spend with my father. Deok's eyes are hollow. What's the method of preparation? Tell me, please. Jin just happily patted his head, unfazed. Isn't my housemate adorable? Truly, the cutest kid in the world. How cute. Dejected, Duok collapses to the floor, clutching a pillow. I know, but please just tell me. I'm begging you. My mother couldn't remember the recipe. Jin Seok's eyes were blank, like a person who had lost their mind. Ku, my precious darling, while I, on the other hand, am completely devastated. His words made Jane X's eyes widen. Even her son wouldn't escape. She gritted her teeth in resentment. What? John XC shouts, her face contorted in anger. Don't hurt my son. You can't. You absolutely can't. The man's rough hand gripped her collar as he growled. Then tell me. His eyes widened as he spoke. Jin Seok's voice trembled, stammering. Don't touch my shin. No, absolutely not. Doc clenched his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent as time ticked away to the final day. He looked up at the mother and child sleeping across the table from him. Duexok slowly stood up, reaching out his hand. Hey, kid, want to play a game with me? He rubbed his eyes, mumbling, What game are we playing? A thin hand pounded on the wooden door. Jane sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Give me back my son. Give him back to me. Her cries echoed through the wooden door. Oh, my son, I beg you. Du-seok slumped down, grabbing Shin's shoulders as the other person's screams continued. Give me back my son. Give him back, he mumbled, his voice heavy. The kid's name is Jin, right? Kim Shin? His beady eyes narrowed. That's right. With a furrowed brow and tear-filled eyes, Du-deok asked, All right, Kim Shin, what's your favorite game? A voice screamed out, Give me back my son, you bastard. Give him back, my son. Du-X spoke with a dark expression. Shin, what's your favorite song? He smiled and replied, It's Ba Ba, Black Sheep. That's my favorite. Tears welled in Duke's eyes as he coaxed. All right, let's choose that one then. He gripped the boy's hand. Shin, let's play a game together now. With Du-seok holding Shin's hands and covering his ears, he explained the rules. He must cover his ears and sing Three Little Lambs continuously. He repeats, Sing continuously? He instructs, That's right, even if you hear any strange noises, you must cover your ears and keep singing. Only then can you win the game. But the knocking grows louder and louder. The woman outside desperately cried, Give me back my son, you monster! Give him back! Tears streamed down her face as she wailed, My son! Duke-soo emerges, his face radiating murderous intent. His mother is stunned, stammering, Where's my son? He stared blankly as she screamed, begging for her child back, while inside, Kim Shin began to sing, Ba Ba, Black Sheep. His singing grew louder, drowning out the sounds outside the house as Doc muttered to himself while wrapping cloth around his hand. In truth, I'm not the chairman's arrow, but the one who wants to overthrow him the most. His face is one of despair, but that bastard is holding my son hostage to threaten me. As he explains, I'm only doing this because I have no other choice. Kim Shin's mother glares at him, still crying out. My son, Shin. Du-seok approached, pleading, I don't want to be a villain at all. So he begged her to reveal the formula, but she just kept asking for Kim Shin. Bring Kim Shin to me. I can't be without him. Duke's patience wore thin as he spoke again. If you don't tell us, we're all going to die. I'm begging you, please. Tears streamed down his face as he slapped her awake, demanding she reveal the damn formula, all while the boy continued to sing about mother and father sheep. Oblivious to the horrors outside, the little lamb heard the constant pleas for his mother to speak. In contrast to his innocent singing, Father Sheep was strong. She was punched in the face but kept repeating, My child. Kim Shin's voice echoed from behind the door, while the mother sheep remained gentle. Blood splatters staining the cloth in Du-seok's hand as he pleads, Say it, please. Kim Shin continued to sing loudly, while the lamb grew quickly and was incredibly adorable. Du-seok's eyes turned bloodshot as he cursed, Damn it, please tell me, I'm the sheep father. His mother just kept repeating, Kim Shin, my son, I'm the sheep mother. Kim Shin's singing never stopped, and I'm the lamb. Duck-soo stopped hitting him and pressed on, Just tell me the formula for Spring Dream. Please, I'm begging you. His mother couldn't form a complete sentence, only uttering disjointed words. Kim Shin, my son. Unexpectedly, he spoke up. Mother really doesn't know anything, because I'm the one who made her like this. Then with a smile he offered, Let me give you what you're looking for. Du-seok was taken aback, asking, What? What do you mean? You know the formula for that stuff? He grins. That's right, but in return you have to give me what I want. The man asks in surprise, What do you want? Kim simply replied, Family. He requested, Become my father, and everything will be resolved. Du-ok immediately agreed. All right, I'll be your father or whatever you want. And he stood before him, his figure so small and harmless in comparison. Tell me the formula. There's no time. Kim Sin excitedly cheered. Great! His face beamed as he presented a notebook. Then from now on, I'll be your dad and we'll be a family. Yuseok stared in disbelief. Inside the notebook I gave my father was a page that read, Today at kindergarten, I learned to sing a song called Ba Kon Ku. I also danced with my friends. It was really fun. A diary with drawings that Kim Shin wrote himself. Yuseok reads intently. Another page is written. Today, I went to Sang Huin's house, and his mother even gave me strawberries. The strawberries were delicious. The entry for May 20th, 2003 reads, Today we played house. I played the dad, and the mother and daughter even bought me a cake. Cake is my favorite. 3 days later, he wrote, I have a new friend. He doesn't have a name. It's the first time I've met someone without a name, but it's kind of interesting. The fun continued until the 24th. I played with my new friend. He knows a lot of fun games, but we agreed to play again tomorrow. Doc flips through the pages, finding a strange entry without a picture in July. Shin, I'm here. I miss you so much. Son, no matter where you are, I will find you. Don't be afraid. Just wait a little longer for me. Bewildered, Do-wook felt Mrs. Kim place her hand on his shoulder as he smiled and repeated the question. What's got you so surprised, Dad? My dad. A tear-stained entry from December 6th. Please, son, come back to me. I miss you so much, my darling Shin. I love you. The waiting stretched into the next year. Shin, happy birthday. You're 7 years old now, Shin. I bought your favorite cake. Come eat, my child. Please come back and eat cake with me like we used to. We will live happily, until a page, blurred by tears and scrawled handwriting. I love you. I miss you. I miss you so much. I'm going crazy from missing you. Please, I'm so sorry I've wronged you so much. Please, I'm begging you. Come back to me. I can't live without you. I love you, love you, love you so much. My darling, I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Doc turns another page, revealing a starkly contrasting image. A mother embraces her child, both filled with happiness. Ah, Shin, I finally found a way to see you. Precious Shin, wait for your mother a little longer. I'm coming to you soon. When we meet, give me a big hug, okay? Don't be shy, got it? Mommy loves you. Dusok's hand froze. He stammered, This is the spring dream recipe, written on the last page of the illustrated diary. Kim asks if that's it, looking at Dusok with the expectation of finding what his father seeks. Then with a slightly strained voice, he replied, This is exactly what you're looking for. He cuts him off, saying it's not uncle, but father. Dad, Duok fell into thought. Moments later, he apologized for hitting his mother, and Duok quickly stood up as he continued. I'll open the door, then you two need to escape from here quickly. Once he has the formula, the chairman won't spare you two. So shouldn't you run away with us, Dad, since we're family? Duok refuses, saying he already has a real family. He laughs knowingly. Ah, I see. So, if that other family of yours is gone, then you'll come back to this family, right? He asks innocently. Duex asks, Your name isn't Kim Shin, is it? He slowly turned to look at him. What is your real name, then? Shin simply replies, I don't have a name. He stares at the old man with unsettling eyes, pleading for a name. Duok stopped short at that thought. Continue telling me about the naming. How infuriating that my father didn't even give me a name then. His hand pressed down on the terrified boy's face. But I heard your father named you Joe, didn't he? Kim Dong-ho. He pressed down on Joe, wondering how he could bear a name given by a liar. His eyes are fixed on him, but it doesn't matter, because he's going to die anyway. His hand tightens around Joe's neck as he mutters, Just die. Joe struggles as he hears him say that he will be the only one left for his father in this world. Another person struggles to speak, Don't kill him. A weak, broken voice calls out his name, Auntie Hua. He paused, glancing over as the cries continued. Stop it now. Even vomiting blood, the man pleaded, No! Kill Jiho. He glances at Kim Shin, cutting off Dushik. He's just an arrow you trained to kill me, isn't he? It's all a lie, isn't it, father? Tears streamed down his face as he continued. All right, if you want Joe to live. His eyes grew menacing as he proposed that his father play a game with him. If he could sing until the end, he would let him live. A voice echoes near the unconscious figure. It's time to make good on your promise. Jang, this man is offering to let everyone go. The man was momentarily afraid as he listened. You said you'd do anything if I just helped you stay alive. Other prisoners cried out from within the flames, begging for help. Unconsciously looking around, Jang muttered, If I rush into that fire now, I'm dead for sure. Besides, who knows if Kim Sin's troops will arrive while I'm trying to save those people. Brother Luke rummages in his pocket. You saved me, only to send me to my death. The man asked, confused. What do you mean by that? If you don't act, what will become of them? He interrupted, continuing. Since you threw the card on the ground, this is the key card to the prison cell. Do what you want. I want nothing to do with this. Jiang still questioned him, wondering why. With disbelief, Diang asks, "You'd trust the promise of trash like me?" Then Lai Sun X runs, ignoring the man's calls. Behind Sun X's back, there's only fire as he mutters, "Not to go, Jiang?" Meanwhile, another one of them gets his face punched out of shape. He immediately retaliates, swinging his arm, but T quickly dodges the blow. Then he followed up with another blow to the face, sending him reeling. Too fast. T's attacks are getting faster and faster. He can only stand there and take it. How is that possible with that body? He lunged forward with incredible speed, delivering a devastating blow to the man's face, sending him flying backward. Teo stoops to strike, flying forward, pinning the man down and relentlessly punching him in the face. His teeth shatter, blood splatters, and all he can utter is, "Monster. Monster." Tell leaps into the air, preparing the finishing blow. He stomped on the man, his eyes filled with excitement, but just as quickly they returned to normal as he gasped for breath. Teo coughed up blood with a pained cry, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground. T rose, fueled by pain and anger, his hands covered in blood. Shaking, Teo slowly crawled forward and looked up at the man tied to the chair before him, who cried out anxiously as the gag was removed. "Teo, you're bleeding." He gritted his teeth as he cut the ropes binding the man. "I'm okay." Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. "Teo, is that thing your child?" He stared back in disbelief, asking, "What?" The one who was just beaten to a pulp struggled to speak. "Well done. Just like me," Teo questioned. "What did you mean by that?" But the man offered no further response. He trembled with anger as he asked again, "What do you mean by that?" The man remained silent as Teo cried out in despair and lost consciousness. "Speak. You were lucky that man caught you." He looked at him sadly. Was he trying to reassure Teo? "That's not it at all. You're nothing like that bastard." With tears streaming down his face, Kim begged Duke that if he wanted Gio to live, his father had to sing. Through tears, he made his demand. If he could sing to the very end, Gio would live. The old man lay motionless on the floor, covered in blood, his mouth trembling as he struggled to utter each pitiful word. Broken sounds, yet he continued to sing. "Sak do, 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 do." Joe grits his teeth, saying he can't sing. Duwak is losing consciousness, but he continues to live in the deep sea, his song bringing back memories. A happy family photo appears. Do-do-do-do. As the innocent child always hummed this song, the baby shark was well-behaved and adorable. Applause accompanied the music. Do-do-do-do-do-do. A childhood dance accompanies the song. Mommy shark. Do-do-do-do. Beautiful and kind. Do-do. His mother joined in with her grandchild. Mommy shark, do-do-do-do. And together they turned to look at do-do-co. Daddy shark, do-do-do-do. He stood frozen, hearing their powerful voices sing, do-do-do. Zoc stammered, whimpering, "Daddy shark." The final lyrics of the song, do-do-do-do, brought praise from his mother, who embraced him. "You're so good, you know all the words." He rubbed his head against his mother, exclaiming, "I couldn't remember the whole song last time." Dushu stared blankly at him upon hearing those words. "I could sing the whole song because you sang it with me, Dad." He reached out his trembling hand. "Dong Shu, my love." Overcome with emotion, he embraced them, saying, "I'm sorry." Tears streamed down his face as he confessed that he couldn't protect them, and even his revenge had failed. "I'm sorry," he says, as his wife gently strokes his cheek. "It's okay. We don't need that. You've been through so much already." Is she calling out to her husband, "Please, don't ever leave us again?" The boy beside him chimed in, "That's right, Dad. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with me and Mom." But suddenly he turned his head, and another boy with glasses was standing in the doorway, staring at them. With a gasp, Dusuk whispered, "Joe, I'm sorry." He entrusted his last words to me. "You have to live on." Joe looked over and called out in broken words, "Uncle, Uncle." Kim Shin looked over as well, commenting, "He sang the whole song? You want Joe to live that badly?" he said, looking at Dusiok. "Fine, I'll spare him because unlike you, I'm not a liar." He continued, tears streaming down his face. "But in return, you have to come with me. Stay by my side, because you're my father." Kim Shin growled menacingly. "You absolutely can't leave me. Do you understand now?" He just left like that. He froze, unconsciously calling out, "Father," before rushing to his side. Kim Shin lunged forward, reaching for Dudu Shook, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Father!" He desperately tries to resuscitate him, fighting to keep him alive. "No." Kim Shin cried out in despair, "You can't die, Father. Not now." But the director's cold body remained unresponsive. If he were to die, Kim Shin's tears flowed endlessly. He had to acknowledge his son before dying. Father! An unexpected blow to Kim Shin's face sends him flying. Kim Shin's face was bruised from the punch as Ju stood with his hand raised, tears streaming down his face. Kim Shin stammered, Ju. But before he could breathe, Ju rushed in, landing another punch square in his face. Ju struck and cursed the bastard, each word a painful plea to bring back his father, tears streaming down his face. He channeled his rage into each punch, screaming, Give me back my father. Rang immediately ran outside, gasping for breath as he fled the scene. Having reached a safer place, he paused to catch his breath, muttering, I made it. I'm alive. He was drenched in sweat, his face still etched with fear as he considered his next move. Now I have to get out of this hellhole and lay low with my boys for a few days. But as Jiang looked at the car in front of him, he wondered, why is there a car already here? Dai Jiang smirks. Heaven is helping me. Fate has decided I won't die in this god-forsaken place. He reaches for the door handle. The person inside looks at Di Jiang in shock. Huh? What? Di Jiang interrupted, pressing the knife to his throat. Shut your mouth if you don't want me to slit your throat. And you, hurry up and start the car. I'm threatening to take you to the city center. From the back seat, a voice suddenly spoke. Hello, Mr. Namjang. He turned his head and exclaimed, Huh? The man in the back seat tightened his grip, saying, I've heard so much about you, but I never expected we'd meet like this. Confused, Jiang asked, Who are you? But the man next to him landed a blow right in his face. The man in the back seat tightened the wire, a sinister smile on his face. Withdrawing when I told you to. That was the right call. And I even got this Christmas present? The man chuckled at Jiang, who was unconscious in the front seat. The driver remarked, The director was wise. Someone here has run into a wall. Sun X splashed water on his face as he pondered. He muttered, I finally understand. Water streamed down his crucifix necklace as he continued. Why did God take my eyes? My hands are shriveling. It's all I deserve. As he reached for the blaze, slowly stepping into the fire, he thought, You are right to do this. Only hell is fit for someone like me. Sun S smiles as the flames engulf him. Thank you. I'm finally paying the price. Even if it's late, I accept it without complaint. Meanwhile, Jai-Ho unleashes his fury in a flurry of punches, cursing, You son of a bitch, give him back! He lands a devastating blow to Kim Shin's head, who mutters, Ji-Ho, your eyes. Sensing a change in him, he suspects a nightmare, as Ji-Ho cries and relentlessly punches him. Why did you kill them? Blood splatters from Kim Shin's face. Joe cried out, Give him back! His hand tirelessly strikes as he demands of Kim Shin, Give me back my father. Joe's current image is reminiscent of the past, when he was a young boy with glasses constantly screaming, Give my dad back, you bastard! As dusk paints the sky a somber red, a figure hangs upon the fence, while a tiny Ji-Ho punches Kim Shin, demanding answers. My father did nothing wrong. Du Siok begins to sing. One more step and I'll see my mother's smile, he muttered, even as he hung high above. 2 more steps and his father's smile would return. Joe sobbed uncontrollably, striking out and screaming. Give me back my father. A hand reaches out and grabs his neck. Shin muttered that there were only 2 ways to end the dream demon. Inject more spring dreams or cut off oxygen to the brain. He clenched his fist and woke up from that dream. Let's go, Joe. In the dream, Joe grabs Shin's hand again. He glared at him, causing Kim Shin to cry out in shock. This power! Joe lets out a piercing scream, biting off Shin's finger, sending blood flying everywhere. Joe raises his fist, delivering a full-force blow to Kim Shin. Kim Shin coughs up blood, clutching his body in pain. In his dream, Joe watches Shin struggle to leave, then kicks him high into the air. With tears in his eyes, Joe declares he'll make him suffer. His eyes are consumed by that power, a pain 100, 1,000 times greater than what my father endured. Get up and comment, Shin. Joe, you really are strong. At this rate, I'm a goner. He tightened his grip. Maybe death wouldn't be so bad. I could see my father again in the next life. He chuckled wryly as he challenged, Come on, Jai-Ho. Ji-Ho roared as he charged forward. They trade blows, each landing a hit. Joe takes one to the face. Kim Shin wasn't doing much better, retaliating with fervor as Ji-Ho relentlessly targeted his face. In a frenzy, Jai-Ho throws a full-force punch, then kicks Kim Shin in the head, who barely manages to block, lessening the blow. Ji-Ho clenched his fist and struck Kim Shin's heart, causing him to vomit even more blood. He speaks, saying that it doesn't matter if he's a liar or whatever. Ji-Ho's eyes fill with tears as he pleads. I don't care about any of that. Just give me back my father, Kim Shin replies, blood splattering from his mouth. Joe, do you remember what I said? He asked, repeating my own words. I'm jealous, Kim Shin confessed. His eyes fell to the ground as he said, I'm truly envious. In Joe's dream, Kim Shin spoke through tears. So jealous. The knife in his hand gleamed as he commented on the boy's father. He ruffled Joe's hair, shielding him from the light, seemingly full of affection. Words that sent shivers down Joe's spine. So envious. He mutters that it's just like back then. I'm so jealous of you, Joe. His eyes fell upon Duok. Living with such envy must be truly agonizing. With tears in his eyes and blood streaming from his nose, Kim Shin pleaded, Can you please end this for me? This suffering. Someone regained consciousness, letting out small cries as the flames quickly approached. Seong stands tall, engulfed in flames as the person below him mutters fragmented words. No, don't. Please don't go. The man embraced the monk as he heard him whisper, Kid, my eyes can't see, so you'll have to guide me. He was badly burned, but still offered to carry the other on his shoulders. So don't die, you have to live. We're getting out of this hellhole together, you hear? No matter how many times he's hit, he just smiles like a maniac. Can you end this torment? Tears streamed down his face as Joe, fueled by these words, launched a furious assault. He cursed the one who caused all of this. Then a fatal blow landed on his face. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to throw punches, calling him a bastard. Different attacks continued to land on Shin, and he coiled his leg, preparing for the final blow. Joe delivers a brutal kick to Shin's chest, the force of which sends blood gushing from his mouth. He clearly doesn't care, clutching his fist and lunging forward. Die! His eyes widened as he stared ahead, but his fingers retaliated after Jiho punched him, blood spraying onto Jiho's face, blinding him as he desperately tried to wipe it away. Seizing the chance, he uses the prepared rope to pull him up, and catching him off guard, Joe is caught in its tightening grip. As he hauled him up, he sighed. What a pity, Joe. He spoke as he pulled the rope, staging a hanging. So, you couldn't end my suffering after all, Gio. After struggling for a long time, Gio gradually ran out of strength, unable to breathe any longer. He continued to spew vile and disturbing words. Do you know why I kill people? His tears of despair fell to the ground as the villain laughed, explaining, No matter how much you struggle, I'm doing this so my father will come looking for me. Shin smiles cruelly, as if he's planned everything all along. To let his father know he exists, to make sure his father never forgets him. Back in the past, Shin tightly grasped Jane Seo's hand and called out, Mother! As he walked forward with the woman claiming to be his mother. So, from now on, that police officer is your father, and that's the place. Before them lies a poor slum, but he doesn't care, relentlessly brainwashing her. That's where our family shared so much love, remember, Mother? Jinsuk, oblivious, simply nodded in agreement. Yes, her son was right. It's as if she's become a completely different person, losing all reason. We shared so much love there with your father. Shin smirks pleased. Though father isn't with us now, he'll surely come looking for me. The scene shifts, and Shin's sinister laughter echoes, It's finally here. He calls out with that same twisted look on his face. You might be waiting a long, long time, father. Duok wept tears of despair, screaming as the other officers held him back from further atrocities. The man shouts, I'm not your father, you dog, never. But his words fall on deaf ears, even eliciting a twisted excitement. Whether eating or sleeping, I'll make sure you never forget me for a second. With a twisted smile, he declared that his father would only think of him. Back in reality, take one last look around this room because I only think about you, father. He stared helplessly at Duke's cold corpse. But now, father is gone. Please continue to look at Joe, still hanging in the air. Joe, what am I supposed to do? You're not moving, like you've lost all reason. Even so, he kept asking, what am I living for now? Tears streamed down his face as he seemed to understand his mistake. Why am I still alive? As he muttered to himself, TSOB's finger lunged forward. He immediately landed a fatal blow to his face, and the noose around Joe's neck snapped, sending him plummeting to the ground below. Looking at Teo's unfamiliar face, he wondered, confused, Who is this? I don't remember inviting you. Teo Tran, he ignored his baseless words and calmly ordered, Uncle, take Joe and get out of here. I'll hold this Kim Shin bastard back. The police chief, still worried, had no choice but to carry Joe away, saying, Tassoff, you're in a dangerous dream-walking state. He nodded in understanding, assuring him it would be all right, but his eyes were now filled with nothing but hatred. This is what a hero should do. The thought of Tell in danger only fueled his worry as he gave his orders. Top, you have to be okay. As the two spoke, Shin's eyes flashed with rage and accusation. Who dares try to take Joe away? The police chief ignores him and carries Joe away. His eyes went wild as he screamed, "Let him go before I tear you apart." Joe lay still, seemingly losing his mind, his eyes burning with rage as he witnessed everything. A strange smile crept across his lips, and finally he broke into laughter, completely unburdened. "So, that's how it is?" he says, clutching his stomach with amusement. "So you'd resort to this? How interesting, truly fascinating." Tizo coldly demands, "What's so funny, you bastard?" He smiled, uttering incomprehensible words, saying he thought there was nothing left to hold him to this world, but thanks to them, he'd found something that made him want to keep living. This time looking at J-Hope being carried away by the police chief, something even more interesting than his girlfriend. Seeing him like a madman, Tiso had no choice but to pull out his blood-stained box cutter. "You crazy bastard, I don't understand what you're babbling about, but it all ends now." Taking a breath, he plunged the blade straight into his stomach, declaring they would die together. Seeing that, Jin laughed in surprise. "Too bad, this is going to be a little difficult." He quickly smiled, smoothing his long hair as he announced, "Because I found a reason to keep living this dog's life." The scene shifts, and Yuishol angrily questions the people inside the room. When is Kim Shin going to get here? The thought only fueled his rage as he questioned them. "We're already in uniform, ready to slip away. We can leave now. The party must be winding down." Hearing this, Du Yang immediately stood up without hesitation. "Then let's get out of here. If we don't hurry, the fire will spread here too." He smiled, closing the Bible in his hands as he spoke. "All right, but we still need you to stay and finish one more thing." Hearing Sung Jin say that, Du Yang was a little confused. "What do you mean by that?" Before he could understand, large hands grabbed him. Du Yang is completely bewildered by the situation, angrily shouting, "Damn it, what's going on?" Sung Jin stands up holding the bottle with a smile and says, "Don't worry, Du Yang, this is what Hung wanted." "Isn't Kim Sin your ideal?" This only fueled his rage and fury. "What are you trying to do?" Sung Jin calmly poured the strange liquid over his head. "We're just helping you become Kim Shin." Sensing something was wrong, he widened his eyes in confusion and surprise. "Is that so?" Before his stunned eyes, Sung Jin lit a lighter and continued, "We are extremely grateful for this final act of yours. If they find a body burned beyond recognition, they'll identify it as Kim Shin based on your 6 fingers." His eyes turned cruel as he prepared for his next move. So, Du Yang could become Kim Shin, and Kim Shin could live a new life. Seeing his end approaching, Du Yang panicked. He screamed in terror, Wait, no, stop." His desperate cries echoed through the prison. No, sadly, the lighter fell directly onto him. Before everyone's expectant eyes, Du Yang was burned alive, screaming all the while. Sung Jin even clasped his hands in prayer, hoping the flames would light his path to serving the Holy One. The door to the room slowly opened, and seeing who entered filled Sung Jin with joy. "You came just in time. The party ended well, I presume?" They quickly turned to see Kim Shin carrying Duke's body, and he seemed surprised to see him gone. But then he looked at the face of the deceased. "So, he's gone?" Shin nods in confirmation as he steps forward. "Yes." He gently placed the body on the table, but it was all right. This time he brings the knife straight to his pinky finger. "Now I can..." Without a hint of fear, he easily severs his finger, declaring it a gift for his father. Shin even sliced off his pinky finger and offered it to Duke, while the police chief carried Joe away on his back. Despite his exhaustion, he pleaded, "Don't die, Joe. You have to live." As he began to lose strength, Deoa thankfully arrived in the nick of time, shouting, "Everyone, get in the car!" Her face filled with confusion as she hurriedly asked, "Why are there only 2 of you? Where are Uncle and Tessop?" The police chief remained silent, not answering her question, as the scene shifted to Teo's collapsed body inside a prison cell. Perhaps Shin attacked him, leaving him defenseless and unconscious. A larger fire begins to burn, and another pinky finger is added to his hand. Seeing him so sad, Seung Jin could only offer comfort. "The time will come when our parents leave us." He immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, now this party can end. This time he looked at Dusuk's still body lying there. Was this party really over? Tears streamed down his face as his voice echoed in the small room. "It's been so long." "Right, Dad?" Dusyok just lay there, still sleeping peacefully. Tears of anguish streamed down Shin's face as he cried out, "This feast has gone on for far too long." He gazed at Dusyok's lifeless body. "Right, Father," Chungjin said into the phone. "Mr. Kim, we have to hurry and get out of here before the cops arrive." Hearing that, he nodded, preparing to leave this place of sorrow. "Yeah, let's go. I have important things to do after this, too." Seung Jin was curious upon hearing this. "Something important?" A strange smile then crept across his face. That's right. His twisted desires continued to surface, as Anne quickly informed the others, I must find myself a new family. Looking at Duok's cold body, he smiled wickedly, thanking his father for bringing him Joe. Time quickly passed, and the fire squad finally arrived to put out the blaze. The sight of the tree adorned with fingers fills the firefighters with dread and confusion. What on earth happened here? The prison descended into chaos, engulfed in flames, as cries rang out for more support and stretchers. The reporter announces breaking news. A massive fire has erupted at the prison. All of this is being broadcast on television. The bodies of prisoners and officers are being discovered one after another, and the casualties are expected to rise sharply with no resolution in sight. The reporter's voice droned on, revealing that some bodies were discovered to have not died from the fire. Diopa calmly listened to the news report. Inside the secret base, Joe remains asleep, unaware of what's happening, while she silently listens to the news. Therefore, police are actively investigating reports of prison brawls and have stated that dangerous criminals used the incident to escape. His face was paler than ever, as if he wouldn't survive this illness. His eyes tightly shut, seemingly without hope for this cold world. Back in the past, when Jiho was scared, Tesso approached and teased him. Hey, you were screaming pretty loud earlier? Another nightmare? Hearing this, he quickly took off his glasses and explained, It's nothing. Seeing his strange expression, Tezo quickly offered words of comfort. Go wash your face. It's covered in sweat and tears. He nods, deeply touched. Thanks. Let's go grab a bite, he quickly suggests, wiping away his tears. I'm starving from all the crying. Let's go eat. Suddenly, Teo became very serious. Jiho, I'm just saying this offhand, he said as he walked outside. It's not your fault. These words left Jiho stunned. What do you mean by that? Before he could understand, Tesso walked away. Just know that's how it is. Remember my words and don't have any more nightmares. As the dream ended, tears streamed down Jiho's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. As he struggled to sit up, the police chief beside him looked at him with sorrow. Jiho, are you feeling better? He looked at the chief expectantly. What happened after that? Tell me. The scene shifts to the outside of the orphanage, where the director is still on the phone. Yes, hello? It's nothing serious. His face grew deeply worried as he urgently questioned the messengers there. I'm calling about the prison fire. I'm calling to inquire about an inmate. Is he all right? Meanwhile, the police quickly reported the situation to him, saying that Cello was not among those found. The search is still underway. We'll contact you when we have information. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding, saddened and helpless. Yes, thank you. The police then asked him, What is your relationship to this person? Hearing this, he quickly introduced himself. I'm the director. After a moment's thought, the director changed his statement. No, wait, I'm Duho's father? The police quickly relayed the news to him. Yes, we'll contact you as soon as we have any information. He sighed, filled with anticipation. Yes, I'm counting on you all. After hanging up, the director continued to stare at his phone's wallpaper. Everyone in the photo looked so happy together. As he gazed at the picture, Shin chuckled. You really know how to make a guy jealous. How can Joe have so many fathers? The director was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Hearing that, he laughs, Me. With a cruel smile, he announced, I'm also Jay's father. Hearing everything, Jay clenched his fist in despair. In the end, I couldn't protect anything. Sensing his despair, the police chief quickly reassured him. Don't beat yourself up. You did your best. But the thought of everything that had happened only made him tremble in despair. Everyone had died because of his uselessness. Meanwhile, Shin's cold hand strangled the director, a cruel smile forming on his lips. I made a mistake with my father by killing everyone around him. Not only my own father, but even Jiho's foster father. Now, he's killed the director, Jiho's last companion, so his father can't think of anyone but him. But even that isn't enough. He laughs, announcing his presence to the happy family photo. So this time, I won't make the same mistake with Jiho. I'll make it clean and perfect. His face twisted into a disturbing grin, convinced his plan was perfect this time. Unlike before. Meanwhile, Jiho's tears of despair continued to fall. It's all my fault. He remembers everything, vowing to make him pay. Back when Jihyo was bathing with Duseok, he asked him, If I become a monster like Kim Shin, will people still love us? Memories that flashed through his mind, filling him with despair as he clenched his fist. Just the ramblings of a weakling like me, all gone with the wind. Thinking of all everyone sacrificed for him only fueled his rage. I'm a failed arrow, a useless reject. 2 years have passed and a wooden statue of Doshik is being carved. Not only that, but photos of people like Tung and the director were on the table as Gio sat there, lost in thought, when suddenly his phone rang. He quickly reads the news that was sent to him. Song Kung-min, Bukmangu, Cheongshan Ward, 2114. Gio's room was now filled with nothing but filthy garbage. Fifth floor, the scene shifts to a vast city, bustling with people. The plywood wall is plastered with wanted posters for escaped convicts, and any information you have would be a great help to the investigation. Wanted for murder and prison escape, reward for information. 1 billion. The prisoner above is the prime suspect in a series of arson cases. He murdered 2 fellow inmates, escaped from prison, and then killed the head of the orphanage after his escape. Identifying features. J.O., 22 years old, 180 mm tall, weighs about 80 kg, large and muscular build. He may have changed his appearance and could be using the alias Kim Dong-ho. Those who provide accurate information will receive a reward and have their identity kept secret. Harboring a criminal will be severely punished by the Jeon Provincial Police Investigation Department. A fact that has locals chuckling as they pass by. Hasn't that bastard been caught yet? Seriously? The bounty's up to 1 billion now. Another guy laughs, quickly suggesting, why don't we quit our jobs and go hunt that bastard down? They treat it like everyday gossip, but they'd wet their pants if they met him. All those harsh words reached Joe's ears as he walked down the street. He's a monstrous, twisted, murderous fiend. Do you even know how many lives he's taken? He quickly arrived at the dilapidated building, his steps resolute. Seeing him rush in, the 2 guards outside quickly tried to stop him. Hey, stop! How did you get in here? Before he could finish, Jiho coldly attacked him with a hammer. He followed up with a swift punch to the face, then decided to end the other man's life with his hammer. Sensing the situation was spiraling out of control, he desperately begged for mercy. No, please, no. After taking down the 2 guards, Joe unlocked the door and slowly stepped inside. As he passed, the bodies of the guards were bloodied. Entering with a hammer in hand, he coldly asked, "Which one of you is Song Kung M?" Hearing this, the thugs immediately drew their weapons and stepped forward, questioning him. "Who sent you, you dog?" "Who the hell are you?" Jae-ho smirked, then introduced himself to them. "Me? I'm Jae-ho." This startled one of the thugs. You're really Jae-ho, the guy we were told to watch out for." Before he could react, Jae-ho coldly delivered the final blow, sending him to the afterlife. And feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to strike the larger men behind him with his hammer. Jae-ho's steps crush their resolve as he raises his hammer, locking onto his next target. This time, he brings the hammer down, sending another one of them to their doom. After taking down a few with some basic punches, Jae sighs, complaining that it's broken again. The remaining thugs trembled in fear at the sight. Left with no choice, he pulled out the weapon hidden in his backpack. With a single blow, he ended their lives. Seeing the situation, Ung-min pleaded, "Wait, stop, calm down, I've heard about you." He continued to recount what he knew, that he was hunting down members of my organization, Di-ho-na, so he's putting on his hat. Seeing that he still didn't react, he became even more frightened and signaled him to speak his mind. He was willing to trade something precious for his life. "I know you must have a reason for doing this, but I don't." He grabbed the man's head and slammed it into the ground, showing him what true pain felt like. After Li Meng slammed his head into the ground, Joe coldly questioned him. "You want to know why I'm doing this? Were you at the new Utopia chairman's inauguration?" He held up a photo of Shin and asked, "Did you see this bastard there?" Seeing the photo of Shin stirred something within him. "I don't know. It was a long time ago, and there were so many people there. I don't think I can remember anything." Jay sighed and put the photo in his pocket. "I see." He raises his weapon once more, words that have preceded death for many. Sensing his impending doom, Kyung-min desperately shouted, "Wait!" He desperately begged, I remember now. I think I know his name." But he didn't seem to care anymore. "You remember now? So what?" He quickly raised his weapon and shouted, knowing those who know too much cannot be allowed to live, driving him further into despair. What the hell? The thought of crossing over to the other side fills him with dread. "Damn it, if I confess everything, I'll be spared, right? You psycho." Joe remained steadfast, raising his weapon high. "Anyone associated with Kim Shin will die by my hand." Before moving on, he had much to teach him, be it hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. He was reminded of the wooden statue of Doo Suk he had made. These statues represent all those who have died because of him, and the growing number drives him to a desperate scream. "I'll kill them all." With those words, tears streamed down Joe's face. "I'll repay that beast for everything he's done to me." Fresh blood trickles across the floor as Kyung-min breathes his last. The ground is littered with corpses as Joe walks away, vial in hand, and speaks. "Today, I've taken 7 lives. He injects the drug into his own veins. Though faint, his eyes were glazed over. as if he no longer noticed anything. I hope you all enjoyed. And so, Joe closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, no longer content to only see his father in dreams. In his dream, he met Tell's familiar, gentle face, and he reunited with the head of the orphanage, his second father. And then there was Doc, who, though cold, taught him much about life, and he learned something important. Nothing would ever be the same after he decided to enter that prison. Whenever he thought of everyone, tears streamed down his face. He suddenly remembered the happy photo with the orphanage, unaware that every moment he had thrown away was the happiest in his life. When Jiho awakens, his eyes are filled with anguish, and when it passes, only the torment of hell remains. Lost in his memories, he couldn't grasp what was happening. While Jiho was suffering, the door was slowly opening. Seeing Jiho so mentally exhausted only irritated Seon Min further. You used spring dreams again? I told you to stop this. He calmly wiped away his tears and retorted, What's it to you? I don't want to live long anyway. Seon Min sighed and continued, Who has time to care about your health? I'm just worried you won't fulfill your duty as an arrow. Before Seon Min could finish, Joe grabbed him by the neck, slamming him back as he questioned him. Duty? So should I go on a suicide bombing mission like you did, or become a monster like Tiop to please you? His eyes filled with rage as he declared, Remember this. After I deal with Kim Shin, you're next. Hearing that, Zon Min forces a smile and replies, Just worry about Kim Shin for now. You can kill whoever you want after that. Hearing Zong Min's words, Joe reluctantly released his hands. After taking a breath to calm down, Zong Min immediately shouted, Enough rioting, kid. How about we talk business now? He seems to have found new information to report to Geo. Kim Shin is definitely hiding within the Utopia group, so infiltrating Utopia is the only way to find him. Looking at Geo, he quickly said that Geo was too famous to do it himself. Geo understood Zon Min's plan. They'd found a new arrow with a completely unfamiliar face. In a room filled with garbage, Zon Min announced that this person had their own reasons for wanting to send Kim Shin to hell, just like them. Time shifts to the expansive school, where greetings echo within Class 2-3. Hello, everyone. Cheonsu smiled as he introduced himself to the students. I'm Paransu, your new homeroom teacher for the next year. Just his appearance alone made everyone excited and burst into laughter, saying, You're so handsome, teacher. This made him happy too. Thank you, everyone. How old are you, teacher? He chuckled in response. I'm 28 this year, but the student excitedly proposed, Show us a special talent, teacher. Cheonsu didn't know what to do. This time, another male student quickly spoke up, asking, Sir, do you have a girlfriend? Hearing this, he announces to all the students that he doesn't have a girlfriend because his future wife won't allow it. This made everyone in the class burst out laughing. How cheesy, he's even making hearts. After class, Cheonsu announced to everyone, Let's all study hard together from now on. He said to his students with sincerity, I'll do my best to make this year together a happy one. Please take care of me. The scene shifts to a cafe with 2 small cakes, and a joyful voice rings out. Congratulations on your new appointment. Cheon-su felt a surge of happiness as he looked at the cake before him. You ordered 2 cakes? Jian chuckled, explaining, I ordered one for you. You love cake more than anything. He happily ate the cake, smiling as they talked. But cake was only his second favorite thing. No, what he loves most is Kim Jae-hyun. These warm words make her incredibly happy, and she praises him. Oh my, you silver-tongued devil. My love, thank you for all your hard work. She quickly pinches his handsome face. Who's the talented husband? Hearing that, he chuckled teasingly. See how great I am? Jae-hyun nodded quickly, beaming with pride, knowing how hard he had worked to get where he was today. Starting from an orphanage is no easy feat, she quickly praises him. My darling is the coolest, most awesome person in the entire solar system. Everyone else is just second-rate. These words made Cheonsu blush. Hey, that's a bit much. She gently approaches and kisses Cheonan's shoe on the lips, saying he's just too wonderful. He hurriedly announced, Jae-hyun? People are watching, she giggled, teasing him. Never mind them. Let's give them something to be jealous of. Unbeknownst to them, Joe was still deep in thought, muttering Cheonsu's name to himself. He couldn't help but recall Zon Min's words from the night before. This guy also has a reason to drag Kim Shin down to hell like you and me. He might not even know it yet. Zon Min then pulled out a phone showing Cheonsu's picture, announcing his name was Par Cheonsu, age 28. With a calm face, Zon Min recounted everything. The forest ranger found him fallen in a burrow when he was 6 years old. He was then taken to a hospital for treatment, but remained in a vegetative state for a year. His voice echoed. Although he regained consciousness, the severe brain damage left him with no memories, not even his name. Joe listened in silence, finding the explanation long-winded and questioning its purpose. Spare me the long explanation. Why did you choose him as your arrow? A strange smile creeps across Songmin's face, thinking of the one who stole everything from him. As a vision appears of a mother and child happily walking down a long road, both the mother and the name now revealed. It turns out Cheonsu is Shin from his childhood, and all he once had was Kim Shin. The scene shifts to Cheonsu, strolling down a long path, chatting happily. The night air is wonderful. It's not cold at all. Gong smiles and nods in agreement. That's right, it's almost spring. He glanced at her shyly, confessing his thoughts. Hyeon, thank you for always waiting for me, but she understands these things very well. She smiled gently, explaining herself. What do you mean? What waiting? He didn't even know how to explain it. He has nothing to offer, not even a fancy date, just a walk in the park. Hyeon must be truly amazing to keep comforting him like this. What do you mean by that? Taking a walk with your lover in the park is the greatest happiness in the world. She didn't care for fancy places or expensive meals. Just hearing those words made her incredibly happy. Anywhere is paradise, as long as I'm with you. Under the dim streetlights, with few people around, he gently calls out, John. Kneeling down on one knee, Cheonu prepares to propose, saying he's only happy when he's with her. He quickly pulls out a ring in front of Jeon and proposes, will you marry me? He wants to experience life's greatest wonders and grow old with her. A proposal that leaves her stunned. What girl? Why so suddenly? She smiles, as if she's been waiting for this happy day for a long time. He's thought about this very carefully and waited a long time for his life to be stable enough to say this. He looks around at their surroundings, at the company where they first met, filled with memories. He only wants her to manage his salary for the rest of his life. Jeon smiles softly, overjoyed. So someone wasn't focusing on their studies and dared to think about other things, huh? Fool. Tears of happiness streamed down her face. Do you know how long I've waited to hear that? Cheonza continued to read his vows. Though I can't give you the carefree life others might, I promise to work hard. But she only cares about him and their future happiness. You idiot. Who said you had to carry everything alone? I'll work hard too. If things get too tough out there, come home and I'll take care of you, okay? He gently places the ring on her finger. Thank you. Let's never let go of each other's hands. As the ring slides onto Jeon's finger, he's overcome with happiness. I love you, Jeon. The scene was peaceful, but suddenly the strange man bumped into Cheon's shoe and the gold ring fell to the ground. The ring went flying, landing on the street and rolling to the feet of a strange man. Cheonzu was annoyed, but didn't want to make a scene, sighing and telling him to be more careful next time, as Jiho picked up the ring and apologized. He slowly hands the ring back to Cheonsu, apologizing for interrupting their happy time. He takes the ring and nods, letting it go. Yes, it's okay. Sensing something amiss, his eyes glaze over, and he collapses to the ground, prompting a worried cry from Jaeon. She was terrified as she watched him collapse before her very eyes. What's wrong? Gio remains eerily calm, seemingly unmoved by the chaos, his gaze fixed on a ring lying coldly on the ground, ignoring her desperate cries. Please wake up, Bukshin. This time, she immediately called for help, quickly recounting the situation. Hello, is this 911? My boyfriend suddenly collapsed in the street. Jian was beside herself with worry, crying out in desperation. We're at Kwangsan Central Park. Please, you have to help me. The more she spoke, the more she trembled as she reported the situation to the paramedics. I don't know anymore. He was still conscious a moment ago, but after bumping into a strange man... But when she looked again, Joe had vanished before her eyes, slowly walking away into the distance. His lonely figure, reflected in the dim streetlights, looked incredibly tormented as he recalled that evening when Joe had surprised Seon-min by asking if Ponsu was Kim Shin. But even after learning the truth, the more he heard, the more confused he became. And what if Joe had no intention of revenge? Perhaps he loves his current life more than revenge, but Seon-min's mind is too dangerous. Seon-min quickly suggests that if revenge doesn't exist, create it. Revenge has completely changed Seon-min into someone else. We must make it so that he can think of nothing but revenge. Joe remained silent, recalling everything. Even though he doesn't want to do these things, I must turn him into a monster like us. Unconscious, Cheon-su is unaware of what's to come, as a vision of a happy mother and child holding hands with 3 sheep in a small house appears. The boy is truly enjoying himself with his mother, the father sheep, the mother sheep, and the baby sheep. And his mother laughs, singing quickly as his father is healthy and strong. Mother and child walked happily down a long road. The mother sheep gentle and warm, the lamb incredibly adorable, growing up so fast. This dream in Cheonsu's mind made him a little uneasy. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Jian, who was crying and screaming incessantly. "You're awake? Are you hurt anywhere?" He struggled to sit up, asking in confusion, "My head? Is this a hospital? How did you end up here?" She explained everything, helpless. "You suddenly collapsed in the park," she recounted, tears streaming down her face. Tests also revealed that he was positive for narcotics. Cheonsu was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. Drugs. At that moment, a police officer approached and quickly introduced himself. "Mr. Cheonsu, I'm Kim Wai-min from the Wangsan Police Station. We'd like to speak with you for a moment." After examination and analysis, he quickly relayed everything to him, stating the test results showed he wasn't a regular drug user. He nods, understanding immediately. Yes. Before leaving, he reminded him to simply write a report as the victim. Outside the hospital, Jian anxiously supported Che-onu. Supporting him, she fearfully suggests, "Are you able to walk? Should I call a taxi?" He smiled, shaking his head. "I'm fine. I want to walk for a bit." The thought of what had happened made her sigh in fear. "I thought scary stuff like this only happened in movies. This is awful." She was furious, especially since it involved drugs, but he remained silent as Cheonsu recalled the detective's words to him. This new drug, called Spring Dream, lets users relive their happiest memories in their dreams. These words from the officer surprised him. "The most beautiful memories?" He nods in confirmation. "Yes," he says, his face growing serious as he explains everything again. "I don't know what the culprit's motive was, but you must be careful. This drug is linked to many major cases." His eyes filled with worry as he looked at him, adding that it was highly addictive, even with just one use, and that he should go to the hospital immediately if he felt anything was wrong. With this in mind, Cheonsu was lost in thought, wondering if what he saw in his dream were truly his lost childhood memories. He couldn't help but recall his mother's smile in the dream, his eyes filled with anticipation, wondering if that person was truly his mother. As he was lost in thought, Jian approached with a smile to comfort him. "Honey, even though something bad happened," her face flushed slightly as she spoke quickly. Seeing Cheonsu still standing there dumbfounded, she chuckled and explained, "I mean, when you proposed to me." This time, she gently and sincerely tells him, "Silly, I love you." As usual, Cheonsu returned her affection with a heart. "I love you more." His current life is enough to make him happy, so he has nothing else to worry about. We have to be happy. Time passes, and Cheonsu is tormented by nightmares every night, finding no peace even in his dreams, causing him to sweat profusely. Just remembering everything that happened sends him screaming in terror, and the story slowly unfolds. It's been 3 days since the incident. Cheonsu jolts awake, realizing it was all a dream, but he hasn't been able to sleep properly for 3 days. His eyes filled with terror as he recalled the horrors of his dream, a nightmare that repeated itself every time he closed his eyes. In his dream, a large hand and a sinister smile relentlessly pushed him off a cliff, a 6-fingered demonic hand. Unprepared, he plummeted into the abyss, falling endlessly. Little did Cheonsu know, everything had been orchestrated. The withdrawal symptoms the police had mentioned. Just thinking about it all left him breathless. But instead of seeking help from the police or a hospital, Park Cheonsu recalled the happy image of a mother and son walking together. Daddy sheep is strong and healthy, mommy sheep is gentle and warm. He hesitated, remembering this, knowing it meant losing all memories of the mother he'd searched for these past 22 years. Remembering the melody from his dream, Cheonsu murmured, "The lamb is so lovely." He was still lost in thought when Jihyun suddenly called out, "Oppa, are you listening?" This startles him, and she continues, "I'm saying we need to book the wedding venue in advance." Her face is full of anticipation for the wedding, but she's a little frustrated. There are so many bookings these days, so we have to find a venue first. And booking anything this fall is even harder, she sighed, recounting all her plans. "I saw online that we should try the food before deciding. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it would be a shame if the food was bad." Cheonsu, still confused, simply nods and chats. As Cheonsu remained bewildered, the student's voice cut through. "Then let's go try it out this weekend." "Teacher?" Cheonsu finally looked up. The female student stepped forward to tell him that class was over, and it was break time. "Are you okay, sir?" The students were extremely worried, glancing at Cheonsu. He'd been silent the entire class, lost in thought. Sweat poured down his face, adding to his confusion. "Am I at school? Sorry, everyone, I wasn't feeling well today." Before he could fully grasp the situation, a voice spoke in his ear. "So, you're a teacher?" Before he knew it, he was meeting both sets of parents, and Jae-hyun's father smiled, praising him. "I've heard a lot about you from my daughter, how you strive despite your difficult circumstances. Well done, young man." He couldn't be prouder of his future son-in-law. As for me, as long as you two love each other, that's all that matters, Jae-hyun whispered. See? I told you, my dad's really easygoing. After saying that, he even made a suggestion. Let's all have a drink to celebrate. The raw fish here is excellent. Jae-hyun's mother angrily gestured from nearby. The moment he sees his future son-in-law, he's already trying to get him drunk. But it seems he's very pleased with this future son-in-law. A man without wine is like a flag without wind. But Cheonsu stood frozen, unaware of what was happening. What is going on? I don't understand anything. Everything's spinning. As he replayed the events, Jian stood before him, questioning him. What's wrong with you lately? You never answer when I talk to you. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, angrily reproaching him, saying that he was cold even yesterday when sitting with her parents. What's wrong with you? Answer me. But he still didn't know how to answer this question. I'm sorry, Jae-hyun. He sighed in frustration, claiming he was simply overwhelmed by the pressure of his new position. Seeing this, Jae-hyun was a little scared and quickly looked down, helplessly asking, Or do you not want to marry me? All he could do was apologize. No, it's not like that, John. She helplessly pounded her fists against his chest. Then why are you like this? The constant turmoil left her exhausted, and she leaned against his chest, finding him so unlike the man she knew. Her words only deepened her despair, unsure of what to do. Please, give me back the fiancé I knew. Give him back to me. Give me back the one I love, her voice echoed. Please, don't change. Cheonsu remained still, lost in thought. After much deliberation, Buk Cheonsu's eyes suddenly went blank and strange. He told himself it would only take once. Just once. As he recollected, Cheonsu arrived at the meeting place. Are you DM? Knowing himself, he longed to see his mother again, as the strange man handed Cheonsu the drugs, signaling to transfer the money to a virtual account. He immediately nodded in understanding. I know, he told himself, promising to go to the hospital for treatment afterward. Back home, Cheonsu quickly retrieves the drug from the vial, trying to convince himself to carry on with his life. And so, Cheonsu injected himself just this once, his eyes filled with worry over what he'd done. Just once, he drifted into a deep sleep under the drug's influence, closing his eyes and succumbing to slumber. In his dream, he saw the woman gently place the cake on the table, warmly patting his head as she asked, Do you really like cake? Smiling, she chats as she buys her son cake, saying she should learn to bake for her darling. Cheonsu happily eats the cake, and she promises to bake him one every day. Awakening. His eyes widened as he stared ahead, memories of his less than pleasant past flooding back, bringing tears of surprise. The sunlight slowly streams into the room. He smiled and asked, So that's my real name? Immediately after, John quickly called his girlfriend to tell her everything. John, can we meet after work today? You're right, I haven't been myself lately. He was determined. From now on, I'll find myself again. I'm sorry for making you worry. After hearing his girlfriend's instructions over the phone, he immediately nodded in understanding. Okay, thank you. Then let's meet at the cafe after my shift. A gentle smile finally graces his lips. Yeah, I love you too. After hanging up, Cheon Eun-song quickly made a decision. All right, I'll go back to being who I was. It's a shame I couldn't see my mother's face in the dream. Even so, his face was filled with sadness, but it was enough to be content. The past can never be as important as the present. As soon as he got to work, his colleagues noticed his good mood and asked, Mr. Park, what's got you so cheerful today? Cheon-su laughed, replying, No, I just got enough sleep. This surprised his colleague, who remarked, I was actually a little worried. You haven't looked well lately and it's been affecting the quality of your lessons. He placed a hand on Cheon-su's shoulder, telling him to keep smiling like today and to keep up the good work. There's something strange in Cheon-su's eyes as he loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Unable to stand, he fell into the void. Confused, he turned back in surprise, only to be met by a six-fingered hand that shoved him forward, sending his cup flying. Cheon-su grits his teeth, consumed by rage. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he retaliates against the one who pushed him into the abyss. His colleague's screams made Cheon-su realize something was wrong. When he looked back, his colleague was lying motionless on the ground. Kim, someone call an ambulance. They quickly descended and signaled to each other. Oh God, stop the bleeding first. They looked at Cheon-su with utter fear. Park, are you crazy? His colleagues berate him for his actions. Meanwhile, Joe is still trying to understand what's happening, his face a mask of confusion as he stares at his blood-soaked hands. I only wanted to attack that demon. The image shows the orphanage where Joe used to live, now consumed by flames when he sees it again. Helplessly, he wept in despair. No, it can't be. Kneeling before the burning orphanage, Joe screams in despair, "No." At that moment, Dudok appeared and spoke up, saying it was all Joe's fault, all because of his weakness. It turns out he was imprisoned on those fingers, blaming Joe for failing to stop that bastard Kim Shin. The voices of the dead echoing, "It's all your fault." This leaves Joe frozen in place, as the dean behind him tearfully pleads in despair. "Joe, kill that bastard." Tell seems to be enjoying this spectacle. "That's right, kill him. Aunt Ho, all the innocent children in the orphanage are dead. Brother, kill Kim Shin. Kill him." They were like strange fingers, ceaselessly begging as if hypnotizing Geo. "Kill Kim Shin, avenge us. Kill Kim Shin, kill Kim Shin, kill Kim Shin." Back to reality. For years, Geo Ho has never found peace after everyone's death. He slowly opens his eyes, returning to reality. Finding reality even more painful than his dream, he sighs in despair. "Did I doze off? I dreamt of nightmares again." His eyes were deeply contemplative as he spoke incomprehensible words. "Lately, even with lucid dreaming, I keep having nightmares, and the more I dream, the more my memories seem to fade." Joe grips his small pliers tightly. After all, people are never satisfied with the happiness they have. Standing before the strange man, he unburdened his heart, oblivious to his presence, only to realize the value of what he had lost when it was already too late. He sighed at the loneliness of his life in the face of such misfortune. "I'm talking too much today." This time he looked up, his eyes now razor-sharp. "Forgive me. I usually have no one to talk to because Kim Shin killed them all." Looking at the thug tied up before him, he quickly began his interrogation. "Okay, I'll ask again." He gently peeled the tape from the man's mouth. "Where is Kim Shin?" Terrified, he quickly reported everything he knew. I don't know. After escaping, I immediately fled, leaving only a few behind to discuss fighting Utopia." Joe, clearly unconcerned, slowly moved the pliers towards one of his fingers, demanding he reveal everything he knew. He's been completely changed by life's trials, and now he questions everything. After all, he was once part of Kim Shin's legion. "More nonsense, and death will be your reward." After a few threats, he cut off one of the man's fingers, eliciting a desperate scream. "You're insane. I really don't know anything. I'm telling the truth." Hearing that he knew nothing, he sighed in exasperation. "Next finger, then." He felt the pain spreading through his body, and this time he begged, "Wait. Please stop. Please, I really don't know anything." But Jae-ho didn't listen, continuing to sever his fingers, inflicting unbearable pain. Realizing he wasn't getting anywhere, he could only sigh and complain, "I don't know anything." His eyes turned cold as he announced, "Because every day I kill scum like you is a day I can dream sweet dreams." The scene shifts to Cheonu, who is helpless in the face of this scene. I can only stare at the colleague I attacked, making me feel even more helpless. I only attacked that demon." He gripped the cup tightly, trembling, unsure of what to do. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Time passes, and inside the room, Cheonu trembles as he holds a cup of coffee, as the chief quickly approaches, sadly informing Cheonu. Kim said he wouldn't press charges, not wanting to make a big deal out of it, and he nodded, trembling, understanding. Thank you." Though reluctant, for everyone's safety, the head of the department quickly announced, "But the teachers in the school have voted and made a decision, including me. Given Park's current condition, we can no longer allow him to teach." She even kindly suggested that what he needs most now is rest and therapy. Cheonsu nodded in understanding. "Yes, I understand." Looking back, he stood in the pouring rain, a delivery man handing him a strange little black package. It turns out he was buying spring plowing wine again to see his mother. Cheonsu called out helplessly in the pouring rain. "Mom, I miss you so much." An image of a delicious cake on the table appears. Jian waited for Cheonsu at the restaurant for a long time, from afternoon until late at night. Even the staff announced, "We're sorry, but we're closing now," leaving her helpless. Yes, she tried calling Cheonsu many times, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the phone rings, but all that rises is the spray of spring dreams, as Cheonsu, still lost in his stupor, cries out, "Mother, please, let me see your face this time." He doesn't care about anything that's happened to him. "I miss you, Mom." Time continues to pass, and a week has gone by. Jian's hand slammed against the massive wall as she relentlessly called out to Cheonsu, demanding he open the door. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, screaming in fury, "I know you're in there. Open the door now, Cheonsu." Cheonsu slowly stepped outside, surprised, and asked, "Jian, what's wrong?" Jian, overwhelmed with frustration, relentlessly reproached him. "How can you even ask that? Why haven't you answered my calls all week?" Her anger grew with each word. And what about you quitting the school? Do you know how worried I was? But clearly he didn't want to face any of this, only glancing away. I'm sorry. I was just so tired I stayed home and slept. This only made her more stunned and disbelieving. What? You were sleeping? How could he even say something like that? She thought he was still lying and reached for the door. If you're going to lie, at least come up with a believable reason. Do you think I'm stupid? Ji-yeon's screams echoed through the entire place as she demanded he move. She was determined to go deeper into Chonsu's room, needing to know why he was locking himself away. Suddenly, he pushed her away, the first time he'd ever knocked her to the ground. Her eyes couldn't believe what was happening. Chonsu, he was helpless, not knowing how to explain. I'm sorry. Ji-yeon was helpless, tears streaming down her face as she trembled, unsure of what to do in this situation. It didn't matter if he broke up with her or hated her. Her voice pleaded with Cheonsu. But please, just go back to being the old Cheonsu. Please, I'm begging you. Hearing that, she shed tears, unsure how to explain. Come here. His eyes were filled with despair from all that had happened. To find the old you again? But even so, he coldly shut the door, saying, Sorry, I'm tired now. I need to sleep. John wept, unable to accept the drastic change in his lover. North Cheonsu tried to awaken him, but it seemed to be in vain. I'll wait for you. His eyes had changed in a strange and unsettling way. No matter what, I'll wait. He slowly closed the door, leaving her standing there, until the Park Cheononsu she loves returns. The door slammed shut in front of Ji-yeon, leaving her helpless and lost. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait. Time marches on, and another month passes as Cheonu uses Spring Dream to see his mother again. Okay, this will be the last time on Earth. Empty Spring Dream vials littered the ground. Because I missed you, Mom, I spent all the money I scraped together. He quickly injects the stimulant into his body, his eyes now filled with anticipation. Please, let me see my mother's face. Please. He closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Please. The image shows a mother and child happily walking hand in hand down a long road with 3 lambs in a small house, saving their parents. Smiling softly, she turns back to sing a song with her mother and the lamb. She smiles, turns around to talk, and saves her strong and healthy father. This time her face was incredibly gentle, singing warm melodies, a kind and warm sheepmother, and an adorable lamb. Cheonsu had finally seen this side of his mother. Mother, in the lonely one's dream, hoping to meet you again, I can finally see your face. In the dream, you never stop praising me. Shin is so talented, he's already sung the whole song. Now she quickly takes his hand and pulls him away, saying, Let's go eat cake. Do you like it? He nodded in understanding. Yes, he did. But when he looked again, the fake Shin had already taken his place. Mom! His trembling hand slowly reached out towards his mother. Who are you with, Mother? Everything had slowly changed as the imposter stole everything from him. I'm right here. That kid isn't your son. As he turned, his mother had completely changed into someone else. It was him. Remembering the dream only made Cheon and Seo scream out in despair. He awoke from the nightmare, tears streaming down his face. I'm your son, it's me. At that moment, Joe approached and spoke. You had a nightmare, didn't you? Seeing the stranger in his room, Cheon quickly recoils in fear, asking, Who are you? Who is that? He remained silent, the memory of Dudok offering him a cigarette flashing through his mind. Do you smoke? He cautiously looked up at the man and asked, Who are you? He remained calm amidst everything, introducing himself. I'm someone like you. Back in reality, Gio gently makes an offer to help him, leaving Cheonsu stunned. Standing before him, he vowed to return everything he had suffered. This time, he extended his hand as if proposing something significant to the wretch who stole his mother and his name. Cheonsu doesn't know how to react to this situation. Become my arrow. Kim requests a scene change to the cemetery, where the ashes of the unfortunate rest. Joe leads Cheonsu here, revealing that while Kim Shin was in prison, his mother lived in a mental institution. He recounts everything, revealing that she was murdered 2 years ago when that bastard escaped. Cheonsu silently gazes at the urn before him, the thought of his mother's passing filling him with despair. Is this really my mother? He reached out to touch the cold urn, this tombstone, without even a flower. He couldn't help but recall his mother's warm smile as she strolled with him through the city. Cheonsu held his mother's ashes, tears of despair streaming down his face. My mother? As if steeling himself, he slowly turned and spoke. Did you mention something about that arrow? I will do it. His eyes changed drastically, consumed by hatred. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. If it means killing that bastard Kim Shin, I'll do anything. Seeing his goal achieved, Jiho calmly nodded. Good, then listen carefully. He quickly informs him of everything, declaring he's no longer ordinary, but an arrow. The grueling training begins once more, as a large hand strikes Cheon's disheveled face. Not satisfied yet, the thug lands another blow to his stomach, and he feels the pain. It turns out he messed with a drug dealer who mocks him. Is this guy crazy from using too many drugs? The more he thought about it, the more contempt he felt. Are you so weak and clueless that you dare to come at me? After being beaten repeatedly, Cheonu was exhausted. He throws his helmet forward, coldly declaring, I told you, business is about money. If you don't have it, get lost. Don't waste my time. After taking him down, he hopped on his motorcycle, cursing, I'm already swamped and now I gotta deal with this deadbeat. After taking a beating, he was too tired to move. The watch on his wrist chimed with Jiho's notification. He'd lasted 2.5 minutes. This is just the beginning and he's the target, he announced, stepping in front of him. We don't have much time. You need to get stronger and fast. Cheonsu, now drenched in sweat, asked in confusion, I've never fought anyone before. Can someone like me really become strong? Joe, on the other hand, was very familiar with all of this. If you're an arrow, you can't afford such foolish thoughts. Becoming stronger isn't a question of can or can't. He slowly walked forward, announcing what he must achieve, and that he would personally make him stronger. The training continued as large sacks filled with rocks were relentlessly lifted. Despite his weak body, Cheonsu was determined to lift these heavy objects, even eating nutritious porridge to become stronger. His fists struck the ropes with unwavering force. Cheonsu was determined to change, and Jioho was there to guide him every step of the way. Having lost Joe, he hates Shin more than anyone. Sometime before returning, Jio shared his thoughts with Seon-min. Assuming we can convince Park Cheonsu to be our arrow, how do we plant him inside Utopia? Seon-min chuckled softly, offering comfort. You don't need to worry about that. He then revealed the plans he already had in mind. I'll make sure Utopia has no choice but to accept him, but first I have to ensure he survives. His voice echoed, saying that Cheonsu must become the sharpest arrow. If he's going to die, he'll die in Utopia. Joe takes his mission seriously. Time passed, and Cheonsu trained so hard at boxing that his fingers were covered in blood. But he didn't give up, continuing to practice with fervor. The thought of all he'd lost fueled his relentless training, until he ran into the drug dealer and punched him square in the face. Cheonsu didn't forget to deliver a fatal kick, his transformation under Joe's training now complete. With just a few basic punches, the thug finally lay writhing on the ground, and Cheonsu couldn't help but laugh in surprised delight at the result. I won. I finally won. But as he celebrated, more thugs quickly appeared behind him. What the hell do you think you're doing? Looking at the frail Cheonsu in front of them, they were filled with contempt. So it turns out he called us to the park because of you. How dare you hit our guys, you bastard? They angrily berate him, asking if he's gone crazy from using too many drugs. All of this confuses Cheonsu, who wonders if he can even win. Meanwhile, Joe watches everything, thinking he's too high to be scared. Cheonsu grits his teeth, preparing to make his next move. This time, he's determined to take down these thugs with a fierce punch. This only fuels their anger, the Madman. Diho clearly witnessed the screams as the scene shifted elsewhere. Delicious dishes were already set on the table as the woman turned to call her son. Son, breakfast is ready, she calls as he steps out with a smile. Soybean soup for breakfast? He happily slurped down a spoonful, savoring the delicious flavor. This is amazing. Your soybean stew is the best, he says, seemingly out of nowhere, as his adoptive father chuckles and nods in agreement. I decided to marry your mother because of this soup. She laughed and turned to talk to him. Hey now, I thought you said you fell in love with me at first sight, so you lied to me? What a shameless old man. As the family of 3 laughed and chatted, I fell for both the woman and her soybean stew. Keep talking like that and you two will be eating noodles from now on. He even suggested it himself. Oh my God, at this rate, I'll have to tape my mouth shut starting tomorrow. I'm so scared, Shin slowly spoke up. But father, he immediately tells the man who's hiding behind the newspaper, eat your breakfast and stop reading. His gaze returned to the 2 people he called parents. It turned out the old man's hands were trembling with fear. Try not to shake so much. These words of warning only made him tremble more desperately behind the newspaper. And when he lowered it, his face was streaked with tears as he begged, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time. Seeing this, Shin sighed in utter disappointment. Saying sorry means you should be forgiven. Realizing his charade had been broken, he forced an awkward smile. What kind of father says that to his son? Seeing Shin's rage, the man had no choice but to kneel. Tears of desperation streaming down his face, he begged, Shin, I implore you, just one more chance. His pleas echoed. I promise I'll do better this time. I won't make any more mistakes. Shin angrily gripped the chopsticks in his hand. Please, just give me... Before he could finish, he plunged the chopstick straight into his head, his eyes turning cold as he declared, How annoying. A father begging his son for mercy is simply unacceptable. He then glares at his fake mother. Am I right, mother? She stammered a nod, tears of fear welling in her eyes. Yes, you're right. What your father did was wrong. Hearing her words, Shin chuckled, slowly pulling out the blood-soaked chopsticks. Mother? He questioned, his eyes filled with madness. I killed father right in front of you, and you're saying I did the right thing? Moments later, the poor woman finally met her end, and a subordinate quickly cleaned up the scene, reporting everything to Shin. Don't worry, sir. We'll prepare a new family for you right away. He nodded in understanding. It's all right. He glanced at the woman's cold body being dragged away. I wasn't happy anyway. Now, with his six-fingered hands forward, he sighed. I need a real family. Sin stares ahead with a vicious look, as if waiting. Hurry and come to me, Joe. Meanwhile, Chi-Onu is exhausted from his training, despite having single-handedly taken down the thugs who surrounded him earlier. Joe approaches, praising him. Now you're starting to look more like an arrow. Without rest, he continues to command. Now, we move on to the next phase of training. His voice echoed relentlessly. Failure was not an option. Cheonsu trembled, fear gripping him as he held the knife. He looked at the man before him but couldn't bring himself to act as the man angrily questioned him. Who the hell are you? At the same time, Jiho informed him that the target was 50-year-old Yu Pil. Through the earpiece, he relentlessly reminded him that this man brutally assaulted a bar employee while drunk. He was released after 6 years due to a neurological disorder, his voice echoed. He now works part-time and lives with his 8-year-old son, which makes Cheon unsure of what to do. Son? He continued to instruct through the phone screen. Now was the time to use the combat skills he had learned to move directly to the next step. His voice echoed relentlessly. Kill him. He couldn't help but recall the time he strangled the man in the past, catching his son hiding under the bed, watching everything in fear. At that moment, Joe was in a panic, not knowing what to do, tears of despair streaming down his face as he tried to stay silent. Back in reality, he vows not to repeat this mistake. He absolutely cannot fail this time. Dupil is terrified as someone approaches to attack him. What? What the hell does that mean? Diho relentlessly urged him on, insisting he couldn't become a failure like himself. Chonu's hands trembled around the knife, unsure of what to do, his eyes on the verge of tears as he listened to Joe's words. It had to be the perfect shot, but paralyzed by fear, Cheon Onsu could only tremble as he brought the knife forward. Seeing him still frozen, Joe's frustration boiled over as he commanded, What are you waiting for? If you hesitate any longer, you'll be the one attacked. As he wavered, unsure of what to do, Jube's large hand gripped his. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, unleashing a brutal barrage of blows. Damn you! You came here to kill me too, didn't you? He relentlessly attacked, cursing and shouting, You're not the first to try this. Do you want to end up like those dogs? Remembering that day only fueled his rage, and he screamed. Leave me alone, damn you all. All his pent-up frustration poured out. Why do you always have to stick your nose where it doesn't belong, huh, dumbass? Cheon-su silently endures the attacks. Can't you see I'm trying to atone and live a good life? His eyes widened with rage as he prepared to retaliate, realizing Dupil was pushing him toward the cliff's edge. Just the sight of the cliff made him widen his eyes in fear. He couldn't die here for nothing. Cheonsu quickly turned to retaliate. He quickly shoved Dupil backwards, causing him to scream in pain, successfully immobilizing him. The pain sears through him, tears streaming down his face as he screams in despair. Cheonsu pulls the bloodied knife from the wound. He stabbed Dupil directly in the gut, who screamed in agony, clutching his chest. You son of a bitch! After landing the blow, Cheonsu froze in confusion, still trying to regain his composure as Dupil desperately begged for mercy. No, please, I'm trying to change now, his desperate voice echoed. I've always regretted the mistakes I made in the past. But he just stood there in silence. Unsure of what to do next, Jiho quickly urged him through the earpiece. Finish it now. Tears streamed down his face as he desperately begged, Please, don't kill me. It was the first time he'd ever attacked someone, leaving him helpless and unsure of what to do next. Did he really have to do this? He quickly picked up the knife, ready to strike, but hesitated. I can't. Before he could drop it, Joe's hands gripped his tightly. Do you know why? The victim that day begged for his life too, and she was 1,000 times more pitiful than he is now. His voice relentlessly urged Cheonsu to do what an arrow should do, And so, Cheonsu swiftly murders Du Pil. While still in shock at what he's done, Jeoho remains perfectly calm. An arrow must not be swayed by emotion, but have only one goal: to pierce the enemy's heart. He then withdrew the bloodied knife from Cheonsu's hand, an arrow that is affected by anything other than ending its target. It seems he's familiar with all of this. Just a defective arrow. After taking 2 critical hits, Du Pil thrashed about in desperation, while Chonu's hands were covered in blood that flowed unceasingly. Helpless, he pulled down his mask and questioned Jeho, but he was only human. Shaking his head, the man reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Wrong. For him, he quickly handed over a strange vial and gave instructions. Now, there are only 2 things: the arrow and the target. He didn't understand what Jeho meant, but Jeho gestured again, telling him to return to base and get some sleep. His voice echoed, "That's enough training for today." Cheonsu stared at the vial in his hand, and then Cheon Un-seok poured the entire contents of the vial Jeho gave him onto the ground. He quickly fell into a deep sleep, hoping for pleasant dreams, while Jeho coldly reported everything to Zong Min outside the secret base. Though not perfect, he's proven useful enough. He then asks if a way has been found to infiltrate Park Cheonsu into Utopia. Zamin chuckled, lighting his cigarette as he explained, "First, I'll make him a thorn in Utopia's side, but one they can't remove." Zamin's voice echoed with a hint of reassurance, stating that the best way was to exploit their bottomless greed. Yet something felt off. How? So-min smugly produced a vial of new medicine, slowly explaining, "Someone volunteered to be my test subject, which is how I was able to research this." He quickly picked up the cigarette in his hand and began his analysis. "I call it lucid dream. While Spring Dream only allows users to relive beautiful memories, it seems he's incredibly proud of this strange drug he's created, Kwang Mong, which brings even greater happiness by allowing users to rewrite their regrettable memories. After all, who doesn't have regrets and bad decisions? Luminous Dream will help them fix everything, making it far more addictive than Spring Dream." After hearing this confusing explanation, Joe coldly asked, "So what exactly did you create that for?" Hearing that, he chuckled, finished his cigarette, and explained, "I'm going to let Park Cheonsu sell this." A smug look spread across his face as he revealed his plan. The Utopia bastards will sniff him out for sure. Of course, he could get killed, or if he's lucky, they'll keep him to investigate the formula. But before he could finish, Jeho, enraged, punched him in the face, his anger fueling a torrent of curses. "How can you be so callous with people's lives? You're gambling with Fianzu's life." Not satisfied, he lands another punch on Seon Min's face, his actions fueling Joe's rage against the deadly drug. Does he even realize this drug could turn the world into hell? There's such a thing as he ranted, Seon Min smirked in surprise. Seon Min seems affected by Joe's words about disregarding human life. "What did you just say?" Personal feelings must never interfere with the mission. He quickly raised the vial of dream-inducing drug he had created. Isn't an arrow affected by anything other than its target just a defective product? This statement gives Joe pause, and sensing their time is short, Zong Min coldly barks out an order. "Enough with the pretense. We're just bastards trying to kill a bigger bastard." Regaining his composure, Zong Min declares that if he doesn't accept this truth, he'll never be able to kill Kim Shin. The scene shifts to a remote village far from the city center. Arguments never cease in this place. "Let go, you bastard." The villagers angrily fought over the medicine, each demanding the return of Xuan Mong. "And you stop lying, this is mine." The man even bit the other man's ear. "Give it back, you son of a bitch." The other man retaliated with furious insults. "You dog, you dare bite me? Do you have a death wish?" Neither side seemed willing to back down. "What? You think I'm afraid of you? Go ahead and try me. Here, have some more blood." Feeling challenged, the man, enraged that his opponent dared him to draw blood, lunged forward with his knife. "You think I won't, you dog? I'll teach you some manners today." As the 2 men argued, a hand swiftly landed on one of their heads. Hodung coldly questions the 2 men. "What do you think you're doing?" His appearance instilled fear in everyone present. It's Hosung. He coldly ordered, "Hand it over before I smash your head in." Seeing his fearful attitude, the others didn't dare resist and quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, we understand." With trembling hands, he surrendered the vial to Hosung, begging for mercy. After retrieving the vial, he addresses the people inside. "It seems your thick skulls can't remember, so perhaps I should remind you. In this godforsaken place, not a stone," his face calm, he declared, "not a grain of sand belongs to you. Got it?" Outside this remote village, a luxury car arrives and Songmin's voice echoes, The Manac Stream area is a desolate village within a resettlement project. This place has become a haven for spring dream addicts, and those living outside the law, as he quickly surveys the scene outside the village and explains to Joe. Therefore, this is also where Mong is most heavily consumed, and other drugs are sold rampantly. His face remained calm as he looked ahead, revealing that the leader of this Mokdong area, according to my investigation, is none other than the large man from before, Jiang Ho Sung. He coldly questioned, "Who are you?" Then quickly turning his head, he asked, "Are you here to make a fool of yourself in that drab suit? And that's also the target of Soman and Jiho, the person Park Cheonsu intends to sell lucid dreams to." Despite his fear, Cheonsu introduced himself. "I'm here to do business with the Mokdong district." Hero. Inside the car, Joe asked again, a little worried, "What if that wheezing bastard doesn't agree to the deal?" Seon-min chuckled as if he'd already anticipated this. "He's not stupid, so don't worry. Kwang Mong is his golden goose." Seon-min then presented the drug he had personally concocted, a substance far more addictive than Kwang Mong. Inside the grand room, Holt laughs in surprise, asking Cheonsu, "You're saying you'll sell this to us for less than Spring Dream?" A little worried, Cheonsu nods in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." Seeing such a sweet deal fall into his lap, he laughed in surprise. He even complimented him, saying it seemed like a good deal. A strange smile creeps across his face, as if he's been planning something all along. But guess what? Ho Dong-ya plans to monopolize the drugs in Chun-Shu's possession, revealing his scheme. Once you set foot in Manakdong, you can never leave with anything. His brazen words caused Chun-Shu to panic. "What do you mean by that?" As he finished speaking, Ho Sung's massive foot slammed into his face, driving him into the ground. His eyes turned cruel as he raised his fist, declaring that today the fool would die. As Ho Sung attacked, Cheonsu narrowly dodged, avoiding the fierce blow, his quick reflexes surprising even his opponent. "You dodged my punch?" He anticipated what was to come. "Looks like you're not just a simple drug dealer, are you?" Cheonsu clenched his fists, preparing for the next showdown. The more Hong saw, the more he laughed in surprise, intrigued that he wouldn't run. He looked at him expectantly, wondering if he intended to fight Jang Ho Sung one-on-one. Reluctantly, Cheonsu realizes he has no other choice, masking his fear with a facade of calm. He wondered what he'd done wrong before Hodong suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He quickly announced, "Looks like you're leaving your life in this Manhwa today." A white car parked on the side of the road, voices chattering inside. "I should go take a look too. What are you doing?" With cold eyes, Joe looked out. "I'm uneasy leaving the Onan's Shu faction in there alone." Min's car didn't seem to hear clearly. "What was that? Uneasy? Are you worried about an arrow?" He just stared out the window, not even bothering to answer. Seon Min frowned, advising Joe not to let his personal feelings get in the way again. "Don't forget who he is to us," Joe whispers to Seon Min. "Isn't he just a tool for our revenge?" His face turned serious, reminding Joe to at least take care of their tool until their revenge is complete. Seon Min seems to understand, realizing that was the plan all along. Before parting ways, he gave Joe some final instructions. "Be careful. This slum is a haven for heroin addicts. Joe is getting mixed up with some dangerous people. The addicts here have even less to lose than we do," cut to someone muttering obscenities under their breath. "Amidst the hellish flames, why is there such a beautiful fairy? Fairy, don't go. Take me with you. This world is too painful." Then flies swarm his face, and he doesn't even bother to shoo them away. Another son writhes around, screaming, "Get out of my head, damn it!" And there's even a guy talking to himself in the mirror. "How many times has Mom told you?" "I didn't do anything wrong." A strange person walks through the alley filled with lunatics sprawled everywhere. "Why are there so many junkies here?" Diho wondered. But why are they all sprawled out in the middle of the road like this?" A voice called out nearby. "Because the sun will soon set." The woman's face was dazed from the drugs, and in this slum, few homes had electricity, so there were no lights on. Her words were far from encouraging. He looked at her, puzzled, as darkness became the harbinger of nightmares. Suddenly, she grabbed Joe's hand, stopping him. "You're new here, aren't you?" The woman was clearly out of her mind with addiction, as she pulled down her own shirt with her other hand. "You must have a lot of lucid dreams on you, right? Give me some, and I'll do anything you want." Jay looked at the woman with disgust, realizing that Upia's trade in lucid dreams would only create more wretches like her. From the house on his right, a blood-curdling scream for help. Bound men cry out from their beds. "Please, let me go, please, I've suffered enough." His eyes bulged, red and bloodshot, saliva dripping from his mouth. "Please, I beg you, let me go, save me." He peered through the window in horror. What is going on here? What are they doing? In another scene, a man smiles with satisfaction. Your life ends today. Cheonsu raises his fists in defense, realizing he might not make it out of this neighborhood alive. Hodung, enraged, leaps forward. Die. His arms struggle to contain Ho-sung's savage power. But how could he compare? He punched Cheonsu away, who couldn't believe it, to be sent flying with just one fist? What kind of monstrous strength is this? He raises his leg to kick him in the face, but Cheonsu quickly dodges. When he finally retaliated, Cheonu's face twisted in rage. This foe was unlike any he'd faced before. He landed a punch, but it barely fazed him. Is that all you've got? How cute. Hodung retaliates with a blow that sends him flying. You think you can fight me with those childish fists? Unbelievable. Cheonsu is helpless, endlessly wondering how he can defeat this guy. Cheonsu is slammed face first into a knee, and he recalls his grueling training, drenched in sweat. So what if you're up against someone with far superior strength? Don't worry, these training sessions aren't everything. Cheons carries sandbags as Joe explains that combat ability isn't the only thing he wants to teach him. To survive, he must fight back. Joe calmly tells him that this is combat, so if he wants to win, he has to use every means possible, no matter how underhanded. Remember, real combat is completely different from sports. Despite the fatigue of carrying the sandbags, Cheonu still had the strength to ask, I already know that, but I'm asking you how to do it. Joe then reveals a key point. You have to make your opponent think, I can't believe he'd go this far. He evokes the enemy Cheonsu must face. Imagine you're facing Kim Shin. Back in reality, even with a bloody nose, he has to show maximum madness and bloodlust. What kind of half-baked guidance is this? Damn, he's laughing and pointing at his head in mockery. What are you mumbling about, idiot? Did my punch scramble your brains? Cheonsu rises, fists still raised, while the man remains as contemptuous as ever. Oh, so you can still stand. Not bad endurance. Truth be told, not many can take as many hits from me as you can. Hodung cracks his neck, ready to finish the job, but he says he doesn't have time to play around. Let's end this here. Cheonu throws his jacket in his face while he's distracted. Hodung ripped the jacket off, wondering what he was up to, but Cheonu was already running away. Running away? Are you kidding me? He quickly lifts the suitcase with one hand, heading towards the door as Ho-sung clicks his tongue. You disappoint me, he shouts, provoking him. It's useless. My men are all over Manakdong. You fool, stay and die like a man. Let's see, Jeonsu doesn't care what Ho-sung does. Mom shouts, calling people over, demanding everyone's attention. He opens a suitcase full of drugs, announcing a special free giveaway event. It's all free to promote the new product. Who wants to go crazy? Just as he predicted, it attracted everyone in the village. What girls? Is that Spring Dream? Their eyes turn red, and blood vessels appear. Is it really all free? Houng's too dense to understand Chonu's plan. Did I beat you so hard you broke your brain? What kind of game are you playing? Immediately, he flung all the medicine bottles away, hitting Ho-sung in the face. Damn it, I'm getting pissed. That'll wipe the smile off his face. The men, possessed, stormed in, searching for the drugs, screaming, It's all mine! Get out of my way! These are mine! Damn it, get out of the way! A minority can't defeat the majority. No matter how much Ho-sung screamed, they didn't pay any attention. Stop it, you guys. Damn it, do you all have a death wish? Sweat poured from his body as he cursed them. As he curses, a black cord tightens around his neck. Get off me if you don't want to die. Cheonsu uses his tie to step on Ho-sung's back, tightening the noose. Is that all you've got? You used these dogs to sneak up behind me? Chonu's eyes burned with hatred. Die! Ho-sung could only try to loosen the tie and curse this animalistic bastard. He continued his threats. You think you can kill the boss of Manhwa with tricks like these? But Ho-sung's strength was too much, and he easily broke free. You've made a mistake. The rope slips from Cheonsu's hands. He can't believe he's free. Ho-sung now realizes his intention. He wasn't trying to strangle him with the rope. So that was his real goal. He used Ho-sung's distraction to attack from behind. Was it to break my balance? Cheonsu slams his head down hard. But what's the point? Hodung seems to have some kind of masochistic streak, praising the attack even as he's being beaten. Not bad. I took a hit. That move really made me lose face. Hodung clenched his fist. But do you know what? He's turning the tables. Is this really happening? And now everything is changing. What? Is he just now realizing it? Cheonu calmly tells Ho-sung from the corner. That's right, I already put the tranquilizer in his jacket pocket. With your face planted in it like that, the drug must be kicking in. Cheonsu remained calm. Because you're the loser, you'll be falling asleep soon. I've already won. Hodung could only scream, Don't celebrate yet. I will... He bites his hand raw to stay awake, swearing he won't succumb to the spring dream. His eyes suddenly turned red. I won't fall asleep. He coughs uncontrollably and collapses before everyone, as Chianzu pants heavily. Someone happily picked up the vial, thinking they'd won. The man trembled with emotion as he held the vial, thinking he could finally dream again, now that he had something to weather life's storms. On the other side, a fierce fight erupts with shouts of, "Get out of here, it's mine, I saw it first. Mine, get out of here." The cursing and fighting echoed in Cheonsu's ears. "Damn, I saw you already had a bunch. A bunch of what?" Just then, Sun appears, roaring, "What do you think you're doing? Put all the dream spring down now. No one dared to fight or cause any trouble. They all cowered. Chief, village chief, we're sorry." Cheonsu was shocked by the scene. The addicts ignored Zhang Ho-sung for the drugs, but listen to this man, he asks, "Just who are you?" Sun Zung introduced himself. "I'm the village chief here. What are you doing here?" Cheon's Shu was a little stunned. "What about the rest of you?" he continues. "I know you're not alone." Sun Zeng's face was rough with scars. "Though these eyes can no longer see the light, I can still sense the presence of enemies." A man holding a black bag in his arms respectfully reports, "Chief, village chief, I've collected all the spring dreams here." Sun X ordered, "Put it down now." He gritted his teeth in anger. "Who made this garbage and brought it here to sell?" He drops his cane, stomping his feet repeatedly. "You dogs, how much further will you destroy this world?" Sun X raised his scarred face. "You should thank your lucky stars that I swore off killing, or none of you would walk out of here in one piece." Chi Onu's eyes widened as he watched Sun's wrathful actions. "What?" Even Jiang Hua, they all seem to harbor some kind of hatred for Chun Meng. Then Sun X turns around and says to someone, "Hey, you little rat hiding over there, you're the one who sent him, aren't you?" Indeed, Dai Ho was hiding behind the wall, observing, and he warned in a loud voice, "Don't ever appear before me again. This is your only warning. Next time, I won't be so lenient." He spoke with murderous intent. "Killing beasts like you isn't murder. It's just cleaning up trash." Zeman lights a cigarette, asking if Lai Sun Sang is in Manic Dong. In a gruesome setting, two men converse. What is Lai Sun X planning there? Could he be planning to lead the addicts there and create a new force? Joe clenches his fist slightly. "You've misunderstood this place. Machdong isn't what we thought it was." He witnessed a man tied to a bed, screaming, "Please, someone untie me, help me." A hand gently takes his, offering encouragement to endure the hardship, no matter how difficult. Manak Dongson tries to suppress the man's addiction, telling him he must overcome it. Trembling, he calls out to the village chief as Jae-ho witnesses the truth. This is a rehabilitation camp. Sun encourages him to overcome himself, saying that if it's too difficult, he'll give him a small dose, but to try his best and endure as much as possible. He spoke from the heart, hoping to help him escape this hell. The truth is revealed and the dream is sold there, causing Joe to exclaim in shock. Lai Sun Zeng Ong. A noble purpose is at work. In reality, they were ingredients, diluted and used for therapeutic purposes, grown by the hands of farmers. Joe stood silently to the side, watching. The gardeners looked so happy planting the rows of crops, even as dusk approached. That's all for today. Everyone wash up, grab a snack, and head home. Joe hangs his head, feeling a pang of guilt. That barren land wasn't hell, but a place that Chairman Lon was transforming into a home for people. Then Min spoke up to comfort him. Is that so? So, the armpit cave is a no-go. No worries, we have plenty of other places to discuss this. His hand clenched, his voice trembled. Was Joe truly out of options? Forced to use that method to ensnare Fiansu and Utopia? Is there really no other way? Shaman smiled mysteriously, still holding an unlit cigarette. Of course, so don't get caught up in nonsense. He cuts to the heart of the matter. And don't worry about how much worse I make this world. You only need to think about one thing. How to kill Kim Shin. Elsewhere, the two shake hands amidst the flashing cameras, reaching a mutually beneficial agreement. The chairman hopes for your continued support in the future. This will surely be the finest hotel in Shanghai. The bespectacled man smiles strangely, adding, Also, the nutritional supplements you sent us last time had a great reaction. They're much more effective than other supplements, and they improve the user's mood. He made an enticing offer. If you grant us distribution rights, I'll expand your business to a global scale. The partner humbly replied, It's just a small gift. A token of my sincerity. Thank you for the praise, Chairman. I'll discuss this with the board, he politely replied. Just then, an employee whispered, Secretary, our new factory manager would like to see you. He found it strange. The factory manager wanted to see him? Seung Jane went down to the factory and politely asked, Director, what's going on? So Dong, holding a tray of items, tilted her head and greeted him, Secretary General, hello. We've just developed some new products and wanted to invite you to take a look. The beautiful glossy bears on the tray serve a noble purpose. They offer a less troublesome way to administer aphrodisiacs than injections. So we developed these gummies and chocolates for easy consumption, with an appealing aesthetic and flavor. Seung-jin is impressed, but this is exactly what he wanted to hear, a truly unique idea. But why are they showing this to him? He humbly replied, I'm just a lowly Secretary General. Shouldn't you be talking to the chairman? So-dong moved closer to him. Come on, we know everything. She winked at Seung-jin, implying that in Utopia, no one held more power than the Secretary General. Aren't the chairman and directors just puppets? He leaned in close, his face twisted with malice. Please, don't say such dangerous things. Who told you all this? So, Dion holds what they call a gummy in their hand. No, I figured it out all on my own. The small object in his hand causes a terrifying stimulation, revealing this place for what it is. Who the real strongman is, who the weak puppet is, and who will be the last survivor. Seung-jin's face flickers with an inscrutable darkness. Intriguing indeed, worthy of Sun Tea. The gummy in his hand suddenly bursts. Oh, so you've been investigating me? So-dong presses the goo to Taehyung's tongue, but it seems you've misunderstood a few things. As if striking gold, he quickly says, Thank you. So-dong raises a finger in denial. I am not Hansunte's creation, but Hansunte is mine. Meanwhile, 3 men and 3 tearful students were desperately begging to be released. Please, stop joking around and open the door for us. Please, just open it. When they couldn't take it anymore, they screamed, You want money? Open up, you dog. Open it, you son of a bitch. One of the girls, tears streaming down her face, cried out, Please, someone help me. In So-dong's words, 7 years ago, I was just an ordinary high school girl. As they fought over every last peanut in the bunker. Mine. Get away from me. Mine. And So was mercilessly pushed aside. How could she compete with those men? A frail girl couldn't fight back and was pushed to the point of collapse, threatened with death. She was a victim in that dark place, the weakest in the hell that Hansuntai had created. One of them grabbed everything and started cursing, telling everyone to get lost, like a madman, ready to strike anyone who came close. It's all mine. One step closer, and I'll cut you down. Most notably, the 3 strongest are led by the youngest, the only one with a weapon. Everyone cursed and shouted, You bastard! You think you can take it all? You're the youngest. He wields his hammer menacingly, ready to risk it all. What's the matter? Come on then, try me. At this point, I don't need to be the good guy anymore. This scared everyone. Damn it, you bastard. Then he called Seung-yu, who arrived shortly after. He was still extremely cautious, saying that since I was the only one who had been good to her, she would share her peanuts with me. Thanks. Then he made a condition, but in return, when I slept, he wanted me to be his bodyguard. I had to stand guard and make sure those bastards didn't try anything with her. What was coming came. But luckily, it was the rainy season, and the roof of that dilapidated house leaked. They had to look up to catch the drops of water falling from the ceiling just to survive. Only then could we survive. Only then could we drink. Swallowing every drop, no one could endure it forever. But after a week locked in that terrible warehouse, the blue-clad man wiped his mouth. Damn, I'm starving. So-dong suddenly realized something obvious. I realized the true nature of the game. The plump peanuts weren't about a few nuts or a bottle of water. The guard suddenly noticed something. With so few peanuts, eating them all would be the same as starving. His feet were still in sneakers as Soto sat in the corner of the prison. The blue-clad man swallowed hard, eager to see who would reveal their animalistic instincts first, who was prey and who was predator. He gripped his hammer tightly. You look so soft and pale. He touched his empty stomach and filthy face. She must taste delicious. She embraces me, oblivious to what's coming and who will become the prey. He calls out, trying to lure her with peanuts. I'll share some with you. Come with me. So-dong rises and embraces the man in blue, who naively thinks she's just a girl with a craving for men. So-dong whispered into his neck, You look pretty tasty, mister. Immediately, someone grabbed the blue-clad man from behind, and in that moment, I understood everything. The 2 attacked the man in blue, ignoring his curses. What do you think you're doing? Get off me, I'll kill you all. Until he was foaming at the mouth and breathless, they let him go. And she gave a sinister smile, saying she was born with the instincts of a predator. Seung-yu begged for mercy. Brothers, I'm sorry, I had no choice. The leader raised his scythe, screaming, Shut your damn mouth! I'm ascending. You chose his side for a few peanuts? He delivers a brutal blow to Seung-yu's head, spitting as he speaks. You think you can live peacefully after betraying me? Die, you beast. He mercilessly brought the axe down again and again, the murderer who had just killed his underling, now beating his betrayer to death. He swung the axe relentlessly, the sound of it hitting bone echoing as blood splattered everywhere. All the while, Dong-gi-oo begged for his life. Amidst pitiful whimpers, he now realizes he chose the wrong side. I know I was wrong. So-gung witnessed the scene. It didn't scare her. Instead, it made her heart race with the same excitement and thrill as falling in love for the first time. Until So-gung was beaten, bloody and moaning, a hand grabbed hers and called out, "Do So-dong!" So-dong's best friend declared, "No matter what happens, I'll protect you. I won't let anything bad happen to you. An insincere love, Q-dong, a friend who has loved me for a long time," So-dong muttered, "but how could it be?" Her eyes glistened with helplessness. "Look at the situation. You're smaller than him." Standing before him, his shoulders slumped, his health clearly failing. So-dong wept with pity. If that man lays a hand on you, you're the one who won't survive. How could Q-dong resist such beauty? No matter what it takes, I will protect you. So-dong's voice was like a plea. Really? You won't break your promise? You don't know if you can, but you agree anyway. Of course. So-dong looks terrified. So, will you kill him for me? Q-dong didn't quite understand, as So-dong hung his head low. That man was all alone now. She reached behind her back, saying that it was just him and Jong-hyun. She quietly removed her bra and handed it to Q-jong, suggesting they strangle him in his sleep with it. So whispered within. At that moment, only the three of us remained in that room. As he slept, two figures crept in, the bra strap tightening around his neck. Q-dong and Dong-hyun fought ruthlessly for their lives. "You bastard, die!" he screamed, tightening his grip around the other's neck. Die. Meanwhile, Dong-hyun struggled to seize the axe from behind. He grimaced, trying to break free, but the assailant was faster, burying the axe in Dong-hyun's head. He slashed through the chest armor, then slammed an elbow into Q-jong's face, ready to strike. "Damn it, you milk-drinking little brats," his eyes filled with hatred. "How dare you ambush me?" Q-dong reaches out, crying and begging his friend So-dong for help. "Help me." But she just sat huddled in a corner. "Q-dong, I'm sorry, I thought you could do it." Her eyes still filled with guilt. It seems this was too much for them. How foolish, you should have trained harder. After dealing with the students, he finally began to realize, "What the hell are you saying?" He questioned, "You were the one who asked me to kill the youngest. Now you're telling these kids to turn on me?" So-dong remained silent in the corner, calmly replying, "Sorry, uncle." She looked up with vacant eyes, but things weren't going to end so simply. Before he could react, someone was strangling him from behind. What's going on? Seung-gyu tightens his grip around the man's neck once more. "You bastard, go to hell." He screamed, his face a mangled mess, but he was warned there was no other choice. "Why wouldn't you listen?" So Dion grins grotesquely. "I don't just strip for those two. Tights or bras, everyone loves high school girls' lingerie." As the man reached the end of his life, the axe fell from his hand. Seung-gyu rejoiced after eliminating another foe. "Serves you right for treating me like that." Just when he thought he was winning, it was time for So-dong to strike. "From now on, all the food and water belong to me. You were kind enough to share, but who do you think I am, kid?" "I'll share too." Seung-gyu is ambushed from behind, her eyes wide with shock and concern. "Let's see if your legs still work. Go on, try to move them." So, Dong now reveals his true colors, the face of a demon. They say a strong blow to the spinal cord can cause paralysis from the waist down, right? So Dong emphasizes an old point. "Let me reiterate, this game isn't about fighting for food and water." Soreo flashes a sinister, killer's smile, as promised. "I'll give you all my peanuts and juice, so live as long as you can. The essence of this prison is a game to see who the last predator standing is." She gently brushed her hair aside. "It's summer, so I'm a little worried you'll get necrosis. The winter is always the most unexpected. And I had literally become the predator who devours the weak." Cut to Gyoho, still in the serene forest. Is this the only way to bring Park Cheonsu and Utopia together? Is there really no other way? Shemin smiled, holding a cigarette. "Exactly, so don't worry about things that don't concern you." He spoke with sarcasm, indifferent to everything happening in this dog-eat-dog world, making Jiho think again. Just focus on killing Kim Shin. Suddenly, someone steps forward and curses. "Is that what this is, you sons of bitches?" Ho-dong felt disgusted. Were they really going to turn the world into hell just for revenge? God damn it. How can you even say such vile things? Diho was stunned for a moment. It was Gang Ho-sung. "How could you?" A figure emerges from the doorway. "It was I who called him here," Cheonsu admitted, holding up the phone. When he fell, I conveniently took his phone and brought it here. He claims to be worried, but he seems awfully calm. I haven't finished paying that off yet. Give it back. That thieving bastard. Joe loses it and grabs him by the collar. Are you crazy? Who authorized you to act on your own? Joe berates Cheon and brings him to the secret base, asking if he knows what he's doing. He remains calm, even on the verge of being punched. Of course, I understand everything I'm doing. His conscience wouldn't allow it, as he never wanted to sell the drugs in the first place, but seeing the people at the Manak Dong only strengthened his resolve. When Cheon-su saw people's eyes light up because of the drugs he could use for a whole week were gone, and he could dream again. Or were they fighting over them? Damn it, give it back. I saw it first. It's mine. Give it back. I saw you had plenty. Cheon-su stood there amidst the curses. You bastard, I'll kill you. His eyes flashed with resentment. This evil must be erased from the world, so no one else's life is ruined like mine. Of course, Joe couldn't accept that. He gritted his teeth. Who told you to think such nonsense? What did I tell you when you decided to become the arrow? Joe's eyes burned with rage. If you keep thinking like that, you'll be nothing but trash. Understand? Ho-dung took his hand and said, Don't get so worked up. He offered a deal. I'll help Utopia find you without you having to sell your dream. Ho-dung believes that if Manak-dong doesn't get more drugs from them in a month or two, they'll definitely investigate. He tries to persuade Jiho. At that point, I'll let Utopia know about your lucid dream by pretending to have a new source. You're skeptical, but you'll really help us? Even if it makes you Utopia's new enemy. He grinned. Cooperation is a win-win, so naturally there are conditions. First, you absolutely cannot sell the lucid dream you've created to the world. He laid out his next condition. Second, their revenge target wouldn't just be Kim Shin, but the complete destruction of all their drug manufacturing plants. Hong happily states his final condition. He wants to join their plan to destroy Utopia. Zeman immediately replied, I refuse. You have your own reasons. Why would we need Manak Dong to carry out our plan? Why should we accept your conditions? He cleared his throat. Why, you ask? Because if you use those dirty hands to sell Guangmong to the world and threaten them, Chief Li and I will kill you animals ourselves. And if we can't kill you all, we're more than capable of destroying all your plans. Joe clenches his fist. As Ho-sung braces for the unexpected, he finally concedes. All right, Joe wants to cooperate and I'll accept his thinly veiled threat. But if even one mistake jeopardizes our plans, Joe emanates a murderous aura, then not just you, but everyone in Mokdong will die. Time flies, and a month later, Cheon's son stops his white car. He counted down the minutes until it happened. He was forced into the car by thugs despite his struggles. Joe secretly watched everything from the shadows as Sodong shook the vial in his hand. You sons of bitches are using this to ruin our livelihood? She exclaimed innocently. Where's your work ethic and moral compass? Do you even know who you're messing with? Sodong crossed her legs, remarking how unexpectedly delicious their troublemaker looked. She feigns innocence, acting like a beautiful maiden. There's no choice but to devour her. She puts on a seductive display. Wow, I didn't expect our little troublemaker to look so delicious. Guess I'll just have to take a bite. Cheon's son just stares blankly as Sodong shakes the vial, remarking that this dream-enhancing treasure is quite well made. Then, tugging on his tie, he suggests a trade. A friendly offer of cooperation with a knife held to his throat. Come work for my team. I don't skimp on those who are useful. No, this is a terrifying threat, and of course, he could refuse and receive the most peaceful death possible. Kyeonsen softly replies, I agree. He laughs maniacally. After all, his ultimate goal is money, and for that, he'll do anything. Sodong is pleased with his attitude. He's trash, all right, but we're only compatible with trash like him. Sodong wants the deal done immediately, so let's get started. And with that, a sack is thrown over Cheon's head. The car speeds through the night. Cheonsu, let's work hard and make lots of money together in the future. Sodong explained that the pure Spring Dreams elixirs were distributed from the factory to different regions, where they would be carefully mixed, bottled, and distributed as legitimate goods. From there, it's delivered to affiliated organizations, then passed on to intermediate dealers. The next step is to get it into the hands of dealers at each point of sale, and finally, consumers will contact those dealers to buy the drug. With those stepping stones in place, Seonmin meticulously laid out his plan. Bok Cheonsu will exploit the method of manufacturing dream pills. He'll topple the top stone to infiltrate the factory, use Chae-san as bait, and gather information on Kim Shin. Then he moved on to the second matter, coordinating with Geo and Hung. Seonmin continues to overturn more stones, destroying the trading branches. Ho-dung suddenly stops him. Wait, there's one more thing. He crushes the last stone, saying they must prevent the light dream formula from spreading, but Seonmin immediately objects, saying it's impossible. Don't you realize that will only happen when utopia is completely destroyed? Ho-dung said softly, but resolutely. We'll do what we have to. After all, we have to risk our lives. If we want to avenge Kim Shin without turning this world into hell, that's the only way. Cheonsu has arrived, and as the bag is removed from his head, he's greeted as a VIP. Welcome to Utopia, Cheonsu. He looks around, impressed by the scale of the operation. Is this where they make spring dreams? So-dong pinches Taehyun's ear, reminding him, Taehyun, what are you doing? Shouldn't you greet the new guy? Or are you too dumb to even say hello? Taehyun's voice trembled as his ear was pinched. But sir, isn't one researcher enough? Why is there a new person? So-dong increased the pressure, twisting the ear harder. Oh my, when did our Taehyun become so argumentative? She laughs, a twisted, sarcastic sound. If you could do this, I wouldn't have bothered bringing Cheons down, but you're just a useless dog, good for nothing but eating and barking, so there's no other way. He endures the pain, then grovels. Boss, you're right, I'm just a useless dog. Then she turns to Cheons with a polite demeanor. Cheons, if you have any questions, just ask this idiot. He's dumb, but he's been here long enough to show you around. He obediently complied, saying, Yes, ma'am. Just then, Seung-jin arrived. Is this the fiancé you were talking about? So-dong maintained her smile. That's right, Section Chief, please greet each other. He extended his hand to Seung with a warm greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Parung-jin, head of the Secretariat. I've heard a lot about you. Cheon-sun was a bit surprised. Is this the priest-scoundrel Joe mentioned? Remaining composed, he says, Yes, I'll be relying on you from now on. The two shake hands in a friendly agreement. Seung-jin seems quite perceptive. His hands are calloused. It seems he's testing Cheon. I heard you're a teacher, but your hands are like an athlete's. Cheon responds cleverly, knowing he can't let these guys slip through his fingers. Yes, well, I do enjoy sports and exercise, so they really did their homework. Seung-jin's expression darkens. The production of luminescence will rely heavily on him from now on. Otherwise, what would be the point of sparing his life? Later, an urgent report came in. Secretary General Joe has appeared in the Yongsan branch area. He calmly inquired about the number of people at that branch, to which his subordinate politely replied, If we're counting everyone, most of our staff there are active. He stated a number, roughly 40, sir. Seung-jin acted as if victory was within his grasp. I think we'll catch that bastard this time. Then, Seung-jin smirked, saying that wasn't enough. He grinned wickedly. Call him over here. He'll be thrilled to meet Joe. A man asked mockingly, You're that Geo bastard, aren't you? Joe stood motionless, hammer in hand. I heard you've been biting our people a little too much lately. Behind the purple-clad man stood countless subordinates. Doesn't this fool know fear, coming here alone today? He mocked relentlessly. Today, I'll break your teeth so you can't bite or bark again. And where's Joe? Why did Jiho come alone? He's a formidable fighter, but even with that massive mutt, he's overwhelmed. The purple-clad thug's voice trembles. Who are you? Without a word, Ho delivers a punch right to his face. Don't think adding one more will change anything. Another punch takes down the purple-clad man. Want to know what's going to change? Your lifespans are about to get a whole lot shorter. This ignited the underlings' rage, and the branch leaders charged forward. As they prepare to attack, Ho-sung lands another punch, striking the second guy right in the head. He's more concerned with food than this. What do you want to eat when we're done, Joe? Even Joe, in the middle of the action, wondered why he was suddenly asking that. He simply replied, Village Chief Lee taught me that. And Ho continued to pummel his opponents. To unleash your full power, you must think of what you'll do after the battle ends. His fighting spirit is terrifying. The desire and regret for those plans will grant a person terrifying power. That's why I always plan what I'm going to eat after each fight. Gio, while holding someone's head, reminds Ho-sung to focus. I think you should focus on fighting and stop talking nonsense. Die, you bastard. Someone's coming at you with a sword from behind. Ho-sung, aware of the shout, takes him out with a single punch, reminding Joe to focus, or he'll be eating rice for dinner. Joe simply turns away in silence as we flash back to the previous night. Jung Ho-sung, why do you want to fight Utopia? Ho-sung countered, asking if the reason was that important, to which Joe immediately replied, Of course. He had his reasons for not trusting self-proclaimed heroes. Ho laughed. Heroes? He pulled out his phone to show a picture, saying, This is my wife and daughter. Ho-dung recounts a tragic story. His young daughter died in a traffic accident last year, leading him down a path of social ills. Jae-ho listened silently, learning that his wife, overcome with grief for their daughter, had become addicted to spring dreams. And then he asked a very strange question. Do you know what the world of dream addicts is like? Ho-sung recalls that if addicts have a nightmare and die in it, they'll be trapped there forever. But on the flip side, with Spring Dream, you can die in a happy dream and enjoy that feeling forever. Unfortunately, something terrible was about to happen to me. My poor wife believed that nonsense, so that drug took her life. She committed suicide in a locked room after taking a large dose of Eternal Spring, claiming she couldn't bear to leave our poor daughter alone in the afterlife. Tears streamed down his face. You know, the moment she chose to leave this world, I was in the next room, high on Spring Dream. Hodung must be filled with regret. My reasons are much the same as yours. Revenge. I want to wipe Utopia and this damn Spring Dream from the face of the earth and return to reality. Joe raises his fists, looking around in puzzlement. Did I get them all? Hosung has to complain a bit. This gang of thugs is a real nuisance. All done. Jiho recalls the question from before. Want some jajangmyeon? Hodung turns away, but Jiho continues. I know a great place that makes it. Jinho puts on his hat, ready to head to the noodle shop. I'll treat you to dinner and pay you back for today. He smirked, bargaining further. Hey, isn't a bowl of jajangmyeon a little cheap compared to me risking my life for you? At least make it barbecue. Hosung then notices someone. Hodung wondered who was at the door. What now? The artisan grins wickedly. Pleased to meet you. Joe, huh? He complimented, his face smeared with Joe's blood. Not bad looking at all. I think I'll have to touch you. The artisan is like a ghost returned. I've been so curious about you. Teo, with an uneaten ice cream in hand, tells a story about his father, wondering what his friend from Tess' shop is like. I don't even know my father's face. I heard that as a child I was found in a trash can in the park. A flicker of sadness crossed his face. Really? They could have left me somewhere nicer, like a church or an orphanage. Joe looks at Teo with pity, wrapped in a warm blanket with a letter for whoever would raise me. But his mood spirals downward, as all I received was a trash bag. I was discarded like garbage. Leading to resentment and hatred, how could they do that to a child? The craftsman reached out to greet him. I always wondered what my friend from the Tez shop would look like. Joe stared at the hand reaching toward him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Joe. He stated the obvious. The director actually gave Tessop that name. Jio-ho's suspicion grew as he stood before him. Is he really Tessop's father? The artisan's smile is unsettling. I abandoned him, so in a way, yes, like a ghost returned from the afterlife. Tessop is my son, carrying my blood. A man who scorns his own child, or perhaps just another one of my creations. Kyo wondered as Hosung threw a punch. A creation, is it? And then a punch to the face. Hoong pulls Jio, telling him to get out of here quickly. He yells, telling him to hurry. With Korean letters looming, the two desperately break free and leap out. Joe shouts out, questioning, What is it? Why retreat? Hosung muttered. It really is him. His voice trembled as he spoke of a scar on the left ear, a snake tattoo on the arm, and a disfigured finger. The man chiefly warned never to confront. Back when Sun spoke with Hosung, he said Utopia isn't just full of ordinary thugs. There's one guy you absolutely shouldn't mess with. He was still vague, saying never to confront him, but I didn't quite understand. Sun gently reminded him that facing this man was beyond a simple fight. It was like offering yourself to a beast or throwing yourself into the abyss. He was serious about this. In Utopia, there's a monster who devours people whole, beaten to the point that people still call him. Once known as the Artisan Butcher, he's no longer in his original form. The artisan pushes up his broken glasses and remarks, Your friend is fast. He looked out, watching them escape. No matter, we'll meet again soon enough. He gives a strange and unsettling smile. Next time we meet, I'll turn you into a beautiful work of art. What do you think, Joe? Vials of medicine are neatly arranged on the conveyor belt. This so-called lucid dream is merely a concoction based on Spring Dream's fundamental formulas. Tae-hyun's face darkens. There's nothing special about it. If I had time to research, concocting something like this wouldn't be difficult. Cheon's in his lab coat scratched his head. Yes, I mostly got lucky creating this. How could I compare to someone as knowledgeable as you, Senior? He covered his mouth and chuckled, regaining his composure. While my intelligence and good looks are obvious, so it's not hard to notice, it seems you have an eye for talent. He was well-behaved and eager to learn. Yes, I hope you'll teach me more in the future. Taeyeon nodded. Yeah, you've got a long way to go before you're like me, got it? Then Cheon suddenly lowered his voice. But I have a question. I see that Luang Xuan Mong is being consumed so much. He posed a question. Why is it that the number of finished products in this factory is so low compared to the number sold on the market? Do you know why, Senior? Tae-hyun retorted, What's wrong with that? But why are you so curious about it? Cheon innocently feigned ignorance, saying it was just curiosity. If you don't know, I'll just ask the boss. Little did he know, he'd touched a nerve with Toon. Who do you think I am not to know? He scolded. Do you know how many years I've dedicated to Utopia? His voice lowered, and the story began to unfold. This is a secret. There's actually another factory besides this one. That's the real headquarters. Cheonsun's eyes widened in awe. Is it really that big? I thought this place was huge, but do you know the address of that factory, Senior? Taehyun asked, and he tilted his head with a slight frown. That's top secret. Only the leaders know. Do you think Utopia is some pyramid scheme? He exaggerated his position. No outsider like you has ever been allowed in here. His eyes widened with admiration, each word more impressive than the last. This was Utopia. Soon after, a staff member informs him that he has been granted leave. North Cheonsu, come outside. This is a special exception. You're allowed to go home and pack your things. He tells him to hurry up and change, and Cheonsu complies. Yes, thank you. On the way back home, the bonbon car drives on. The man next to him warned Cheonsun that his only job was to pack his bags and not to try anything funny. He sat up straight, replying, "Why would I do that?" As soon as the bag was off his head, Cheonan grinned. What more could he ask for than to work in such a high-paying place? The man next to him laughed in satisfaction. Good. The car dropped him off right on the side of the road. I'll pick you up at 6:10 a.m. tomorrow, so be on time. He politely replied, Yes, I understand. Cheon slowly walked down the street. He bowed his head, calculating. Is the main headquarters address classified information? What am I going to do? Cheon's son opens the door to the room. Will Kim Sin be there? A soft voice echoes from within the house. Is that you, Onions Chew? He's barely home when he sees So-dong sitting there with a birthday cake. So-dong, yo, what are you doing here? Her luscious red lips parted, and she spoke softly. Looking back, I've only given you tasks since we met and haven't even thrown you a welcome party. So-dong smiles warmly. Do you like cake? A strawberry cake sits before him, adorned with 2 flickering candles, one green, one yellow. Please sit before this mountain of birthday cakes, Unjin happily asks. So much cake today, he said in a deep voice. That's right, because 2 years ago on this day, a fire raged fiercely. Shin stands before that horrific scene. He grinned grotesquely. I accidentally killed a few too many people. Zijin thought it was a joke. On this day, he held up the bottle of Lucid Dream, the gift that brought him some comfort, and pressed it close to his face. Lucid Dream, the gift that allowed him to see what he wanted in his dreams. He popped open the bottle. Seongjin kindly warned him about the addictive nature of the substance, but Shin continued. Uncaring. He looked up at the sky, wondering what he truly desired. Seongjin was silent as Shin succumbed to his addiction. Tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. How interesting. Tears stream down his face as Shin succumbs to the illusion. Yes, that's it. Well, let me sink into this high with dozens of birthday cakes on the table. This is what I've longed for. I wish this desire would come true right now. In the dark night, the apartment remained lit, and it was still Sun's room. Jay, huh? The cake has been half-eaten, and you're being forcibly kissed by So. She devoured Cheon-sun's lips, even biting them aggressively, leaving a red mark as So-dong licked her lips with a ravenous desire. You're much tastier than I thought, you know. Not killing you was a wise decision. Her hand caresses Cheon-sun's face, leaving him bewildered. What is this? Just what is this woman planning? She subtly lowers her bra strap. Utopia's executives have given your light dream very positive feedback. I deal harshly with the lazy and incompetent. So-dong attempts to use her beauty to control Cheon-sun, but she also knows how to reward those with talent. So-jong puts on a seductive display, saying that Utopia's executives highly praised and enjoyed his vision, and that she doesn't only punish the useless. Her shirt slips, revealing her collarbone. I also know how to reward those with ability. She straddles him, hiding him from view when suddenly someone touches the doorknob. Both of them looked towards the door, and Seo-dong felt annoyed. Who is it? How rude. Cheon stammers, I'll go see who it is. He opened the door, wondering who else could be looking for him. Could it be Joe or the director? Cheon-sun froze at the sight of the person before him. A girl stood at the door, bowing shyly. Jihyun, can we talk for a bit? He turned slightly to look at the person inside, saying it's a little inconvenient right now. So-dong buttons up his shirt, washes away his lecherous look, and says it's fine to let her in, even complimenting the girl at the door. Who is that cute girl? She questions Cheon next. Huh? Who is that? Not knowing how to explain, Cheon-sun unleashes harsh words. This doesn't concern you anymore, she says, striking a painful blow. We ended things a long time ago. Cheon-sun turned away, telling her not to look for him here again. The door slammed shut, and Jose burst out with a jealous tone. Is that your girlfriend, Cheonsu? Well done. His eyes were full of laughter. Was there really any need to be so heartless? Cheon-sun just kept his head down. Or are you afraid I'll kill that girl? His hand clenches tightly. It's not that. I just don't want anything to do with my ex anymore. Sodong's words are becoming more and more disgusting. You look so cute when you lie, Cheonsu. The more he acts this way, the more I like Cheonsu. And the girl outside the door still hasn't left. She caresses her stomach, saying she really has something to tell Cheonsu. Tears stream down her face in anguish. Doesn't he know how important this is? Why are you treating me like this? So picks up her bag and says they should end things here for today. In any case, the atmosphere isn't right for discussion, so she straightens her clothes and leaves. Let's meet at the company. Cheon-sun is annoyed. It seems she's caught on to something. Oh, but did you ask Daihun about the main headquarters? Cheon-sun turns away innocently, while Sodong turns back with a sly look, piquing my curiosity. There are many things I want to know about that place, too. Things that are top secret, even to me. She makes others fear her, but I heard that place is harboring a terrifying monster. So, Dion is talking about a fearsome figure, a big shot brought in by the Secretary General. Chason is puzzled and asks with wide eyes, "Why are you telling me, of all people, this confidential information?" She casually slipped on her heels, unconcerned. What's the big deal? Anyway, it's just a rumor. So narrowed her eyes and told him, "Besides, I really like you, Cheonan-shu," and finally said goodbye to Cheonan-sun. Get some rest. See you tomorrow. Meanwhile, someone on the other end of the line is watching them. Yes, see you again. Mr. Min is unsure if what she said is true, but Joe is certain, his face darkening. That's right, they're talking about that bastard Kim Shin. Hodung cracks his knuckles, but the question is, how do we find that place? Testing his dexterity, he notes that even she doesn't know anything about the place, before Min calmly states, "I already have a plan." He expresses his determination, saying that if they destroy the factory Paransu is working at, the employees there will surely be brought back to headquarters, because they're all important figures. It seems we have a visitor. A special guest is entering, and I've brought in an expert to help us with this. The man spoke. I've heard so much about you all, but I never expected our first meeting to be like this. He requested, would you allow me to join your game of revenge? Hodung gritted his teeth, thinking Kang Jiang-Kei was just begging for a punch. Wasn't he the old bastard who always wanted to profit off of spring dreams? I've been hoping you'd show up. Looks like today's my lucky day. Now he's an ally. Jangu takes off his glasses. Indeed, the enemy of my enemy is my ally. Now that he only has one eye, I want to crush that bastard Kim Shin, just like you do. Josu, the man with the eye, grins eerily at Jang. I told you, didn't I? I need a place big enough to have fun with my friends. He pinned Jang beneath him. Why do you keep showing up when I'm having fun? It's annoying, you know. As Kim Din gouges at his eye, Jangu curses wildly. You're insane, you bastard. Before he could finish, Shin gouged out Jangu's eye, appearing as a demon straight from hell. I'm curious. I wonder how long you'll be able to sing. At that time, I couldn't even finish a song. Jangu recounts with hatred how he lost his eye to him. Shin inflicted countless wounds and took his right arm, leaving Jangu in a wheelchair with a completely destroyed spine. Jangu holds this grudge in his hands, and because of the miserable days he's endured, he's determined to get revenge. He wants to join Joe's revenge squad and will use his former employees to help destroy that place. He hates Kim more than anyone. All you have to do is send that bastard Kim to hell for me. Jangu Jial risked his life against that bastard Shin. Like you, I have nothing left to lose, so I'll kill that Kim bastard at any cost. The scene shifts to a car speeding down the road. Director, I hesitate to ask this. The driver glanced back. But can we really trust Kang Jiang-Kei? Mr. Min scrolled on his phone, looking calm. What if he's just using us to take back Utopia? It doesn't matter. If he betrays us, it will be after Kim Shin is destroyed. You're in this too deep to back out now. It's fine. I just need that bastard Kim Shin to go to hell. Mr. Min kindly instructed the driver, I've sent your salary and severance pay, though you don't quite understand. Severance pay? You've always ensured nothing bad would happen to those who worked for you. You know how it is. There's no telling what might happen, so I sent it to you in advance. After this is over, go abroad. The money I sent you should be enough to get by and live a normal life. The driver even invited Sion Min, the director, to go abroad, saying he'd treat him to Vietnamese apple wine, prompting him to ask curiously, is it good? Sion Min bows his head, forcing a smile. So, you're not tired of following me around? Just live comfortably, get married, and have kids. He then remembered something. Oh, right. After this is all over, I'll find my freedom too, Min muttered, if only she could endure a little longer. Looking out the window, he told the driver, Stop here, I want to walk for a bit. Mr. Min slowly walked, stopping at a sign. It's pitch black here, almost like it's been abandoned. He recalls the scene of himself holding a bouquet of roses in the falling snow. Mr. Min's driver seemed a little regretful. Were they planning to develop this area? This is too much. After all this is over, will I be able to fly to paradise with everyone? Suddenly, a voice from behind asks, "Are you Sung-min?" The artist grins eerily. "Oh, that's right. Good thing you came here on your own." Shimin sensed something was wrong. Was this the man Joe mentioned, Seob's father? He chuckled and immediately grabbed Yu Sung-min's neck. "I hear you were quite close to my Seob, weren't you?" The artisan tightens his grip. "But I'm not here for you today. I'm here for your friend, TSOB. Zonmin's face contorts as he struggles to breathe. The artisan growls, "Where is that J bastard right now?" He tilts his head like a psychopath. "Oh, I forgot you can't talk. Let me give you some air." The artisan loosens his grip slightly, and Songmin's tears flow freely. "Nam Ki Young." Confused, he says, "Nam Ki Young. Just give me the address. Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, someone punched him in the head from behind, and before he could react, he saw a glimpse. Huh? What? What are you mumbling about? Jiang relentlessly punches him in the face, the shadows obscuring his features, leaving the man half-beaten. Sun X, seemingly meditating, approached with heavy footsteps, immediately recognizable. "It's been a while. I've heard a few things about you." Sun asks Jiho, "I heard you're planning to make Kim Shin pay. Why are you bowing your head like that?" "Yes, that's right," Jiho said softly. "I've come to you for help with that very matter." Sun X seemed to know this already, as Joe clenched his fist. This game was already difficult to win, and in my current state, defeating Kim Shin is impossible. I can't afford to fall into a nightmare state again. Tell me, how can I become stronger? Joe truly wants to defeat Shin, no matter the cost. Please, help me drag that devil down to hell. Meanwhile, Jang is relentlessly punching the artist in the face, who suddenly blocks a blow and swiftly pulls Sung-min away. He's lost all humanity, reveling in the spring dream. "Is this another slave you've created with it?" The artisan taunts them. "You Sung-min, it seems our tastes are quite similar." The madman clapped, calling it a masterpiece, as the artisan kicked Sun-min's thigh, causing him to cry out in pain. He chuckled, toying with Sun-min like a plaything. "I'll just break your legs first, to keep you from running while I enjoy the masterpiece." He cries out. Namki and Yang Dijong know he's worried about them, but he tells them to leave him. He leaps and kicks the artisan, thinking that all he needs to do is kill this bastard. Joe breaks down, confessing, "It was only because I fell into a dreamlike state back then. I failed because I was too weak. I can't keep making mistakes or everyone will die for nothing." Joe flies into a rage. "Now I can't even use Nightmare anymore. That demon killed everyone I cared about." Sun Sen advised, "Jay, don't misunderstand. The Nightmare only unleashed the power you already possessed. He's simply revealing your true nature. So even without Spring Dream, you can still unleash that original power." The artisan holds Duijiang's foot, twisting it slightly, making it impossible for him to escape. He throws Duijiang's leg aside, using the controlled limb for a counterattack. The artisan must be an art lover. Truly a beautiful work, ignoring the limits of human joints. But he twists Duirang's knee joint backwards, saying a work of art shouldn't need too much added to it. He doesn't know what to do, only able to groan. The artisan smiles wickedly, and something shifts in the tides of battle. When Dairang's body is broken, the prey's will to live ignites. Dairang uses all his strength to choke him, and those blows, fueled by a person's entire life force, are the most magnificent. But the artisan cheerfully retorted. Jang screamed in agony, desperately biting the artisan's neck like a mad dog. Joe remained silent, seeking Sun X's advice. "How can I become as strong as I am in my dream-walking state?" Sun X confides in him, revealing that he's haunted by his past and guilt. A tormenting obsession. He seems to read Joe's inner turmoil, which is eroding his life day by day. If he has no desire to live, how can he become stronger? And Sun points out how to regulate himself, saying what he needs to do now is erase the haunting guilt of the past and rediscover the value of life. "That's the only way for you to get stronger now." Jiho mutters, "Escape the guilt? You've already found your answer. I can't." Jiho frowned. "I'm not worthy of doing that." It seems Jang is now at a disadvantage. The artisan climbed on top of Jang, and it seemed nothing would stop him from getting what he wanted. The artisan turned to Seon Min, demanding to know where Jiho's trail led, then refocused. "Tell me where SJ is." "I don't have much time for you. Even Chairman Min's car would crack before you would." "Do you think I'll talk?" The artisan adjusts his disheveled clothes. They all say that at first. His gruesome hand reaches out. but after becoming my creation, they all confess everything and beg me for a swift death. Sunmin twists the spring dream vial. What a shame. I drank it all in one go, planning to die after that bastard Kim Shin. The artist wonders, suicide perhaps? Sunmin's eyes turned bloodshot, writhing in pain, foaming at the mouth as if convulsing, his vision fading. High on. Zonmin's face grew more and more terrifying, while the appraiser, seemingly oblivious, continued to ramble on. You, Sonmin, if you're going to be a businessman, at least act responsibly. You only think of your own gain. How can you even be a director? He turns to the approaching car, leaving behind this mess. The driver trembled. Director! Without hesitation, he floored the gas pedal. Go to hell, you bastard. The headlights shine on the artisan, who laughs maniacally. You chose your subordinates well, Sungmin. The artisan lunges forward, a loyal subordinate indeed, foolishly kicking through the car's windshield. At an apartment building on a distant hill, Seon Jin arrives at Shin's place. Did you call for me? Shin answers. That's right. Shin's voice rises with the question. It seems you're doing something without consulting me. I heard you sent someone to eliminate Jay, is that right? Tell me step by step. That man is an artist, isn't he? Seongong Jin obediently replied, yes, that's correct. He was getting annoyed. I hate people who meddle in my affairs without permission. I thought you knew this already. Shin's face suddenly darkens. Why do you keep acting like an idiot? I really don't want to have to kill you. He grabbed Sungjin's head with ease, and Quinn violently lifted him high. Sungjin groaned. I just wanted to fulfill your wishes. The force is so strong that blood starts to flow from his nose and mouth. He sent an artist to kill him to create a perfect family. Shin patiently listens to every word. Though I was burning with rage, I knew that Jay didn't deserve to be your family. If he could defeat the artisan, he would prove himself worthy, and it would bring you two closer together. Seongjin's words convinced Shin, who released him. He clutched his face in pain as Shin warned him, next time you do something this stupid, you'll really die. Seongjin clutches his face and cries out, why does it have to be that bastard and not me? Blood streams from his nose and eyes. No one deserves to be your family more than I do. Kim Shin, only me, Shin stated bluntly. No, you're not a fit at all. Shin's words made Sungjin tremble. Only Jay and I can understand each other's empty souls. Meanwhile, Jay is at the base, carving away his guilt and rediscovering his will to live, remembering those who died in vain because of him. He pondered, how could he do such a thing now? Forgive me, everyone, I can't. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing incessantly. He picks it up to see who it is. Joe's eyes widened as he read the messages. Huh? What? The door suddenly opens. Joe is in shock. Beautiful, isn't it? The artist laughs at the pain of others. I must admit, I'm a little embarrassed to say this myself. But the photos the artist showed were truly works of art. Masterpieces born from death that only he could create. He craves Jay's cough to the point of madness. And you, Jay, will be my next masterpiece. Sun X had previously expressed that he once stood at the peak of fame. I was once a symbol of utopia's power. Rather, that symbol was built on power and oppression, while the artist before me is like a clown from the circus. But that bastard and I are completely different. If I was just a symbol, he was the real executioner. He was tasked with eliminating the vilest of scum, and he did so with ruthless efficiency and secrecy. The artist could do anything to turn a person into a work of art. He's a butcher who would kill women and children. If they're the target, he's incredibly dangerous. Sun S carefully reminds him that sooner or later he will come looking for him. Jay, be careful. Now Joe must face him. A scumbag like you could never be TSOB's father. Pushing up his glasses, he calmly states that TSOB is indeed his son. The reason I threw him away is simple. I didn't need him. His hand clenched as he said, you can just throw someone away if you don't need them? Diho glares at him with hatred, asking why he even brought him into this world. The artisan breathes on his glasses, thinking of his family, and with a deranged smile, wipes them clean as he mocks. For me, it's always been the perfect disguise. Who would suspect a family man like me of being a murderer? The craftsman tilted his head, thinking it was obvious. Moreover, creating a child is interesting to me, so I always want to create more. The maniac raves that it's just like his artwork, as the mother lies in a pool of blood, still calling out for her child. Blood was everywhere. The artisan trembled, knife in hand. I'm only giving you back what I suffered. He thought that. But TSOB's incident was an accident. Tears fall in the darkness. You brought this all upon yourselves. The artisan said a foolish bastard came seeking revenge. The mother was killed shortly after giving birth, he uttered. That fool even killed women? Then the door suddenly opened. The artisan steps inside, greeting, Honey, I'm home. He spoke up asking, Who are you? His voice trembling, the man asks if he's the artisan. The woman on the ground had long since breathed her last, and the artisan's face went blank. What? She's dead? The man laughs maniacally, saying it's perfect timing. Now you'll suffer the same pain as me, the agony of losing your family. He immediately snapped the guy's neck, the artisan holding his head. The pain of losing family? Then he swiftly crushed his head. Too bad, all your efforts were in vain this time. He subdued the killer in an instant, eerily saying, "But I do feel a little loss. I guess I'll have to find a new family to replace them." He takes him down barehanded, saying, "That took too long." As he holds the knife, the baby in the cradle awakens, his eyes barely open. The artisan chuckled. "Indeed, you are my son." He lifted the baby from the cradle. "My Chob is so smart. Do you understand everything? He's been mad since earlier. If you start crying and making noise, I'll send you after those two as well." The artisan grants Tseob a reward. "Yes, very good. So I'll make an exception and spare your life this time." He was about to continue. "And another thing," Jay's face darkened with displeasure. "Did you really abandon Tseob in a bathroom trash can in a plastic bag with only his name on it?" The artisan felt he was doing Tseob a favor, that he was already being too kind. He reveals another secret, saying that any other Tsob would have been killed long ago. "Ah, I forgot to mention, all my children are named Tseob, so sometimes I mix them up." With a calm face, the artisan asked, "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Joe revealed his muscular physique. "You, a scoundrel like you, are definitely not Tseob's father. The artisan has been emotionally defeated. Say what you want, because I don't care." And just like that, Joe was right in front of him. The artisan dodges his attack with ease, so fast. He thought Joe was an easy target. "Well, allow me to begin crafting my new masterpiece." The artisan grabs Joe's wrist, but he immediately swings around, landing a punch right in the artisan's face, leaving him stunned. What? Did he grease himself up? Joe strikes before he can react, the craftsman unable to grasp his limbs. He lands a flurry of punches to the face, leaving Joe drenched in sweat. "I've heard all about your fighting style from Chief Lee. If you can't grab your opponent's limbs, you're useless." His fist was filled with hatred. "Even if you meet Tseob in the afterlife, don't you dare call yourself his father." He punches the man in the face again, but this time it's a little off, and the artist retaliates with an elbow to Jiho's face. He still wore that mocking smile. "Actually, breaking bones to shape my works is my favorite method. My punch was never my only option." The artisan lands a blow to Jiho's face, instantly knocking him out. Jiho is sent flying, followed by a brutal kick to the face from the artist, blood splattering everywhere. The artisan is skilled and proficient, as if he's done this many times before, and laughs cruelly. "Looks like you're the one about to cross over, not me. But you won't be seeing Tseob over there." Joe wonders, "What?" The artisan reveals another secret. Tseob is still alive, saved by Kim Shin as a special gift for you. This infuriates him, and the artisan delivers another kick. "Looks like you won't be getting that gift after all." That blow caused Joe immeasurable pain. The artisan doesn't care about his own son, but if he dies, Tseob will be useless to Kim Shin. He only saw Tsob as a stepping stone for his own gain. Just then, Jiho stabbed him right in the groin, so you two might still be able to reunite, albeit late. His hands trembled as he grabbed Jiho's. "You bastard, you dared to stab me?" His face turned beet red. Damn it, the artisan was running out of options. "That son of a bitch." Jiho begins his counterattack, grabbing the artisan's leg. As he spoke, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Could Tsob still be alive? Then he recalled Sun Sang's words. "If you want to regain your strength, you must first escape the shadow of guilt." Jay's cry and Sun Sang's words echoed in Jiho's mind. "Find your reason to keep living." Joe then kicks the artist in the chin. The force of the blow sends him crashing into the ceiling, and Jiho seizes the wooden statue, plunging it into the man's face. Blood streamed down the artist's face, but he still had the strength to curse. "You dog." He clutched his bloodied face. "I nearly killed you just moments ago, yet you still cling to that wooden statue, only to destroy it in an instant." "I have a reason to live now," Joe growls. "I have to live to meet Tsob, and I won't die by your filthy hands." "You bastard," Joe demands, his presence overwhelming. "Tell me, where is Tsob right now?" Joe drops the broken wood, his voice laced with impatience. "Where is Tseob?" Ignoring the blood flowing down his face, the craftsman gritted his teeth. He lunged again, fist raised. "I told you, you're going to meet in hell." Before the artisan could reach Jiho, he was met with a devastating punch to the face, his nose contorted by the force and blood flowing freely. He was knocked back, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, how is he so fast?" Before he could regain his footing, Joe landed a brutal hook on his cheek, sending the artist staggering, his eyes losing focus. Seizing the moment, Jae-ho spun around, his heel striking the man's face, distorting it as he crashed to the ground. He's got him. Just as he thought this, the artisan swiftly grabbed Joe's foot. The craftsman wrapped his legs around Joe's thighs and gripped his ankles tightly, a crazed look of joy on his face, eyes wide, and a smile on his lips. He's caught, but suddenly Joe raises his other foot. Without hesitation, he stomps down with immense force, the ground itself giving way. Joe's footprint is imprinted on the artisan's face, now contorted as he coughs up blood. The artisan released Joe's leg, and Joe unleashed a furious barrage of punches, forcing him to raise his arms in defense. As his fist came down, the man desperately blocked with his arm, a look of horror on his face as he forgot about Joe's other hand. After struggling for a moment, the artisan kicked Joe in the stomach, the force sending him flying back as the artisan scrambled away. Before he could recover, the artist turned and fled, his face etched with fear. He'd picked the wrong fight. His current strength was no match for this monster. No sooner had he thought it than Joe's knee slammed into his spine. He violently grabbed the man's hair, causing him even more pain. The craftsman reeled from the blow, his eyes bloodshot and his pupils darting wildly. After a few blows, Joe coldly spoke up. "I'll ask one last time. Where is Tse?" he asked, slowly raising the artist's chin, whose eyes now reflected only utter fear. But the craftsman just chuckled and said, "I don't know about that. It's not something I care about, so I didn't ask." He trembled. "But how did you suddenly become so strong?" At this, the artisan glanced at Jae-ho, his eyes bloodshot, and without hesitation, he revealed, "Because I have something I want to protect." "You could never understand, you piece of trash." His voice grew colder with each word. Beside the two struggling, the wooden statue's head remained still. The craftsman's eyes grew redder as he listened, his voice tinged with madness. "Looks like I really don't understand. Do what you want, kill me, cut me, I've already lost." But Jae-ho only muttered in response, "That's right, but I won't let you die so easily." He forcefully lifted the artist's chin, causing him to groan in pain. At this point, Jae-ho's rage seemed to consume his reason, his eyes growing colder. "I'll let you experience this feeling, the feeling of becoming a work of art." But upon hearing this, the artist chuckled, a satisfied smile spreading across his lip, his voice filled with anticipation. "Good. Very good. Make it beautiful now." After a moment, the artist's face went pale, his eyes losing focus. He lay in the dark room, his head twisted backward, as footsteps slowly faded away outside. Jae-ho's figure flickers in the darkness as he descends the stairs, already panting. He knows the base is compromised. He can't stay there. He needs to find another secret hideout, a place to call his own. As he thought this, his hand clenched over where his heart lay. But where could someone like him ever find such a place? Standing on the mountain ridge, he vaguely gazes at the city still illuminated. Down below, two young men laugh together. "I'm telling you, I'm 100% sure she likes me. Just because she smiled at you, idiot?" One mocks the other's delusions, saying, "You've been out of it lately." As soon as he said that, the boy in the blue shirt burst out laughing. Suddenly, Jehovah took on the boy's appearance, staring blankly at him. The other guy looks angry. Oh, the bean sprout next to him pats his shoulder and asks, "Hey, watch where you're going. Did you leave your eyes at home?" But he paid no mind, continuing on his aimless path. Ju wandered aimlessly until the sun rose, its rays falling upon his feet, his eyes still vacant. He seemed exhausted, his weary, aimless steps leading him somewhere. His eyes darted to the side, his heavy breathing echoing, to a place he hadn't returned to in 2 years. Before him stood the orphanage, bathed in the relentless sunlight, a place he instinctively avoided whenever memories surfaced. His solitary figure stood before it, his eyes fixed on that warm haven, as if a child recognized him, calling out his name with joy. "It's Ju." Beside him, the director smiles gently, patting a child's head. "Joe, you're here. Come in and wash up." 2 happy children beside him excitedly tell him they had fried chicken today. "Hey Jay, let's play soccer later." His pupils dilated, and he unconsciously replied, "Yeah, let's play." No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed, but the orphanage was no longer as he remembered. Inside, the orphanage was a scene of desolation, and he lay collapsed before its gates, his hat fallen off. 2 small buns slowly roll down the road. Besides him, someone else has been trying to avoid this place of memories for the past 2 years. Jeo-ho lay sound asleep in the middle of the road, until a figure suddenly blocked the light and he lost his place of refuge. A girl stood there, staring at him, her dark hair framing a voice laced with surprise. Dia-di-ho called out his name, her eyes widening in surprise, while elsewhere the building doors slammed shut. Someone inside is calling for Cheononsu, who turns at the sound of his voice. Duong offers a practiced smile, gently requesting, "Please come with me for a moment." The two of them left the storage room together, and after a while Cheonu began to feel uneasy. Confused, he asked, "Is something wrong? Did I make a mistake?" Hearing this, she quickly denied it, saying, "What mistake? That's not it at all." Turning back, she smiles brightly. "I just wanted to properly give you the reward I couldn't before." But hearing this left Cheonu stunned. "A reward?" Seeing the surprise on his face, she laughs with amusement. "I'm just kidding. Look at you. How could I do that at the company? You're so innocent, Cheonu." Standing before the vats of medicine, she excitedly explains, "I called you here to show you this. When using the mixer to prepare medicine, there are a few special things to keep in mind," Sung explained as she demonstrated. "Basically, using this mixer isn't dangerous, but if you double the required water and maximize the mixing speed," she said, looking at the control panel. Suddenly, she takes a deep breath, turns back with that same smile, and explains that the product won't withstand the pressure, and the Spring Dream will be released as a gas, and everyone in the factory will be exposed to the airborne Spring Dream. Cheonsu remembered So Young's explanation. He looked directly at her and voiced his thoughts. "So that's it. But we would never add double the required amount of water to the mixture, right? Unless someone does it on purpose with malicious intent?" She suddenly smiles, her words laced with hidden meaning. Who knows when that might come in handy? He was stunned by her words. "Huh." Seeing his reaction, she teased, "I'm just kidding. You're so gullible, so cute. I'm just reminding you to be careful, because I wouldn't want anything to happen to someone I like." Faced with her direct confession, Cheon-woo froze, his mind now in turmoil. His hand clenched into a fist. She told him Kim Shin was at the main factory, and now she's revealed the formula's weakness and this brewing machine's flaw. Could it be that she's doing all this simply because she sees me as an ally? Or is there another reason behind it all? He watched her leave, lost in thought, when suddenly a voice boomed out. "Boss," So was shocked. A fat man with an axe stood below, his face etched with worry. "Boss, please lead the research team away from here. We're under attack." Cheonsu, who was standing behind her, was terrified to hear this, but her voice was strangely calm as she said, "Oh dear, this is a big problem. Then we should hurry and leave, right, Cheonsu? Let the factory workers handle things here." As she spoke, her eyes searched him, and outside, a scarred man roared, "What? Do you bastards even know where you are?" Before he could finish, he was struck by a hatchet. A man next to him, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke up. "Of course I know where this is. It all used to be mine." Jangu, in his wheelchair, was surrounded by his men, and the people standing in front of the factory were shocked to see him. Director Jiangchu. Jangu slowly removed his glasses, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Looks like you haven't forgotten my face, have you, you backstabbing dogs?" He smiles, but his words are terrifying. "Listen closely. Enter the factory, kill anyone you see, and burn everything to the ground." His voice, weak and fading, pleaded, "Please, spare me. Please. We were once all part of utopia." As he finished speaking, his pupils began to lose focus. Before him stood a thug with an axe, gripping his hair amidst the chaotic slaughter. The thug spoke. "Why didn't you say this when you betrayed Director Kang?" With that, the hand wielding the axe rose higher, blood dripping from its blade, and after the slaughter, Jangu's men began pouring gasoline into the factory. The floor was littered with bodies as dozens of liters of gasoline were poured, and after a moment of preparation, one of them lit a lighter and tossed it in, and in seconds, a fire raged. Seeing the blaze from his wheelchair, Jangu was overjoyed, even humming to himself. "Burn, burn brighter." Having finished at his factory, he and his remaining men watched their handiwork as flames engulfed the entire building. On Zhang's phone, he texts someone that the job at the factory is done. After confirming the message was sent, he throws the phone away and quickly gives an order. "Our work here is done. Let's move out." He seemed to remember something and asked, "What are our casualties?" Before he could get an answer, a scream echoed as a katana was swung. Mogan, now berserk, wildly slashed at those before him. Meanwhile, his comrade swiftly dispatched another foe with a dagger to the throat, and Morgun's frenzy only intensified as he plunged his sword into yet another enemy. Another swiftly locks onto a foe, plunging a knife deep into their body. In mere moments, the two easily dispatch all of Jianggu's men. Seeing the two of them fight like that, he was quite surprised by the enemy forces. Suddenly, another man appeared, calmly greeting, "Long time no see, Director Jangu." Chungjin's face darkens as he questions, "But why would you do this to us?" In contrast, Jangu smiles gleefully. "What took you so long? I've already burned this factory to the ground." "Just you wait, I knew you'd sniff this out." As he spoke, he quickly drew a gun from his coat. Just as Jangu pointed his gun at Sumanjine, he rambled on, "Kim's dogs, I beg you." But before he could finish, Maroon charged forward. He swung his sword, slicing off Zhang's hand and cleaving through his crippled legs. The searing pain made Zhang's eyes narrow, his teeth clenching. As Jangu screamed in agony, Maroon sheathed his sword with a satisfied smile, while Jangu's severed hand lay on the ground with his gun, causing him to scream even more at the sight of it. My hand, my hand?" Sungjin then approached, his voice laced with disdain. "You had to beg for your life like a dog to keep even half of it, and you still don't appreciate it. Now, you're a cripple among cripples." But even as he was provoked and in pain, Zhang smiled with delight. "A cripple of a cripple? I don't like sitting still. What if I just want to mess with you sons of bitches?" Hearing this, Zaejin pinched his nose, his voice impatient. "It seems I have no choice then. But I never thought a coward like you would die for this factory." Sungjain's smile widened as he spoke. With both hands, he sealed Jianggu's nose and mouth, suffocating him, his eyes beginning to roll back. "I didn't think an old man like you would do something so foolish." Suddenly, someone reported, "Chief, all research staff have been evacuated." Sungjin sighed in relief, but his grip remained firm. "I see that's a relief." His brow furrowed, a hint of worry in his voice. "Then where are they all?" The man replied, "They've all been evacuated to the main factory." Upon hearing the news, his eyes widened, and the man looked at him with concern amidst the raging flames. "Are you all right, Chief?" Sungjin snapped back to reality at his voice. "No, it's nothing. I'm just wondering how that cowardly old dog, Kang Jangu, could do something like this just for revenge. It's a little strange. And his expression as he died." He trailed off, his face clouding over. He even looked satisfied. As he spoke, Jangu's face appeared in his mind, his eyes slightly open, a smile on his lips. Unable to understand, he gave up for now, deciding to wait and see what he was really planning. Meanwhile, Joe is still fast asleep, but his eyes slowly open, revealing a tired expression. Zhe, who's next to him, anxiously asks how he is as soon as he opens his eyes. "Diho, how are you feeling?" He was shocked to see her as soon as he turned his head. "Zhe?" His eyes widened as he shot up and asked, Why are you here?" Seeing his worry, Zia quickly explained, "I just returned from America. I suddenly remembered the old days and came to the orphanage, just in time to see you collapse. I thought calling an ambulance would cause trouble, so," she said, a hint of sadness in her eyes as she clenched her fists. "So, I brought you inside." Seeing her like that, Joe patted her shoulder, his hand still trembling. "Zia, you shouldn't be here like this. Please, go back to America. It's too dangerous here." His eyes widened as he spoke, fear evident in his voice. Were those tears streaming down her cheeks? Her voice laced with resentment, she asked, "Why? Was I going to end up murdered and on the news like the people I saw?" The more she spoke, the more heartbroken she became. At this, she looks straight into Joe's eyes and insists, "I don't believe it. Joe, I believe you. I know you couldn't have done those things. Tell me what really happened." Faced with her desperate plea, he fell into silence. After a moment of contemplation, Jay poured out his heart to Jay, confessing everything that weighed on him, how he deliberately got himself imprisoned to avenge Kim Shin, and how he failed. He even told her how Kim Shin had killed everyone important to him, and the two sat there, their faces filled with sorrow, as Joe worriedly looked at Zeya. He urged her to leave, saying Kim Shin might be targeting her and that she should return to America at once. With her hand clasped in her lap, she lowered her head, and after a moment, her heavy voice echoed. "And what about you? Aren't you the one in the most danger right now?" With tears streaming down her face, Seola pleaded with him, saying that revenge wasn't about killing Kim Shin, but about creating the kind of family that Kim Shin could never have, and living a normal life. Living happily is revenge enough. Even Jai-ho was taken aback by these words. But at that moment, he was at a loss for words, as her eyes glistened with tears, illuminated by the light shining from behind. "So can we run away together?" Ji-ho asked, his lips trembling. "Thank you. But if that bastard Kim Shin is still out there living large, I can't live a normal life." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his hand tightening around the phone, still lit with the notification. Joe slowly walks away, his words a promise born of unwavering resolve. "After saving TSOB and ending all of this, I'll definitely come back for you." He turned his head to look at Zia. Her eyes now reflected only resolve, though tears continued to stream down her face as she sat on the ground. Her eyes pleaded as she watched him walk away, and through her sobs she promised, "I'll be waiting. You have to come back." Carrying her promise in his heart, Di Huang pulls up his hood, his eyes filled with determination now that he's found his path. Meanwhile, Cheonu and Sodong stand at the ship's bow, a smile gracing her lips. She approaches him, and it seems anything is possible. He finally gets to work at the main factory, the place he's always been curious about. Hearing Sodong's words, he stared ahead intently. Yes, I'm also very surprised. Before them lay a remote island crowned with a towering structure nestled on the mountainside. As the boat docked, the three made their way onto the land. Cheonsu's polished leather shoes stepped slowly on the white sand as he gazed ahead in disbelief, wondering if this was where Kim Shin lived. What about this building? Cheonsu wondered, his eyes scanning the towering structure before him. Suddenly, a voice next to Cheonsu caught his attention. Mom, let me carry that for you. There, a mother and son walked together saying, That's heavy, let's carry it together. It's okay, Mom. Seeing this, he was even more bewildered. A mother and son? Looking around, Cheonsu spotted two elderly people sunbathing, and then a row of shops caught his eye. Even shops and guard posts. Right next to him, a guard post basked in the sun. Cheonsu couldn't help but wonder, his eyes widening. What exactly was this place? What was he doing with it? Suddenly, a voice calls out a greeting. You must be tired after such a long journey. Shin stands before the building, a warm smile on his face. I am Kim Shin, the factory manager of this island. As he extended his hand, he shook hands with Huang Sodong, offering a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Kim Shin. I look forward to working with you. My name is Huang Sodong. Shin then looked behind her and asked curiously, Are those two with you, Miss Huang? She quickly introduced them. Yes, I only brought researchers from my lab. At this, Cheonu's hand clenched until it trembled as he cursed inwardly. Is that bastard the one who took everything from me? His gaze shifted, his expression as silent as ever. Shin smiles, adding a few polite words. So, you're all researchers? I'll be counting on you all, Shu Shin said meaningfully as he passed Cheonu. But for some reason, the person on the right looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened and Shin appeared as he did in his youth. You really remind me of a childhood friend. Could you tell me your name? Cheonsu was stunned, his pupils widening as Shin, in the guise of a young boy, gave a sinister smile. You look a lot like a childhood friend of mine. Could you tell me your name? Shin's demeanor returned to normal as Cheonsu hesitated, then answered his question. Yes, my name is Park Cheonsu. Pleased to meet you. Though he greeted him, his eyes remained dark. After confirming the name, Shin smiled warmly again. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Oh, it seems I mistook you for someone else. He's right. How could that friend of his still be alive? You must be tired from your travels. Come in and rest. Please show them around and prepare accommodations for our guests. At that moment, the person he called for arrived, and he loudly called out the name TSOB, causing the young man's pupils to dilate intensely. Two, in a simple T-shirt, stood there smiling, replying to the request. Yes, you must be tired from your travels, so just leave your luggage there and I'll take care of it for you. Looking at his hand, Cheonsu noticed the missing finger and wondered if this was the ninja Joe had mentioned. He's alive. His expression betrayed his shock at seeing Teo's hand as he stepped inside, the elevator slowly ascending. T and Cheonsu stood inside, one in front of the other, when Cheonsu spoke up. Your name is Sob, right? Hearing the question, he replied, Yes, I'm here. Cheonsu then asked, So, you're working at the Spring Dream factory now? Tel seemed surprised to hear the name of the drug. He paused, realizing, You mean the health supplement we're producing? Yes, I work there with my parents. Cheonsu was even more surprised by his answer. When did he start working there with his parents? As the elevator reached its destination, T stepped out with his backpack, sharing the answers to Cheonsu's questions. I've been working there since I was old enough, so about 2 years now. I was born and raised on this island. Cheonsu's hands clenched into fists as doubt began to creep into his mind. He was born and raised here. Has that bastard brainwashed him, like he did to my mother? He paused, lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the distance as T cheerfully announced, It is done! From now on, you'll live here. You can call it home. It might be a little boring, but if you stay long enough, you'll find it's not so bad. The people on this island are all so friendly and kind, he said, a smile spreading across his face, pride evident in his eyes. A while later, T was chopping radishes when a man walked in, asking worriedly, Sob, what are you doing? Seeing his reaction, Teo was taken aback. Father, you're back? I'm just making dinner for Mom, but he shouted back, his voice rising with worry. Who told you to do this? What if you get hurt? Teo's hand holding the knife froze for a moment as his father snatched it away. Seeing this, he tried to reason with him. Come on, Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. but his father immediately retorted, "No, give it to me." Tu was helpless against his father's resolve. "I'm over 20 years old, Dad. You're treating me like I'm two." Outsiders would laugh if they knew. Teso's father is the cautious type, always overprotective of him. Looking at T's hand, missing part of his pinky, he frowned, fearing his son would accidentally get hurt again. "Leave this to me. You mustn't touch it, understand?" "Got it? It's dangerous." Hearing his worries, Teso scratched his head sheepishly. "Yes, I understand. I'm sorry, Dad." But Tu understands why his father does this. Quickly taking off his apron, he turns back to greet him one last time. And with that, he heads off to work, prompting a gentle smile from his father. "Okay, be careful at work." 2 years ago, a terrible traffic accident wiped away all of his memories. To this day, his memories of the past remain a blank slate, as he passes a room and asks, "Mom, are you feeling any better?" But the person inside seemed weary, her voice trembling as she said, "I'm still a little tired." "Be careful at work." Seeing her like that, he was worried. He quickly reminded her to take her medicine and said goodbye. "Remember to take your medicine, Mom. I'm off." Outside the factory, sunlight filters through the leaves. Inside, Taeseo is fully equipped with protective gear. He greets everyone. Hearing the voice, the man below turns to greet him. "Oh, it's TSOB. Hello?" The manager, who had been standing below, now speaks up. "Your mother's off work again today?" he asked, and the other man explained. "Yes, her headaches have been getting worse lately." Hearing Tu's words, the manager showed concern. "Oh dear, that's a big problem. Next time a supply ship comes, I'll have them get some good medicine for your mother, so don't worry too much." Seeing his sincerity, Tu smiled and replied, "That's great. Thank you so much." "Okay." He immediately thanked him politely. "So there's no need for thanks. Helping each other is only natural. The people on this island are all so kind and good-hearted." Turning to leave, the manager didn't forget to remind him, "Hey, don't overwork yourself. You're still young. Take it easy." Teo smiled at that. "Yes, you too." They know he's lost his memory, so they're always sympathetic and helpful to Teo. He approached a man at work and offered to take over his shift. "Go take a break." Hearing his words, the other man asked in return, "But you still have 15 minutes left in your shift." Seeing his hesitation, Tu reassured him. "It's okay." Behind him, the manager kept glancing in his direction. If it weren't for the kindness of the people here, Tel's amnesia would have made life much harder. But recently, he's had a growing concern. The door slowly opens and T's voice echoes inside. "I'm home." His mother's behavior was strange. He saw her sitting in a chair and anxiously asked how she was. "How are you feeling, Mom? Any better?" But she only vaguely replied, "Yeah." Mother complained of constant headaches and couldn't go to the factory, and the pain gradually made her less talkative. Her pupils were dark, and exhaustion was etched on her face. "I've made you dinner." "Duhun, no, Seob." Hearing the mistaken name, he looked at her with concern but remained silent, asking nothing. Moreover, she sometimes called T by the wrong name. Tel lay in the bedroom, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Sometimes his parents even bicker with each other, something they never used to do. Separated by a wooden door, their voices echoed within, tormenting Theo. "What's wrong with her?" "Please, calm down," she said. "I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired." Remembering her radiant smile, Teo was even more confused. His warm and ever-smiling mother? What exactly happened to her? He wondered as her sad face appeared before him, staring at an old photo, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her like that, Teo was stunned. "Mom, are you crying?" Hearing his voice, she quickly hid the old photo and awkwardly asked, "Teob, aren't you asleep yet?" A look of sadness washed over him, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked, "What was that picture? It looked like a man." Knowing he'd seen it, she avoided his gaze and urged him to leave. "No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Go back to your room and sleep." But Teo was determined, his lips slightly moving. "Mom, can't you really tell me what's going on? We're a family, aren't we?" Though his last words trembled, his resolve was clear. He watched her intently, causing her to lower her head even further, but her silence only strengthened his resolve. "Mom, please tell me. Maybe I can understand. I'm not a child anymore. I can listen. Don't bear it all alone, Mother. Please tell me what's wrong." Hearing this, she fell into contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to reveal everything. The truth. Looking him in the eye, she revealed the truth that had been weighing on her. "I am not your mother." Silence fills the room as her words hang in the air. Teo is stunned, unable to believe what he's just heard. "What? What does she mean by that?" Suddenly a man emerged from the room, rubbed his eyes, and asked, "Why aren't you two asleep? Do you know what time it is?" The sight of him brought a look of horror to her face, and though trembling, she forced herself to speak. After work today, come to the landfill. I'll tell you the whole truth. Outside, the moon was high, and darkness enveloped the space as workers left the factory. You've worked hard today. You must be tired. That's right. Everyone did a great job today. After greeting those around him, Teo sank into thought, a worried look on his face. What is going on? Mom, can I really find out everything if I go to the landfill? Am I really not your son? Thinking this, his hand holding the bag strap trembled. Suddenly, someone calls his name. It's TSOB. Hearing his name, he turns around. Yes? Shin stood there, and upon seeing him, quickly greeted him. Hello, Director. Seeing him like that, he smiled again. Are you free? Let's talk for a bit. Hearing his invitation, Shin hesitated, but quickly apologized. Oh yes, I'm sorry, Director, but I have an appointment today. With a smile, he calmly confirmed. You have a date with your mother, don't you? But he quickly masked his smile with a look of concern. Actually, I wanted to meet with you, TSOB, to discuss your mother's situation. Could you spare some time? Meanwhile, the mother waited for him, when suddenly a voice startled her. Tse won't be coming. Beside her, the father stood with a dark expression, his voice still trembling. Why did you do it? I warned you of the danger, so why did you walk into death like that? Hearing his questions, tears streamed down the mother's face. I've truly reached my limit. This island, this apartment, this factory, these people. Everything here disgusts me. Seeing her cry, he too sheds a tear. At this point, only pain remained in her voice. And who could blame her? Everyone here is either forced to be here or addicted to a fool's dream, but they're all trying to endure, just to survive. As he spoke, his fists clenched tighter, and the mother didn't hesitate to reveal everything. That means nothing to me now. I tried contacting the outside world and learned my family is dead. My son died of a drug overdose using ecstasy dreams. The others are talking with Tio. Lately, you've been worried about your mother, haven't you? I understand. The light cast a shadow on his back, making him look even more alone. Because my mother once had the exact same symptoms. Hearing this, he was surprised. The director's mother suffered from the same thing? A shadow of sadness crosses his eyes as Shin continues to ramble about things that aren't real. Yes, it's been so long since we've met, and my mother doesn't recognize me, insisting I'm not really her son. Her real son is someone else. These are the symptoms of dementia. At this point, he hesitated, acting timid. Caught up in the story he was creating, tears welled in his eyes. I truly don't know what to do anymore. Her words left me utterly bewildered. Seeing this, he continued his charade, his eyes lifelessly gazing at the ground, each word laced with sorrow. I have no choice but to send my mother to a better place, a place I know well, to spend her remaining years. And that's what I wanted to tell you. If you, TSOB, agree, I'll help you find a better place for your mother. At this point, Shin gets straight to the point. But Teo, standing nearby, grew even more anxious. Is that true? But wouldn't the costs be astronomical? Almost getting his way, he smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about the expenses. Does everyone on this island consider each other family? I already spoke to your father about this, and since early treatment yields better results, I told him to prepare in advance. Hearing his meticulous preparations, the boy fell into contemplation, while elsewhere the father frantically tightened his grip on the mother's neck, his hands trembling. Tears streaming down his face, he turned to her and asked, So, what are you going to do? Would her son's death lead her to endanger us all? His grip tightened. The old woman gradually lost consciousness, foam forming at her mouth as he muttered his thoughts into the dark night. Because of your foolishness, you almost cost everyone on this island their lives. You're feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, T hesitates. Director, I don't know if I should say this, but you looked at him with a hint of sympathy. It seems the director and I have a lot in common. My mother and the director's mother both suffer from dementia, and even the finger wounds are the same. Hearing this, Shin looks down at his hand, and a smile unconsciously creeps onto his lips. Indeed. Out at sea, a raft speeds along. His gaze drifted into the distance, the certainty in his words piquing curiosity. But there's someone even more like me than you. He'll be here soon. The son I created, he said, recalling Jaiho's face, his hair blowing in the wind. He's probably coming for me now, as he calmly states what he already knew. Near the island, he stared at the brightly lit building as the raft drifted slowly. Aboard the raft, Jiho gazes at the distant island, his eyes filled with determination. Days earlier, a man in sneakers stood near the lecture hall, realizing that even killing Kim Shin wouldn't stop Utopia from producing Spring Dream, so nothing would really change. Ho-sung looked him straight in the eye, resolute as he handed down the mission. If Park Cheonsu gives us the location of their headquarters, you'll take out that bastard Kim Shin. I'll handle the priest. Hearing this, Jiho became even more determined. Seeing his resolve, Ho-sung added, "We'll use a feint." Meanwhile, someone is desperately trying to reach into their throat. Cheonu looks distressed as he struggles. After struggling, he finally coughs up a small device. The small device sat in the sink, and as Cheononsu wiped his mouth, a thought occurred to him. Jay must have received the GPS signal by now. Now for the next step in the plan. His brow furrowed, his face set with determination. Inside the factory, everyone was hard at work, and Cheononsu watched from above, his eyes filled with hatred. Most of the island's residents and Kim Shin's gang are in this factory. He slowly moves to his destination, calculating that he must minimize casualties before he arrives. With a grimace, Cheonsu pushed the door open, surprising the two people inside. "Oh, the research assistant. Sorry, but this is a restricted area." In an instant, Cheonsu kicked the speaker square in the face, while the other panicked as he was grabbed by the hair and screamed. "What are you doing? Why?" Cheonsu locks his grip around the man's neck, squeezing with brutal force, leaving him unable to struggle. With that done, the two Cheonsus grab gas masks and put them on. Standing at the control panel, his hand clenched. Cheonsu was uneasy, worried, but it seemed there was no other way than what Huangsu had taught him. With that in mind, he steels his resolve and quickly gets to work, causing the mixers outside to shake violently, leaving the workers nearby in a daze. What is going on? The manager, alarmed by the scene, urgently calls out to his subordinates. Why is the mixer pressure suddenly spiking like this? Get in touch with the control room now. Instantly, the drug vaporized and leaked from the mixer, causing the manager to scream in terror. "Spring Dreams is leaking! Everyone evacuate!" Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to his knees, followed by workers throughout the factory. Chonu's eyes glazed over, still in disbelief. Had it really worked? Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Indeed, Mr. Peononsu is a very capable man, just as I said. I'm sure what I tell you will be useful someday." Sojung and Taehyun stood there as she praised him. But given the current situation, Cheonsu is even more wary of So. Why would she want to help him? Hearing his question, she simply smiles calmly, her voice softening slightly. "I've already told you, it's simply because I like you, Cheonsu." Seeing her beat around the bush, Cheonsu grew even more impatient. He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. What's your real goal? Are you my ally or my enemy?" So Dongzae's curved into a sneer as she spoke with disdain. Hansundai said the same thing, claiming he'd met his god. Remembering his previous encounter with Sun Ti, he was surprised to see So Dong. Did she really come all this way to complain? Hearing his question, So Dong smirked and calmly replied, "Complain? Why would I do that? Coming back to whine and complain is for the weak. I'm here because I have a question. I thought you'd satisfied your curiosity about humanity after creating that damned game." She looked at Sun Ti with disdain, but the next words were the real provocation. Then why not just die instead of living so miserably? Inside, Sun Ti silently pursed his lips at the taunts, and after a moment he finally spoke. "No, I no longer care about humans, because here I have met a god far beyond humanity. From now on, I will dedicate my entire life to serving him." His eyes were filled with determination as he spoke. Hearing Sun Ti's words, So Dong narrowed her eyes. "A god?" She calmly rose from her seat, her taunts echoing in the air. "You'll never achieve your desires. Even if you force us into that game, you'll only be able to watch from afar. If you're so curious, you should have joined the game yourself." The more she spoke, the sharper her words became, but Sun Ti remained calm, observing. So Dong then burst out laughing, continuing to belittle and mock Sun Ti. "Just like how you blindly worship others as gods, never thinking you could become one yourself. You know why? Because you're just a coward." Hearing this, his expression changed. His calm demeanor shifted to a hateful glare, and her excitement grew at his expression. "But I am nothing like you. I am strong and wise enough to be whatever I want." The flashback ends as So Dong cheerfully raises her hands, her eyes curved in a smile. "So Cheonsu and Joe work together and kill Kim Shin. Good luck." Cheonsu, now agitated, urgently demands her true intentions, but So Dong suddenly screams, feigning terror. "Help me!" Before his bewildered face, a group of people in gas masks charged in. "I'm so glad you're here." Quickly, the leader of the group swung his axe, but he managed to block the blow, Cheonsu angrily glaring at the bewildered Sung in the background. As she calmly departs, she hears him call out to her, exchanging a few words, reflecting on the enjoyable time they've had. "Goodbye." The axe-wielding man roared, "Die!" as he swung his weapon again. But Cheon's Shu easily grabbed his wrist and held on. With a powerful shoulder throw, he sent him spinning, his head hitting the ground, ending the fight. Spinning around, Cheonu charges forward again, dodging an incoming knife and landing a punch straight to his opponent's face. The screams of those he struck echoed as Cheonu charged forward, smashing another opponent's mask with a punch. In mere minutes, he's fought nearly a dozen men, and though winded, he musters the strength to take down another. Damn it, there are too many of them. Not letting anyone stand in his way, Cheonsu kicks one of the men, blocking him in the stomach. His eyes steeled with resolve as he steeled himself, remembering he was an arrow and must fight until Joe arrived. But a knife to the gut stopped him cold. The pain made him cry out, his eyes darting to the one who stabbed him, only to see another rushing in with a knife. "You're done for today, you bastard," he screamed as he plunged the knife down, but suddenly a hand stopped him. Behind him, a fist was clenched, ready to strike. The punch ripped into him, twisting flesh and bone, and before Cheonsu's disbelieving eyes, his body seemed to explode. The force of the blow caused him to bleed out, and he quickly fell to the ground. Cheonsu was still dazed, his mind reeling. What was that? One punch and his body just exploded. Suddenly the man spoke. "You've suffered enough on your own. From now on, leave it to me. I'll send that bastard Kim Shin to hell." As he said this, Joe looked at him with unwavering eyes. Elsewhere, a car sped down the road. Inside, Sung-jin sits deep in thought as his right-hand man teases him with a smile. "You're still thinking about Kang Jin-kyu, aren't you? Don't dwell on it too much. When resentment is too great, people will disregard the consequences and seek revenge. That includes throwing away their lives." He seemed certain of it. Morun, while playing with a Rubik's Cube, chimed in, "That's right. Everyone's dying expression is hard to understand. I even saw someone sticking their tongue out like they were taunting death. It was hilarious." He was now reassured by their words. "Is that so? It seems I was worrying too much." Suddenly, a light shone directly into his face, and in an instant, the car's windows shattered, his face contorted from the violent impact. Looking outside, a truck had just rammed into his car, shattering one side. A foot calmly emerged, and a figure spoke towards the overturned vehicle. "You mutts won't get off that easy. Don't play coy, come out and face me." As he said this, Ho-sung's eyes turned chillingly cold as Sung-jin struggled to crawl out. He was slightly injured, but he still managed to ask, his voice faltering, "You're Kang Ho-sung of Mokdong Salvation." Seeing Sung-jin Ho charge, he laughed maniacally and threw a punch. "Am I really that famous? Even you dogs know me." Seeing his fist coming, Sung-jin closed his eyes, and a sword immediately appeared beside him. Mogan jumped out of the car and lunged with his sword, but the man dodged it, laughing at the gleaming blade. "I knew it. A car crash couldn't kill you guys. It's true that the more wretched you are, the longer you live." Hearing this, Mogan suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed." He lunged forward, sword in hand, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt. The wicked always live long, while fools who don't know their limits die young. As he finished speaking, he struck down hard, but the blow never landed. Ho-dung blocks the attack with one hand, clenching his other fist, biting his lip and pouring on the power. In an instant, a fist flew towards his face, but Morin blocked the blow with the hilt of his sword. Ho-dung put all his strength into the punch, sending Morin flying. He crashed hard into the car behind him, and before he could catch his breath, Hoa unleashed a kick that Maroon barely dodged. Morin realized then, smiling with interest, not only is he wearing iron gauntlets, but he's even wearing armor. Looks like my uncle did his homework. As he said this, he swung his sword, but Ho-jung dodged the blow. His hand brushed against a shard of glass, which he quickly picked up, saying, "How could I ever let you go?" The one who took the lives of 15 classmates with his sword. With that, he hurled the glass at Morin, who quickly blocked it with the hilt of his sword. On Hoa's face, he clenched his fist again and charged forward. "Only a devil like you could make me endure this." But as he threw a punch, Maroon's sword pierced him, forcing him back in pain. Ho gritted his teeth, looking down. "Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage." Morgan's already in a sword stance, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Knowing so much about me, you still came? You're dumber than I thought, old man." The sharp sword glints in the light as Morgan's dark eyes fix on Ho-sung. 7 years ago, the heavily padded student, Kim Morgan, takes his stance with a wooden sword. From the start of the match, he attacked, giving his opponent no time to react. He was once a brilliant swordsman with a promising future. His hand, encased in protective gear, tightened around the wooden sword's hilt, and Morgan swung again. He was a kendo prodigy, the center of everyone's attention, his trophy case overflowing, a natural talent and a diligent training addict. But looking into Maroon's eyes through his protective gear, one could see the excitement. Yet after each match, this exceptional swordsman would always mutter to himself. Sweat pours off him, but it's still not enough. "This can't satisfy me," Mogan muttered, staring at the wooden sword, and everyone assumed he was just pushing himself to keep striving. But one summer day, a group of horrified police officers stood in a classroom, shouting, "Drop your weapon! We said drop your weapon! Do you hear us?" From the corner of the room, Maroon looked over with a bored expression, his face splattered with blood. "Oh, couldn't you have come a little later? There were still so many sword techniques I wanted to try." Komoran brought his father's real sword to school, and now, standing amidst the bodies of his classmates, he sent the police into a frenzy. "I'll shoot, drop your weapon now." He had brutally murdered 15 of his classmates. Clutching the sword, Maroon proudly declares that there's a satisfaction a wooden sword could never provide. "It's just my misfortune to be born in the wrong era. If I had been born in a time of war, I would have surely become a hero." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became as he glared at Huang, who gritted his teeth at the words. "You're delusional, kid. What kind of hero preys on the defenseless? You're just a crazy, miserable devil," he screamed and charged forward. Now, all that remains on his face is determination. The blade slowly moves down, aiming straight for his throat, but he quickly blocks it with his hand. A smirk crept across Morgan's face, his voice dripping with disdain. "Some armor doesn't make you tough." His eyes locked onto him, like a predator sizing up its prey. "Armor can only block sharpness, not the full force of an attack. You must have broken a few ribs, old man, haven't you?" Ho-sung touched his chest, quickly realizing he needed to close the distance at all costs. But as he thought this, the sword was already aimed at his forehead. Getting into punching range, Ho-sung thought he had a chance, but Maroon scoffed. "Fool, you think I'd let you get close?" As he finishes speaking, he plunges his sword into Ho-sung's leg. In mere seconds, the sword impaling Ho-sung's leg is swung again, easily slicing across his face. Now, one of Ho-sung's eyes is injured, and he cries out in pain as 2 more cuts appear on his thigh, and his ear is grazed. At this point, Ho-sung was spurting blood as the sharp sword relentlessly struck him, forcing him to defend himself with his hands. Yet Ho-sung continued to advance, ignoring the blood pouring from his body. Just a little further. Morgan could only look on in shock and disbelief. What? He was still slowly approaching. Sensing this, he swung his sword faster, the air thick with the stench of blood. Roaring, Ho's eyes are filled with determination and desperation as his iron-clad fist flies forward. But suddenly, the sword pierces him. His steps falter from the pain in his shoulder, and Morin takes a step back to dodge the blow. Seeing that he's stabbed Ho, he breathes a sigh of relief, his face still showing a hint of ease. "You surprised me. I guess armor can't cover the joints, huh?" But faced with his provocation, he simply smiles calmly. "Yes, because the joints can't be covered with armor, so the sword can easily pierce through, right?" At this point, he grabbed the sword with his bare hands, preventing Morin from pulling it back, much to his surprise. As he thought this, his eyes were glued to the sword being held. Suddenly, the sword pierced through the man, staining his clothes red with blood. He cried out softly in pain, then threw a punch, ignoring the fear in Morin's eyes. In an instant, his fist slammed into Morin's face, distorting it. Morgan was sent flying by the force of the blow, and witnessing his pathetic state, Hung violently yanked the sword from his shoulder. Meanwhile, Morgan was crying out in pain, tears welling in his eyes as he hesitantly touched his cheek. His jaw throbbing in pain, Morgun couldn't even scream before Hung sent a sword flying, impaling him through the head. Catching his breath, he muttered, "That meddling kid is taken care of. Now I suppose it's time to deal with those old geezers." As the Secretary General finished speaking, Hua's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he mocked Sung Jin and his remaining subordinate, who was clutching his shoulder. "Oh no, I should call you father now." Suddenly, Sung Jin pulls out his shattered phone and turns it on. "Hold on, take a look at this. While you were fighting, I sent my best men to manage Dong." With that blatant threat, he remained calm, sneering at Hote. "What did you say? Level Mokdong? Your stupidity surprises me. Do you even know who guards Mokdong?" The more he spoke, the wider his smile grew. Elsewhere, a multitude of footsteps echoed as a group marched with imposing force through a narrow alley. The leader glanced at his men and declared, "The boss has ordered us to kill anyone we find and wipe this place off the map." Suddenly, a figure appeared, shocking everyone. What was that about wiping someone out? I didn't quite catch it. Standing in the shadows, Lai Sun's face was obscured as he appeared. "Who are you? Why are you out causing trouble so late?" Seeing him, the leader calmly smiled and greeted him. "Sun X, I didn't expect to find you living like a stray dog in this dump. But your eyes can't see anymore. You can't possibly fight us." As he finished speaking, the alley lights went out, stunning everyone. Sensing the confusion, Sun X simply smiled and explained, "The only light in Machdong comes from the sky and the street lamps. Hardly any houses here have electricity." which means, whether it's me or you, all we see now is darkness. And with that, his aura intensifies, his bloodshot eyes sending his opponents into a panic. Sun X throws a swift punch, his massive fist flying forward, landing squarely on one of the men's faces, distorting his cheek. Not only that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving the men in the alley groaning in pain. Seeing that it wasn't enough, Sun X raised a leg, violently kicking the person in front, instantly forcing the group together. The guys in front are just punching bags, and the ones in the back are confused because they can't see anything. What's going on? Why are you guys constantly falling back? I can't see anything. What's going on up there? Hearing their comrades' desperate screams, those in the back frantically ask each other. Alone, Sun X leaps into the air, his foot crushing the man beneath him. Not only that, but his foot suddenly spun around, a whirlwind kick sending the group crashing down. One of them realizing the danger, he hurriedly commanded everyone to scatter, warning that fighting in such a narrow space would only make them prey. Sun X corners his enemies, clenching his fist once more. He takes a breath, throws a calculated punch, and sends his opponent reeling back like a wolf herding sheep. Sun's expression remained calm as he charged in, amidst the desperate screams of the flock, the sounds of an old wolf tearing into its prey. He relentlessly pummels those in front of him, each blow landing with bone-jarring force, contorting his opponents in agony. These aren't calculated strikes aimed at vital points. Another punch lands squarely on the arm of someone trying to retaliate, causing them to scream in pain, while Sun continues to throw clumsy, unskilled punches. Another blow is coming. The one who was just giving orders takes a direct hit to the solar plexus, causing him to cough up blood. But the owner of those clumsy fists is none other than the infamous butcher, Sun X. On the ground are those he's beaten, and before him punching bags take the brunt of his blows. In the still of the night, the sounds of fighting echo clearly. Though his pupils were clouded, wherever his fist landed became a death strike. You intend to pressure me with that broken body? He sneers, staring down at the man with only a dagger. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood still flowing down. A broken, dying body, you say? Where did I go wrong, you bastard? He said before lunging forward. The gleaming blade came within inches of Ho-sung, but his attacks were easily dodged. As Ho-sung held one of his hands, the man threw a punch, but he swiftly blocked the blow with his free hand. Suddenly, the hand holding the knife went limp, and the weapon fell to the ground. Quickly, his other hand, the one with the ring, snatched the knife. In seconds, he stabbed again, but Ho-sung blocked it. Staring him down, he suddenly chuckled. You're quick. Looks like you've had some training. To which the man calmly replied, I learned it in a place just like yours. Special Forces, brutality. As soon as Senior Janghua finished speaking, the man lunged, headbutting him hard. But upon hearing his background, Ho smiled faintly, realizing the truth. The two locked eyes, and Ho calmly mocked him, saying he smelled the training grounds on him from the start. Then, as the man's attention wavered, he kneed him in the gut. His face contorted in pain, and Ho-jung's reversals sent him into a frenzy. Damn it! His hand slashed wildly with the knife, but Ho-jung saw an opening and lunged forward. His fist slams into the man's face, his voice ringing in his ear. Do you remember anything now? Special Forces training demands mastery of assassination. He stops beside him, lands another blow, and reminds him that this is the standard. His face contorts from the punch, and blood flows freely. But he didn't give up. The knife in his hand twirled, and he slashed, but Ho-sung easily dodged by ducking. Now, only a contemptuous smile remained on his lips. You're too predictable. Worried about my armor, you can only aim for my head. His full-force punch to the ribs only intensified the man's pain, and with determination in his eyes, Hoy declared, It's over. Die. I'll show you the true level of a Special Forces soldier. The man dropped his knife as a powerful fist struck him in the face, while he punched Ho-sung's shoulder wound. The ring on his hand dug into the bleeding wound, and after a final struggle he stood tall, watching the man fall. Ignoring the blood staining his shoulder, he wondered about that punch. The final attack. You used your fist to strike my wound? Why didn't you use a knife? Covering his wound, Ho-sung asked, clearly puzzled. Suddenly, Seung-jin calmly reached for the knife, explaining that a single stab to the shoulder wouldn't be fatal. Touching the blade with his fingertip, he calmly explained to Ho-sung, who only grew more agitated. So, you're ready to die now, you bastard? You think you can take me with that knife? As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered. Seeing this, Seung-jin smirked. No, not at all. I hate fighting. I just like killing people. Watching Ho-sung kneel helplessly, his eyes opened slightly, filled with hatred as he looked at the man he had defeated, lying on the ground. Could it be? A serene smile graces Chung-jin's face as his voice whispers like a demon from hell. That's right, it's exactly what Ho-sung loves, aphrodisiac. It's a spring dream-laced ring taken from one of Jo's victims. Quite useful, wouldn't you say? As he spoke, he looked at the ring still on Ho-sung's hand. With a dagger in his hand, Sung-jin slowly sat down, holding the knife to the back of Ho-sung's neck. Ho-sung has tasted what he loves. Now it's my turn to enjoy my favorite pastime. With that, he pressed the knife in, and crimson blood immediately flowed out. Ho-sung's consciousness faded, but he struggled to stay awake. No, I can't let Xuanmong beat me again. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became, and his eyes slowly closed. In mere seconds, Ho-sung lost consciousness, his mind drifting back to his daughter's small figure, proudly showing off her drawing. "Daddy, look, I drew our family." Seeing the picture, he smiled gently and gently stroked her head with his large hand. "Daughter, I've got a future as an artist, but what happened to my shirt? It's covered in mud." But hearing his question, the little girl's expression changed as she indignantly explained, "No, it's a pretty leaf. It's a pattern. You don't know anything." Seeing her jump up and down, Ho-sung couldn't help but tease her. "Really? And what kind of pattern looks like mud?" Hearing this, the little girl retorted, "No, you're so dumb." And his wife, seeing this, burst out laughing. "You two stop teasing each other and eat." On the table was a bowl of black bean noodles and side dishes. Ho-sung couldn't help but exclaim, "This looks amazing." The little girl sat down and devoured the food like a ravenous beast, quickly getting it all over herself. "A black bean noodle, so delicious, sitting right here." His wife chuckled at the sight. She quickly wipes the child's face, telling her to be careful and not play with her food. Ho-dong, sitting across from her, chuckled, teasing her for playing with her food instead of eating it. Mi-do is the real dummy. Just as he scooped up a spoonful of soup, a few drops suddenly fell. The little girl teased him, "Daddy's spilling food too." Seeing his embarrassment, his wife couldn't help but tease, "Goodness, look at the way you two eat." Just as clumsy as each other, the little girl sitting next to them pointed and laughed. "Daddy's a dummy too." Smiling happily at the two of them, Hung doesn't hesitate to tease back after hearing the girl's taunts. "So I got my clumsiness from you, Mi-do." "Haha." But hearing him say that, she retorted, "No way, I got it from you." A smile plays in his eyes. "Is that how it is?" This is the story people tell. The dying while using the spring dream allows you to remain in a beautiful, eternal dream. Getting up from the table, Ho said to the two of them, tugging at his shirt, "I have to go clean my shirt." His feet hurried toward the room. Such a wonderful death could be considered a release. A bright smile graced Ho's lips as he was with the two most important people in his life. Suddenly, Ho-sung's eyes widened in shock as he saw a wretched figure huddled in the corner of the room. His face was covered in stubble and his long hair was unkempt. A glass vial and a syringe lay on the ground. Seeing this version of himself reflected in Ho-sung's face, he was terrified and quickly turned to look. At the table, his wife and daughter happily eat, but behind them, a figure hangs, and the smile fades from his face, replaced by shock. Above, a rope hangs taut, as his wife's voice echoes with a dark promise. "You know, don't you? It's all not real. You mustn't forget our promise of happiness." Hearing this, a tear finally escapes Ho-sung's eye. Returning to reality, his eyes are bloodshot, his hand gripping the blade against his neck. Seeing this, Eung-jin was bewildered, his hands trembling as he tried to grab the knife. "That's pure spring dream. How could you?" Slowly rising from the ground, Ho-sung's resolve echoes. "I swore I wouldn't let spring dreams defeat me again, and I will live to wipe you scum from this world." As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, and suddenly the exhaust valve began to leak. From the control room, with a few button presses, the valve was closed just in time. An employee in the lab, face glistening with sweat, spoke up. "You can take off your mask now. I've locked the mixer's exhaust valve." The lab was now littered with bodies. The employee then asked, "So, all that's left is to kill Kim Shin, right?" But Joe denied it. "No, I'll take care of Kim Shin myself." Hearing this, the employee couldn't believe his ears, his face darkening as he questioned, "What? Why are you suddenly saying this?" Joe says that with his current injuries, the employee wouldn't be able to fight anyway. "Leave this place on the canoe I brought. Go back to the life you once had." Seeing this, the employee, unable to contain his disappointment, clenched his fist and questioned, "I've done everything to get to this point." "What are you saying?" He insists these wounds are nothing. The employee's face suddenly hardens, his eyes filled with murderous intent and determination. "If I die, I'll die fighting. I want to avenge what he did to me with my own hands." Gio then recounted what someone once told him. Revenge doesn't always mean killing Kim Shin. The employee was stunned. Geo suggests living a life that Kim Shin could never have, a normal life. Thinking of her tears, Geo proposes that a happy life is also a form of revenge. Placing a hand on the employee's shoulder, Geo mentions his girlfriend, revealing that she's pregnant. The employee is shocked by the news of the baby, and Geo urges him, go back and give her a real family. Help me get revenge on Kim Shin. For a moment, the employee was lost in thought. Then he wondered, what about you? What are you planning to do? Hearing this, Joe was a little melancholy, but promised to return when it was all over. At the same time, Sun Heng was beating the Utopia employees to a pulp with his fists. Even though he couldn't see, he fought them with all his might, each one armed with a knife, each one falling before Sun's devastating blows. Seeing this, the remaining members hesitated, as the 60 Utopia employees had dwindled to about 10. Now, Sun must face a dozen men armed with knives and weapons, his body already pierced by several blades, but with each enemy defeated. Sun's breathing becomes erratic from the exertion and mortal wounds, and the weight on his shoulders is now fatigue, slowing each of Lee Sun-seng's punches. Even so, Sun-seng trembles as he clenches his fist, relying on every ounce of his strength since he can't see. Seeing Sun X covered in blood and struggling to breathe, everyone knew his body had reached its limit. Sun-seng spoke. What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? And more importantly, the dawn is breaking. Bathing in the brilliant morning light, Sun X weakly commands, go. As the employees charged, he was now alone, shrouded in darkness. In that instant, Sun X was struck with a searing pain. From behind, another henchman, consumed by bloodlust, desperately plunged his knife deeper, begging him to die. But Sun retaliated with a swift headbutt, another blade finding its mark. His breath grew ragged, and with vacant eyes, Sun X weakly reminded himself, not yet, it's not time. But as he finished speaking, Sun's body gave out, and he collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, the employees seized the opportunity. Their leader announced that it was over, and all that remained was to finish him off. Raising their weapons with murderous intent, the men believed they had defeated Utopia's strongest. Faced with this, Sun weakly muttered, this is the final punishment you wish to bestow upon me, isn't it, Lord? Then I accept this punishment. But he prayed, please, bless the people of this place. Even if I, a sinner, am burned 1,000 times in hellfire, I accept it. His hands are now calloused and covered in mud. He continued to pray, asking for the people of Mokdong to have peaceful lives. Seeing this, one of the employees smirked mockingly and wondered, muttering, what's with this devilish act? Lai Sun, who he just mocked, can now die. Goodbye. Just as he was about to finish him off, a rock struck him in the face, and he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What? The honest villagers are rushing over, armed with long water pipes, shouting, protect Chief Lai! Seeing this, the head employee couldn't hide his shock and cursed, you junkies! As the villagers swarmed and wailed on the employees. You're trash. Get out of Monoch village now. The leader was beaten until his head bled, but he couldn't fight back due to the overwhelming numbers. The villagers protested, saying they no longer needed Xuanmong, unleashing their fury on the cursing employees. We're not afraid of your thug tactics anymore, you dogs. Nearby, Sun X spoke slowly. No. He anxiously reminded them, I told you all to run. You mustn't fight them. Hearing this, one of the villagers approached Sun, took hold of his shoulder, and firmly declared, we won't run anymore, Chief. We will protect you, Chief Lai. They believe he protected them, and so Sun was guided by his people, but he stubbornly insisted that they shouldn't sacrifice themselves for someone like him. Nearby, another villager declared, Chief Lai is not deserving of punishment. He is the great leader who guided us to a better life. In their eyes, he was their savior. At that moment, as his hand gripped the knife pressed against his chest, a voice rang out. Because I promised myself I wouldn't be defeated by Xuanmeng again. And with eyes burning with hatred, he threatened to wipe you trash out of this world. He immediately retaliated, punching the man square in the jaw, swelling his face. Not stopping there, he grabbed the man's head and mercilessly slammed it into the ground. He relentlessly kicked the employee, putting all his strength into each blow, before finishing him off with a final strike to the face, leaving him whimpering and screaming in agony. The employee, already battered, cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Ho Sung simply smirked, mocking him for crying and begging like a dog after only a few hits. He then grabbed the employee's head, forcing it down as he raised his fist high, taunting, I thought you were always so proud and considered yourself a great demon king, but it turns out you're just trash, nothing more. Hearing this, the employee wept, begging for his life. Please, I don't want to die. I promise I'll do anything you ask, please. But Ho Sung, with a burning rage, refused, saying, Seeing your pathetic defeat repays all my pain. It feels so good. I want you to suffer more. But unlike you, trash, I'll grant you death." Then, Ho-sung quickly delivered a blow to the employee's temple, causing his eyes to roll back. "It's over," he excitedly speculated. "Now, if Jae-ho kills that bastard Kim Shin, the entire Utopia Spring Dream will disappear from the world." Ho-sung tells himself that his promise will be fulfilled. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, and Ho-sung is stunned to see his wife and young daughter before him. Looking at Ho-sung with gentle and loving eyes, his wife comforted him. "You've worked hard enough. You don't need to fight anymore." Seeing the figures before him, Ho-sung exclaimed in shock and emotion, "Honey Moo, how?" How could his wife advise him, telling him he doesn't have to suffer for revenge anymore, and now he just needs to come back and live happily with her and their child? Hearing this, Ho-sung burst into tears, unable to speak, only able to moan. But suddenly, amidst the tears, his eyes turned a hollow red. Ho-sung's eyes widened in agony as flies swarmed his face. Holding a blood-stained knife, a figure asked, "You must be having a wonderful dream, aren't you?" Ho-sung, noticing the ring on his finger, the man explained, "That ring doesn't contain spring dreams, but light dreams." Seung-jin smirks, saying that even if it's just a dream, Ho can only lie there, eyes wide with resentment. Seung-jin thinks those were probably the happiest emotions he'd ever experienced. And then, Ho was left on the side of the road in the dark. In the bathroom, a song echoes, "Three Little Sheep." As Kim Shin washes, he hums about a sheep father, a sheep mother, and a sheep child living in a sheep house. The song speaks of a strong, healthy father sheep and a warm, gentle mother sheep. A bright tune sung with relish by the cunning and sinister Kim Shin as he primps himself. Just as he finished singing about the adorable lamb, a man rushed in with urgent news. "Mr. Kim, something terrible has happened." As the employee explained, Jae-sho has arrived on the island. Kim Shin snapped the comb in his hand, but before he could finish, the unfortunate employee was stabbed in the neck with a shard of it. The wounded employee groaned, clutching his injury, but Kim Shin remained calm, suggesting he be quiet. He continued to comb his hair with bloodied hands, smugly adding, "It's been a long time since I've been in such a good mood. Don't spoil it." Joe walks along, looking around and wondering, where is that bastard Kim Shin? Suddenly, Joe realizes something, his eyes widening in shock. Looking around at the restaurants and shops, Joe wondered, what is this residential area? This place looks like a bustling city district. How could something like this exist on the island? Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a nearby swing, and a flood of vivid childhood memories of playing with his father come rushing back. Joe wondered if he was trying to imitate him, but when he looked up, he was even more surprised, stunned to recognize the building he and his father used to live in. Witnessing this, every vein on Jiho's face became visible, his eyes filled with hatred and disgust. Joe remarks, "Kim Shin, you really have lost it." Looking down from the window above, Kim Shin expresses, "I've missed you so much." "Jiho?" With a twisted smile, he muses, "You must be surprised, huh? But I still have so many gifts for you." At that moment, a car pulled up to the side of the road. Stepping out of the car, Seung-jin's subordinate anxiously asked, "Section Chief, are you all right?" He respectfully added, "We were late. Please forgive us." Hearing this, Seung-jin simply replied, "I'm fine." He loosened his tie and wearily asked, "Is there anything to drink in the car?" Seung-jin said, "All this moving around has exhausted me." Riding in a luxury car after drinking a ton of water, what does Seung-jin ask? Seo has arrived on the island and his subordinate confirms, "Yes, he's the one who destroyed our factory." Hearing this, Seung-jin crushes the water bottle in his hand in anger. He wondered, could those bastards be using a feint to attack both me and Kim Shin? Seung-jin's face darkened, and he immediately ordered, "Call for reinforcements to the island immediately. I need about 100 men." His subordinate replied, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Seung-jin then realized, "But which department are you from? I don't recall ever seeing you at the company before." The supposed subordinate simply replied, "I work in the research department." Suddenly, he changed his tune and asked, "But shouldn't the chief secretary be feeling abdominal pain? The medicine should have taken effect by now, shouldn't it?" Seung-jin was shocked. "What?" He immediately felt a sharp pain. Seung-jin writhed in agony, groaning in pain. Seung-jin weakly asks, "What did you put in the water?" The imposter breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's a relief." He'd been worried he'd angered Madame So again. Soon after, another car approached Chung-jain's vehicle, and Sodong greeted him with a warm smile. "Good morning, Secretary. I was wondering how to kill you, but the stomach is the fastest way to the grave after all." She explains, poisoning food and drink, isn't that the Secretary General's favorite method? Now Seung-jin, his face contorted and veins bulging, could only gasp and ask why. So Dong simply replied, "Why what? I told you during our first meeting. I always knew who would survive until the end." She wonders if he's curious how she knew that. Seung-jain's eyes were now filled with a blinding, hateful white. He tried to groan, but So Dong didn't seem to care, wearing a twisted, excited smile as she declared, "Because the one who can survive to the end and take everything has always been me." Meanwhile, Ji-ho, confronted with a scene brimming with childhood memories, clenches his fist, thinking the building is an exact replica of where he once lived, meaning Josik believes Kim Shin is inside. Wondering if TSOB was here with him, he moved forward. But then a voice echoed out. Clutching a knife, a man spoke, trembling. "Are you Joe?" he asked fearfully. Then, before Joe could react, the man charged at him, knife raised high. Luckily, Joe dodged in time, wondering, is he with Utopia? Seeing the man's movements, Ji-ho realizes he's completely unprofessional. Swinging the knife, the man yells, "Die!" But Ji-ho immediately subdued him, adding a punch for good measure, thinking he fought like he'd never been in a fight before. Even after taking a beating, the man desperately begged for mercy, but then suddenly shouted, "Die!" Ji-ho quickly made the man point the knife at himself, thinking it didn't matter who he was, and without hesitation, Ji-ho stabbed him in the chest. He tells himself that all the bastards on Kim Shin's side are dying. Before him, the man cries out in shock. No, I can't," he choked out. "Only by killing you can my family live." With those final words, the man died, leaving Ji-ho to stare silently at his fallen foe. Joe is confused, wondering what he meant. What exactly happened? Suddenly, a voice calls out from afar, "Dad!" freezing Ji-ho in his tracks. Teo rushes forward, tears streaming down his face, desperately screaming, "No, it can't be!" Joe realizes in shock that it's Seob, and Teo's companions try to restrain him. "Say, don't go over there." But he still struggled, crying out to be released, consumed by the hatred that this man killed his father. Someone beside him urged, "Just endure it." Say. That man whispered to See that he was a ruthless killer, a demon, leaving Chiho stunned in place. Just then, Taeso angrily shoved the crowd aside, not caring who they were, and charged forward in a fit of rage and resentment. "I have to kill him too." Clenching his fist, Taeso vowed revenge. He punched Joe square in the face, asking through his pain, "Why did you hit Gio and question him like that?" "Why did you do that to my father?" Taeso angrily shouts, throwing punch after punch at Gio. "How could you be so cruel, you bastard?" Kim Shin muttered. "To kill me, you've turned yourself into a monster, haven't you?" Looking at the scene below, he thinks that everything I did in the past is now being perfectly recreated by you. Kim Shin smiles contentedly and sighs. "It's a perfect imitation. You truly are my son." Picking up the knife, Teo raises it high, tears welling up as he shouts, "I'll give it all back to you." But just as he plunged the knife towards Joe, Jiho caught it with his bare hand. And Joe spoke. "Sob, it's me, SJ. Try to remember everything." He reminds him that this man isn't his father. Joe recalls the memories, urging him to remember his real family. He recounts with a glare that Kim Shin was the one who stole that wonderful family. Hearing this, Tesso asks painfully, "Why should I believe your lies?" Tears streaming down his face, he cursed the demon to die, as rain began to fall from the heavens, washing the blood from the man's corpse. Joe calls out to TSOB, clutching the blade despite his bleeding hand. Joe reminds him that he's being manipulated by that bastard Kim Shin, and that he's Joe. Joe desperately tries to remind him that they grew up together in the orphanage. "We were once the best of friends." Hearing this, Tu asks, "We were good friends?" With eyes now filled with only sorrow and resentment, he thinks, "You bastard, you can't fool everyone." Tu pulled out the knife, accusing him of killing his father, and as he tried to stab Gio again, he screamed, "Friends, you say?" Luckily, the knife missed Joe, stabbing into his hair and breaking the blade. But Tu relentlessly continued his frenzied attack, cursing. "Die, you devilish bastard!" Just then, Joe knocked him back, sending Tu flying. Joe asks worriedly, "Teob, are you okay?" But Teob grits his teeth and replies, "Don't you dare say my name." He swung the knife at Joe, declaring, "Don't call my name and act like we're close, you bastard." Luckily, Joe manages to dodge in time, but Teob, completely unhinged, charges forward, brandishing the knife and screaming. Seeing this, Gio quickly grabbed his knife hand and locked Tu's arm behind his back. Having subdued Tello, Gio tries to reason with him, telling him to calm down. "Teo, please just listen to me for a moment." But T is now blinded by hatred. He bashes his head towards Joe, demanding to be released, but then Tesso suddenly realizes something. Another citizen in front also gripped a knife tightly, and seeing him, Seo recognized his chance and cried out in delight, "Uncle, you're just in time." He yelled, "Stab this evil bastard while you have the chance." But a knife plunged into Tesso's stomach, leaving him stunned. Behind him, Joe's eyes widened in shock as he screamed, "Teob!" After stabbing him, the man frantically ran away, muttering, "I did it. I finally did it." Facing this, Tu painfully wondered, "What? Why didn't you believe me?" Tu stares in disbelief at the dagger in his stomach, then collapses into Joe's arms. Still in shock, Joe calls out to TSO, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding. Joe tells him not to move, repeatedly reminding him not to fall asleep. "Try to stay awake. Please don't fall asleep." But now Teo's eyes are growing lifeless, and he utters, "It's so cold." Despite his pain, Taiseo mustered his last ounce of strength to kick Joe, ignoring the agony and the blood filling his mouth, while Joe desperately tried to stop him, warning that any movement would only worsen the blood loss. No sooner said than done, Teo kicked Jiho with all his might, and the wound began to bleed even more due to the excessive movement. Seeing this, Jiho pleaded desperately, "Please, don't struggle anymore, listen to me." But Teo wouldn't listen and charged forward with a clenched fist. He throws a punch at Jiho with all his might, but Jiho manages to block it. Now consumed by hatred, Teo unleashes a flurry of blows upon Jiho, ignoring his fatal wound. Jiho pleaded, "Please, just stop." Feeling helpless, Jiho had no choice but to deliver a final blow. Tu momentarily loses consciousness, but then immediately awakens, eyes full of murderous intent, retaliating with a decisive blow to Jiho's face. Just as Tu is about to strike again, Jiho manages to stop him, using his leg to restrain him. In the pouring rain, Jiho says, "I'm sorry, TSOB." He thinks to himself that he has to help him escape the nightmare. With the idea of cutting off oxygen to the brain, Jiho choked Teo, who struggled and desperately tried to punch him. Jiho thought to himself, just a little more, and he can escape the nightmare. Seeing T grunting, he looked like a wild beast being restrained. Then, with Jiho's method, his clenched fist gradually loosened and fell. But it turned out Tu was using his own hand to pull the knife from his stomach, grunting in pain as he forced it out. Seeing this, Joe immediately yelled, "Don't do it, TSOB. You'll lose even more blood if you pull the knife out." But T ignored him and yanked the knife out, causing blood to gush out. Blood gushed from his mouth as Teo, unhinged, relentlessly tried to take Joe's life. But as Tso feebly raised the knife, he could only manage a few cries before his eyes went completely lifeless. And the knife fell from his hand. Seeing his friend lying in a pool of blood, Gio couldn't contain his panic and called out to Seob, crawling to him in anguish, tears streaming down his face. "No, please, no." Those were Theo's last words. He managed to utter the word "Dad" as he reached for the man's hand, but soon he fell silent and breathed his last. Joe trembled, uttering a desperate "No" as tears streamed down his face, mingling with the rain. He says, "I'm sorry, Tislob." Joe blames himself, collapsing beside his friend's body, believing it's his fault that he caused this. Staggering up the stairs, soaked and broken, Diho mutters that it's all his fault, that he's the one who hurt everyone. As Daiho stumbles forward, the smiles of his parents flicker before him, and he cries out, "Father, why did you save me? It would have been better if you had let me die with you back then." Standing in front of his house, he's greeted by the tragic image of his father. Accompanying voices echo as he takes 2 steps forward, his father's smile only adding to Jiho's exhaustion. If only that were the case. Remembering that hand, he thinks he wouldn't even need revenge. Thinking of Dudok, Jiho tells himself he won't become an arrow, lamenting that all those he loved died unjustly. Jiho wondered why his father tried so hard to keep him alive as he opened the door and stepped inside. But awaiting him was Kim Shin, who cheerfully announced, "Welcome, Jiho." He mused that now he was exactly like him. Kim Shin wore a twisted smile, believing they were both cursed to bring misfortune to others. He mused, "We're so alike," Kim Shin remarked, as if they were father and son. Brushing his hair back, Cheonsu, now filled with Joe's pain, momentarily resembled Kim Shin. As he pushed the boat through the rain, an unreadable emotion crossed his face. Looking at the raft before him, Cheonsu recalls Jiho's announcement. "His girlfriend is pregnant," Joe urged. "When you return, try to have a real family. Avenge Kim Shin for me that way." Cheonsu was incredibly conflicted as he replied, "How could I? I've come this far, I can't run away now." With a complicated look, he affirmed to Jiho, "I will fight him too. I can't let you fight him alone." But just as Cheonsu was about to continue, Jioho refused, saying he didn't have to. With his head bowed, Joe believes he's just a bastard Cheonsu should hate, admitting he was the one who injected him with Spring Dream in the park that night, shocking Cheonsu. Joe remorsefully admits that he stole Cheonsu's bright past, dragging him into this wretched revenge scheme, prompting Cheonsu to lash out with a furious punch. He angrily asks, "So it was you, the one who pushed me into this hellhole?" Joe replies, "That's right, so don't worry about my safety. Go back to the life you were meant to have. Find that girl, start a family, and live happily. A life that people like me and Kim Shin can never have." Now, standing in the rain, Cheonu clenches his fist, sadly looking into the distance as he curses, "You bastard," but then wonders, if you were going to use me, why didn't you finish the job? In a house with a distorted family photo, Joe, with a bitter tear and hateful eyes, curses, "Son, what nonsense are you spouting, you sick bastard?" Facing him, Kim Shin calmly recounts, "After leaving that prison, I searched for and followed you, Joe, just like our father did for 10 years. He stirred up Gio's old memories, times of rage, despair, and madness, claiming that the truth is he only thought of me and gradually became a monster, just like me." Recalling his past self, Kim Shin gleefully reveals, "I saw it all. That time was truly blissful for me." Gio clenches his teeth, unable to believe what he's hearing as Kim Shin continues to taunt him, calmly claiming that he, not Gio's deceased fathers, made Gio who he is today. He smirked, a look of satisfaction on his face, and declared, "It was me. I'm the one who made you so perfectly like me." Staring at Jiho with cold, murderous eyes, Kim announces that now is the time to devour the fruits of his labor, regretting that his father, Dudok, isn't here to witness it. Unable to contain himself, Jiho lunged at Kim Shin, but Kim Shin swiftly blocked the blow. With eyes full of resentment and rage, Joe spat, "Stop talking nonsense." Ignoring him, Kim Shin remarks that even a simple punch is so fast. Isn't Gio strong because of him? This only makes Gio more impatient. He lunges, screaming for Kim Shin to shut his mouth, but in an instant, Kim Shin effortlessly catches Jiho, whispering, "But unfortunately, that's not enough." And with a merciless blow, Joe is sent flying into a nearby TV. Not stopping there, Kim Shin raised his leg, ready to deliver more attacks, but fortunately, Jiho managed to block them in time. Taking advantage of the opening, Gio kicks Kim Shin's leg, throwing him off balance, and follows up with a punch. But with Kim Shin's reflexes, as he took Jiho's blow, he quickly punched Jiho back, staggering him. Just then, Kim Shin grabbed a vase and gleefully shouted, "You're everything I hoped for. You're still very interesting." Jay then slams the vase into Joe's head, causing him immense pain. Seizing a nearby chair, Joe retaliated, slamming it into Kim Shin's smug face. But it seems that only drives him further into madness. Even with blood pouring from his head, Kim Shin exclaims in excitement. "This is fun, isn't it?" Diho says. Diho immediately lunged forward, grabbed Kim Shin's collar and ordered him to shut up, throwing him down and cursing him to die. Kim Shin is slammed into a nearby table, shattering it to pieces, but he continues to provoke Jiho. "How could this be? Do you know how long I've waited for this day?" Kim Shin grabbed a nearby plate and stabbed it toward Jiho, savoring the sensation of his creation, but Jiho managed to block it with his arm. Taking advantage of his carelessness, Kim Shin kicks him from behind, praising, "This is really fun." In an instant, Joe was subdued, but he cleverly used a nearby cabinet, pulling it down onto the table, hoping to crush Kim Shin. But like a rat, Kim Shin leaped off the table with a gleeful laugh. Just as he was gloating, a foot came flying at him, nearly crushing him under the cabinet. Gio Hao stomped on Kim Shin's face like an annoying insect, throwing a punch as he roared, "Die, you devil!" The blow landed squarely on Kim Shin's chest, causing him to immediately vomit blood. Just then, Gio realized it was working. The leech-like man was reeling from the blow, and Gio knew the damage he'd sustained in the prison fight was still taking its toll. Just as Jiho thought he could finish him off with another punch, Kim Shin caught his fist, and his hand was completely restrained. Seeing this, Gio struggled to break free, but he couldn't. He tried to hit Kim Shin with his other hand. But then, Gio was immediately thrown back by Kim Shin. Despite the damage from Jiho's fatal blow, Kim Shin struggled to get up, using his head to perform a handstand, catching Jiho off guard. He quickly dropped down and kneed Jiho in the face, causing him to cough up blood. Brushing back his fallen hair, Kim Shin speaks. "What a pity, Jiho." Raising his fist with murderous intent, he remarks that Gio has failed again, before landing a direct punch to his face. He taunts him, saying they still have time for another song, and asks if he recently reunited with his girlfriend, X. He continued to pummel Jiho's face while sneering, "If you finish a song, I won't kill her." Kim Sin expressed his curiosity, a terrifying aura emanating from him like a demon in human form. He glared at Jiho, seething with murderous intent, wondering what song Jae was into these days. In a daze, Jiho cried out, "Don't you dare touch her!" In response, Kim Shin makes a bizarre request. "Then sing, if you can sing the whole song just like your father." Just then, a knife plunged into Kim Shin's shoulder. Cheonu seized the opportunity and punched him in the face, surprising Joe. Worried, Cheonsu asks, "Joe, are you okay?" Joe, bewildered, replies, "Why did you come back?" Slowly getting up, Kim Shin says, "You blind bastard. Can't you see we were having fun?" He pulls out his knife, his face contorted with rage, and glares menacingly. "And what are you doing?" Park Cheonsu heard Cheonansu's strained voice. "My name isn't Park Cheonansu. It's the name my mother gave me." Cheonsu looked up, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, and strength, and introduced himself as the image of Kim Shin's shadow flashed through his mind. A mother, somewhat fierce, but always caring for her child. The name she originally gave me. As he spoke, Cheonu's face turned ferocious, his eyebrows furrowing intensely, as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him. Kim Shin. Meanwhile, Shin remained utterly calm and composed. Clutching the knife in his shoulder, he spoke with mocking sarcasm. He knew all along, and now, with lightning speed, he hurled the sharp blade at Cheonzu, his face a mask of cruel, savage mockery. His name is Feon Swerma, and luckily he dodged the fatal blow, his eyes cautious. He immediately tilted his head to evade, the knife slicing through strands of his hair. Before he could recover from the surprise attack, his pupils contracted violently, reflecting horror and panic as if he'd encountered a demon. Before Cheonsu was Shin's haunting face, a sinister, crazed sneer twisting his lips, his brutal gaze fixed upon him. "What's Ponsu doing here? You should have stayed as far away from me as possible." With that, he cruelly seized Cheonsu's neck and lifted him into the air, his muscular arm bulging with veins, his eyes gleaming with sick pleasure as Cheonsu writhed in agony, his body convulsing with stifled cries. Not content with this, he dug his fingers into Cheonsu's open wound, causing him unbearable pain. Shin, thrilled by his reaction, sneered and glared at Cheonsu, taunting him, asking if Jae had lured him there to reclaim his name. Not stopping there, he adds fuel to the fire, or is it revenge for his lost mother? No sooner are the words out of his mouth than Jae lunges at him. Witnessing Sin strangle Cheonsu, he couldn't help but shout, drawing Sin's attention. His eyes turned bloodshot, the dried streaks of blood on his face only adding to his resolve. "This is a battle between you and me." Without fear, he deftly turned and threw Cheonsu at him, causing Jiho to fall, losing his balance, and he continued to sneer with glee, as if Jiho had done something wrong again. Not letting up, Shin seizes the opportunity while they're still reeling, delivering a powerful kick to Cheonsu's stomach, causing him to grimace in pain. Jiho, slammed from behind, is equally injured, but his only goal is to kill me. He continues his relentless assault, raining down blows with the exhilaration of a bloodthirsty killer, as if the lives of others mean nothing. With that, he punches Cheonsu in the gut and shoves them both to the ground, leaving them reeling from the brutal assault. After taking such a devastating blow, Cheonan's shoe spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back in shock. Jae panicked at the sight, his concern for him outweighing his own pinned position. It seems Buk Cheonu has no intention of letting them live, relentlessly stomping on Cheonsu, the force reverberating through Joe's body. A brutal and horrifying scene unfolds. Having temporarily satisfied his violent urges, he stopped, whispering mocking and sarcastic words. How pathetic. Cheonsu was ultimately just used from beginning to end. Even in death, he's just being used as a shield. His words fueled Cheonsu's rage to its breaking point, his teeth grinding as he choked out each syllable. "You're right, I was used, and my whole life was ruined." His eyes widened, glaring at him, in his face a mask of resentment and rage, as if he wanted to take him down with him. "But so what, as long as you pay with your life?" Instantly, Cheon's Chu gripped his collar, veins bulging on the back of his hand, filled with hatred and murderous intent. After a moment of thought, a familiar scent filled the air, causing him to glance over with a hint of fear. The smell of gasoline. Meanwhile, Cheon's Shu, standing beside him, finally spoke, fresh blood still staining the corner of his mouth. He whispered from the depths of his heart that everything he had done would be worth it. Then he pulled out a lighter, flicked the wheel, and a flame burst to life, revealing the murderous intent in his eyes as he glared at Shin. Because I am an arrow. But unexpectedly, Joe suddenly lunged forward, knocking the lighter from his hand, desperate to stop him from doing something reckless. Cheonsu was stunned, unable to comprehend Joe's actions, his eyes filled with despair and anger as he glared at him, frustrated that his plan had been ruined. Joe, what the hell are you doing? Without time to answer Cheonsu's question, he quickly braked and prepared to attack. Despite their combined attack, Shin was not easily defeated. He pushed Cheonsu aside, blocked Jae-ho's punch, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace. His hand tightened around Jae-ho's fist, fingers curling in to squeeze with brutal force as he mocked him with a sneering grin. I don't understand what you're doing, Jae-ho, but that was clearly your chance to kill me. Veins bulge on his forehead as his face twists with savage warning. Threaten me, and you'll only think of me. How dare you think of anything else? In response to Shin's words, a resolute voice filled with determination rang out. Baek Cheonsu, you have to live, no matter what. Hearing this, he still gripped Shin's arm that was tightening around his neck, struggling to follow Jae-ho's voice, sweat pouring down his face. Return to the life you were meant to have. For me. With that, Jae-ho's eyes widened, tears welling up as his face contorted with rage, determined not to die for this son of a bitch. Immediately, his other hand mustered a counterattack. Jae-ho strikes Shin's chest with his elbow, a blow so fierce it forces him to grit his teeth, his own carelessness digging his grave. His eyes widened with a mix of shock and bewilderment as crimson blood gushed from his mouth. His arm is already broken. Before Shin could recover, Jae-ho unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending him reeling backward. His face still burned with hatred and a thirst for revenge. As he struck, tears streamed down Jae-ho's face, mingling with the blood. Furthermore, blood splattered into the air as Jin stared in disbelief at Jae's ferocious expression. I won't let anyone die because of me again. In that instant, Diho was just like he was in the past, tears streaming down his face. With the same resolve, he mustered all his courage and punched his opponent in the face. Because I'm nothing like the monster you are. Before Ju could attack again, the hand squeezing Cheonsu's neck suddenly released him. Unfortunately, his key attack was quickly blocked by Shin, who raised his arms in defense, creating a fierce shockwave. Shin's body is indeed durable. He took that punch head-on, yet his lips still curl into an excited, thrilled smile, not forgetting to tease him. What a shame that precious chance is gone. Jae doesn't seem fazed at all that his attack was dodged, remaining perfectly calm. Only his eyes betrayed his rage and excitement. But it's all right, because at least Ponsu didn't die because of you. His words leave Shin in doubt, failing to grasp Jae's meaning, his eyes wide with bewilderment and questioning. Huh? Instantly, Jae rushes towards him, his steps quick and fierce, sprinting toward Shin. As Shin struggles to understand his intentions, Jae suddenly embraces him, forcefully pushing them both backward. Perhaps Cheonsu saw what he was planning and rushed to stop him, his face a mix of panic and fear, reaching out to grab Joe's sleeve. After carrying out his plan, he turned to look at Cheonsu one last time, his eyes empty and indifferent, yet somehow liberated. In the moments before his life ends, memories flood back. Sunseng's image appears, eyes closed, earnestly advising Jae to first erase his guilt to achieve true power. And next, though his scarred body was terrifying, he spoke with concern, urging him to find a reason to live. Even Seola appeared in his mind before Lim Jong, tears of pity streaming down her face, reminding him that revenge wasn't just about making him pay. Light streams through the crack in the door, illuminating a delicate but pitiful face as she whispers her final words to Joe from the bottom of her heart. Live a life that murderer could only dream of. Live happily and peacefully. That too is a form of revenge. Then the figure of Du Shik appears, hesitant and regretful despite their rivalry. I can't kill you. In the end, Dao-suk spared his life, his eyes filled with a resolute yet caring look that Joe would never forget. Even if it costs the lives of everyone here, I can't bring myself to do it. And the other person etched in Joe's memory is a vague, emerging figure. His wrists were tightly bound to the iron mesh wall, his arms covered in rough, raw wounds. One step closer, and he'd see his father's smile, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. His entire body was trapped on the iron grid, head drooping, like Jesus on the cross, his weak voice softly groaning. 2 steps away was his mother's smile. Just seeing her made the whole family smile. The flashback fades, and before him is Chonu's terrified face, desperately clinging to the hope of saving Joe. Seeing this, he thought to himself, all the things that people have said to me, now it's my turn to say them to others. In the end, Jay decided to say his last words to Cheononsu with a trembling look in his eyes as if he was about to burst into tears. Along with concern and expectation, he must live. Never forget what I told him and live happily and peacefully. With that, both Jay and he fell from the high-rise window. Shattered glass explodes as he chooses to end it all with him, to save Che. Realizing his intentions too late, Shin tumbles through the air, a look of shock and disbelief on his face as death approaches. Daiho! In the gray sky, a few small rays of light peeked through the clouds. Cheonsu rushed to the shattered window, fearfully peering down to see them falling from the building's highest floor, along with Joe's gleeful face, finally able to destroy his hated enemy. In stark contrast to Joe's excitement, Cheonsu's face is filled with horror as he witnesses Daiho sacrifice his life for him, and he screams, "No!" His eyes were empty and stunned, as if the very life had been drained from them, filled with despair and helplessness. The sky began to brighten and clear. Blinding rays of light pierced the dark clouds, illuminating the long white road. Most striking are the two motionless bodies lying in a pool of crimson blood, signaling the end of two lives, yet the beginning of brighter days. Cheonwoo's steps grew heavy as he struggled toward the scene of the crime. Shattered glass and dark bloodstains only deepened his anguish. A wave of emotion washes over him, and he sobs uncontrollably, each word filled with sorrow and pity. He had promised he would return. Sobbing, he dragged his broken body toward Joe's lifeless corpse, his hand pressed against the bleeding wound in his side, vowing that no one else would die unjustly. Tears streamed down Chonu's anguished and despairing face, his eyes filled with sorrow and pity. Gazing at Ji Huang, he lamented, "You promised, but you broke it. Is that okay?" The only response was a lifeless body on the ground, riddled with wounds. But the most serious injury was to his head, which had taken a heavy blow, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Then, Cheonsu reached into his pocket, fumbling around as if searching for something. Then, with a regretful tone, he carefully pulled out a small, clear vial from his pocket, saying, "Jo Hyung, this is the only thing I can do for you." Despite the throbbing pain draining his strength, Cheonsu knelt gently before Joe's body, bowing his head to whisper a final goodbye. "I'm sorry." He gently parted Joe's bloodied lips and slowly poured the liquid into his mouth, then gazed upon his face one last time. His face was covered in scratches and blood, but radiated a sense of liberation and happiness. Cheonsu's heart ached, even in this dream before his lifeless body. He fought back tears of regret and sorrow as he bid farewell to the precious man. "Rest in peace, brother." Suddenly, a faint cough escaped his lips. Shin wasn't dead yet. He was still gasping for breath, his face covered in blood, a broken tooth lying nearby. He muttered to Cheonsu, "I witnessed it too." Instead of fear, his eyes burned with resentment and rage, his brow furrowed in fury as the man brazenly uttered his desire to fall from the highest floor to the ground. Besides his strained whispers, he couldn't move, his bloodshot eyes pleading to the sky, begging him to give it to him. His voice fading, yet his eyes burned with a desperate longing. "I have someone I want too." Blood vessels burst in his eyes as his face darkened, repeating his desire, "Say hello to your daddy." With tears streaming down his face, a mocking smile spread across his lips, his tone a mix of exhilaration and excitement. "You're still breathing. There is a God, after all." Then Cheonsu approached Shin's fading body, his face filled with murderous intent, a savage smile on his lips and his eyes burning with rage. "What's your favorite song, you bastard?" His severe injuries twisted his face into a grotesque mask, more zombie than human, with matted hair and half his face covered in blood. "I'll let you live if you can sing the whole song." An old hand gently strokes the boy, Joe's, head. "It feels like it's been ages since we spent time together, hasn't it, Jae-ho?" he said, looking at him fondly. "I've been so busy lately that I haven't been able to play with you." "I'm sorry, son." Little Daiho happily replied, holding a cotton candy. "It's okay, Dad. It's fun to play now." Hearing that, he smiled happily. "My Jae-ho, I still think of you as just a little boy, but I didn't realize you were thinking about things like this. It hurts my heart to see you like this." Seeing his father happy, he asked, "Then I won't grow up anymore. Can I stay your little boy forever?" Soon after, the two entered the amusement park. Their first game was the roller coaster, and Daiho screamed in terror. Seeing that, his father teased him, "My future pilot can't be afraid of roller coasters." Soon the two switched to racing cars, and Ju shouted playfully. He bumped into his dad, who laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Oh God, help me. Next, the father and son played the spinning cup game. They played and laughed with excitement, exclaiming how fun it was. His father reminds him to hold on tight. Daiho, in the bliss of childhood, once smiled so happily, playing games with his father, creating unforgettable memories. Afterward, the two strolled hand in hand around the park. Looking at the three elephants, he said, "Look at the elephant family over there." Daiho playfully pointed and said, "Dad, there's a tiny baby elephant." He chuckled, saying how adorable it was. Suddenly, a voice spoke up and his eyes turned in their direction. "But Dad, will the elephant family be trapped here forever?" The father replied, "Yes, probably." The boy sniffled from his perch on his father's shoulders. "If they're trapped like this, the elephants must be so sad," his mother said, praising him. "Oh my, our little Zhu is such a kind boy. He really cares about the elephants." The grandfather chimed in, noting that the boy took after his mother, hence his kind heart. A statement that caught Daiho's attention. "Even though they're trapped like this, the elephant family is together, so they won't be too sad." With that, he flashed an adorable smile. Hearing this, the boy's father looked up and reminded his son, "That older brother is right. For them, as long as family is together, any hardship is bearable." Nearby, a wide-eyed boy exclaimed, "Look, an elephant! Its legs are as big as pillars." The old-looking man ruffled the boy's hair, reminding him, "Tlob, calm down. You'll scare the elephant," the girl beside him added, arms crossed. "Do you know it's rude to cause a disturbance in public?" The boy ignored her, his voice still loud. "Zay, look, that elephant is getting water with its trunk." The girl retorted helplessly, "I see it. Please be quiet." Daiho smiled at his friends, a warm scene of happy families where love is eternal. Zhu also smiled happily, an innocent and adorable smile. Suddenly, a whimper caught his attention. A family of sheep in a sheep house, mother, father. In the shadows, a boy cried out. "And the lamb, the father sheep is strong, the mother sheep stares intently at that boy." His voice suddenly changes, filled with resentment. "You're not allowed here, you bastard. Go die, Kim Shin." So, the one trapped in the darkness was Kim Shin as a child? Back in reality, Kim Shin's bloodied face shows he's fading fast. Recalling those memories, tears welled in his eyes, and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips as blood pooled around him. Cheon-su looked at Kim Shin on the cold ground, taking his last breath, and paused slightly, his voice filled with sorrow. "Joe, it's all over now. Let's go home." With that, Cheon-su carried the now cold Joe on his back, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked down at the ground. "You told me to live a normal life." Joe, when he was alive, said, "Build a family and live a normal, happy life. Help me get revenge on Kim Shin by having what he can never have." Until now, he hadn't killed anyone. Cheon-su was furious, gritting his teeth, his eyes slightly wet. Another scene flashes through his mind, Jay reminding him to be careful, to go back and keep his hands clean, that even the guy he stabbed that day wasn't his fault. His serious face flashed before him. "Remember, don't become a monster like me and Kim Shin." Those images raced through his mind. Filled with nostalgia, Cheon-su said, "Thank you, Joe. I promise I won't stray. I'll return to my normal life." A year later, with Jay still wanted, Cheon-su and Lee Sen decide to label Kim Trung-ho's urn as Kim Dung-hoo. Kim Jung-hoo's ashes were placed in a TSOB glass cabinet alongside the orphans, all resting beside Jay as a final comfort. With her hand on the urn's compartment, she spoke. "At last, everyone is together. Tomorrow's my first day at work," she whispered. "I chose the orphanage. Do you remember the wish I wrote in my senior year?" She quietly spoke her mind. "I wrote that I wanted to be like the director." As she spoke, she recalled the photo taken at the orphanage, dedicating herself to the children like them, and watching those children grow up day by day, seeing them fulfill their own dreams, meeting and marrying the people they love. Her voice choked with emotion as she looked at them, trembling. "Live in peace, live happily." Arriving at another residential area, Sun-tae calls out as he carries the water jug. "Everyone, come and have some water. I brought cold drinks for you all." The farmers working nearby beamed. "Oh dear, we told the village chief not to bother. Just a moment, my throat is as dry as a desert." There's nothing better than Chief Lai's chilled rice water on a hot day like this. They quickly take a break, reaching for the golden bowl to drink. After drinking, they exclaimed how wonderful it was, saying that the village chief's rice water would fetch a fortune if sold. Seong-sen replied modestly, saying that if he couldn't do manual labor, he should at least do something for everyone. A woman exclaimed, "Oh my, the village chief is being too kind again. Without him, where would Manashdong villagers be today?" As he poured the water, he replied, "No, it's the villagers who saved me, helping me escape a life of sin." Then, Sion placed a bowl of rice water on the ground. A man noticed and asked, "Why are you pouring another bowl, Chief?" "Don't underestimate it. he chuckled. This rice water already has an owner. As he said this, Xiangsung's face filled with sorrow. I'm drinking rice water with everyone, but I can still feel you. Come, sit and relax with me and have a drink. The rice water is still there, but no one touches it. Inside the shopping mall, Cheon-ho and his wife are grocery shopping, and she's shocked by the price of carrots. Good heavens, why are carrots so expensive? Prices these days are a real headache. How about we buy cheaper Chinese vegetables? He suggests. Come on, honey, just get the imported stuff from Vietnam. I can provide for you both. She happily replied with a smile, I was just saying, get me a carrot. We have to buy the best for our little darling, right? Hearing that, Trang Dong whined, I hate carrots. Hearing this, Cheon-ho smiled and reminded him that even if he didn't like it, he still needed to eat a balanced diet. That's how you grow big and strong. The little boy whined, I want cake instead. Ion chimes in, teasing, just like his father. Always with the cake, Cheon-ho said with a hearty laugh. How about we go get some carrot cake, just you and me? Sound good? She asked, wait, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, the little boy cheered, Dad's the best! As they passed by a TV, a report on the booming tourism industry was playing. Tourism-focused corporations are showing immense growth potential lately, especially Utopia Group, which is led by its new chairwoman, whose leadership and brilliant moves over the past 3 years have been pivotal to its success. Today, we have the distinct honor of welcoming the esteemed chairwoman of Utopia Group, Huang Sojung. The MC smiles warmly. Welcome, Chairwoman Huang. Seo Dongran quickly responds, yes, hello. The MC asks about Utopia Group's secret to success, and if Chairwoman Huang has a special business philosophy. Next, the sales director expressed her sole desire to provide the most comfortable and relaxing service to customers, allowing them to immerse themselves in happy memories they had long forgotten. In this fast-paced world, sometimes we need to sit back and quietly reflect on the things that have passed. Besides being a great businessman, the chairman is quite the wordsmith. The guest politely replied, I guess I'm a little too excited since it's my first time on TV. All right, I'll get back to being a businessman now. Cheon-ho, who was walking, suddenly noticed the conversation. He turned back to listen. Utopia's business goal is always customer satisfaction. Xiang smiled, emphasizing, we always use the best services so that customers can relive their beautiful memories. As if sensing her sadness, Jae-hyun tightly grasped Cheon-on's hand, saying, let's go, or we'll miss out on the carrot cake. Her expression was also sad, and he replied distractedly, yeah, Trang Dong suddenly spoke up. Oh, Mom, I have to tell you something. At my kindergarten, there's this kid Minu who bullies everyone. He even pulls hair and teases the girls. Jae-hyun wondered. He's talking about Mink, that big kid who lives in building 106. The boy replied, yes. She asked, does the teacher know about this? Trang Dong, glued to his iPad, replied, yes. He's not even afraid of the teacher getting angry or anything. If he bullies anyone else, I'll teach him a lesson. She chided her son, displeased. Now you shouldn't be like that. The boy looked up, puzzled. Why? He clearly deserves to be punished. Jian explained, he may be at fault, but if you do the same, you'll be just as bad as him. Hearing this, Che-onu frowned, as if he was carrying the cooling Jae-ho on his shoulders again. He could hear the cute sound of Kim Shin whispering a lullaby. Xian's whips around to see him humming, growing at an alarming rate. Each word echoed, growing louder. I've sung the whole song. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down. Tears streamed down Cheon's shoe's face as he trembled. I won't keep my word. A bastard like you doesn't deserve a peaceful death. He raised the brick high above his head, then shouted furiously, Die, you devil! Kim Shin smiled and moaned. How interesting. Before he could finish, the brick came crashing down on his face. Cheon's shoe wept, a bitter smile on his trembling lips. Just like me. A life ends like that. The sea is still so blue, escaping old memories. Are you calling for your wife, Do-hun? He vowed to protect his wife and child, to protect this family. No matter the cost, he would preserve their warm family life. With a blissful smile, Cheonu trailed off. Because I'm their father.